Alright, you and I are watching the actual apocalypse. Cops eating people, and zombies swarming every single street out there. And right in the middle of this absolute chaos, a 9 months pregnant mom desperately running for her life. But yeah, her sprinting speed was basically zero compared to the massive horde of ugly walking dead chasing her down. Plus, carrying a giant baby bump makes running impossible, so yeah, she got violently bitten by one of them. She scrambled behind a brick wall to hide. The nasty bite pain was already seriously messing with her brain, but then her stomach cramped up super hard. Yep, the baby was coming right here, right at the worst time. Tears streamed down her face, a brutal combo of arm pain and awful stomach cramps hitting her together. But that fierce mom instinct totally kicked in. She ignored the crazy agony, determined to deliver this kid safely, period. Even while mutating, she literally used her gross new zombie tongue to wrap around and hold her own mouth shut. She absolutely refused to scream. Monsters were prowling outside, and one tiny noise would get them both totally killed. By now, her mom body had completely turned full zombie. But she kept praying for her baby. And insanely enough, against all odds, she delivered a perfectly healthy little girl. 7 years later, the world is still an absolute zombie garbage fire. But inside this dingy apartment, a little kid is playing hide and seek. The hilarious problem? Her mom is undead. You would totally think this kid was zombie snacks, but when she gets caught, she just bursts into giggles. That tickles. Mom, let me go. Her super cheerful laughter happily echoed all through the apartment. Your turn to hide now, Mom. I am totally going to find you this time. Yep, this is the exact same brave woman from 7 years ago, holding her super precious little daughter right now. She traded her human life for baby Chun-bok, and crazily enough, this awesome zombie mom kept all her humanity intact. She raised her kid in this hellscape for 7 years. Chun-bok literally grew up staring at that terrifying monster face. So to her, mom is definitely no monster. But yeah, this poor kid basically never gets to leave the house. Every time mom tries leaving, Chun-bok throws a massive epic tantrum, dramatically begging to tag along for the ride. I want to go. Take me with you, Mom. I want to find Dad Gomdon, she wailed, totally showing off her missing tooth. The kid's messy meltdown seriously panicked her zombie mom. Come on, Chun-bok. The bad monsters are going to hear you. Chun-bok looked up and noticed the super serious expression on her scary mother's face. Realizing whining was useless, she looked down and swallowed her sad tears. Seeing her kid cry made mom panic slightly. But since she was a literal zombie, she could not actually speak words. They communicated by drawing simple symbols on palms. Sorry, I will bring Dad Gomdon back for you soon. You promise? Then come back soon. Chun-bok sniffled loudly, and her sweet undead mom nodded. The mom heads outside to hunt. Having a working brain makes her way smarter than those dumb, slobbering zombies everywhere. She uses her zombie tracking skills like an absolute badass pro. Most stupid monsters are zero match for her. Today's first catch is this freaky big-mouthed zombie. Once she paralyzed the dude, she sat down and started chowing on her nasty meal. Honestly, it tastes completely gnarly, but zombies do not have many food options. At least her stomach is full now. Now pay attention here. Right after eating, she hears loud gunshots. Two desperate survivors are suddenly facing a massive, hungry horde. The long-haired guy was holding a giant flashlight, and the other dude was carrying a rifle. See that? They cannot move if we blast this bright light on them. Stop wasting our ammo. But there are so many of them around here. I do not care. You just gotta survive until morning. More loud gunshots fired off, making Chun-bok's mom totally cringe. This whole place became zombie central ages ago. How did these dumb humans even get inside this completely ruined zone? One thing was super clear though, that bright flashlight and crazy noise would definitely make the horde way angrier. Honestly, Chun-bok's mom figured this whole human drama was none of her business anyway. If she stepped any closer, she would easily catch a stray bullet straight through her zombie skull. But just before leaving, she spots the cool backpack that long-haired guy is wearing, and boom, that literally changes everything. Let's watch this boss move. That dinky flashlight was zero match for her. She quickly used her badass skills, completely shattering the bulb. All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. That giant dude? Chun-bok's mom totally wrecked him in seconds. Panicking, the blonde guy snatched his buddy's gun and aimed it straight at her. But honestly, in this pitch-black darkness, his aim was absolute garbage anyway. He watched this freakish zombie creeping closer and closer. And dude, she looked way different from your average brain eater. The guy completely lost his cool. Homeboy was literally shaking in his boots, crying like a total baby out of pure terror. Obviously, Chun-bok's mom, a 7-year survivor of this literal nightmare, won that round easily. She casually swiped the backpack off the other dude and strutted away. Meanwhile, not too far away, some other poor survivor was still breathing. This dude was seriously struggling. Zero supplies, zero weapons. His brilliant self-defense plan was literally just hugging a massive rock for dear life. The guy was just desperately trying to hide. But boom, out of nowhere, Chun-bok's mom just materialized. A lethal tentacle whipped out, aiming right for his throat but froze barely a centimeter away. After dramatically gasping for air like a fish, the dude finally chilled out. And then, plot twist, Chun-bok's mom just violently hugged him. Oh my god, is that you? My love. The guy exhaled a massive sigh of relief. I finally found you. Gondon, thank you for coming. Wait, what? You even found my backpack? I've been terrified since those jerks stole it. Oh, so that explains the beatdown. She completely recognized that her husband's stolen backpack was on that long-haired loser. Let's go home, Gondon. As for that long-haired trash, she did not even bother finishing him off personally. With the backpack secured, she totally bailed, leaving him behind as prime monster bait. His buddy was still snoozing on the floor, plus he had 0 flashlights and 0 guns. Obviously, Homeboy became an all-you-can-eat buffet for the bloodthirsty zombies swarming everywhere around him. Being rescued like this totally gave Gondon a flashback to their first meeting, 7 years ago. Back in the day, he was just a solo scavenger lugging a massive backpack. He hit the jackpot that day, somehow scoring a flashlight that actually functioned. Feeling super cocky about his luck, Gondon pushed deeper into the danger zone. Spotting a creepy faint light, he casually strolled right into a ruined building. Sneaking through the pitch-black tunnel, he inched toward the glowing room, totally praying for a snack or some epic loot. Instead, dude stumbled upon a zombie that literally had all 4 limbs sliced clean off. The gross-out factor was off the charts. Assuming another monster did the carving, Gondon smartly decided to nope right out of there. Because anything butchering its own kind is a massive red flag. But right as he tried to bail, a tiny noise stopped him dead in his tracks. It literally sounded like a kid. Sweating bullets for a second, he foolishly chose to turn around and sneak deeper into the freaky room. What he saw next literally broke his brain for a solid minute. Boom! A deadly spear aimed straight at his throat. The monster holding it was practically sweating pure, murderous rage. Now, you and I gotta appreciate this plot twist. The terrifying bloody monster was literally breastfeeding a baby. That blew Gondon's mind. A zombie with actual maternal instincts? Insane. And that wild moment was his official introduction to Chun-bok's mom. Eventually, they became totally obsessed soulmates. That is exactly why little Chun-bok started calling him Papa Gondon, despite having literally 0 shared DNA. In the days after, having a literal monster wife made Gondon's grocery runs incredibly easy. Obviously, they still stumbled into some absolutely garbage situations. Case in point? Being cornered by zombies from every direction while their stupid flashlight just died. Sweetheart, you think you can handle them? Dude desperately begged his zombie wife for a carry, but the enemy spawn rate was just too high. Even a superhero would struggle here. Gondon whipped out his gun to bravely defend his girl, but the literal millisecond she looked away, some nasty creeper from below just wrapped a gross tongue around Gondon's ankle. Thank goodness his monster wife caught him instantly. But honestly, that just turned this mess into a complete disaster. Now they were both awkwardly dangling off a massive rooftop. She was flexing hard to save him, while some bottom feeder yanked him down with absolutely ridiculous strength. Oh no, my leg is gonna get ripped off. What are these gross tentacles? Where did they even come from? Gondon whined out loud as he peeked downward and instantly swallowed his own terrified screams. Because once he finally saw what grabbed him, dude realized this was no basic grunt. Judging by that ridiculous size alone, this absolute unit was a boss-level threat. And honestly, the worst part? That massive freak was completely starving for some fresh human barbecue. Meanwhile, back at the crib, little Chun-bok was just chilling and drawing. But she was totally getting annoyed that her parents were taking forever to come home. In reality, her poor parents were basically fighting a terrifying, sweaty deathmatch. Even with zombie superpowers, Mom's strength was maxing out, and Gondon was literally about to get split like a wishbone. That ugly boss below was pulling with ungodly, horrifying force. While up top, the zombie swarm just kept multiplying. Listen, stick with me, we're about to see if she loses her grip for good. Look, you and I know if she stands there, they are toast. Plus, little Chun-bi is home waiting for his mama. So our zombie mama takes a massive breath, gearing up for the absolute craziest gamble ever. And yep, she just drops off the roof. It takes Gondon a solid second to process this madness. Then, he absolutely screams his lungs out as they plummet. Down below, that nasty cannon zombie has its mouth wide open, just happily waiting for dinner to drop right in. Mid-air, Mama Chun uses her roof-hook tentacle to snatch a random zombie. Then, she literally yeets it down the cannon's throat. Exactly as planned, baby. It clamps its jaws to chew, instantly forcing that gross tongue off of poor Gondon's leg. He lets out a huge sigh of relief. But hey, They are still totally falling. Seeing her wild plan actually work, our zombie mama suddenly gets a huge, epic surge of confidence. Now she just needs to stick the landing, beat the boss, and protect her man. But right as she thinks this, Gondon suddenly yanks her into an insanely tight hug. Turns out, they both had the exact same crazy idea, use their own bodies to protect the other. Hey, at least he has that giant backpack. He figures he can give Mama Chun a slightly softer, totally less bone-breaking landing. Talk about insane luck. They land smack on the giant zombie's ugly face while it is still busy chewing on that flying snack. Because of that gross cushion, they actually get a super gentle landing. Gondon holds her tight, rolling off the monster's face. His entire body is basically screaming in pure agony, but he does not hesitate. He just slings his wife over his shoulder and bolts. But come on, that terrifyingly massive zombie is absolutely not letting its dinner just run away. Honestly, getting used as a landing pad really ticked this ugly boss off. Meanwhile, up on Gondon's shoulder, Mama Chun is absolutely shrieking. Seeing her panic, he tries reassuring her. Just a second, I will put you down. After making some distance, Gondon finally sets his zombie wife down so she can actually run on her own. This zombie mama is still screeching. She is actually trying to scold him, but her vocal cords are ruined. Are you completely insane? I can handle myself. I do not need you jumping in. You think you are tough? You are not a monster like me. You are the father of my child. If you get hurt, yeah, all these furious rants are just happening inside her zombie brain. In reality, when she tries yelling, it is literally just the same wild growls and hisses as every other undead freak. Gondon totally guesses his wife is roasting him, but he does not care. Honey, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere at all? He asks between heavy gasps. If I had been here sooner, this would not have happened. I am so sorry for this mess. Mama Chun is absolutely stunned into silence. All that loud shrieking, completely gone. She just thinks this dude is such a massive fool, eating all that pain, ignoring his own awful injuries just to worry about her. But honestly, she would totally die before letting him get hurt. While our girl desperately tries brainstorming an epic escape plan, boom, a giant claw suddenly punches right through her back. That awful sight nearly makes Gondon let out a totally horrified scream. That zombie boss might be massive, but it is definitely not slow. The big guy already caught right back up to them. All the color instantly drains from Gondon's face. He is absolutely terrified for his wife. Mama Chun insists she is fine, but the cold sweat says otherwise. As the claw pulls back, another zombie wraps its hair around her neck. If these ugly monsters keep clinging onto them like this, there is absolutely zero chance of an escape. Gondon throws his bag down, frantically digging for anything useful. Meanwhile, that gross zombie horde behind them is getting way too excited. Mama Chun is still desperately fighting back with her epic spear-like tentacle, but against these insane numbers, hopeless. Luckily, after a super frantic search, Gondon finally grabs exactly what he needs. A literal grenade. He pulls the pin without a single hesitation and yeets it backward. Boom! A massive explosion totally rocks the block. Gondon sighs in pure relief that the rusty thing worked, then just starts chucking more. The chasing zombies get blown to absolute bits. But the boss is still standing. And honestly, now it looks even more annoyed by all those loud explosions. Gondon is down to his very last grenade. Suddenly, Mama Chun holds out her hand. Huh? You want this thing? You have a plan? Gondon shoots his wife a super skeptical look, but he tosses over their final explosive anyway. Grenade secured. Our girl starts sprinting even faster, blowing right past her man. Behind them, the giant monster completely loses its mind and attacks again. Gondon literally has to dive into the dirt mid-sprint just to dodge those nasty tentacles it hurls at them. Right then, Mama Chun halts, spins around, and pulls the pin herself. Oh my gosh, Gondon screams in panic. What are you doing? It is way too far. That will never work. But right as he thinks she is wasting their last shot, she lines it up like a soccer ball and kicks it. And guys, the sheer force this zombie mama generates is crazy. It sends that grenade flying like a rocket straight back at the beast. So, this giant, brainless monster down there sees her flying in. Thinks it is an easy snack, right? It opens its massive jaw wide. Huge mistake. The grenade sails straight into its mouth and just explodes on cue. Chun-bok's mom lands lightly, turns to the smoking remains, and literally flips it off. Guess being a zombie totally does not cure a bad attitude. Gondon turns, sees that giant monster with its face totally blown off, and he is absolutely pumped. He flashes 2 massive thumbs up and sprints to his amazing wife. Now that is marriage goals, folks. With the trash taken out, they head home, but obviously, they wipe off the guts first, so they do not look totally messy for Chun-bok. The exact second that door opens, Gondon screams, "We are home, Daddy's little girl." They are not even related by blood, but Gondon genuinely adores this awesome kid. Hearing her dad, Chun-bok practically explodes with joy, sprinting to the door. He is back! And look, she finished her homework. They do their usual cute greeting, rubbing cheeks. Chun-bok just keeps bragging about being super good and working totally hard on her lessons. Gondon is beaming with absolute pride. He whips a chocolate bar from his pocket as a sweet little reward. The second she spots that chocolate, Chun-bok looks like she could literally float into the air with pure happiness. Dad is basically the greatest guy ever. She loves him so much. Meanwhile, Mom just watches them, feeling this super deep sense of joy. No matter how insane life gets out there, seeing her little daughter smile completely recharges her batteries. Because of that, Mom made a hardcore promise. No matter what happens, she will absolutely protect this precious family. Dinner was a major upgrade that night. With both parents home, Chun-bok was totally on cloud 9. The kid just could not stop grinning, happily showing off that adorable little missing tooth. She offers Mom a bite, but Mom hesitates. Gondon steps in. Mommy is full, honey. But wait, she has not eaten a single thing. Daddy saw her eat earlier. But how? She has literally never, ever seen her mom eat dinner. These two have zero clue how to explain that Mom is actually a monster who eats the raw flesh of other ugly mutants. Seeing those innocent, sparkling little eyes, Mom gently takes her hand and quickly writes down a few words. Mommy is full. Do not worry and eat well. Chun-bok totally sulks, pulls her hand away, and angrily pops rice into her mouth. You and I know kids are curious. To solve the mystery of what Mom actually eats, Chun-bok decides to run some sneaky experiments. On the very first day, she brings Mom a sweet cookie. In this apocalyptic hellscape, simple snacks like cookies are straight-up priceless treasures. She wanted to give her mom the whole thing, but temptation won. So, she snapped it in half, sliding Mom the super tiny piece. Still, that massive craving is plastered all over her face. Mommy hates these. You take it, her mom explains. Waiting for exactly that, the kid shoves both halves right into her mouth. She completely forgot her super secret spy mission to watch Mom eat. The very next day, Chun-bok pesters Mom again, offering up some raw, crunchy instant noodles. Day 3? A whole cake. Honestly, this endless pestering is seriously starting to burn out the patience of the most chill mom on earth. Mom lets out a low growl. Her true zombie instincts flare up. She grabs her daughter's hand and just starts aggressively scribbling on it. Stop bothering me. Can you not see I am cleaning? I literally told you I am not hungry, so why do you keep doing this? Knock it off, Chun-bok. Or do you seriously just enjoy annoying me this much right now? Chun-bok is completely terrified by her mom snapping. She instantly bursts into loud tears, crying, "No, I am just really worried about you. I have literally never seen you eat. I thought you were starving, so I just wanted to share my snacks. I am so sorry, Mommy." Seeing those big tears, Mom feels like absolute garbage for losing her temper. Her hand is completely shaking as she prepares to write another apology on Chun-bok's tiny palm. She was finally going to be honest. But then, drip. Chun-bok gets a nosebleed. That one drop of fresh blood instantly awakens her terrifying, pure, bloodthirsty zombie instincts. The moment Gondon finally checks on his daughter, she is standing totally alone, looking dazed, blood dripping down. Chun-bok, did Mom leave? Yeah, she ran out super fast. Whoa, hold up, your nose is bleeding. While Dad is doing first aid, Mom is out in the wild city, absolutely massacring her own undead kind. Her fighting style? Incredibly brutal. Way more savage than her usual little hunts. She wants nothing more than to rip these guys to shreds, just feeding that insane, burning bloodlust inside. She is horribly stuck between two thoughts. One screams she is a mother. The other whispers how delicious her kid looks. Dark, right? Listen closely. Her love is massive, but she has been a monster for 7 years. Her own daughter's fresh blood just woke up her most terrifying, deadly zombie instincts. Let's watch this mess unfold. She was barely holding it together. One job, protect her kid. Don't eat the family. Simple, right? Except that sweet scent of blood and her daughter's tender flesh? Yeah, it was driving this zombie mom completely out of her mind. She literally wanted to snack on her own child. Chun-bok's mom was in pure agony, her head practically ready to explode. It took until midnight for her to finally chill out and head home. But that freaky loss of control? It had her tossing and turning the entire freaking night. Talk about a brutal wake-up call. From now on, she had to be way more careful, yes, even around her own flesh and blood daughter. Sleep well, Chun-bok. I swear, I am going to protect you for your entire life. Morning hits. Gondon was up bright and early, gearing up for his next hunt and just hoping today's trip wouldn't be a total waste of time. Before leaving, he explicitly told his kid not to wake up Mom, because apparently, infected zombies seriously need their daytime beauty sleep. Click. The second that door shut, a super sly smile crept across Chun-bok's face. Oh yeah, this sneaky kid had been plotting this escape forever. Today was the absolute perfect chance. Dad is hunting, Mom is dead to the world. Chun-bok slapped on a tiny backpack, grabbed a shovel, and bounced right out the door. The whole bleak, lifeless apocalypse right outside her apartment? It seriously did not faze this tiny rebel at all. Honestly, Chun-bok was just happily exploring everything, stopping to carefully inspect any random trash that looked even remotely weird. Just copying her dad, hunting for some epic loot or maybe a decent snack. Those tiny little hands got right down to business in the dirt. She kept on digging, and crazy enough, it totally paid off. Her epic first score, 3 pieces of actual candy, still wrapped up tight. Staring at those 3 little candies, she pictured her happy family of 3, everyone getting a sweet treat. Her parents were definitely going to think she was a genius. Honestly, just thinking about that praise was enough to make Chun-bok smile like a total goofy kid ear to ear. Wait a minute, I should give one to Higa too. I really hope she likes it. So off she ran, super hyped to find more junk, completely clueless that 2 totally sketchy strangers were watching her every single step. They were packing weapons, and their stare was seriously creepy. Yeah, it was super obvious these 2 dirtbags had zero good intentions for our tiny scavenger. Talk about insane luck. I never thought in a million years we would find a fresh little kid wandering out here. She is probably with her folks. If so, we could score a massive ransom payout. We need to grab that brat, no matter what it takes. But what if her parents dumped her, or she is totally alone? Simple, I will just strip her of every single thing she has. You are thinking way too small, you idiot. The woman just laughed, her twisted smile slowly morphing into something straight up demonic. Because little kids like Chun-bok are basically an ultra-rare drop in this apocalyptic hellscape. She was already plotting to pawn the kid off to cannibals for top dollar. Fresh child meat? An absolute delicacy those psycho flesh addicts would pay anything for. Greed confirmed. The 2 twisted scavengers started closing in on clueless little Chun-bok. They literally stomped over, zero stealth involved, figuring a tiny kid could not even throw a punch anyway. Both creeps had their weapons drawn and ready to strike. If they grabbed her, she stood absolutely zero chance of fighting back. But stick with me here, because a massive plot twist is coming. A third person just crashed the party fourth, if you count our tiny hero. This newcomer moved like a literal ghost, dead silent, gripping a wicked little hatchet in one hand. While their greedy eyes stayed glued to the kid, the phantom struck from behind, slamming that masked loser straight into the dirt. The psycho woman just froze for 2 solid seconds, her wide eyes snapping from her trashed partner up to the new attacker. Who the hell are you anyway? We have never seen your stupid face. Do you even know who you are messing with? She screamed the threat, but got absolute silence back. Instead, this phantom just started slowly walking straight at her. An insane, heavy-killing aura was radiating off them. You didn't need to be a genius to realize this silent killer was 100% ready to drop her. Come on, seriously, are you her guardian or something? Look, we have not even laid a finger on the brat yet. Whatever, I am done stalling. Hold her down tight right now. Her cocky voice suddenly cracked into a desperate, high-pitched scream. The phantom actually fell for it, expecting a rear ambush. They snapped their head back, and she jumped on that tiny window. She lunged hard, swinging her weapon for a massive one-shot kill. But surprised before that spiked bat even dropped, her own throat was instantly sliced wide open. Boom. And just like that, she was forcefully reunited with her masked buddy in the afterlife. That brutal little clash made a ton of noise. Honestly, you would have to be completely deaf to miss that racket. Our kid's hearing was top-notch. She smelled trouble immediately and ducked into a corner. But yikes, those heavy adult footsteps were just getting louder and closer. Eventually, the blood-soaked stranger uncovered Chun-bok's hiding spot. Found you. A second prior, this kid was paralyzed, barely breathing, but the moment that familiar voice dropped, her tense little face completely relaxed. Higa, what are you doing out here? But before she could answer, you guessed it, a freaky zombie suddenly crashed the scene. Alright, Hya has to skip the sisterly bonding and crush the immediate threat first. With that handled, Hya shoots Chun-bok a glare cold enough to freeze absolute fire. Quote, didn't I tell you? Always check the dark corners before you just waltz in. Why are you out here? Where is mom? The kid mumbles. But honestly, one look is enough. This little brat completely snuck out all on her own. And for that genius move, she earns a massive throbbing bump right on her skull. Hya literally drags her all the way home, forcing her to scream the safety laws. Rubbing that giant welt on her head, a super salty Chun-bok starts rattling off rules. Rule 1. Check for monsters before entering the dark. Rule 2. Bring a flashlight, or a weapon. Rule 3. Ignore weird noises. Rule 4. Absolutely no following strangers. Only mom, dad, and sister Hya. Final rule. Do not go outside alone. Yep, the kid memorized every single one, then broke them on purpose. Hya is just caught between being helpless and incredibly furious. While Hya totally goes off on her, Chun-bok stays completely quiet. That ridiculous scrunched face is her only protest. But she totally knows Hya is just trying to keep her safe. I have been telling you this for a solid year. Follow the rules until you are officially grown. More importantly, you are in massive trouble if the wrong people trail you. Do not ever pull this stunt again, or else. Chun-bok trembles, daring to interrupt, which honestly just makes Hya insanely mad. What did you just say? The kid swallows hard. To this tiny kid, witnessing Sister Hya go full rage mode is absolutely terrifying. Even with her tiny hand shaking in that iron grip, Chun-bok tries explaining herself. But I know this place so well. Nothing bad was actually going to happen. Plus, I am a big girl now, so going out is fine. I am big enough. You cannot stop me. Hya just stares at this incredibly tiny child, maybe 3 apples tall, delivering this ridiculously grand speech. Not amused at all, just way more annoyed. One look at Hya's face instantly crushes Chun-bok's big, brave rebellion. The kid braces for a major spanking, but instead, Hya snaps. Fine, you are so incredibly grown up, go do whatever you want. This comeback is so completely wild, the kid can barely even believe her own 2 ears. Listen to this. Hya adds that since she is such a big girl, they are visiting a place where actual adults go. Hearing the word adult, Chun-bok's eyes literally light up like stars. She expects a fun trip, but bam. Hya tosses her straight into a totally pitch-black space. So insanely dark, she cannot even see the 10 tiny fingers right in front of her face. And honestly, the smell is just foul. Her attitude flips instantly. She wants to go home right now. This place is absolutely revolting. But turning around, Hya is completely gone. She can hear the voice, sure, but her sister's actual presence is just nowhere to be found. Pure panic officially sets in right here. Hya, stop messing around. I am actually scared. You wanted this. You are a big girl, so you are not scared, right? Oh, I totally forgot to mention, monsters absolutely love hanging out in dark spots like this. Yet adults keep coming back down here. Because this is where the really valuable loot drops, which is why it is completely packed with brutal, bloody fights. The more Hya talks, the more massive goosebumps crawl across her skin. This utter, suffocating darkness makes her hearing painfully, terrifyingly sharp. Her brain starts playing wild tricks. She swears something is moving up ahead. Backing up on pure instinct, she promptly slips and crashes down hard. Her hand lands right in something sticky and completely foul. Bringing it closer, pure horror hits her. It is literal blood. Then Hya casually drops this brutal gem. I have never seen one adult survive this, and that is when her mental defense totally shatters. She starts bawling her eyes out, screaming apologies and begging to just get out alive. Screaming at the top of her lungs, she officially resigns from being a grown-up. Home, please, now. Suddenly, heavy growls echo through the dark. The kid freezes completely solid. Literally, the only things moving right now are the massive tears streaming down. You and I agree, Hya's teaching methods are definitely violently traumatizing. But honestly, it gives this kid a brutally direct picture of the absolute hell their parents face every single day just to grab food. Sneaking out suddenly looks incredibly foolish. Right now, all she can possibly do is slam both hands over her ears to block those terrifying growls. She literally cries until her tiny throat goes raw, totally shocked her sister could be this brutally cruel. Right when she thinks she is dead meat, Hya's voice cuts through the black. Pretty scary, right? It is super dark and it completely reeks. And you just want to go home. Memorize this exact feeling, because this is where adults go. Honestly, even they are completely terrified of this place. But to survive, they have zero choice. Remember what you felt today, and never pull a stunt like this again. Then Hya steps out like a literal godsend, her hand reaching forward. Zero hesitation. Chun-bok just launches herself forward, clinging on for dear life, terrified she might get left behind in the dark all over again. Alright, picture this. Walking away hand in hand, totally ignoring those groaning undead losers. H drops Chun-bok at her courtyard, but stops right there. End of the line. Why? Because Chun-bok's parents had zero clue H even existed. Classic. The kid tried spilling the beans constantly, but H kept a lid on it. Strictly top secret stuff. Wiping her very snotty nose, the kid sees H leaving and goes, "Yo H, get over here and sit down for a sec." H thinks she's getting a cute little goodbye gift, so she actually kneels down. Big mistake. Boom. Out of absolutely nowhere, this tiny kid winds up and smacks H square in the forehead. Payback for making her cry, apparently. H just sits there frozen, totally stunned by the world's weakest sneak attack. Hilarious. Then the kid pops open her palm. Pink candy. Found this all by myself, she flexes. Anyway, I'm out. Peace. As the pipsqueak vanishes upstairs, H just stares at that candy and actually cracks a smile. Okay, that weak punch stung a little. This kid is definitely going to grow up to be an absolute menace. Meanwhile, Chun-bok gets to her door, struggling on her tiptoes just to reach the knob. But wait, something's wrong. What happened to my finger? Flashback time. Their crazy fated connection started one freezing winter. Back in the day, our tiny hero was out scavenging for survival gear with her parents, and boom, she trips right over H, slumped in a corner, basically a human popsicle under all that thick snow. But clueless little Chun-bok wasn't scared of strangers. Plus, let's be real, H looked completely pathetic. So the kid starts asking annoying questions. H's reaction? Yeah, not exactly winning any friendliness awards today. H wanted this brat gone, as soon as possible. Sadly for her, she just met a kid who literally cannot read a room. Even after getting told to scram, Chun-bok stays, grabs H's nasty frostbitten hand, and actually blows warm air on it. Now, patience is definitely not H's superpower. Her other hand was already up, ready to strike, ready to absolutely throw this kid. But then, the girl presses H's bloody hand to her own cheek, smiling like an innocent angel. Is it warmer now? Let me heat that up for you right now. H's raised hand completely freezes. A single dramatic tear rolls down her face. And that's where the memory just cuts off. What H totally missed was the aftermath. When Chun-bok got home, her fingertip had turned this nasty, dark purple-black color. And as you and I can guess, her parents went into absolute, full-blown panic mode. That exact same day, they sprinted out and ransacked literally every pharmacy around, totally desperate to save their little girl's finger. Cut to today, the sky is completely choked with dark clouds, blocking the sun so those ugly monsters can just roam free. Gondon and Mom are stuck in a ruined pharmacy. But honestly, the zombies outside are a joke compared to her daughter's weird infection. Gondon tells his wife to just chill for a second. But the moment he drops the R word, her shoulders start violently shaking. Rest? How could I possibly do that right now? How can I chill when Chun-bok's finger looks like that? What if she literally loses it? What am I supposed to do? These awful questions just keep hammering her, basically making her head explode. She can't fix it, and the guilt is eating her alive. Please, Gondon begs, don't beat yourself up over this mess. We'll find a fix. Just rest for a minute. Gondon tries playing the comforting husband, but it's a total fail. Mom just shakes her head. In her mind, every single minute she rests means another minute of pure agony for her kid. Watching her like this is completely destroying Gondon, but they really can't keep doing this pointless routine. Wandering aimlessly? Pointless. 0 meds, 0 supplies left, and they've already looted every single hospital and pharmacy in town. Just burning time. So, Gondon pitches a wild idea they should hit up the Village of Hope. Rumor says there's a genius doctor there. Honestly, it's literally their last and only shot at this. One tiny issue, though. The entry fee is insane. They only take super rare, ultra-valuable loot at the gates. And right now, this family is completely broke on rare loot. While Gondon is having a meltdown, Mom quietly traces some words into his palm. She's heading to the pit village. The second it clicks, Gondon freaks out. Are you insane? That place is a literal monster death trap. It's suicide. I'll be fine. She traces back like a total badass. Those monsters are basically nothing. Look, no matter how crazy dangerous that pit village is, it's a massive gamble she is 100% taking. Why? Because the zombie hordes completely blocked it off. All that sweet, life-saving loot, still sitting there, totally untouched. All right, you and I are diving into pure chaos. Chun-bok's mom insists on flying solo, knowing this deadly route perfectly. Gondon? He has never seen the dungeon village, plus he is just a human. Compared to his monster wife, his combat power is basically 0. He would literally be dead weight here. Gondon totally knows it, but he still absolutely hates watching her march toward Dungeon Village alone. Because hitting that village means practically guaranteeing a run-in with the Master of Dungeon C. And trust me, that thing is a horrifying three-eyed freak. After some heavy arguing, Mom finally forces Gondon to stay behind and play babysitter for their little troublemaker. He begs her to come back safe, frantically digging through his massive backpack for supplies. He just wants to hand over a flashlight and survival gear. But the second he zips that bag open, they both freeze in absolute shock. Because little Chun-bok is fast asleep right inside it. Seriously? Classic anime logic. Chun-bok blinks awake, immediately catching her mom's absolute death glare. Before she can even squeak out an excuse, bam! A massive bonk on the head. Now it is Dad's turn to lose it. He literally told this kid 100 times to stay locked inside the house today. Because when those creepy black clouds roll in, monsters just casually stroll around outside in broad daylight. He scolds her. What if she got eaten? Does she not trust her own parents? He threatens to just leave her out there. First Hera chews her out, and now she is getting a massive earful from Mom and Dad. Chun-bok knows the drill. Down on her knees, head bowed, hands raised high in the air to take her punishment like a pro. Gondon plays official translator, turning mom's terrifying growls into English for their kid. Honestly, he is pretty furious too. But giving a timeout in a monster zone? Bad idea. So, after a super long lecture, Mom orders Gondon to drag the kid home, finally kicking off her solo grind toward the dungeon village, alone at last. Watching her family actually split up sends Chun-bok into an absolute full-blown meltdown. Terrified her mom is still furious, she grabs her shirt for dear life, begging to tag along. Her mom? She just turns around and lets out a terrifying growl. Gondon rushes in to peel his daughter off. But this little gremlin is stickier than superglue. After Hera's little horror lesson, the kid finally realizes just how insanely dangerous Mom's destination actually is. She gets it now. And the worst part? Mom is going for her sake. Chun-bok hates watching her risk her life just for her. She just wants family dinner at home. But Mom knows her daughter's playbook perfectly. If she stays one more second, those waterworks will completely ruin her resolve. The second she pulls away and walks off, Chun-bok just starts absolutely wailing. If Gondon did not hold her back, she totally would have sprinted after her. He reminds her how crazy strong Mom is. Dad promises she will be back soon. But Chun-bok cries that it is her fault. She absolutely refuses to put Mom in that kind of danger. He begs her to trust Mom and just head back home already. Simple plan. Gondon is completely ready to walk her home. But suddenly, his stomach stages a violent loud protest. Out of options, Dad tells the kid to stay put while he frantically searches for a bathroom facility. He never expected his obedient kid to instantly vanish the second he left. Chun-bok cannot forget that horrifying dark space Hera showed her. She refuses to let Mom suffer through that. Meanwhile, Mom is not exactly having a fun stroll either. The image of her crying kid begging her to stay just keeps looping in her head constantly. She cannot shake the guilt. Thankfully, she blends right into the monster horde, triggering zero aggro from the freaks around her. Honestly, she should have easily cruised right into the dungeon village without a single scratch. Now, you and I need to watch closely. The entire zombie horde suddenly snaps their heads back. Mom turns around and sees a weird cardboard box right behind her. The monsters start drooling over the fresh food smell, chattering in their weird, creepy language. And Mom? She is instantly getting a very, very bad feeling about this box. Suddenly, the most ridiculously fake monster growls start echoing from inside that ridiculous cardboard box. It is absolutely a human trying to fake monster sounds. Once the mob confirms it is definitely fresh meat hiding in there, the zombies completely lose their minds, charging forward to rip the mystery snack to absolute shreds. They want a bite, but when they rip the box apart, just empty, scattered pieces of paper. Mom's tentacles had already snatched Chun-bok high into the air. The kid drops into her arms, while a furious monster mob surrounds them completely. So much for peacefully cruising to the dungeon village. That sneaky plan is officially out the window, because now she has to escape this massive monster mob while holding her little menace. When will she ever learn? You and I know Mom is absolutely raging. Why follow her again? Where is Dad? Her patience is completely gone. Look guys, the zombie swarm here is absolutely nuts. Chun-bok's mom is basically fighting a two-front war, slaughtering freaks while guarding her kid. She was hardcore obsessed with keeping her daughter perfectly safe. And honestly, it looks like the universe actually got the memo. Just like that, the gloomy clouds part. A tiny ray of sunlight peeks through, throwing the zombies into super slow motion mode. A bunch of them completely tap out. But that building straight ahead? Yeah, it was still a massive, super ugly monster convention. So yeah, dragging little Chun-bok back inside was definitely off the table right now. Instead, she grabs her kid and bolts for the prison cellar while the zombies take their forced sun nap. It was literally now or never, guys. But obviously, because life absolutely sucks, one of those weird freaks slashes her with razor-sharp claws. Blood sprays everywhere. Chun-bok starts screaming for her. But Mom? She just grits her teeth, completely swallowing the pain. Being part monster means pain is whatever. The real trash part is that this stupid zombie totally found her weak spot. Carrying her kid meant her hands were tied, so the ugly thing just kept relentlessly hacking away at her. Her back is getting absolutely shredded. The beating only stops when an axe randomly buries itself deep into the zombie's skull. Mom glances back, completely shook. But seriously, she had zero time to question a raining axe. This was their VIP ticket to ditch this mess, hit the cellar, and score some temporary safety. Meanwhile, Gondon gasps for air, watching them vanish inside while creepy zombie groans echo from the dark. Voices try luring him in. One offers a drink, another creeps on his mom's job. He just clenches his jaw, angrily cursing his own stupidity. Gondon clutches his head hard. What an absolute colossal idiot. Leaving the kid alone just to take a leak? Huge mistake. How do you lose a child over a bathroom break? Meanwhile, H brutally yanks her axe right out of that zombie's cracked skull. She stalks closer while Gondon drowns in epic self-pity, whining about how he doesn't even deserve to breathe. Catching her shadow, Gondon whips around, completely freaked out to find H standing right over his shoulder. Looking absolutely terrified, he immediately screams, "Who are you?" And H? She replies by swinging an axe straight at his face. Zero answers, just pure violence. Anyway, you and I need to cut back to our badass mother-daughter survival duo. Mom immediately drops the heavy lecture. Why did you follow me? How many times do I have to tell you it is dangerous? She grabs Chun-bok's hand, painfully spelling each word onto her palm. I told you to stay with Dad. You are not well. Do you have any idea how much I freaked out? If you ever pull this again, you are in massive trouble. She tries so hard to get this through to Chun-bok, but then she completely freezes in absolute shock, because the kid literally takes her hand and writes, I was scared. Mom was instantly confused about what she even meant. The little girl explains, I hate seeing you hurt. I know you and Dad have always done absolutely everything for me. At this point, the kid starts flashing back to watching both her parents get totally wrecked right in front of her. How they desperately tried patching up each other's nasty wounds, whispering fake encouragement to just stay strong. With a super shaky hand, the kid writes, I know you are in pain. I never want you to hurt anymore. Mom, please let me help when you are hurt. Tears are literally pouring down Chun-bok's face, so I am staying with you. Mom stares at her kid, totally mind blown. Her tough exterior just completely melts as she lets out a super heavy sigh. She pulls her into a tight hug. You silly, incredibly difficult kid. Soon after, more ugly zombies start shuffling right back inside. Striding straight into the crowd, she signals, just stay there a bit longer. Understand? I promise to protect you. Her eyes blaze fiercely, until we escape this awful place. Mom casually walks among the brain-dead zombies, trying her absolute hardest to hide the kid. Turns out, little Chun-bok is hiding right under her coat, clinging tightly to Mom's stomach for dear life as she walks. Wow, this is way easier than I thought. We can actually reach the exit. Hang tight, Chun-bok. The little girl whimpers in pure fear. Seeing this, Mom gently reassures her. Careful now, we definitely do not want to bump into any of these gross freaks. We must be super cautious. But then, this insanely bizarre monster just randomly spawns right directly behind Chun-bok's mom. She immediately tenses up, dropping a cold sweat. She hypes herself down. Do not panic. Stand totally still. Do not provoke it. If I move, Chun-bok is in serious danger. Suddenly, these creepy black tendrils start snaking right up her thighs. They completely wrap around her stomach, literally the exact spot her daughter is hiding inside. Mom's eyes scream pure stress as a gross tongue slithers near her back. Do not react, she desperately tells herself right now. The gross tongue slowly retracts. Okay, it is loosening. Stick with me, guys. We are about to see if she makes it out. Suddenly, the creep laughs like an actual human. Your efforts are useless. Hearing that, Chun-bok's mom had a literal heart attack. She quickly whipped around to look. But behind her? Just a couple of brain-dead zombies. She was totally baffled. It vanished. But when? What even was that thing? She checked everywhere, totally mind-blown how it vanished in a literal blink of an eye. Seriously, what in the world just happened here? Okay, deep breaths. It was gone, so she really needed to focus on ditching this crazy place. She steeled her nerves and frantically scanned for an exit. Boom! Right then, a massive screen-filling hand slammed into view. She just stared up at it, completely stunned, brain totally buffering at what was happening. That giant hand immediately smashed down. Luckily, Mom's reflexes were insane, and she dodged it. She just watched, still trying to process this absolute chaos. Not stopping there, the giant hand literally scooped up a whole squad of zombies at once, just dragging them straight into the dark. Yeah, she got it instantly. That's the dungeon master! And then, the second hand popped out of nowhere, rushing straight for her face. Sensing the absolute danger, Chun-bok's mom straight up dove into the zombie horde to hide. Damn it! These ugly monsters made moving impossible, and she really had to escape fast. She nervously clutched her little daughter tight inside her coat. No use. Chun-bok. The dungeon master's giant hand swiped down with zero hesitation, ready to absolutely crush her flat. R.I.P. her luck. She got caught. And to make this nightmare even worse, Chun-bok was thrown from her arms, totally separated from her mom. The little girl immediately realized what happened and looked back in absolute terror. But hey, a mother's love is a ridiculously insane power buff. Even while struggling against that giant hand, Mom still pushed through to shout a message to her kid. Chun-bok, you need to listen. Hearing that in this absolutely hopeless situation, the little girl just couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Finally, burning through what literally looked like her last drop of HP, her mom screamed for her to just run. Chun-bok, trembling and crying, really hated leaving her behind. But she had to listen. She turned away, sobbing hard as she ran toward the light. Back in the dark, the dungeon master's demonic eyes practically glowed. She squeezed those trapped zombies tight, completely ignoring their pathetic, squishy screams. Meanwhile, Mom struggled desperately to break free. The veins on her hand literally popped out from the insane effort. Mom bared her sharp teeth like a boss. Drenched in sweat, she focused every single ounce of her crazy power straight into her arm. Her face screamed pure murder mode as she yelled, "You stupid freaking monster! Why won't you just let me go?" Bam! She slammed her fist right into the dungeon master's giant hand. The boss looked totally deadpan, except for one tiny eye twitch, before finally dropping the zombies. Mom's hand shook like crazy. "Come on, I have to find Chun-bok right now." She got her cool back, landed lightly, and then straight up blasted off like a bullet. She was hunting for her kid, praying she was actually safe. Now, stick with me here. Elsewhere, bodies littered the floor. Skinny feet stepped carefully around the mess, creeping toward two sprawled-out corpses. The dungeon master totally ignored them, literally stepping right over the bodies. Her mind was locked onto one single goal, her own little daughter. One of the dungeon master's massive eyes glowed with a sick demonic light, just repeating one creepy question on loop. "Where are you?" Meanwhile, in another totally cursed part of this dungeon, little Chun-bok was sprinting as fast as her tiny legs could actually go. The only things you could hear were her frantic footsteps and those super desperate, ragged breaths. Boom! Out of nowhere, a massive foot slammed down right behind her. Some giant zombie, completely wrapped in a nasty mess of tentacles. They were hunting Chun-bok, who was literally bawling her eyes out now. But sprinting that fast, she ended up twisting her ankle. The poor kid lost her balance and totally wiped out. That zombie bared its nasty teeth, making Chun-bok panic even harder. But wait, out of nowhere, a second zombie spawned and literally crushed the first guy's face in. Nasty blood sprayed absolutely everywhere. The kid just watched that whole gory horror scene play out. Terrified out of her mind, she could only sit there and scream hopelessly. All the other zombies just stood around gawking, too scared to even move. And then, that new monster locked its sights right on her. Chun-bok's eyes went insanely wide with pure terror. The thing just grabbed her by the shirt, effortlessly hoisting her way up into the air. But then, plot twist. The zombie dropped her back to the dirt. It slowly reached out, poking her with its totally blood-soaked claws. The little girl screamed her lungs out, praying like crazy for her mom to come save the day. Poor kid was so scared she actually wet herself. "This ugly monster is right here. Mom, I'm terrified." But the zombie just tilted its head up, then glared down at her with pure, mocking contempt. It opened its gross mouth wide, totally ready to swallow her in one bite. But then it just froze, like it sensed some insane boss energy approaching. That whole crowd of gawking zombies totally felt the danger too. They all scrambled to escape, totally shocking the little girl. Chun-bok just sat there staring, completely confused about what was actually happening now. She took a deep breath to check the vibe. Chun-bok instantly covered her nose. "Seriously, what is that awful smell?" It was absolutely disgusting. "Seriously, what is that thing?" Suddenly, an arm shot right out of nowhere and totally grabbed her. It dragged her across the dirt, dropping 2 lollipops from her pocket. And guys, the world went dead silent. Just the super creepy sound of footsteps left. Alright, you and I are diving into absolute chaos. The dungeon kid yanks her back to play, but Chun-bok only cares about her dropped candy. But this little punk actually snatches it, right under her nose. She spins around, glaring at the dungeon kid with total, absolute confusion. His freaky long arm holds the prize. The tiny thief inspects her candy like it is some ancient, priceless artifact. Chun-bok begs him, "Please, give that back. It is for my parents. I found it all by myself." Silence. He gives her a totally dead stare, glances at Chun-bok, and then literally pops the candy right into his mouth. And just like that, our girl freezes solid. 1 second later, the waterworks completely erupt. She saved that gift for her parents. But this dungeon brat does not care, happily munching away on his stolen loot. That is it. She launches at him, slugging his face. Chun-bok pinches his cheeks, fighting for the candy. Oh, but he fights back. He pinches her right back. These two are throwing down, neither one giving up an inch. She wants that candy back, period. He grabs her head, but she goes totally wild, prying his weird jaws open. Chun-bok swings at his face. "Let me go, taste the thunderous punch of Chun-bok." Even rocking a bloody nose, the dungeon boss kid somehow finds the crazy strength to fight back. So she straight up chomps his head. That finally does it. The kid gives up and bolts away. Her face is swollen. Her hair is ruined, crying from the pain, yet she somehow still looks incredibly smug about it. "You should never mess with me. Those candies belong to my parents. Oh right, zombies are totally watching this. They stare at Chun-bok like she is insane. One zombie actually lets out a horrified shriek, looking completely terrified of her. The horde hesitates, stumbling close. Then Chun-bok just goes, "Achoo!" and the entire zombie squad turns and runs for their undead lives. She casually wipes her nose. Just watching this crowd of absolute idiots scramble away fast. Those zombies looked at her like she was a demon god. Meanwhile, a little snot just drips from Chun-bok's nose. Suddenly, a foul smell hits her. It is the dungeon kid behind her. She realizes the awful stench is actually his. Here we go again. One wants out, the other wants to play. But then Chun-bok feels something really strange happen. It is his smell. It actually makes her fearless. Packed with this crazy new courage, she marches off. Wait for me, Mom. Chun-bok arrives on the scene, and right on cue, a totally bone-chilling voice makes her jump out of her skin. I see. Chun. Yep, that is the smell of the dungeon baby's owner, all right. The voice completely paralyzes her. Pure terror keeps Chun-bok from even twitching. Turning around slowly, she finds two absolute freaks in Chagun. They are staring at her like she is a walking Happy Meal. This insanely creepy entrance leaves Chun-bok so horrified that she cannot even manage a scream. Chagun points out the obvious: she is human. The other monster, Gion, is just totally thrilled because our girl looks absolutely delicious. Facing two literal monsters, Chun-bok just sits there while they toy with her. This kid has probably been around other children. These cheeks are so soft, but how did she get here? Chun suggests they should probably just drag the kid along. Gion loves the idea, a walking snack. Trembling with fear, Chun-bok starts pleading hard. Please, I still have to find my mom. Let me go. For 1 second, Gion actually looks sympathetic. Almost. Then she coldly claims she does not have any other choice here. So how about I just become your new mom, little Chun-bok? No, thank you. Her rejection is absolutely instant. Gion fully leans into the creepy mom routine. Now, are you talking back to your mother? That shuts her up fast, sweating bullets. Chaegun cuts in, demanding they take the kid to their father. But Gion totally wants to keep this new toy for herself. He reminds her why they are even here, to help their dear old dad finally eat the local dungeon master. Gion is not giving up easily. Fine, whatever. At least let me have one of her arms. Chagun says no, but watch this, his drool totally gives him away. He looks at Chun-bok. You know, maybe we eat first and ask Dad for forgiveness later? Their hungry monster eyes lock onto Chun-bok, who is now shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. Our girl can only pray as they gear up for a bite. All she wants right now is her actual mom. Looking like fresh meat on the menu, her pure desperation sparks a sudden burst of wild courage. It is time to gamble everything. She opens her mouth to speak, her absolutely brilliant, last-ditch survival plan fully formed. Suddenly, she whips her head and yells in shock, "Is that you, Mom?" And like absolute fools, both Chun and Jason turn to look. In that split second, Chun-bok is gone, running for her life. The freaks just stand there, silently watching their dinner sprint away. You know, she is so useless it is almost cute. And with that, they chase her, refusing to give up their snack. So what do you and I learn here? Two flesh-hungry monsters just found new motivation, starting a deadly game of tag with Chun-bok. All right, stick with me here. This kid's running on pure adrenaline, just trying to survive. Her two creepiest fans are chasing her, until Chaegun spots a major roadblock ahead. Yep, he slams the brakes. Why? Oh, just a completely casual zombie horde popping up out of nowhere to play traffic cop. Standard stuff. So a totally terrified Chun-bok makes the genius choice to sprint straight into the zombies. Fantastic plan. Crying her eyes out, she looks back. Chun and Gion are right there, raising their giant stabby weapon things. This psycho just starts slicing through the zombie wall like butter. Not wanting to miss out, Gion joins the absolute bloodbath, dicing them to pieces. Chun-bok is seriously out of time. She needs to find her mom, like right now. Meanwhile, these two lunatics are playing zombie fruit ninja, fighting for the ultimate kid prize. So Chun-bok hits the panic button again, sprinting away from the madness. Smart move, honestly. Gion takes her shot, whipping that gross tail right at our girl. Absolute nightmare fuel, flying straight toward Chun-bok's totally horrified face. And then she trips and falls. Honestly, the luckiest faceplant of her entire life, because it totally saves her. The tail violently skewers some random zombie instead. Gion glares at it, absolutely furious that she missed her main target. Dodging literal death, Chun-bok takes off running. She finally finds this dark, creepy corner to just breathe and seriously rethink every single choice that led here. Just Chun-bok, completely totally alone. Her brain replays the whole horror movie scene, and yeah, it is terrifying. Bring on the tears and a totally new level of absolute panic. But she keeps moving, whispering for her mom, Gondon. And then some voice drops the most unhinged, serial killer style, "Don't worry," right behind her. Chun-bok almost jumps right out of her skin. Turns out, the creep show himself, Gion, has been stalking her the entire time. He leans in with this insanely creepy voice. "We are going to be your family. Hide and seek is officially done. Now, come here." His hand creeps right toward her. Crying her eyes out, she begs him to stop, just wanting to go back home. All right, watch this insane pivot. Red, freaky veins pop out on her hand. It looks totally hopeless. But Chun-bok swings hard with absolutely everything she has. And check this out. Her tiny hand actually deals damage. His whole hand gets completely shredded right in the middle of grabbing her. A massive blood spray proves it. Gion is super confused. Like, what exactly just sliced him open? Then Gion figures out something is seriously messed up. His eyes bulge out, staring blankly at the massive cut across his hand. And then the psycho starts screaming. The creepy wound on his palm is getting bigger, and absolute agony is completely taking over his body. "My hand is on fire! What did you do, you little monster?" Chun-bok has zero clue. Then she sees her thumb rocking a wicked sharp black nail. So that crazy new power just saved her life. Meanwhile, Gion is somewhere else, casually snacking on something super bloody. Strutting around, she talks to herself. So what now? Where the heck even am I? And where did that total loser Chun go? Did he seriously ditch me to eat that kid all by himself? I wanted the first bite. Her skin just looks so insanely soft. I never knew kid skin was this delicate. She gets way too hyped up just picturing Chun-bok crying her totally terrified eyes out. Then she holds up 2 fingers. Gion takes this massive, creepy sniff and smiles like a total maniac. I really want to taste. Her smell is still on my hand. Then she literally licks her fingers, which is just foul. Now where is that little brat hiding? Oh, my sweet little Chun-bok. Suddenly, a random hand grabs her shoulder. She looks back, and surprise, it is Chun-bok's mom, looking incredibly mad. Gion just hits her with a totally blank stare. Yeah, she literally has no idea who this angry woman even is. Back over here, Gion is just screaming curses at Chun-bok. She is frozen by his unhinged freakout, crying and saying she did not mean to. He is yelling in agony, totally losing his mind. He swings his weapon like a crazy person. Chun-bok flinches, but plot twist, he chops off his own arm, which obviously leaves our girl extremely shocked and confused. Like, what is actually happening right now? Gion's severed arm smacks the floor, followed immediately by a brand new round of his totally creative cursing. Panting super heavily, Gion snarls, "I am going to chew you alive. I swear it. It will honestly bother me forever if I do not." He keeps ranting. "I will grind your hand to dust." Suddenly, freaky tentacles wrap around his stump with a gross crunch and another scream. This completely messed up scene has Chun-bok trembling like crazy. And yeah, his twisted brain is totally locked on one single goal: now kill the kid. But Chun-bok's eyes right now, filled with absolutely nothing but pure, unfiltered hatred. Look like an instant game over for our girl, but her luck is just insane. The psycho villain suddenly gets absolutely decked, groaning in heavy pain. Gion flies completely backward, slamming his head right into the wall. Her eyes go huge, super stunned by this wild save, and she nervously looks behind her. And sitting right behind her is nobody. Just a seriously massive backpack resting on the floor. Chun-bok cannot even process this crazy situation. It takes a second before the heavy tears fall, and she starts sobbing and screaming for her dad. And boom, there is Gion, giving off total murder vibes, growling as he steps up. Oh, he is incredibly furious that this freak touched his daughter. So what do you and I learn here? Dads do not play. Chun-bok desperately hugs Gion, and he instantly asks, "Are you okay? You must have been terrified." "All right, you and I are diving into pure chaos." Gion notices something totally wrong with the kid's hand. Chun-bok is just bawling, terrified because a giant hand literally snatched her mom away. He pulls her into a tight hug. "Shh, it is totally okay now. Not another word needed." Gion plays the brave dad card, hiding his total panic. Meanwhile, Gion stomps the ground, cracking his knuckles with a freakishly sickening crunch. This monster starts spitting insults again. Like, "Who do you actually think you are, calling me an idiot?" He screams about devouring everyone. But then the freak gets completely confused, seeing Gion ignoring him to comfort the kid. Gion just says, "Stay right behind Dad. We will find Mom when this wraps up, okay?" Brave little Chun-bok asks about her. He promises her they will find Mom and head home together like nothing happened. They literally just keep chatting, completely ignoring the giant monster. And Gion? He totally loses his mind. He charges in like a raging hurricane. Gion does not even blink. He just casually lobs a solid brick, busting the creature's head open. He points right at the monster's bleeding face. "Hey, no swearing in front of my kid. It sets a bad example." That just makes the beast completely snap, screaming murder. So what does Superdad do? Grabs another massive brick, ready to fast pitch. He puts his entire soul into that throw, but Chaegun totally tanks it, blocking the strike barehanded without flinching. The brick totally explodes into dust. And finally, this arrogant monster realizes he might actually be in real trouble. Incoming! A massive storm of heavy bricks flies straight at Chaegun's face. All he can do is throw his arms up defensively. The monster gets absolutely battered. Seriously, where is this guy getting all these? Gondon is just pulling infinite ammo right out of his magic prep bag. He just goes wild, pitching an absolutely relentless storm of flying bricks everywhere like a total maniac. He dumps all his energy into this insane attack, desperately praying to smash a critical weak spot. Wham! A brick shatters against the monster's leg with a nasty snap, then another wrecks his arm, looking seriously painful. Gondon is basically burying him in cinder blocks, totally ready to vaporize this creep forever, daring to threaten his sweet little Chun-bok. But hold up. You and I know this was going too well. The hype immediately becomes absolute panic. Gondon stares at his completely empty bag. Heartbreak City. In a flash, a gross tentacle completely wraps him up tight. Chun-bok shrieks in absolute terror for her dad, totally powerless to help. The tentacle squeezes him so violently he is basically suffocating. Chaegun laughs like a total maniac. Out of ammo, huh? What a joke, considering I can just regenerate any damage anyway. The beast flexes hard. My turn now. I am going to enjoy ripping you apart slowly. Yet somehow, Gondon still glares back like a total boss. The monster sneers back, ready to crush Gondon into dust right there. Out of nowhere, cold dread hits Chaegun. He feels insane danger from behind and ducks, just as the badass Higa appears and completely hacks off his tentacle. He just stands there frozen, brain totally short-circuiting. Her heavy axe is already dripping with his own blood. Higa looks absolutely unhinged, radiating pure murder. This time, you are super dead. Her face is honestly the scariest thing ever. She glares right through him. Brace yourself. Boom. She launches straight at his ugly mug. Her scarf whips around like fire. In the shadows, human and beast collide at totally insane, mind-bending speeds. Even with Higa spamming deadly, relentless strikes, Chaegun somehow dodges every single swing like it is literally nothing. It is not until his back hits the wall with zero escape routes that he actually starts fighting back. Chaegun's face twists up with total rage. He launches one absolutely massive punch. Zero fear from Higa. She just dives in, letting her axe cleanly sever his only remaining arm right off his body. Gondon huddles in the corner, holding his kid. He is completely mind-blown. Is she seriously beating a monster with just one axe? He figures she must have literally wiped out an entire army of these freaks before even showing up. One big question though, how does she still have the crazy energy to fight like this? Completely trapped now, Chaegun gets randomly curious. Who the heck is she? Higa flashes a wicked smirk. Got you now. At that exact second, totally buried memories come flooding back into the monster's dizzy head. He recalls an old conversation with Gion. What do you think actually separates these weak humans from us monsters? Chaegun mumbled back. Definitely the brute strength. She laughed, adding, or maybe we monsters are just way more stupid? A completely different voice echoes next. A father dropping some heavily deep human lore. Humans are super tricky. They adapt to literally anything, but physically, total glass cannons. And the old guy definitely pointed out the other side of things. Monsters are completely overpowered, sure, but we basically just run on pure, dumb animal instinct. Both teams have seriously massive pros and cons. Gion quickly follows up. So where do you and I fit in? The scene flips to a human skeleton. You and I know exactly what they answered. Not weak like humans. All right, you and I are jumping into the deep end. This creepy old guy starts flexing, bragging that his monster squad isn't brainless. He acts like they hit the genetic jackpot, part human, part nightmare. And yeah, he thinks regular monsters are absolutely terrified of his crew. In his twisted mind, that makes them the ultimate survivors in this totally broken, apocalyptic wasteland. He totally calls his hunters the chosen ones, demanding a little gratitude. The creepy kid nods right along. Yes, father, the kid smirks, dripping with sarcasm. The old man then barks his orders, hunt down the child while he wrecks this Dan guy. Just exploit her mom instincts to trap her, he says. The weird duo agrees in totally creepy harmony. Got it, Dad. The old man gives them a cold stare before finally snapping. All right, get moving. Cut to now. Gondon wakes up looking totally horrified and screams his lungs out, watch your back. Chun-bok yells for Higa. Suddenly, the psycho kid lunges, screaming about ripping her apart. Higa totally dodges, gripping her heavy axe, ready to throw down. She locks eyes with this freak, trying to figure out exactly what kind of crazy power he is hiding. But while staring him down, Higa gets completely blindsided. She turns and sees Chun-bok's mom glaring back at her, looking absolutely confused. Who the heck is this girl? Right on cue, the mom physically mutates into a massive monster, matching their freak energy. She snarls, going completely feral. Those glowing eyes totally creep Gion out. They look exactly like the old man's eyes. The monster girl winces hard. Jan starts doing the math. She is a mutant like us. But what is her deal? Boom. Before John can even process it, the angry mom punches her square in the face, shutting her down hard. John realizes this mom hits like a total truck, but seriously, she is not about to just stand there playing punching bag. John's eyes flash a dangerous red. She stomps the ground, totally mocking her. All right, bring it on. Let us see what you got. Suddenly, disgusting squirming tentacles erupt right out of her body, loaded with absolutely terrifying razor-sharp spikes. She whips two massive tentacles straight at the mom, her voice totally dripping with cocky arrogance. Try blocking this. In the creepy shadows, her face looks purely psychotic. Yellow eyes glowing, throwing the coldest, most threatening death glare ever. Start talking. The mom flashes nasty claws, and these freaky glowing green veins bulge all over her skin. She swings wildly, screaming about Chun-bok. The brutal hit sends John tumbling back like a total ragdoll. Gritting her teeth, John curses. Meanwhile, the mom goes completely beast mode, rushing her down instantly. The mom shreds those gross tentacles with her bare hands. She moves incredibly fast, dodging every single counterattack with zero effort. John just scoffs, annoyed. Seriously, stop dodging and just die already, you absolute freak. With insane speed, the mom blurs right through the tentacle storm. She drops right in front of John, who totally freezes in pure panic. Before her brain can even catch up, John gets slashed by some crazy sharp weapon out of thin air. The mom just stands there, watching her coldly. It sends massive chills down her spine, but Gion somehow blocked it with her hand. Yeah, except the spike went straight through her palm. Sweating bullets, Jane mutters, crap, that was way too close. The mom brutally rips the weapon out. John screams and calls her a damn monster, while the mom just stares with zero absolute chill. Shaking from intense pain, John totally panics. What do I do? I am doing absolutely zero damage to her. Her eyes go wide, staring at her trashed hand. It is completely mangled with a seriously nasty puncture wound. But surprisingly, that gaping hole is not her biggest problem right now. John is shocked. My hand is completely paralyzed, not healing, and numb. She takes a deep breath, quickly checking out the rest of her bloody injuries. Wait a minute. She realizes in pure horror that absolutely none of her other wounds are healing up either. John stares at her sliced-up tentacles, glances at the crazy strong mom, and finally puts the terrifying puzzle pieces together. It is poison! The reality hits hard and she starts shaking. She is way too overpowered. How do I even survive this? Now here is where things get wild. John grits her teeth, deciding to risk it all. Time to use that forbidden move. The exact second she decides, she violently whips out her very last healthy, squirming tentacle. Without blinking, she literally starts chopping off her own poisoned limbs. For the crazy finale, she bites right through her own bleeding hand. John screams in agony. Meanwhile, the mom is just standing there watching this insane self-mutilation, looking completely weirded out. The severed hand hits the dirt with a wet thud. John is gasping for air, bleeding out like crazy. After that totally unhinged prep, her face goes full psycho. I will kill you, she screams, charging forward in total desperation. Eyes glowing, sharp fangs bared. The mom grips her weapon, perfectly ready to block the furious counterattack. I don't have time for this garbage. I need to find Chun-bok, the mom snaps, right as a massive tentacle swings at her face. Look at her going full evil mastermind, eyes glowing red. Meanwhile, you and I can see John's severed arm literally gushing blood everywhere. Tentacle bait dropped. Then she literally slings her own blood straight into Chun-bok's mom's eyes. The poor woman grabs her face in total agony, stumbling around blindly. Mission accomplished. Rayon just dips out of there super fast. She takes off like a rocket, running for her life. John is panicking. She desperately needs to get help from Gion, like yesterday. Zero chance she solos that monster. But hey, if Chun were actually here right now, that would be a totally different epic story. Meanwhile, Chigun is getting totally wrecked, beaten to a pulp, cornered against a wall, zero escape. Then Gion runs in, just screaming his name. Gion, where are you? Suddenly, she gets insanely creeped out by this weird sound coming from right behind her. Creepy footshot. It is stalking Gion without missing a single beat. Like seriously, where do you think you can even run? Chun-bok's mom goes absolutely feral, just launching herself at the woman. Eyes wide open, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Give me back my daughter!" Cut to Chun. He is so brutally battered, not a single clean spot left on him. Panting hard, he is like, what even is that little girl? She is literally just a human, nothing more. Chun stares down at his own bloody axe, looking completely and utterly confused by everything. Chae-gun sees H just blocking his path, and he knows it is totally game over. He is freaking out. How is this even possible? How is this happening to me? H finally talks, totally shattering that tense silence. She is like, wow, you look awfully confused right now. It is like she is reading his mind. You are probably wondering how a puny human, way weaker than monsters, could possibly be stronger than you. Chae-gun hangs on every single word. Don't overthink it, she says super casually, raising her axe high to drop the final, brutal verdict. Because you are weaker than me. The axe swings down on Chun in a total flash. H's eyes are literally gleaming with chaotic excitement. Plot twist! Chun-bok's mom has been watching from behind this whole time, observing every single crazy move Ha makes. She spots the axe and digs through her own fuzzy memories. Wait a second, that is the exact same axe that helped her beat a monster. And boom, it hits her. This girl totally saved her. Noticing her intense staring, Gundon awkwardly chimes in. Excuse me, can I ask a question? That stops her dead in her tracks. H turns around to face these two people, staring at her like she is an actual ghost. Chun-bok's mom and Gundon are giving her the wildest, most bewildered looks. Ha, who are you? Honestly, H looks just as confused by them. She is totally confused about this Cha person Chun brought up. But then it clicks, and she lets out this absolutely furious, insane roar. You absolute scumbag, what the heck did you just do? Chun-bok hears the noise, whipping her head around Jaw, literally dropping in shock. The little girl's eyes glow pink with pure joy. Gamdan sees it and calls out, while the girl eagerly yells, Mom! But then, zoom! A figure zips right past them, leaving them completely frozen stiff. Here we go. You and I see Higa dashing at Chun-bok's mom like actual lightning. Gungdan desperately tries stopping her. Wait a second, stop! I said stop. H completely ignores the guy, glaring daggers at Chun-bok's mom and demanding, who the heck is this woman? Is she working with that other monster? And bam, Hyza attacks without a single second of hesitation. But hey, this woman is no pushover. She fights back immediately. Right then, Gumdan's voice rings out, totally startling H. He grabs her, physically holding her back, yelling, Don't you dare touch my wife. For God's sake, just listen to me. Higa struggles hard. Gungdan, why are you doing this? Let me go. But nope, despite her yelling, he holds on super tight. I said stop. Chun-bok's mom, definitely not one to stay quiet, angrily snaps at him. Why did you even come here? You know how insanely dangerous this place is? It is crawling with monsters. Gundon tries his absolute best to avoid her piercing glare. He quickly defends himself. When my family is in danger, I have to save them. Meanwhile, Higa is still aggressively trying to wrestle free. Gundon glares at her, super annoyed. Hey, you are really getting on my nerves. Stop it right now. H snaps back. Let me go. He finally caves to a compromise. Fine, just stop moving. At this point, Chun-bok's mom is totally losing it. She frantically glances around. Where is Chun-bok? My precious Chun-bok. Gundon just looks confused. Chun-bok? She clutches her head, totally blaming herself. I should have protected her. What if something horrible happened to my baby? Seriously, what am I even supposed to do now? Gundon tries desperately to calm her down. Honey, relax. Chun-bok is, but before he even finishes, a kid's voice echoes out. Mommy. Chun-bok's mom instantly whips her head toward the sound. The little girl runs over, absolutely sobbing and screaming out for her. Mommy! Chun-bok immediately tries soothing her mom's massive freakout. I tried my absolute best to run away from those things. The kid doesn't forget to check on her mom either. Mommy, are you hurt anywhere? The woman is bawling, but clearly out of pure, unadulterated happiness. She opens her arms wide, just sobbing, and the little girl sprints right into her hug. They hold each other so tight, a super emotional reunion, with Chun-bok repeating, Mommy. Chun-bok's mom holds her kid close, bawling and apologizing nonstop. I am so sorry I lost you, my sweet baby girl. She hugs Chun-bok even tighter, totally comforting her. I will never, ever let you go again, she promises, also making sure to praise her. You did so amazing, Chun-bok. You and I have to admit, seeing Gundon cry watching them is pretty moving. Chun-bok just smiles gratefully at her mom. All right, check this out. Hiara gets a nice thank you, but her eyes? Locked onto Chun-bok's mutated finger. Mid-celebration, Hiara's face totally contorts with pure rage. She's clenching her teeth like she is holding back an absolute hurricane. Yeah, no. They officially crossed her limit. She is absolutely not letting this slide and decides to unleash her mind. How absolutely ridiculous. Everyone turns totally baffled by the sudden drama. She instantly starts roasting Chun-bok's mom. You dragged your own kid to this literal hellscape. Instead of actually keeping her safe, you threw her into harm's way. Look at the absolute mess you caused today. Huh. Staring at that mutated finger just throws gasoline on her rage. You didn't even notice your own kid was mutating. Seriously, parent of the year over here. She glares at the mom with absolute disgust. And honestly, she is so right. Kiara drops the hard truth. How would a monster know better? Gundon was keeping his mouth shut this whole time, but even his patience is snapping with this sassy girl. Excuse me, thanks for the save, but you are going way too far. Gundon admits fault, but she is roasting his wife. Before he can even finish, an arm totally blocks him, and yep, it is none other than Chun-bok's mom. She steps right in front of him, leaving Gundon looking hilariously confused. Honey, what in the world is it? Her eyes are just swimming in regret. She never wanted this disaster. Chun-bok looks up, nervously calling out for her mom. Chun-bok's mom grabs his hand, using her free fingers to secretly trace invisible words on his palm. Gundon watches like a total hawk. What the heck is she saying? As she scribbles, he acts as the ultimate translator. Thank you for saving my daughter. Everything that just happened to my little girl is entirely my fault. Once we grab supplies here, we are hitting Hope Village for her treatment, and the mom makes sure to show massive gratitude. I have literally nothing to give you right now, but I swear I will repay this epic favor someday. Could I get your name? Hiara drops the coldest reply. Hiara Lee. I am Chun-bok's friend. She looks completely over dealing with these adults. The parents just stare at her, looking super suspicious. Gundon is probably thinking, isn't she way too old to be hanging with a kid? He double-checks with the kid. Is she actually your friend? Chun-bok happily nods and confirms this totally weird team-up. Cue the dad mode nagging. You little troublemaker, how dare you hide this huge thing from us? Chun-bok totally crumples. I am sorry, Hiara Uni told me to keep it a secret. Even though her dad is terrifying, she still defends her cool older friend. But she is definitely not a bad person. She is super nice to me. Gundon just gets louder. How can you say that? Isn't wandering off alone already enough drama? Hiara is just standing there, absolutely fed up with the family drama. She snaps, telling everyone to just shut it. She basically owns it. Yeah, my bad for making it a secret, but who cares now? Nobody died, so we are all good, right? But she looks super wary. Sure, fewer monsters out here in the boonies, but this is definitely still no place for a little kid. If you guys have time to just stand around chatting, go loot some supplies. And like an absolute boss, Hiara turns and walks off. Chun-bok trots behind her. The mom grips her axe, suddenly having a massive brain blast. Flashback to the attack, it was totally Hiara who saved her. Gundon just stares at his wife, looking ridiculously confused. Then he yells out, "Wait, can you please just answer one question?" Hiara actually stops in her tracks, turning back with absolute sass. The parents stare her down, looking completely sketched out. Hiara, who the heck are you really? She pauses, then drops the attitude. I said I am her friend. Stop with the 20 questions and lead the way. Time is literally ticking. Taking the massive hint, Gundon and his wife finally shut up and decide it is officially time to get moving. Cut to a dark corner, some creepy hand fumbling around. Meanwhile, our squad hits the jackpot, a room totally packed with sweet loot. A random zombie with a bottle charges, but bam, its head gets instantly split in half before it can even do anything. Hiara chills in front of the fresh zombie pile, doing a quick threat scan. Suddenly, Gundon lets out this loud, hilarious gasp of shock. The kid and her dad's eyes practically bulge out of their skulls, drooling over a massive, beautiful crate of free food. Gundon is literally about to cry tears of joy, wildly shoving loot into his backpack. They can finally afford Chun-bok's medical bills now. Now they just need to reach the village. But honestly, Chun-bok only cares about one thing, snagging that sweet, sweet chocolate. When Dad gives the green light, her face totally lights up. Hiara is just watching from the sidelines, cracking a rare, soft smile. But Mom is standing right behind her, still side-eyeing the situation. There is no way this girl is just her kid's buddy. She has to have some hidden agenda. Looking at how she totally wrecks monsters, she is definitely far from your average civilian. Watching her kid happily share snacks with Hiara, she can't deny the facts. Chun-bok is literally only breathing because of her. You and I know it too. The more the mom stews on this, the darker her face gets. Hiara is setting off massive alarm bells. Seriously, this girl is insanely sketchy. Alright, picture this. Chun-bok and H were totally ignoring his mom's absolute death glare, just cracking jokes. The zombie horde finally shambled away into the dark. Hiding in the back, Chun-bok's mom let out a massive sigh of relief. Time to bail. Gundon whispered, "You have to stay absolutely quiet now." But Chun-bok? Already out cold, hugging her dad's backpack like a teddy bear. Suddenly, Chun-bok's mom stopped dead in her tracks. Oh yeah, her survival radar was screaming right now. She instantly dropped into a combat stance. Gundon just blinked. What's wrong? Cold sweat dripped down her face. A seriously creepy sound echoed from the dark, followed by a bone-chilling shriek that kept getting louder. Closer and closer, until boom, two gigantic hands lunged right out of the shadows. Absolutely terrifying. Everyone lost their minds. "Run the other way!" she screamed. Our trio desperately scrambled backward to avoid getting completely crushed into paste by those massive hands. But a few steps later, a hard stop. Yeah, this path was completely swarming with ugly monsters too. They stared hungrily until they saw those giant hands chasing right behind our crew. Even the monsters panicked. Now the three of them were just sprinting for their lives, absolutely clueless on what to do next. The local monsters split into two paths, adding to the total chaos. Then, one giant hand shot like a rocket right past Gondon. It grabbed every single monster, totally sealing off the right path. Gondon started having a meltdown as their escape route was violently shut down. HG instantly clocked the trap. Chun-bok's mom shouted, "This dungeon boss is totally trying to corral us. We have to break out of here right now." And right behind them, three glowing crimson eyes slowly pierced through the pitch blackness. All they could do was blindly sprint toward what looked like an exit, dodging that colossal nightmare. A giant hand struck like lightning. They barely sidestepped the lethal grab, only to smash face first into a literal dead end. Because of course they did. Chun-bok's mom clicked her tongue, charging straight in. Behind them, an incredibly massive, grotesque creature finally stepped out. Nasty drool dripped from its jaws as it forced out a raspy whisper. "Let me see." The boss scanned past Gondon and HG. "Not you." But then, those creepy eyes locked right onto Chun-bok's mom. It spotted her blazing golden eyes, and a twisted, sinister smile stretched across its face. "At last, it found you." Meanwhile, off in the dark, the gloomy room fell dead silent. The boss sighed. "This body feels so much more comfortable." Its glowing eyes snapped open with a monstrous roar. It violently cracked every single joint, totally vibing with a fresh meat suit that exceeded all expectations. Pure satisfaction filled its terrifying face. Warm, highly nutritious. No need for a new host anytime soon. Now then, where did those little rats scurry off to? It stood up, lumbering forward. Spotting Gazion's severed tentacles on the floor, the boss actually paused. What were they attempting here? Tracking footprints into the pitch-black tunnels, the creature surveyed the absolute wreckage left behind. Yeah, it was getting seriously ticked off. Its rage completely boiled over. Damn it all. I am going to slaughter every single one of them. Gion was a battered mess on the dirt, pathetically crawling away. The boss stomped over, demanding answers right now. "Who exactly did this to you?" The monster violently flinched and whipped around. Boom! A massive hand clamped over its mouth before it could even blink. The boss gave its absolute command. "I know you're shocked, but I do not care," it snarled ruthlessly. "Answer me. Who ruined you?" Tears of pure terror welled up in Gazion's eyes. Gasping for air, it stammered out, "It was the monster with eyes exactly like yours, father." Oh, plot twist. The boss was being piloted by this father. The old man inside the beast smiled incredibly cryptically. "So I finally tracked you down, the beast with golden eyes." Back to the present, Chun-bok's mom faced the horrific nightmare, cautious but totally fearless. Gondon's jaw dropped seeing the monster chatting her up. "Wait, you actually know this ugly thing?" She denied it instantly, but inside her brain was racing. It never talked before. That nasty tumor has to be the difference. Staring hard at that creepy chest eye, she guessed, that mutation explains the talking. But seriously, why does this guy's energy feel so weirdly familiar? Is it just the matching eye color? Who is this? Boom! Father's colossal hand slammed down onto the stone floor, shaking everything. The beast growled, "Do you have any idea the absolute hell I endured tracking you? Never thought you'd be hiding right under my nose. Time to hand back the body you stole from me." Gondon, completely terrified, turned to her. Did you actually steal something from that freak?" She kept aggressively denying it. "No clue. I have zero idea what this maniac is saying." Father heard that and chuckled deeply. "Don't recognize me? Fair enough. I guess this horrific form is a solid disguise." The creature's gaze turned lethally sharp. "Memory loss or not, it does not matter. I will kill you and reclaim my original vessel." That golden chest eye flared with insanely demonic energy. HG tightened her grip on the axe. Oh yeah, it was go time. She ordered Gondon to keep Chun-bok safe. Sweating bullets, he stammered, "You're really fighting that walking disaster? Stay out of my way and stay back." HG snapped. She went to charge, but Chun-bok's mom firmly grabbed her arm. She completely understood her mom's crazy plan. "All right, you and I are jumping right into the madness. If mom cannot kill this ugly beast, she has to stop it. Brutal measures required." She braced for absolute mind-bending agony, but hey, when fighting monsters, you really do not get any other choices. Freaky red and blue veins pop everywhere. Then bam! A massive, razor-sharp clawed tentacle rips right out of her arm while she wrestles for control. Gondon just stares, jaw completely dropped. You are seriously fighting with that freaky thing? Ignoring her husband's totally valid safety concerns, she charges in to rip this freak apart. But wait, behind Gondon and H? A massive, ugly wave of monsters? H curses loudly, jumping in swinging his heavy axe. Mom's nasty tentacle fully forms, literally dripping with lethal poison. The father chuckles like a total creep. I knew you hit it. Time to take back my power. He launches the giant hands beneath him directly at her. Mom dodges fast, barely avoiding getting crushed. But then boom, the blood vessels on the creepy father's own massive hands start exploding out of nowhere. He glares hard, face twisted in pure pain. Do you have any idea what I suffered through to get this body? And you dare destroy my hand? Even his giant summoned hand could not escape the wild backlash of that attack. She closes the gap, thinking super fast. Major problem though, her own hands are literally just useless dead tissue right now. Big bad father groans in agony. She tries finishing this quickly, but suddenly, yikes. Something extremely gross wraps super tight around her leg. Completely shocked, she glances down, trying to figure out what in the world just grabbed her. Gondon watches from the sidelines, face frozen in pure disgust. The thing grabbing her leg? The father's super nasty, freakishly long tongue. He sneers. How was my acting performance? But she is just way too confused to even process what is happening. The creepy guy chuckles. So glad you visited me. How incredibly thoughtful. She tries striking with her tentacle, but a massive jolt stops her totally dead in her tracks. This crazy dungeon master just used his gross tongue to fling her straight into the ceiling. Gondon drops his jaw in sheer panic. He and little Chun-bok watch in absolute terror as mom gets slammed relentlessly back onto the hard floor. Tears flood Chun-bok's eyes, seeing her mom take that hit. Smashed against the solid rock, brutal pain shoots through mom's entire battered body. Sickening bone cracks echo loudly. Her blurry vision slowly clears up, showing an image of herself just running. Mom is totally lost. Where am I even going? Why? And then, oh snap, she feels something else entirely. A whole cluster of sharp tentacles erupts from the back of her head. Her landing spot is now a massive, deep crater. Bam! Slam down again, incredibly hard. That awful sound of breaking bones is unmistakable. Poor Chun-bok starts crying even harder now. Is that all you can do with my power? The father mocks. Man, how utterly disappointing. Her severed tentacle sits in a bloody mess. Did you seriously think, the father scoffs, a tiny creature like you could actually fight me? How incredibly foolish. Blame yourself for getting so arrogant with a stolen power that was never even yours. Now, here is where you and I cheer. Chun-bok has seen enough. Refusing to watch mom get wrecked, she leaps out of Gondon's shocked arms. Crying her eyes out, the little rebel sprints over, screaming to leave her mom alone. H, currently smashing monsters, spots the danger and screams at Gondon. Dude, what are you doing? Grab her! As Gondon desperately chases Chun-bok, a terrifying clawed hand shoots out right next to his head. He violently blocks it with his sword, but his mind is completely panicking over his reckless daughter. He screams for her to stop. But no way, this kid is determined. She charges straight ahead to protect mom, tears and snot fully streaming down her fierce little face. Meanwhile, mom is still heavily dazed, just trying to mentally process these hideous new tentacles sprouting directly out of her own skull. Pure panic mode activated. This is really bad. She feels it deep down. Gotta remove these. She reaches back, desperately yanking to rip those alien tentacles free. Veins bulge wildly from the effort until she finally rips those grotesque parasites directly off her head. The absolute second they detach, she collapses, totally exhausted. Gasping for air, she nervously glances back at the gross pile behind her. Plotting her next move, her eyes widen in shock. The tentacle pile literally sprouts a creepy hand and starts crawling towards her. It swells to a massive, monstrous size, inching closer. Absolute nightmare fuel. Terrified sweat pours down her face, staring at this unnatural abomination. Suddenly, boom! It lunges with razor claws extended, moving at warp speed. But completely paralyzed, mom just has zero options left to counter. Stuck there, frozen, she just prays it stops. Covering her ears in sheer dread, she braces for the terrible, inevitable impact. Then Chun-bok's voice echoes out. Stop it! Do not dare hurt my mom! Hearing that, something inside her just fully snaps. The paralyzed woman's eyes blast open, forcing her broken body upward. Wait, that is my Chun-bok's voice. The tiny legend stands shielding mom, yelling, If you touch my mom, I am swinging back. Totally terrified, Chun-bok still bravely points right at the monstrous father. Mom watches, completely heartbroken, desperately signaling her to run away. Even Gondon, mid-battle, shoots a panicked look at his brave little girl. Mom feels totally helpless in absolute agony. I cannot move a muscle, but I must protect my sweet Chun-bok. The entire chaotic space drops dead silent, just a tiny kid facing down a monstrous boss. The creepy old man sizes her up. You must be Chun-bok, huh? Insane cliffhanger. All right, you and I are diving in. What exactly are you? The creepy old geezer asks, sizing the kid up. Are you human? Yeah, right, not with those freaky fingers. Or maybe a monster? Oh, gross, he sounds way too hyped about that idea. How interesting. How did a tiny pipsqueak snatch a piece of my body? Chun-bok totally ignores him. She just starts absolutely bawling. I do not know. Stop hitting my mom, you massive jerk. Chun-bok's mom just watches her crying kid, completely frozen and helpless. What is even going on in that tiny head? The villain glares like a total creep. Is she just way too small to talk normally? Well, at least I learned something useful. The mom and daughter duo just stare up at this colossal freak show in absolute terror. He raises a massive, gross hand. I will learn way more once I chop you two up. H is out here brawling with monsters, screaming Chun-bok's name. Her mom shoves her back, screaming, "Run! It is way too dangerous. Go." She begs Chun-bok to run, but the little kid just cries, totally glued to the spot. I am not leaving. I will protect you, mommy. Chun-bok's mom stares at her brave kid, totally crushed by mom guilt and regret. So pathetic, right? Even little Chun-bok refuses to quit. She hypes herself up. My kid is tougher than me. Get up. Boom. Mama Bear takes control of that freaky tentacle. She yanks her daughter close, ready to throw down for her family. Because I am her mother. Perfect timing. A gigantic hand materializes right behind her, smashing into the dirt like an absolute meteor. Hi, Gia just stands there staring at this giant freak. Gondon is completely mind-blown by the absolute madness going down. And the boss villain? He just cracks up, totally loving it. Now this is an epic brawl, bring it. But wait, he spots something. He looks at his giant hand. Dude, it is literally turning black and melting. Plot twist! The dungeon master is getting wrecked all over again. The guy cannot even process this insanity. The attack speed is just insane. Nasty chunks of flesh are literally blasting right off his arm. Zero time to block. Zero chance to counterattack. He just glares at this absolute beatdown in pure, unadulterated shock. Did she seriously just awaken her powers mid-fight? Because honestly, Chun-bok's mom looks scarier than the actual monster right now. After that wild combo, the dungeon master is looking like a chewed-up toy. Gondon just stands there with his jaw practically hitting the floor. Its flesh is literally melting, he mutters. Totally clueless. What on earth is even going on? Stick with me here, because this gets wild. Chun-bok is pumped about the freaky tentacles saving her. But the villain? He is completely unbothered and loving the drama. This is so fun. Give me everything you have got. Suddenly, the creepy sound of frantic footsteps gets way too close. A literal stampede of monsters bolts past, desperate to reach the exit. They are running for their lives from something seriously messed up. Behind the horde, some creepy kid strolls up, begging, "Play with me." His slow, heavy footsteps are giving everyone massive nightmare vibes. All right, the big bad boss is officially throwing a tantrum. You dare ruin my awesome new body? I admit, I totally underestimated you, he snarls at Chun-bok's mom. I played nice, but you have officially crossed the line now. His voice goes full demonic glitch. Both hands instantly pop back into existence, and he totally sends it. The crew watches this massive hand swing down, but plot twist, it is aiming straight for the nasty pile of corpses. He rips the dungeon master's jaw open, cramming all those dead bodies inside and just chomping down with the most absolutely revolting crunch. Poor Gondon is brain dead from shock. The monster's body balloons up to ridiculous sizes. And wait, did he just sprout a third leg? That hungry, psycho look on its ugly face is straight up terrifying. The gross, lopsided beast somehow stumbles back onto its weird feet. Chun-bok's jaw totally drops. It is huge, but Gondon, the guy is just paralyzed by pure terror. They are so dead. Defeating that freak? Yeah, right. Fighting is a joke, and outrunning that thing is not happening either. What is a regular guy supposed to do? But then, something crazy forces Gondon to look down. He is super confused when his wife just hands over their kid. She growls, dead silent. Gondon realizes her crazy plan and immediately panics. You are absolutely not fighting that boss. Do not even try it. We can definitely find a way to escape this dungeon together. He begs like a total mess, voice shaking. Please do not go. That thing will literally destroy you. Horrible flashes of bloody tentacles spam his brain. While the guy bawls his eyes out, she just gently holds his teary face. Mama Bear flashes an epic, brave smile. Trust me, I will be right back. Trying to hype up everyone, she adds. It is totally fine. Gondon squeezes his fists, absolutely hating how useless his stats are. I am so sorry for being a weak husband. I will guard Chun-bok with my actual life, so do not stress about her. You are an absolutely top-tier mother. The ultimate father-daughter squad hypes her up. Go absolutely wreck that monster. The family pep talk totally unlocks her maximum fighting spirit. She steps up like a boss while her stunned family watches the brutal smackdown begin. Let us see how this ends. Even H is freaked out, blasted back by the insane shockwave. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Terrified Chun-bok screams for his mom, snagging the giant beast's attention. Weird little dude. Why risk your life to protect your family? The monster scoffs. I've got a family too, obviously. But nobody pulls a stunt this dumb for theirs. In this ugly dude's messed up world, parents rule supreme. Kids exist strictly to follow orders. The father drops a villain monologue, repaying them for raising you. That is real family. But Chun-bok's mom shuts him up fast. That is not a family. You treat kids like total slaves for your selfish needs. You don't even deserve the title of parent. Action time. She instantly fires 2 razor-sharp tentacles straight at the giant beast. The father actually looks super shocked, twisting just in time to block the insane attack. Checking out his newly melted arm flesh, he sneers. What a nuisance. Then he launches a massive, brutal fist right at Chun-bok's mom. Dodging a hit that heavy? Not happening. She has to tank this ridiculous punch head-on. But wait, she counters. Digging her sharp claws deep into his flesh, her smaller tentacles violently stab the monster's arm. She chains a crazy combo, literally using his own arm to climb up closer. Bad move. His extra appendages snake around, trapping her in an absolutely crushing death grip. The insect-headed freak sneers. You ruined my arm. So now, I will totally shatter your bones and crush every single organ. He squeezes tighter. Chun-bok's mom struggles desperately, literally seconds away from blacking out completely. Plot twist! The giant monster suddenly falters, his death grip loosens, and he crashes to his knees. He stares down, totally confused by the glitch. Then he spots it, his leg is absolutely wrecked. Before Chun-bok's mom can even process this, a voice drops. Yep, H just crippled the dungeon master. H shouts a warning. I'll buy time, now go finish off that beast. H yells to hurry up. Snapping back to reality, Chun-bok's mom fires back. I was gonna do that without you telling me. Boom! She rockets at the monster like an absolute missile. H charges in, launching a perfectly synced tag team attack. Gondon, holding little Chun-bok, just watches in pure awe. You know, they are actually insanely good at fighting. The guys are feeling super confident the ladies have this bagged. But suddenly, a mega creepy voice makes them both flinch hard. Play with me. A tiny kid steps out of the foggy mist, just endlessly repeating that one nightmare fuel phrase. Chun-bok recognizes this creep instantly. It is the dungeon master's son, slowly shuffling over with totally lifeless eyes. Mom makes the ultimate call. She has to protect that kid, even if it costs everything. Family leaves together no matter what. H gets this super grim expression. Should she seriously just grab Chun-bok and completely bail? She unleashes an epic slash, splattering blood literally everywhere. Ditching them means she can at least guarantee Chun-bok survives. Mom battles a seriously painful internal debate, but right then, she finally locks in her wild final choice. Stick with me here. They silently agree to kill this boss. In response, the father violently stomps, shaking the whole entire dungeon. He clenches his giant fist, making his host's twisted tendons bulge in a sickening way. A gross crack echoes out. The father raises his fist, screaming like a total maniac with fiery, glowing eyes. He absolutely roars. You foolish creatures! You will all die for making the wrong decision. Those yellow eyes practically seal their doom. Meanwhile, the weird little son keeps his lonely walk through the smoky dark. Gondon, still clutching Chun-bok, spots the creepy kid and just blurts out, Man, you stink! The kid yells about the monster messing with him. Chun-bok chimes in, Yeah, his stretchy arms are huge, and he literally hit me with them. Gondon just totally reassures his boy, Do not worry, I will handle him. He intensely stares down the little monster. Right then, the weird kid finally recognizes Chun-bok and gets ridiculously angry. Chun-bok stares right back at the tiny creep, his face basically a giant mask of pure annoyance. Feeling super brave in Dad's arms, Chun-bok sticks his tongue out to taunt him. Naturally, this just makes the freak want to play. But Gondon literally just gets up and kicks the kid. The little monster instantly freezes in total, absolute confusion. The baffled kid still wants to play, but Gondon just ruthlessly kicks him away again. He is honestly shocked by how pathetic this thing is. A monster this pathetic? How is it even here? Normal monsters always run away when sensing danger. He remembers seeing all those other monsters scatter in pure panic when this kid showed up. That makes zero sense. A sudden noise grabs their attention. The monster kid looks over, spots something, and yells he wants to play. The father, fully controlling the dungeon master's body, suddenly drops in with a totally deafening roar. All right, you and I are diving into pure chaos. The kid is staring at his body-snatched mom, while the dungeon master's kid whispers creepy stuff. That creepy muttering actually makes Gondon flinch hard, and then boom, the boss just launches forward like a total rocket, kicking up a massive cloud of dirt and dust. Blood streaks fly right through the thick smoke. What an absolutely savage attack. Hang is totally slumped over, covered in nasty wounds. Meanwhile, Chun-bok's mom is drenched in blood, coughing, and barely breathing. The evil father actually grabs her neck, lifting her up with this totally smug grin. Classic villain speech time. He basically says hiding your power or fighting for family doesn't mean a single thing in the real world. He taunts her, asking why she is acting so stubborn when only despair is left. But Chun-bok's mom just growls like an absolute beast. Her eyes start glowing bright. He checks out those intensely glowing eyes, then looks at the eye on his own chest. Yep, those crazy eyes scream she hasn't given up. Wrapping up his little speech, the old creep orders the giant monster to open its mouth. The ugly beast slowly moves her toward its jaws. Father officially announces her time is totally up. Honestly, her eyes laugh right at death. Suddenly, a crazy loud shout from Gondon startles both her and H. He screams at the bad guy to drop his wife. The villain just stares back, unbothered. He dangles the dungeon master's own kid way up high. Chun-bok is just screaming for his mom. Father totally figures out who the kid is. Chun-bok's mom gets super desperate, trying to stop him from doing anything crazy. Gondon is literally terrified but holds his ground. He yells for everyone to run while trying to use the kid to get his wife back. But wait, wrong guy in charge. Father just calmly asks if Gondon is seriously trying to play on his non-existent sympathy. He calls it a totally useless effort. The poor husband is left totally speechless. Father brags that nothing will change his mind. But then his own hand starts twitching randomly. What a glitch! Gondon doubles down like a madman. He basically says, then you won't care if he gets hurt. Smart move. He's trying to wake up the real mother's instincts. Her baby's voice is totally echoing inside her. Suddenly, the hand shakes even crazier. Father finally realizes he is actually losing his grip here. Now pay attention, guys. The little kid cries tears for his mom, and boom, a massive mental war wakes the original owner up. Her mind gets completely swamped with all these sweet memories of taking care of him. Back then, life was so chill and happy. The good vibes just keep hitting her. Seeing her kid's cute face makes her tremble and cry out. Father is completely caught off guard by this emotional hijack. The creepy old dude realizes he needs to focus. Some silly human emotion is actually ruining his plans. He fights so hard to take back control. He is completely confused if the kid or just biology caused this. Father thinks it over and makes his choice. He decides to just steal his own body. But while he is scheming, Chun-bok's mom sneaks out of his grip. He looks up, totally shocked. She is charging an attack. Father quickly gets ready to strike back. Out of nowhere, an axe flies in. It slices his arm, spraying blood everywhere. Hi-Ra threw it from the ground. Barely breathing, Father warns them to back off. But Chun-bok's mom does not care. She dives right in for the kill. That weird chest eye can only watch. She lands a brutal slash, sending bloody chunks flying. Deep inside, the real mom fights against Father. Gondon is just so incredibly proud of his wife right now. Down below, H sighs in relief. Chun-bok is hyping up his mom for being an absolute boss. That crazy hit actually knocks the ugly core right out of him. She clenches her fist, ready to finish this guy permanently. She raises her hand for the final blow. But wait, his golden eyes suddenly flash evil. She goes for the kill, but Father shoots a nasty tentacle straight through her hand. She yanks back, spilling blood all over. Seriously, what is that thing? The tentacle digs into her palm while the old man smiles like a psycho. That smug grin makes her totally snap. She charges at him with pure, savage rage in her eyes. A crazy smile appears as a huge attack rips the air. But wait, Gion suddenly attacks, forcing Chun-bok's mom to dodge. This new guy glares at her with total anger. She is absolutely stunned that Gion showed up. John's hit sends her crashing hard into the ground. But get this, even through the crazy pain, she is trying to keep fighting. She honestly has no clue why this dude had to show up. Alright guys, buckle up. Gion flies through the air hugging his dad, but down below, Chun-bok's mom is watching, and she is absolutely not having any of it. Chun-bok and Gondon are literally screaming their lungs out, begging her to dodge. But honestly, she looks totally done. Meanwhile, the giant monster's massive hand swoops down for her. Covered in dirt and completely frozen, she braces for impact. But then, in the most anticlimactic plot twist ever, the massive monster just straight up faceplants. Somewhere in that creepy, dusty darkness, the panicked voices of Gamdan and Chun-bok echo loudly. The father-daughter duo frantically searches through the thick smoke. Gripping her busted arm, she turns around to answer them. The instant little Chun-bok spots her mom, she practically tackles her leg with a massive hug. The dad instantly checks if Chun-bok is okay. She shrugs it off like a champ, then peeks from behind him and asks Gamdan where his wife actually went. He just points and says she is standing right there, leaving him utterly confused. Suddenly, a dramatic wind clears the smoke, revealing Chun-bok's mom looking like an absolute boss. She glares down at the blood-soaked dungeon master. Honestly, you can tell she is super bummed she did not get to finish off that giant meatball herself. But hey, a win is a win. The boss monster just lays there, completely wrecked, covered in blood, and gasping for air. Then, a light bulb goes off in her head. If she just deletes the dungeon leader right now, looting this place becomes basically a walk in the park. This is the golden opportunity. With her eyes glowing yellow like a total psycho, she raises those razor-sharp claws, marching forward to end the dungeon master for good. But she slams the brakes super hard when the monster boss's tiny kid suddenly grabs her. The little guy stares up with big tears, crying for his mom. The dying monster uses every ounce of strength left just to reach him. Gamdan literally cannot watch this tragic mess. Right beside them, Chun-bok is completely shook. The innocent little monster kid keeps bawling his eyes out, desperately calling for his wounded mom. This whole dramatic family scene completely catches her off guard. Mom instincts kick in. She lets out a heavy sigh, and then whoosh, she swings those deadly claws at lightning speed. Her claws stab straight into the boss, triggering an absolutely ear-shattering shriek. But wait, instead of killing, her claws actually start sucking up the monster's bad blood. Obviously, the poor kid thinks she is murdering his mom, so he starts screeching and crying twice as hard. Furious, the tiny monster kid starts throwing baby punches at her, begging her to stop. Watching this, Chun-bok feels super bad and nervously calls out to her dad. Gamdan smiles and totally plays it cool, explaining that mom is actually playing doctor right now. Chun-bok just stares blankly, completely lost on what her dad is yapping about. Operation over, she finally rips her claws out. She spins around, totally annoyed at the tiny monster, and yells to quit hitting her because it actually stings. The extremely spooked little dude instantly yanks his hands away, sobbing miserably. Suddenly, the monster kid's tears magically stop, his face freezing in pure shock. Against all odds, the giant dungeon master sits right up, staring down at her baby. The little dude is straight up shook, his face blank. Once he finally realizes his mom is healed, he bursts into the loudest happy tears ever. The tiny monster boy stretches his little arms up. His giant mom uses everything she has left to reach down, pulling him into an incredibly sweet, massive monster hug. Now watch closely. Both monsters are drenched in happy tears. Chun-bok's mom just stands there, finally realizing they are totally just like humans. Yeah, she is a creepy giant beast, but a mom is still a mom. Sparing them was 100% the right call to make. And boom, the drama is officially wrapped up. The second she relaxes, Chun-bok yells from behind, happily launching herself onto her mom's back like a tiny backpack. Talk about nearly causing a heart attack. Her cheek super red, the little girl just squeezes her mom tightly, showing off some serious love. Let's head home, Mom. Ultimately, our squad of 4 turns around and casually struts away from the ruins, while Gamdan starts yapping on the walk back. He nags them to get some medical attention as soon as possible. But Hyra is practically begging for just 5 minutes of peace. Meanwhile, Chun-bok adorably waves goodbye to the monster baby. The tiny monster dude looks surprised for a second, but then innocently throws a cute little wave right back at her. Meanwhile, cut to a super creepy basement. A shady figure suddenly asks her dad if he will survive without sucking up the dungeon boss's energy. The creepy old man smirks, claiming he already juiced enough nutrients from that host anyway. Looking super bummed out, she asks what their next evil scheme is. Her dad replies with pure malice. They will hunt down that monster and her daughter. Completely stunned, she quickly asks how. We have literally zero clue where they went. But the sinister old man just laughs, bragging that she shouldn't sweat it, because he has the perfect tracking method. He explains he just needs to retrieve his lost body part to hit his final form. After that, no more bumming around absorbing random bodies for energy ever again. Go order your entire cannibal squad to drag that mom and daughter straight to me. Right now, rocking a completely stolen new body, this creepy old villain drops his ruthless orders without flinching. Up above in the dead, silent city, the nasty growling of zombies is terrifyingly loud. Our squad is tiptoeing around like ninjas, trying desperately not to pull zombie aggro. Chun-bok's mom and Gondan stealthily sneak ahead, sweating over every single footstep. But of course, random blood starts splattering the pavement. The noise echoes, and those hungry zombies immediately lock onto the fresh scent. Two ridiculously speedy runner zombies sprint over to the puddle first. They are literally foaming at the mouth with hunger, staring down at those fresh, juicy bloodstains. Big plot twist, that blood trail actually belonged to Hyra. Inside a nearby building, you can clearly hear rushed footsteps and super heavy panting. Finally, they make it back to home base safely. The squad is completely drained, practically flopping onto the floor. Sweet little Chun-bok asks her parents if they feel tired. Now here is the wild part. Gondan checks if they are okay, which they are. But then he freezes in panic. Wait a second, where the heck is Hyra? Alright, watch this. He glanced back down the hall, finding Hyra's massive axe just chilling on the floor. Turns out she totally crashed from pure exhaustion, and literally nobody even noticed. Oops. A tiny voice echoed, "Pain. Pain. Go away. My hands will heal you." Hira finally fluttered her eyes open, letting out the longest, most exhausted sigh ever. Blinking into focus, she spotted Chun-bok's super worried face calling her name. Honestly, Hyra struggled to even speak. "So-ah?" Hearing that, Chun-bok completely panicked. "Who on earth is So-ah?" "I am Chun-bok." "Hira, did you seriously forget me?" The kid just bawled, launching herself at Hira and making her wince hard. "Do not forget me, and stop getting so hurt," she sobbed. "I just want you okay." Realizing it hurt Hira, the kid finally let go. Hira sat up, giving Chun-bok's head a super gentle pat. "Where am I?" The girl choked back tears and replied, "My house. Mom and Dad totally saved you after you blacked out." Before the kid could finish, a voice called out, "Hira, you are awake? Chun-bok was literally freaking out over you. So glad you are up." Oh, it was Chun-bok's parents hovering at the door. "Let us get some food in you if you are down." Made something super delicious. Chun-bok instantly dragged Hira over, and right there on the table, a steaming, insanely fragrant pot of glorious noodles. Gondan literally inhaled noodles, actual happy tears in his eyes. "Oh, this is amazing." Meanwhile, Chun-bok blew on her steaming food, aggressively slurping it down. The kid was basically in heaven. She had never eaten anything this epic in her entire life. Gondan told the kid to eat up, since epic meals like this were super rare, but Hira suddenly paused. "What am I even wearing? Where are my actual clothes?" Chun-bok instantly piped up. "My parents washed your clothes. You are wearing my mom's stuff." Hira thought the shirt was painfully childish, visibly annoying the mom. Chun-bok totally agreed though. Meanwhile, Gondan kept aggressively eating, but he was staring right at Hira. His brain short-circuited. I never realized how insanely jacked she was under that stupid cloak. Covered in brutal scars like that? Definitely not an ordinary chick. Gondan instantly flashed back to Hira, soloing that entire freaking zombie horde. Just the memory made him gulp hard. Gondan quickly turned to Chun-bok, asking if she was full. "I am stuffed, thanks for the food," the kid cheered. She immediately bolted over, grabbing Hira's hand. "Let us totally play when you finish eating." Her eyes were literally sparkling. "We can do hide and seek. Or tag." And, before the kid could name every game, Hira ruthlessly cut her off. "We cannot play those." Suddenly, Hira's gaze locked in hard. She totally spotted a threat. Chun-bok rambled on, "Okay, we can play something else." But Hira completely tuned her out. She was dead staring right at the little kid's fingers. Gondan caught the vibe and panicked. He told Chun-bok to go count to 100 in her room, swearing they would play after eating. Chun-bok happily dashed to her room, slammed the door, and began counting to 100. Hira finally broke the silence, eyes narrowed into slits, her fingernails shrunk. "Did you clip them?" He sighed, looking stressed. "No, they literally just shrank. We are praying for answers at Hope Village, but hey, that meant dodging crazy cannibals the whole trip. Plus, even if they actually reached that village, zero guarantee they would even survive it." Gondan scooped another bowl of noodles, totally prepping his big pitch. He held it out to Hira, cutting straight to the point. "I need you to escort us to Hope Village." He promised they would absolutely pay her somehow, naturally. Gondan basically wanted a badass bodyguard, just someone to keep him and Chun-bok alive until this village trip was totally over. Now watch this closely. Gondan held the bowl out, waiting for her. He smiled. "What do you say?" She slowly set her bowl down. "You want me to protect you instead of your wife?" Then she snatched the bowl right out of his hands. "All right, fine, I will do it." And then bam! She savagely dumped the entire bowl back into the pot, looking absolutely disgusted. "Is that the pathetic answer you expected from me?" Her voice was absolute ice. "You think surviving a dungeon makes us besties? Do not flatter yourself, dude." She literally did not care if Gondon lived or died. Why even help him? So yeah, Hira agreed to tag along, but only to protect Chun-bok. Meanwhile, Chun-bok was still locked in her room, innocently counting away. Hearing those brutal terms, Gondon had literally no choice but to agree. Fine, whatever, I will just protect myself. But oh man, Chun-bok's mom was absolutely not having it. What are you saying? You cannot survive out there alone. Gondon frantically tried to calm her down. Do not worry, I am totally fine solo. Chun-bok's mom dramatically whipped around, glaring at Hira with pure, unadulterated venom. You stubborn witch. She was throwing absolute daggers. Like, why was this weird, jacked woman so obsessed with her daughter, acting like she owned the kid? And right on cue, Chun-bok busted out of her room, screaming at the top of her lungs. You guys are super mean! Nobody even tried to find me! Gondon instantly rushed over, asking if she hit 100. She snapped right back that she finished ages ago, but everyone totally ignored her. Gondon frantically apologized, begging his kid for mercy, but Chun-bok just squeezed right past him, flashing a huge smile at Hira. Fine, I will play with Hira. Hira actually softened, gently pinching the kid's cheek. Okay, let us play. But then bam, a powerful arm shot out, brutally yanking Chun-bok back with terrifying speed, leaving the poor kid totally stunned. Alright, watch this. Before he can even blink, someone grabs Chun-bok's other arm tight. Yep, his mom and Ha are having a literal tug of war with him, shouting back and forth. The mom glares, thinking, if you want to play mom, go find another kid. This is my daughter, and I absolutely despise your guts. They shoot absolute death glares at each other. Meanwhile, Gondon just stuffs his face across the room, secretly thrilled that Ha is actually here. Okay, so they still need a ride. But honestly, that is a tomorrow problem. Let the man eat. Meanwhile, John Hai is sprinting for her life from an angry mob. Suddenly, she spots something completely bizarre up ahead. One of the creeps chasing her sees her duck into a room. He just laughs, calling her an absolute idiot. Inside, John Hai looks around, totally lost. Every instinct screams that something is horribly wrong with this place. Great job, she cornered herself in a bathroom. The angry mob catches up, screaming her name through the door. She spins around, totally terrified, as one thug barks his threat. Get over here right now unless you want your skull entirely smashed to pieces. Completely horrified, John Hai drops all her papers on the floor. Cut to early next morning, Gondon is checking cars, and not a single engine turns over. Gondon looks over at Ha's search. This one is totally dead too. Any luck on your end? We have checked like 20 different cars already, and every single one is completely dead. He sighs, super annoyed. They checked the whole block. How can they find anyone without wheels? Ha takes one look at him and just struts away. Gondon just stands there, totally shocked. Are you crazy? That is way too risky. You are still injured. Ha freezes in her tracks, looking back coldly. Yeah? And what if I am? Her face goes dead serious. Are you going to just sit around while Chun-bok is sick? Boom. Gondon freezes up. He has absolutely nothing to say to that. So Gondon caves, agreeing to lead the way. He tells her to stay back since she is hurt. Ha just glares at him in pure silence. She stomps forward, marching right at him. Out of nowhere, she delivers a brutal kick to his leg, making him howl in pure agony. Now Gondon is limping like crazy. His whole leg is practically shaking from that savage hit. Basically crying, he whines. What did I even do to deserve that? Ha stares him down. Do you want me to chop the leg off entirely? Gondon groans mentally. Like, thanks for the help, but this girl is a total demon. I am going to die before we even find a car. You know what? Forget it, he thinks. I better find a ride before she literally destroys me. Back home, Chun-bok is just playing with mom. Outside, walking past a random building, a huge scream suddenly shatters the silence. Some poor girl is shrieking for help. Gondon totally wants to play hero, but Ha instantly steps in his way. She shoots him a super annoyed glare over her shoulder. But Gondon is already looking up, trying to spot the crying girl. Oh. Ha is beyond mad now, literal veins popping. Gondon tries to dash forward, but she suddenly yanks him down to the dirt. Gripping his collar like a vice, she growls in his face. Did you forget why we are actually out here? Why act like a hero when you cannot even save yourself? Ha snaps at him. Focus on Chun-bok, or just do what I say, understand? Gondon stares right back into her terrifying eyes, thinking hard for a second before he wavers. Look, I have a genius plan, just hear me out. Hearing that nonsense, Ha's face twists up like she might actually murder him. Now, stick with me here. Inside that very building, John Hai is tied up. Her captors are busy arguing about checking her ropes. One creep whines, man, it is a real shame we cannot have some fun as a reward for all that annoying running, right? But his buddy shuts that down fast. She is the hostage we are trading for food at Hope Village. We just need to smash that big guy she travels with and steal his ride, he says. But what if the village rejects her? Gion Hai is shaking like a leaf, terrified and super worried about her big friend. The thugs look back at her with absolute nightmare smiles. Well then, we will just toss her out after having a little bit of fun. One guy stares her down like a piece of meat. Honestly, I kind of hope they reject you. Then you belong to me. Everything will be perfect once we score that car. But suddenly, the loud crash of an axe and pry bar hitting the floor interrupts him. Hearing the noise, the thug whips around, grinding his teeth in absolute blinding rage. Dude is completely stunned to see Gondon already choking out his two buddies. Before his brain even processes this, a massive kick smashes his face, instantly shattering his teeth. His friends panic and scramble for the exit. Move out of my way! Who the heck is that giant? They barely take 3 steps before a monstrous punch flatlines, one of them right into dreamland. The other 2 goons just stand there, completely dizzy. Ha steps up, pure murder in her eyes. Hand over every single thing you have. You know exactly what happens next. They charge at Ha with weapons, screaming like idiots. You want to die? Give us your stuff instead. Okay guys, boom. Before anyone could blink, Higa smashed her fists into their faces. Just like that, Gion Hai was safe, crying her eyes out and thanking Gondon. After some quick intros, naturally nosy Gondon started digging for details, and wouldn't you know it, Gion Hai just happened to be listening in. You are from the village of Hope, right? Sweet, innocent John. Hai just nodded. Yep, sure am. Gondon totally flashed Higa the most smug little smirk. See? I told you we grabbed the right target. Saving a villager was pure luck, so relax. John, hi, super curious now, asked if they were searching for her home. Gondon played it straight. Yeah, we definitely have some business there. The exact second she heard they wanted to visit, her eyes literally sparkled like crazy. Strong fighters like you are totally welcome. You guys, this was her first time ever hyping up her own hometown. Meeting totally trustworthy people was a massive shock. She honestly believed this was pure destiny at work. She was totally sure the chief and guide would be pumped. Then she just handed them a cute little flyer she made herself. Gondon grabbed the paper. A village chief, plus some random guide. Okay, hold up. Gondon and Higa felt their danger alarms blare. Some massive dude jumped out attacking, but Higa swung her axe way faster. The giant snarled, sounding insanely threatening. Are you with those other scumbags? Then he shouted, John, Hai was family, demanding her back. Turns out this is Suman, and he is not playing games. Hand her over, or I will break you. Just as the tension hit maximum overdrive, a voice cut through. Guide, wait up. John Hai dashed in to explain. They totally saved me. I am so sorry, sir. I should have stayed right by your side. Sumin froze, then flashed this massive smile. It is okay. I am just glad you are completely safe. He turned and gave Gondon a weak apology for the mix-up. But Gondon felt his gut screaming that something was seriously messed up here. He looked down. John Hai was shaking like a leaf, even as Suman kept asking if everything was perfectly fine. I told you to stick close. Even her voice was shaking as she stammered her nervous reply. I am so sorry. It is my first time. Sumin just gripped her shoulder, squeezing it tighter and tighter like a vice. His tone was absolute poison now. Next time, stay close. Got it? You know I hate repeating myself. Right then, the poor girl was in so much pain she could barely speak. She just begged Suman for forgiveness. Suddenly, she stopped crying. Her shoulder did not hurt anymore. But guess what? Suman dropped the fake friendly smile completely. What are you doing? Why grab my hand? Gondon had straight up clamped onto his wrist from behind. Gondon stayed dead silent, glaring with pure rage. Suman snapped back. I am not into holding hands with other dudes. Higa was standing right there, gripping her axe tight. Feeling the tension exploding, John Hai nervously whispered out to Suman. Just when we thought fists were flying, Gondon flashed a massive grin. He aggressively shook his hand. You are the guide from the village? It is fantastic to meet you. John Hai has been telling us absolute legends about this amazing village. Gondon was seriously laying it on thick. He claimed she literally never stopped talking about how ridiculously awesome their guide was. Hearing that massive lie, Suman shot a hardcore suspicious glare down at her. She had zero choice but to play along. Her eyes practically begged Suman to please just buy the stupid lie. His eyes flashed deadly red for a second. Message received. Suman instantly swapped back to all smiles. My sincere apologies. I am Suman Bix, guide for the village. Gondon smiled back, but inside he was screaming, Yes, it worked! Time to move! He casually asked if his family could visit. Suman looked totally caught off guard that Gondon brought some backup. He pointed right at Higa. I have my lovely wife standing right behind me, plus a sick daughter. My daughter is super sick. Could we possibly get her medical treatment at your village? The exact second he said wife, Gondon felt a deadly chill. Higa was staring absolute daggers right through his skull. Suman just laughed it off. We have a doctor, but there is an entrance fee. Gondon flexed that he brought cash, making Suman weirdly delighted. With that, Suman spun around to leave. I need to go warn the villagers. Let us meet back here tomorrow morning. Come on, John Hai. And just like that, she submissively followed him away. Reaching the door, she paused. John Hai gave Gondon this deep, super polite bow before finally vanishing outside. Gondon smugly thought what an insanely lucky day this was. Chun-bok gets treated. He spun around to tell Higa it was time to move. And bam, he took a brutal kick straight to the leg. Gondon hit the floor hard, howling and clutching his bruised shin. You absolute psycho, what was that for? Yeah, calling her his wife was a massive mistake, but Gondon argued it kept them from looking suspicious. They bickered like crazy. Meanwhile, John Hai walked with Suman heading into that creepy village. Stick with me, guys, this gets wild. Suman stares at his own throbbing hands. Yep, that dude's grip is absolutely no joke. Suman is usually the strongest guy around, but Gondon, total beast. And He's reflexes are insanely sharp. She is clearly a seasoned brawler, just like him. A wildly savage grin creeps across his face. The village desperately needs these two powerhouses. Zero chance he is letting them walk away now. Trailing right behind him, John Hai excitedly whispers, "The village chief is going to lose his mind over this. You and I will see this village tomorrow. But for now, let's jump back to the house," where a very loud voice is ringing out. "You lazy bum, what is taking so long?" Back home, Gondon and Hai are scrambling, tossing their stuff together in a total frenzy. Even while packing, Gondon still finds time to nag Chun-bok's zombie mom. "Did you bandage her up yet?" Right on cue, she finishes wrapping the kid's wound. The monster mom then super sweetly asks little Chun-bok if she needs anything else. But the kid waves her off. Gondon already packed tons. Then she casually drops a bomb. But what if there are lots of bad guys there? Then she beams a massive smile. It is totally fine. Hai will just beat them all up, so do not even worry about it, Mom. Hearing that, Mom starts visibly shaking. Wait, but who will sing your bedtime lullabies? Little Chun-bok just stares right back, looking completely lost and confused. Oh, right, I literally cannot sleep at night. And boom, just like that, a sneaky little sparkle lights up her mom's eyes. Exactly, which obviously means I have to tag along, right? Chun-bok instantly falls for it. Yeah, you can totally come with us. Overhearing this ridiculous scheme, Gondon spins around to shut it down. What are you saying? You know a zombie cannot enter that village. Those words absolutely shatter her poor monster heart. Gondon goes completely silent, thinking it over. Then he softens up. Hey, do not worry, we are not staying there forever. I get why you are stressed about this whole trip, but we will be back really soon. Just wait right here. Then, Gondon actually reaches out and gently strokes her pale cheek. She struggles just to mouth one single word. Promise. Seeing her like this, Gondon totally freezes. She presses his hand against her face. You have to swear you will come back soon. He promises, then leans in and gently kisses her forehead. In that heartbreaking moment, she sadly asks herself, why did I have to become a monster? If she was normal, she could travel anywhere with her family. But reality check the next morning arrives, and it is time for their journey. Mom watches miserably from the sidelines as Gondon and little Chun-bok pack up. She seriously hates needing Hai to protect them, and then she catches Hai smirking. Oh, that fills her with absolute boiling rage. Chun-bok waves goodbye to her mom as the door slowly creeps shut, swearing she will be back super soon. Mom pictures this perfect, happy family living a normal life, and just like that, click, the door shuts right in her face. Now she is totally alone in this heavy, suffocating silence. She lets out a massive sigh. Time to pull myself together. She still has a job to do. Next, Mom just stares down at her own freaky hands, totally lost in her thoughts. It feels like something literally stabbed the dead center of her palm. She thinks, if I am right about this. Meanwhile, our heroes meet Suman and drive toward Hope Village. Suman suddenly breaks the silence. I know this ride is crazy cramped, but please just let me handle everything. Sorry for the hassle, guys, but I really have to follow the village rules perfectly. Gondon nods, then casually asks if this doctor is actually any good. Sumin just bursts out laughing. Oh, he definitely knows his stuff. Even if his medical methods are slightly insane, he is a massive big shot in our village, so you really do not need to stress. Hearing that, Gondon is officially terrified, but he plays it cool. Wow, you have totally convinced me to trust this guy completely. Inside his head, though, he is desperately praying the kid makes it. At the very least, he hopes this creepy doctor can actually diagnose her and fix the problem. He just prays it is not serious. Meanwhile, up front, Suman is driving and secretly fanboying hard. Seeing their strength in person just makes him want them even more. He could not care less about the kid, but the chief is going to absolutely love these two. Back at the house, completely alone now, Mom takes off her shirt to check herself out. Nasty gray and green veins are literally snaking across her skin. She breathes deep, opens her eyes, bam, ice-cold yellow irises. It is just a tiny trace of energy, but she feels it pulsing. She shifts slightly, pressing her sharp claws into her wounded palm. Wait, is that a tiny tentacle wiggling its way into her flesh? It is alive, throbbing, and beaming a signal straight to some creepy old geezer. Sensing the connection, his eyes suddenly flash a terrifying demonic red. The villainous old man croaks out his dark command. My children, get yourselves ready. In a blood-red room, Gion and 3 others instantly answer the call. You and I both know what this means. A massive storm is heading straight for Chun-bok's family. Meanwhile, Gamden's squad finally rolls up to Hope Village, which is literally just a massive, half-finished, abandoned apartment complex. The creepy bare steel frames practically groan a welcome as their car slowly backs up behind the heavy iron gates. Alright, you and I are diving into Crazy Town. The place? Dead empty. But our driver Suman cheerfully claims everyone is just dying to meet the happy family. Leave your bags in the car, he insists. Totally safe, guys. Yeah, right. Gondon shoots Higa this panicked, wide-eyed look. It absolutely screams that they need to watch their backs here. Higa glares back like, we? Please. The only clueless one is little Chun-bok, happily sucking her thumb. Gondon desperately asks the kid if she remembers their master plan. Her response? A totally blank stare. Chun-bok blinks up at him with these huge eyes. You can practically see the gears grinding in her head. Boom! It clicks. She latches right onto Higa's arm, screaming, Mommy, I am so scared! Higa freezes, totally stunned. Chun-bok just grins up at her new mommy. Higa turns bright red, absolutely speechless and completely losing it. Panicking, Gondon frantically whispers to play along. Higa swallows her massive pride and chokes out, It is okay, sweetie. Mommy will protect you forever. Gondon just stares. Was that really so hard? Suddenly, the car jerks to a halt at the massive gate, engine dying out completely. Suman whips around, flashing this creepy, happy grin. We have arrived. You can hop out now, folks. With a loud clunk, he pops the trunk. Blinding sunlight instantly floods into the dark, cramped car. They peek out super cautiously. Surprise! A massive crowd is already waiting, enthusiastically buzzing and cheering for the fresh arrivals. Gondon whips his head to the guide. What is this? Suman does not even blink. Do not be afraid. They just want to meet your family. Consider it the quirky local culture of Hope Village. Good people here, so seriously, just relax. Relax? Yeah, right. Even the tough Higa looks completely creeped out by all these intense stares. Suddenly, a smooth voice speaks up, terrifying everyone. Meet Jun-hyung, the legendary founder of this whole sketchy Hope settlement. Seeing him, the crowd goes absolutely wild. Jun-hyung flashes a warm welcome to their little fake family. He flashes this perfectly polite, plastic smile. But honestly, it just screams pure evil and major cult vibes. They get escorted inside by eager guys grabbing their bags. Everywhere you look, walls plastered with unsettlingly happy, smiling families. Gondon admits the vibe is weirdly cozy and alive. Jun-hyung just starts roaring with laughter. This is totally normal, he chuckles, but honestly, I have not seen this vibe in forever. Just watching them makes me thrilled, too. Boom. Higa and Gondon freeze in their tracks. That shady little comment definitely gets them thinking. Not caring, Jun-hyung just rambles on. This right here? It cost us years of pure blood, sweat, and tears. People never smiled back then. It was constant war. Gondon, feeling super awkward, immediately apologizes for digging up the trauma. Still facing away, the old man sighs. I cannot say that I have forgotten. He stops, slowly spinning around with this horrible smirk. Jun-hyung hits them with a crazy look. We are one huge, unbroken family now. Yeah. That terrifying, villainous expression, Higa catches it instantly with her razor-sharp, totally suspicious eyes. Her gut is screaming red flags. Jun-hyung snaps back, saying he is rambling and their kid desperately needs some rest. Catching him staring at Chun-bok, Higa tightly squeezes the kid's hand. They hit a hallway, and Jun-hyung points to their new sketchy room. Gondon just stares, completely shocked. The place is an absolute rundown dump. The clinic sign? Literally just cheap paper taped to a door. The old dude swears that despite the trashy look, a real doctor is inside. Jun-hyung tells them to go see the doc and straight up bails. Gondon aggressively nods, forcing out some polite thank yous. He has been holding that exhausting, totally fake customer service smile this entire time. Let's pause right here. You and I know this place is cursed. The second he leaves, Gondon drops the smile. Higa feels the same. Gondon frowns, totally agreeing. No guards, No lights to block zombies, nobody even slightly stressed. It is way too dangerously chill. Honestly, this so-called Hope Village feels like a total death trap. Higa shoves the clinic door open. Priorities first. Gondon says it straight, forget the horror movie mystery. They just need to cure little Chun-bok. Meanwhile, our tiny star has no clue what is going on. She is just staring down this insanely dark, creepy basement staircase. Going down, Gondon finally cracks open a door. Complete pitch-black darkness. Every single light is totally dead in here. Why the heck is a hospital in a basement? While the adults fumble around, Chun-bok silently wanders toward a shadowy bed. Walking through the absolute dark, our clueless kid suddenly smacks right into something solid. Bam! A heavy thud echoes as she trips and faceplants. Gondon absolutely loses it, yelling, "Chun-bok, are you okay?" Crying her eyes out, she whimpers about the pain. But as she gets up, she spots something so wild, her tears instantly turn off. You and I are not ready for this. Jinu pops open his chilling, ghostly white eyes under a blanket and whispers, "Are you okay? Let's dive in." Chun-bok's eyes bulge out, so terrified she cannot even scream. Her heart goes into overdrive, adrenaline spiking hard. That bandaged finger twitches, and boom, a jet-black, razor-sharp claw shreds right through the fabric. Channeling absolute pure panic, our girl just shrieks, "Get lost!" She straight up jabs that nightmare finger at Jinu under the blankets. The poor guy yelps like he just saw a ghost. Meanwhile, up top, Sumin grills Junhyung about this Gomdon crew. The old dude is visibly sweating this whole situation. Junhyung claims tonight's little dinner party is the ultimate vibe check, the one true way to see what people are made of. But Sumin isn't buying it. What if the Gondon squad aces the test and just walks away? Right on cue, John Hai and her kid spot Junhyung across the way. She throws up this super cheerful little wave. The kid nods sweetly. Junhyung smiles back like a saint, but what he mutters next? Absolute ice. If they say no, we just kill them and skin them. Boom. Problem totally solved. And hey, go easy on their kid. The big boss is dying to meet them, so no roughing this one up like the usual victims, okay? Sue just chuckles. Obviously not. That finally gets the old guy to chill. Suddenly, some massive shouting downstairs ruins the peace. A literal thug is manhandling some dude, and telling him to relax just makes him go completely feral. Out comes a knife. The punk screams, demanding the secret to dodging these freaky monsters. The victim begs, swearing he has zero clue, but the thug is deaf to logic. Up top, Junhyung watches this chaos unfold. A seriously deadly glint hits his eyes. Well, lots of fresh meat in the settlement today. Tonight's show is going to be unhinged. Anyway, cutting back to the crazy infirmary, Chun-bok keeps poking that monster finger, stressing out Hyra and Gondon big time. Suddenly, her tiny hand gets snagged. She is completely trapped. Jinu, absolutely fuming under the covers, snaps. "What are you doing? Who do you even think you are?" Next thing, Chun-bok gets yanked free as Hyra literally drags Jinu out from hiding. She hoists an axe, looking ready to commit crimes. "Who the heck are you?" she barks. The blanket gets yanked away, exposing a totally panicked Jingun. "I am the doctor." "Why are you crazies in here?" Hyra finally chills out, though she still gives him the ultimate side-eye. Later on, a super awkward Gondon tries apologizing. "My bad, didn't think anyone actually slept there." Oh boy, that just makes Jinu lose his mind. "Oh, so now it's my fault for grabbing a nap in a weird spot?" The world ends, and suddenly everyone treats me like absolute garbage. This is ridiculous. And look at my pillow, you stabbed right through it. Jinu is just relentlessly roasting them now. Gondon frantically promises to pay him back, begging him to calm down, secretly thinking, "Yeah, this dude is one massive weirdo. You are paying me, obviously, but those two better apologize to me this second." Gondon spins around, ordering them to say sorry. Hyra and Chun-bok just stare, completely unbothered. Jinu aggressively stares them down. Hyra coughs up a lame apology, and a super salty Chun-bok lazily follows her lead. That trash attitude hits Jinu's nerves again. He points to the door, screaming, "Zero examinations for you!" Gondon plays peacekeeper. "Doc, come on! They just suck at saying sorry." Shockingly, that only fuels the fire. Our guy refuses to budge. But then Hyra forces him to look at something, since words are literally doing nothing. One look, and Jinu instantly short-circuits. A grotesquely infected finger, something a normal kid definitely shouldn't be rocking. Fast forward 1 second, and Jinu is poking and prodding that freaky digit. He inspects it, muttering about having seen everything. Gondon starts sweating, asking for the verdict. Jinu stands, radiating absolute confidence, and announces, "I am absolutely positive about one thing." Everyone leans in, holding their breath. "I have zero clue. Game over." Hyra grabs his fancy white coat, winding up a punch. He starts stammering excuses at lightning speed. These symptoms are insanely rare. Normally, you mutate after a bite, or if monster slime gets in an open cut. But this little girl? Not a single scratch on her. Jinu is officially looking at a medical impossibility. Right now, her body is holding up, which is a miracle, but he definitely cannot guarantee she stays human forever. As long as they chill at the settlement, he agrees to monitor her. Cue the dramatic flashback to Chun-bok's mom, covered in blood, desperately feeding her baby. A brutal reminder of happier times. She holds him tight, and the memories just flood in. All those golden moments of family life, striking our guy right in the emotional jugular. All right, grab your snacks because things are getting wild. Gondon shuts his eyes, literally begging Jinu to hide Chun-bok's condition. Jinu is totally conflicted. Breaking rules? Bad. But his nosy curiosity about the kid wins. Fine. His lips are sealed tight. Right on cue, little Chun-bok rests her tiny hand over Gondon's. She asks super sweetly, "Is it my fault? Am I dangerous?" And boom, there it is. A freaky monster mark on her tiny hand. Gondon just wraps his big hand over hers. "Let's go outside, yeah?" He quickly whisks Chun-bok out for some sandbox time. Hyped up by her dad's cheering, the kid gets straight to work building an epic sand mountain. Hira and Gondon chill in the shade, watching Chun-bok totally vibe in her own world. Then Gondon breaks the awkward silence with the fakest smile ever. "I swore we'd find a cure here," he mutters, scratching his head. But nope, we are literally right back at square one. They dragged through pure hell just to bring Chun-bok here. He definitely cannot tell his wife this massive fail, but remembering Chun-bok staring up with those huge, worried eyes? Yeah, that memory just twists the knife deep. He is drowning in total hopelessness, admitting, "I can't even fake it and say everything will be fine. I'm absolutely useless to her," he groans, totally crushed. But Hira just claps back. "Just be with her, idiot." Gondon stares up, brain buffering. She stands up slowly and drops it again. "Just be with her, you big dumb bear. Even when you are stuck in the absolute worst, zero escape garbage situation ever, you still have to be the solid rock so your kid does not crack." Dropping that wisdom, Hira strolls over to help build the sandcastle. "This is literally what parents do for their kids," she adds. Gondon just freezes. Completely error 404. Mumbling her words, he takes a massive breath and smacks both his cheeks hard. Boom. Sad boy hours are over. Time to lock in. "Let's move." Hira jumps, totally spooked. "Wait, you actually have a plan?" Gondon admits he has absolutely zero clue, but hey, you gotta dig to find gold. Time to get moving, fast. Hira shoots him a long look, then smirks. "Good start, hero." Meanwhile, Chun-bok is losing her mind over her dope sand art. After serious playtime, the kid declares she is starving. Gondon scoops her right up. "Then let's go hunt some food down." First step, food joint. But here's where we switch gears, guys. Super creep John High is busy stalking them from behind a wall. Who even knows how long she has been creeping? Turns out, John High has been tailing Gondon's crew for hours like a total weirdo ninja. The creepy boss Jun-hyung gave her one simple job, basically spy on the shiny new family that just rolled into town. John High blindly agreed, totally clueless why. Jun-hyung just smoothly lied, saying he had to ensure they were not a threat to the village. Since they were heading to the clinic, tracking them was easy mode. Then he gives her this super condescending head pat. "I trust you completely," he purrs. And literally, that one manipulative line makes John High glow like a gamer getting legendary loot. Spotting that reaction, Jun-hyung flashes the greasiest villain smile ever. Report every detail. So John High plays the loyal little foot soldier and starts tracking. Peeping through the clinic's round window, she catches the big reveal, that freaky, twisted finger straight up chilling on Chun-bok's hand. John High thinks, "Okay, that is straight up a monster claw, not a boo-boo. Is this what the director wanted me to find? Whatever, I'm snitching," she decides. But out of absolutely nowhere, a ghost hand slaps down on her shoulder. Lost in her spy fantasy, the jump scare makes her shriek, swatting the hand away in pure panic mode. Panting, John High realizes it is just her mom. Jun-dyu looks totally shell-shocked by her kid's crazy ninja reflexes. "What are you doing here?" she demands. John High chokes, spitting out a garbage lie about taking a walk. Her mom is absolutely not buying that trash, demanding why she is creeping on the newbies. John High plays dumb, but Jun-dyu just glares. Mom intuition knows exactly what is up. She hits her with the point blank. "Did the director order this?" John High flinches so hard her guilty face practically screams yes. Busted. Jun-dyu goes full furious mom. "I said ignore that creep. You already gave me a heart attack vanishing from the settlement the other day. Why do they keep using you?" But John High hits her absolute breaking point and just shrieks, "Stop it right now." "This is all my choice," the rebel teen yells. Going out to hype up our settlement and this totally secret spy mission too. Leave the director out of this. I am a real resident of this place, okay? One day, she spits, locking eyes with her mom. I will actually be a VIP here, and the director will grant me a miracle, just like yours. Jun-dyu is literally stunned. Running purely on furious mom energy, she slaps John Hai clean across the face. And she does not stop. She just starts spamming head chops, screaming out years of totally bottled up trauma. I told you a million times, it was no miracle. Do you seriously think I asked for this nightmare? The combo attacks are too brutal. John Hai bolts out of there, crying back, I just wanted a purpose. Is that so evil to ask for? Wild family drama, guys. Just leave me alone. Dad would totally be proud of me, Junj yelled, veins literally popping on his angry forehead. You and I have to wonder, did she really birth this stubborn kid? Junu scanned the dirt, hunting for ammo. She spotted some rocks and chucked one straight at the hard-headed boy without hesitation. John Hai scrambled away while Junru screamed she would absolutely beat him to a pulp, but that single rage explosion left her completely breathless. Junru stood dead silent, clutching another rock tight. A sudden wind whipped past, blowing her clothes back, and wow, her other sleeve was completely empty. Her eyes immediately softened with love, staring after her son. Listen to your mom, you foolish boy. Anyway, let's check on Gondon. Inside the pitch-black cafeteria, the only light came from one single, extremely sad lamp. Gondon was practically vibrating, staring at the bowl. He never thought he would taste this again. Seriously, it was a glorious sausage soup. Gondon grinned at Chun-bok. This village is crazy good. Should we seriously just live here forever? Chun-bok nodded like crazy, adding that he would absolutely bring his mom here too. Suddenly, H scoffed coldly. Gondon totally flinched, backtracking fast. Just kidding. I would never. But H snapped back. Whether they liked it or not, this place was not for Chun-bok. She watched the kid happily stuffing his face, and honestly, she could not help but worry. Doctors had zero clue about Chun-bok's symptoms, which was super sketchy. H's icy face flickered with genuine concern, picturing the poor kid's mom. If anything happened to Chun-bok, she would personally hunt down and obliterate that monster. Suddenly, some guy asking to sit down totally interrupted her thoughts. They all turned around. It was Jun-hyung, flashing a painfully fake smile. A bit later, Chun-bok's tiny belly was perfectly round from all that glorious food. The old man warmly asked if everyone enjoyed the food. Gondon replied carefully. He loved it, just never expected to find sausage soup here. Jun-hyung totally flexed that their settlement had a farm, promising to show them around next time. The two dudes just kept chatting, while H silently tracked Jun-hyung's every single move. The old guy then asked about the medical checkup. Gondon forced a smile. The doctor apparently needed more time. Hearing that, Jun-hyung smiled politely and wiped his mouth, but his eyes, completely sinister, staring straight at a very stuffed Chun-bok. The kid happily rubbed his food, baby. Look closely, the old man's eyes were glued to the boy's bandaged finger. Then, Jun-hyung casually invited Gondon for a night walk. Gondon was totally stunned. It was literally the middle of the night. The old man just gave him this incredibly creepy, unrejectable smile. He calmly explained that his people still went outside once a week to gather food. They apparently needed massive amounts of food since the settlement was packed and growing fast. Gondon forced an understanding smile, completely confused. Why go at night when monsters roam? Jun-hyung grinned. That is exactly why we go out late. That answer was so absurd it left Gondon completely speechless, making H even more suspicious. The old man beamed like a psycho. As you know, monsters wander around at night. When that happens, he added, we just slip inside buildings for food and gear. Super simple. H immediately snapped back. Are you kidding? How do you dodge all those lethal monsters without dying? She glared daggers at him, eyes like absolute ice. The nice dinner vibe? Instantly dead and insanely tense. Gondon sweated, trying to smooth things over. Sorry, she gets sensitive. But Jun-hyung completely brushed it off. He wasn't joking at all. The guy made absolutely zero sense to H, but her defensive walls shot up instantly. Gondon was totally baffled. Was this old dude seriously claiming they could just casually dodge monsters? Catching them off guard, Jun-hyung smiled all creepy. See for yourselves, he said, hand on chest. Tonight, I will show you our food day miracle. His face looked sincere, but his bottomless black eyes gave everyone massive chills. As the sun finally set, the last rays of light faded entirely away. Flocks of crows headed to their nests, their loud caws echoing through the darkening sky. Chun-bok gripped an iron bar, acting totally tough. 20 years since we last met, huh? Yep. He was trash-talking Gondon's sworn enemy. The terrifying monster? Just the goofy sand sculpture the kid built earlier? He squeezed the iron bar hard, aiming straight at the sandy dude. Getting totally hyped, Chun-bok took a wild running start, charging right at the enemy. The second he got close, he slammed that long iron bar onto its head, like a very aggressive greeting for an old buddy. Mid-swing, he dramatically yelled that it was for Gondon. But a second later, the kid froze in absolute shock. His beautiful sand monster completely shattered, blasting sand everywhere. It went right into his eyes, and he started whining, clutching his face in pain. "How dare that monster," he whined. But right then, H's furious yell echoed from nearby. "All right, you and I are jumping right into the drama." H gives Gondon a killer side-eye, calling him a gullible idiot, but our guy just plays it cool, begging her to drop it. Gondon tries playing it cool, claiming he is just exploring every single pathetic option left. The old guy might be totally shady, but it is a shot at a cure. That actually shuts H up completely. Spotting her hesitation, Gondon pushes his luck. If the sketchy grandpa is being honest, this insane risk might actually pay off. Against all odds, his desperate logic actually lands. H finally breaks the silence with her usual icy tone, basically saying, "Enjoy your funeral, I am out." Gondon chokes on the awkwardness, whining that she could at least wish him a tiny bit of luck on his suicide mission. Instant regret, though. He remembers almost immediately that she totally does not get the whole protective parent vibe. His face hardens up. She roasted him 2 seconds ago, so now he is gearing up to serve some serious payback. Plot twist! H actually agrees with his salty comment, leaving Gondon standing there looking completely clueless. He whips his head around in pure shock. H will not even look at him, just keeping her head down while whispering something super heavy. She admits she lacks the parent card and tells him to go secure the win while she waits it out safely. Gondon is basically brain dead from shock, sinking into this super awkward silence. He finally promises he will do literally anything to save Chun-bok. Fast forward a bit, the whole place gets swallowed by pitch-black darkness. That creepy solo moon is glaring through the clouds, and you can visibly watch Gondon totally lose his cool into absolute panic mode. Dude is definitely regretting every life choice right now. Meanwhile, under that same spooky lighting, Jun-hyung finally makes his move. The crazy old man lets out a massive laugh. He is literally hyping up the crowd about how fresh the night air feels, claiming the moonlight and the breeze are just absolutely magical tonight. Delusional much? Yeah, right. The village looks absolutely nothing like a vacation spot. It is a straight-up apocalyptic wasteland. We are talking busted buildings everywhere, literal piles of trash and some rusty garbage car with its tires completely blasted to shreds. Jun-hyung cheerfully asks how the gang is holding up, but honestly, everyone is practically shaking out of their boots right now. They are gripping their weapons like their tragic lives depend on it. Disgusting monster noises are echoing everywhere. But does the old man care? Nope, he is still chilling in an aggressively good mood. Acting like this literal nightmare zone is the perfect spot for a casual evening walk. Right behind him, Dongyu and Sumin are trapped by deformed freaks howling their heads off. Here is where you and I have to laugh. Gondon is staring at this circus, sweating bullets, his face cramping up from pure disbelief. His brain is screaming that something is incredibly wrong. These terrifying mutant things are literally moving aside for some random people in red cloaks. Alarm bells are ringing loud and clear right now. The monsters are surrounding the cloak gang but acting like tame little puppies. He realizes the magic trick has to be those hideous cloaks. Out of nowhere, some random kid yells about them touching the monsters, completely dragging Gondon out of his panic daydream. He snaps his neck around, desperately trying to locate the tiny voice. Oh great, a clueless family. The mom is forcing the fakest smile ever, telling her baby that mommy is right here. The kid just keeps making happy baby noises, completely oblivious to the flesh-eating horror show literally standing 3 feet away. Gondon is losing his mind. Who in their right mind brings a toddler to a monster fest? Absolutely unhinged parenting. He still cannot process why these ugly beasts are not attacking. The old geezer definitely holds the cheat codes to controlling these nasty things. Meanwhile, in the shady corner, some dudes are already throwing hands. 2 grown men wrestling over garbage because they totally saw it first. The young punk takes the win and starts talking trash. Obviously, the loser is not letting that slide. So they start a whole shouting match, and naturally, another petty brawl is kicking off right next door. Insults are flying everywhere, some sarcastic genius jokes that everyone is having the absolute time of their lives. Back to the weirdos in the red cloaks, things are getting suspicious. Mi-hun asks if it is showtime. The creepy grandpa smirks, claiming the moment is perfectly ripe. He turns to the starving zombies, raises his dramatic hand, and promises to show everyone a literal miracle. One dramatic finger snap serves as the ultimate warning siren. Instantly, hundreds of beasts snap out of it. They roar and charge straight for the human buffet. Well, you and I knew this was coming. Gondon is completely paralyzed with fear as a literal monster stampede charges them head-on. Alright, look at these freaks swarming their all-you-can-eat human buffet. Monster roars mixed with desperate cries for help, an absolutely terrifying nightmare chorus. Meanwhile, chilling in the corner, Jun-hyung actually smiled. Not my first rodeo, but man, I still love watching this absolute chaos unfold. Look at these pathetic humans, completely sinking into despair, begging for mercy from their worst nightmares. Though honestly, their pathetic little freakouts are kinda cute, right? A seriously twisted grin spread across Jun-hyung's face. Hearing that psycho commentary, Dong-yu just stayed quiet, giving him this long, judging stare. The old dude just kept mocking them. I really don't see what is so special about your chosen guy. Hey guide, guessing your super special power is finally useless now, huh? Sumin totally iced him out. You might want to look closer, sir. That icy confidence actually threw the old guy totally off balance. Just a second later, the old man's eyes nearly popped out of his skull at the view. Some freaks who didn't even reach the dinner table were already smashed into a bloody pulp. Another ugly dude got its face rearranged even worse, instantly losing a whole mouthful of teeth. And the guy handing out these free beatdowns? Our boy Gondon, fighting back with absolute mad energy. Bro was literally using his backpack to body a whole mob of freaks, leaving those monsters crying for mommy. "Back off, you creeps!" he screamed while swinging. But seeing them suddenly shift tactics, he blinked. Wait, what is happening? Why this sudden ambush? And why are those absolute jerks just standing there enjoying the show? Was this their sick plan the whole time? He knew things were bad, but this was pure insanity. Way too many of them. Can I even survive this? Gondon's face completely dropped. Watching some gross mutant try to chew on his arm sparked pure, unfiltered panic in his brain. Right before quitting, his survival instincts flared up incoming. Gondon blindly swung to his left, smacking another ugly beast right in the face. This endless gauntlet of death pushed his anxiety to the max. That was way too close. Cold sweat rolled down his face. He cursed out loud. The beast he just dropped was already dragging its ugly self back up. Ow! That actually hurt, you punk. A creepy, raspy voice from the beast made his heart stop. Wait, did you actually speak? Suddenly, a massive wave of nightmare shrieks rushed up from right behind him. He whipped around on pure instinct. In one wild flash, he wrecked like 5 freaks at once. Spotting a blind spot, another mutant unhinged its massive jaw, totally ready for a quick human snack. But his radar was on fire. One nasty elbow smashed backward, laying that monster out completely cold. Gondon was practically in God mode right now. Meanwhile, from the peanut gallery, they kept talking. "Sir, are you okay?" The guy beside him shook slightly. "I am great. Just never seen a dude brawl this hilariously well before. Makes total sense now why you like this crazy kid. Guide, bro is soloing them with a school bag. Absolutely wild plot twist right there. But Jun-hyung's smug little smile vanished instantly right after. Meanwhile, our boy Gondon was sweating bullets fighting for his life. He panicked, desperately looking for an exit strategy. Right behind him, a sneaky freak lunged straight for his backpack weapon. Jun-hyung observed darkly, numbers always win the game in the end. Gondon clenched his jaw, forcing his brain to focus on surviving. Watching safely, Jun-hyung clapped like an annoying fanboy. Alright, show is over. But wait, his eyes shot wide open at this completely insane plot twist. Those hyped-up killer monsters were suddenly screaming and crying in absolute pain. Their gross, mutated faces got even more mangled and totally horrifying. Turns out Gondon casually pulled a backup weapon to chop his way through the mob. This sweet new toy gave him a massive confidence spike. Wow. Did not expect this axe to slap so hard, but it is not enough to escape. Just way too many, and they keep healing because I am missing their critical spots. These freaks kept making nasty noises, actually chatting with each other. Gondon was multitasking hard, fighting while plotting an exit. I am trapped unless I totally wipe them off the map. Gotta focus. Meanwhile, the beasts looked hyped, staring at him like a premium steak dinner. He desperately gripped onto a tiny shred of hope. There has to be an exit. But a massive black hole of despair was eating him alive. Zero escape. Surviving this crazy nightmare looked absolutely impossible, right? Stay tuned. But then, a completely annoying familiar voice ruins the vibe. Idiot, did you seriously believe that old creep who called you smart? Gondon just ignores her. Honestly, he really does not need her sarcastic drama today. Almost dying really makes you rethink your life choices. Yep, absolute idiot. Dude really should have just listened to her. Looking away from the totally deadly threat, Gondon starts daydreaming. Man, having Chun-bok mom-level powers right now would absolutely save his hide. Or honestly, packing crazy strength like Hyra would also be super clutch. He could completely protect Chun-bok from literally anything. But snap back to reality, buddy. That superhero fantasy is definitely not happening today. Gross mud hands suddenly start dragging him straight down. All our boy Gondon can squeak out is a pathetic no. Then boom, a massive blast goes off, completely stunning every single random bystander around. That crazy shockwave terrifies humans and literally freezes those ugly monsters cold. Something epic is definitely brewing, and nobody wants a piece of it. A super deep voice drops the line. Either way too early to quit now. Despite the absolute madness, Junhyung looks totally smug, like he is watching a super entertaining movie. The heavy jacket finally drops. Gondon is totally locked in now, deciding to drag all these ugly suckers straight down with him. Annoying monsters are still clinging on, begging for an opening. His axe arm shakes bad, yeah, our dude is running purely on fumes right now. Flexing whatever juice is left, Gondon yells, "Get out of my way, freaks!" The monsters? Completely unafraid. They actually think this is hilarious. Gotcha now. Yep, even Gondon and his crazy muscle power is hitting rock bottom. Way too many monsters. All those creepy, glowing eyes are hard locked on our struggling human. All right, you and I know this looks bad. He is panting hard, but Gondon is razor sharp. Promise made, protecting his family is the only mission. Please, let me be your husband. Chun-bok mom turns bright red, staring shyly at the dirt. Super cute. She actually accepts the sappy confession. That proposal literally ignites his survival instinct. And finally, even those brainless monsters realize something is seriously different about this dude. Those gross, creepy hands? Oh yeah, they are totally rattling with pure fear right now. Meanwhile, the extra characters are crying, absolutely drowning in despair. Perfect timing though, because mysterious Junyoung dramatically claps to drop his big order. That is enough. Everyone stops screaming and goes completely wide-eyed. Wait, the monsters are running away? What kind of crazy cheat code is this? Some old guy chimes in. Little surprising, right? Just relax, guys. The ugly monsters are officially history. Absolute miracle. Brought to you by Hope Village. Look at that. 0 casualties for you all. That miracle totally saved everyone. 2 girls frantically check themselves. She is right. No bite marks anywhere. Cue the super greasy sales pitch. Everyone needs a safe spot from the apocalypse, right? A sweet monster-free zone. Pure hope, 0 fear. Junhyung throws his arms out, looking like the ultimate generous hero. Trust me, Hope Village is everything you need. Honestly, you and I know this guy sounds like a total scam. Boom, the crowd totally buys it. Tears turn into massive cheering. They start worshipping this random old dude like he is some literal descending god. But Gondon is not a sheep, so he stays put. 0 interest in joining the fan club. He totally figures out the old man staged this whole thing, using trauma to build extreme loyalty. And plot twist, this shady dude is absolutely controlling those monster freaks. What kind of messed up village is this? He kicks himself. Yep, walking in here was a massive mistake. Everyone here is completely dangerous. Some mysterious red figure slickly steps away from the boss squad. Junju totally locks onto him, thinking this guy looks insanely useful. Later that night, the dark, silent room gets totally ruined by some super annoying whispering. Jinu slowly peels off his eye patch. He glares up at the annoying duo currently destroying his beauty sleep. He casually barks out, "Hello, did you totally forget your downstairs neighbor exists? Dude, I cannot sleep at all." Haiga props herself up, super casually holding Chun-bok with just one arm. "Then go sleep outside." The kid coldly backs her up. Jinu is completely tilted now. "Why should I abandon my own awesome bed? You guys could just shut up. I only let you borrow the bed because I was not sleeping in it. Honestly, totally regretting letting you crash here." He groans, basically hating that Haiga is even breathing in his space. Suddenly, the top bunk goes dead silent. The room pitches black, forcing Jingu to look up, totally confused by the weird vibe. He blinks, and bam, Haiga is death glaring upside down. Her pitch black eyes in the dark look insanely creepy, basically giving Jingu a mini heart attack. Totally panicked, he instantly ducks his head back under the bunk. Shaking with absolute terror, he stammers, "Anyway, good night." Haiga turns to Chun-bok with a giant smirk. "See? That is how you pull a killer scary face." The little girl is absolutely starry-eyed. "But hey, you and I can agree with Chun-bok here," he peeks over, totally traumatized by his mom's insane battle glare. "Alright, watch this." Chun-bok's face literally glows at Hira's words. "Wait, seriously? I can actually pull that off?" And honestly, with a face that ridiculously cute, Hira cannot resist giving her a quick head pat. "Obviously you can, because you are my daughter." Hira drops that line with the softest smile, her eyes just overflowing with total mom pride. Chun-bok's reaction though? A massive loading screen, plastered across her face. Hira, completely intrigued, just scoops the confused kiddo right into a huge hug. Chun-bok just flashes this super innocent grin. "Oh, I was just thinking about my mom. Wonder what she's up to." Oof. That totally innocent question smacks Hira like a literal freight train. Her whole vibe instantly darkens. Mood? Completely dead. Pitch black over the apartment complex. A doorknob slowly turns almost completely silent. The door cracks open. Out steps Chun-bok's mom, totally bracing herself. All right, let's do this. Those freaky cannibals are definitely coming. She sneaks right out, clicking the door shut behind her without making a peep. Her wild theory? Those flesh eaters will use the freaky tentacles buried deep inside her body as a twisted tracking device. Cue the horrific flashback to that dungeon master's insanely punchable grin. When you finally return, you thing that stole my corpse. For a split second, Mom totally freezes up, completely zoning out into the void. She stares down, deeply haunted by her own cursed body and past. Seriously, how do you forget something that insane? And boom, the absolute nightmare memories come rushing right back. The exact second she saw it, a literal monster hand bursting from her own chest. The self-hate? Totally off the charts. Pure panic in her eyes. She completely refused to accept it then. But now? Reality check time. Whatever terrifying thing she is today, it all traced back to that moment. Now that she thinks about it, human memories? Zero. The terrifying question suddenly drops. Is she even the same person anymore? But hey, mid-existential crisis alert, something super wicked is creeping up incredibly fast. Bam! It strikes, tentacles slashing through the air, completely locking onto her. An absolutely brutal, non-stop ambush. But Mom is insanely agile. She dodges, literally sprints straight up the wall, and blasts herself into the sky. Slice! Her claws shred right across its ugly mug. She moved so blindingly fast, the beast didn't even process it. It screams in pure agony. Chun-bok's mom flips back, shooting a glare over her shoulder. But wait, something feels wrong. Hold up. Is that the exact same hairy creep from the dungeon? The puzzle pieces instantly snap together. But how on earth did this stalker track her? She hadn't felt its energy at all. Literally zero warning signs. Out of nowhere, a creepy voice interrupts her. How fascinating. And Mom is just standing there like, "Excuse me, what?" Her eyes flash neon as it keeps talking. "Oh, I totally knew you were here, but honestly, I am pretty underwhelmed." The beast's tone is just dripping with sarcasm, sporting the ugliest smirk. Its nasty tentacles even give a little taunting wiggle. So mean, calling me just some hairy monster. Oh, now it's acting the victim. The absolute audacity of this guy. Smirking like a total villain, the monster adds, "I honestly just wanted a little face-to-face chat, you know?" Mid-sentence, boom. Its throat gets violently ripped open. Mom moves so insanely fast, the trash monster doesn't even feel the lethal strike. Then she just grabs it by the throat and craters its skull straight into the concrete, completely shattering the entire floor. Gross monster blood literally splatters everywhere across the wall. She is vibrating with pure rage, hands shaking but refusing to let go. Are you reading my mind? And this psycho, completely unfazed, just casually admits it. Oh, bad move. That skyrockets her anger. She flashes her fangs, raising one lethal clawed hand right at its face. "Shut up. Are you with those freaky cannibals? Did you bring that tentacle garbage here? Or are there more? Talk." She is officially losing her mind. And that annoying little smirk on its face? Yeah, it is instantly wiped away. A super tense pause. Then the monster whispers, "Is this seriously all you've got?" That ice-cold comeback totally rattles her. Boom, it attacks, forcing her into a completely desperate dodge. Now, her rage is fully peaking. But zero hesitation, the monster straight up hooks her right on the jaw. She skids backward from the insane impact, but it charges again. So she deploys her own gnarly tentacles, firing them straight back. Perfect hit! The spikes impale the beast clean through. Mom smirks, feeling like a total boss. Nailed it. You are done running. But its next sentence totally deletes her victory smile. Did you actually think that trick would work on me? You know zero about me. But I know your entire life story. Hearing that creepy flex, Mom actually stops her assault cold. Then it starts dropping massive truth bombs. You have a husband, and one incredibly cute kid. I know your crew joined that crazy axe lady's settlement. And yeah, I know those wild cannibals are hunting your exact location. All right, you and I know she is triggered. What is your point? Spit it out. All right, you and I are diving into pure madness. She asks, if you are not a cannibal, what are you? Hilariously, the freak actually stops to think. Then bam, its arm swells into a giant mess, and razor teeth pop out of its face. Chun-bok's mom just stares at this glow-up, absolutely disgusted. Boom. Next second, it launches straight at her with insane speed. A total "let me show you who I am" move. The freak lunges hard, razor claws out, mouth ripped wide open for a giant bite. This guy clearly wants a very personal introduction. Its glowing eyes lock on as it flashes the absolute creepiest giant smile. Seeing that nightmare face, she completely freezes. System error, body offline. And while she is stuck rebooting, this thing invades her personal space. Just when things hit rock bottom, a random memory flashes right through her head. She used to get this weird vibe, this mega creepy feeling of being watched every single hour, even inside the cozy safety of her home. Back then, she would constantly check her corners, searching for the stalker, but never actually found anyone. She totally brushed it off as stress and lack of sleep. Wow. She was so naive. Every single day, she was on high alert, hunting for the invisible weirdo spying on her tiny family. Literally every second, she was desperate to catch the creep targeting her. She stayed checking her six everywhere she went. Well, mystery solved. In the absolute worst possible situation, she finally realizes exactly who owned that ice-cold, invisible stalker stare. Boom, the beast attacks, snapping her right out of memory lane. She gets chucked across the entire cave, blasting a massive shockwave on impact. Bruised and completely furious, she starts dropping some heavy curses. Wasting zero time, this absolute menace lunges in for round 2. So yeah, that creepy watching vibe from earlier? Bingo, it was this exact freak of nature standing right in front of her. It completely wrecks Chun-bok's mom, smashing her into the cave wall. Then, the freak zips right back into her face. Next second, its eyes practically pop out. A massive impact sends dirt and rocks blasting absolutely everywhere. The monster staggers up, looking completely dumbfounded. Like, what just happened? It looks down and realizes, oh snap, my entire arm is missing. A split second later, she plants a brutal, heavy kick square in its chest. The beast eats the kick and goes flying backward. The crazy impact triggers a massive wind blast, making her skid back across the dirt. Here is where you and I scream at the screen, she smugly thinks. Falling from there equals death. Oh girl, you spoke way too soon. Before those words even fully leave her mouth, she slaps a hand over her lips in total panic. The ground throws a violent tantrum and cracks wide open. The freak crawls back out, looking way bulkier than before. Seeing this massive upgrade, she is dead tired and extremely pissed. She just lets out another string of angry curses. Those weird tentacles on her back glow fiery red, hissing loudly as burning steam pours off them. I paralyzed you, poisoned you, even chopped off an arm. Nothing works. What kind of cheat codes are you using? She glares at its brand new perfect arm. But unlike this cheating monster, our girl's gas tank is hitting 0. Gritting her teeth, she frantically tries to cook up a survival plan. But spoiler alert, the monster is not letting her think. It starts trash-talking with a heavy barrage of insults. Quit lying to yourself already. You blew all your cooldowns, right? Out of tricks. It actually gives her the most disrespectful look of pure disgust. The more this freak talks, the more her confidence breaks. Did I not tell you yet? I know your whole life. I can literally feel your emotions inside my head. Do you really need me to spell it out? It creeps forward, tiny step by tiny step, until it is right in her face. Looking up, the monster looks genuinely shocked by her reaction. After everything that just happened, it cannot believe she is actually terrified of it. Its ugly mug twists into a deeply satisfied smirk. She slowly backs away, pivots her feet, and just totally books it. She sprints with absolutely everything left in her tank. Running is the only play here. Her survival instincts are screaming how deadly this is, but barely 3 steps in, bam. A massive spike blows right through her stomach. The brutal strike leaves her on death's door. She violently coughs up blood, eyes rolling right into the back of her head. Its nasty grip crushes around her, nothing but mind-numbing, bone-breaking agony. All she can do is let out an agonizing scream. But the freak? Totally loving it. It squeezes harder and growls, "Look at me, you coward. Stop denying I actually exist. Face the ugly truth. I am you." Tossing out that wild plot twist, it violently yanks its hand back, dragging her along. The monster totally thinks she finally made it mad. And just like that, you and I watch him mercilessly stab Chun-bok's mom. She eats maximum physical agony and a total mental breakdown all at once. You and I are witnessing pure madness. Mom refuses to die to some nameless freak. But yikes, it brutally rips its hand right out of her. Bones are loudly snapping left and right, and blood is spraying absolutely everywhere. Gross. And yep, that is one of Mom's own nasty tentacles getting ripped out. Dripping with grime. Still, she absolutely refuses to go down. Her family needs her. Chun-bok's mom must protect her family. That is her entire mission. But this jerk monster just casually decides to tear her body to shreds. In what feels like the end, she thinks of Gomdon and Chun-bok. Her arm violently shakes from pure agony. More gross tentacles get violently yanked away. Chun-bok's mom is in so much absolute agony that she cannot even scream. Looking down at this bloody mess, the creepy dude actually starts monologuing. Why are you so dedicated to those fakes? Look at me, just look at me. This monster is losing its freaking mind. Nasty drool is dripping everywhere, and its breathing is super heavy. Those blood-red eyes are literally bulging out, twisting into one seriously horrifying smile. Do not ever dare deny my existence. And yeah, that sickening bone-cracking sound, it just keeps going. Seriously, her life cannot end like this. In that brutal second, Chun-bok's mom desperately thinks back to her precious little family. She remembers their cozy little home, feeling totally crushed by all those broken promises. She just really wanted to say sorry to Gamdon, her sweet husband. But she wanted to apologize even more to her adorable little daughter, Chun-bok. Thinking about that cute, innocent smile brings fresh, painful tears. Suddenly, a totally terrified scream rips right through the bloody air. Boom. Scene cut. We see a woman tightly clutching something, kneeling in a giant pool of red, freaky sharp teeth and crazy thick black hair. Her loud scream mixes with some seriously heartbreaking sobs, then gasp. Chun-bok's mom jolts awake, eyes totally wide, with tears still on her eyelashes. She is aggressively gasping for air, absolutely drenched in sweat. Oh, thank goodness. She finally realizes it was all just a crazy bad dream. Groaning from pure exhaustion, she slowly sits up. Man, that was one incredibly messed up nightmare. Her head is totally throbbing. But super weirdly, Chun-bok's mom cannot remember a single thing about what just went down. Out of nowhere, a super creepy voice whispers right in her ear. What is wrong with you? She slowly turns her head, only to find 3 literal monsters staring awkwardly right at her. Gon flashes this totally arrogant smirk. You look completely beat? Need a hand with anything? Right on cue, Donggu awkwardly shuffles inside. His ridiculously buff body is really struggling to squeeze through that tiny doorframe. Big guy Donggu is definitely not thrilled. Meanwhile, Gion is over here flexing every single muscle, veins popping, totally ready to throw hands. Let us see what you have got. Boom! The punch lands with insane force right across Mom's poor face. Crazy plot twist. Even though Mom took the hit, Gion's own knuckles actually started bleeding. So naturally, Gion completely loses her mind and rages on her. Your stupid teeth actually just hurt my hand, you know? Jin tries playing peacekeeper, but nope, Gion totally wants round 2. Donggu just awkwardly mutters from the sidelines, saying, wow, that really looks painful. This is honestly gonna happen a lot. When will you finally get used to it? Meanwhile, Di-chun over there looks absolutely, genuinely heartbroken. What a massive waste. She is totally my ideal type. Gion just aggressively scoffs with pure disgust. Really? You are seriously into ugly girls? I mean, come on. She is hideous and literally has a kid. Really? Di-chun just hilariously throws up a thumbs up. She is perfect. Hearing that utter nonsense, Gion flat out calls him a complete psycho. Okay, you and I know Mom is in a terrible spot here, just taking these brutal insults. But wait. After catching her breath, she unleashes a savage surprise backward kick. Her fighting form looked completely ridiculous. But hey, it packed enough insane power to knock that loser totally flat. Taking a brutal cheap shot right to his weak spot makes Di-chun howl in absolute agony. Seeing her making a break for it, Gion instantly weaponizes her freaky hair. How dare you? Mom is completely out of mercy, punting her so insanely hard she straight up crashes into the wall. While these bozos stand around completely stunned, Mom has already vanished. Literally, all Rayon can do is just start angrily cursing up a storm. She angrily snaps at the squad. What on earth were you waiting for, Jejin? Why let her just run away? But somehow, Jin stays perfectly chill. Hey, it is all good. No need to rush. Jejin flashes a super wicked smile. It really does not matter where she runs. She is absolutely never escaping our grasp. Cut to another dark corner of the city, where this totally demonic laugh erupts from a massive crowd of monsters. Is that seriously all you can do? Come on, keep running, hide somewhere else for me. Gion is hyped up like a literal predator on a hunt. Oh yeah, we are definitely finding you eventually. You will never escape us with that body full of tentacles. Mom's heart completely sinks. Dang it, the monsters totally know her biggest weakness. Gion is loving this twisted game. You can never escape something this incredibly small and fast. Those 2 freaky hair buns slither like literal venomous snakes right toward Mom's back. And right then, Gion lets out an absolutely ear-piercing shriek. Let us see if she survives. Stop wasting time, quit running, and come with us. This stupid hide-and-seek game ends right now. Alright, picture this. Demonic whispers are totally flooding her brain, saying it's time to bail. Then gross warm liquid hits her back. She peeks over her shoulder. Seriously, what the heck? Even Gion's bloodshot eyes bulge out in pure absolute shock. Like, who in the world is that? Not missing a beat, Chun-bok's mom just launches forward, sinking her claws deep into the enemy's back. And suddenly, those yellow eyes start glowing. Talk about crazy reflexes. Just as Di-chun swoops in to literally slice her in half, she yeets herself backward, totally dodging the deadly hit. This insane life-or-death moment just cranked her combat instincts up to maximum overdrive. She drops low, scoring a massive scratch right on Di-chun. But wait, suddenly, this freaky centipede thing wraps completely around her, trapping her tight. Thankfully, she saw that trap coming a mile away with those wild, hyper-focused eyes. Totally predictable. Jonggu lunges in for a massive punch, but she is already gone. He faceplants hard into the dirt, while she instantly flips back on her feet. Boom, 2 down, just 1 left. But obviously, some super annoying voice has to start mocking her. Just us now, you little freak? Jin glances over, actually looking intrigued. Are you trying to trap me? And dude, when did you even change your jacket? Dropping that taunt, she spins to her crew. Chill out, she says, we need to treat those tiny wounds. Chun-bok's mom is absolutely stunned. This crazy lady actually stabs tentacles into her own teammates, healing the exact wounds she just caused at a totally impossible speed. Then another guy chimes in. So, where is your family? Gion asks, practically sweating pure sarcasm. I looked literally everywhere, but they are gone. Where could they possibly run off to without you? Oh wait, hold up, I know exactly where. Your precious little fam is hiding out at Hope Village, and the super creepy twisted smile on his face just keeps getting wider. Oh, it is on. Chun-bok's mom absolutely loses it, claws flashing as she attacks like a wild beast. But plot twist, someone else is way faster. One brutal punch straight to the gut completely shuts her down. You have 0 chance. Then boom, nasty sharp thorns erupt, stabbing her with dozens of fresh wounds. That insane hit just sends her flying miles away from the squad. But even bleeding out, she forces herself back up to scream a warning. You are not touching my family. With that epic line, she blasts 2 razor-sharp stingers that straight up look like they belong to a scorpion. Jae-chun just stretches out his arms, easily overpowering her. Okay, that is enough now, he says. Stop fighting. His arms literally coil around her stingers like massive pythons. And oh yeah, you can see absolute panic instantly setting into her wide eyes. Just like that, his arms squeeze tight around her whole body. Dang it, she realizes. I am completely trapped. Gion starts cracking up, absolutely eating this up. Told you escaping was impossible. Then his entire freaky monster horde starts creeping in on Chun-bok's mom. Gion looks so incredibly smug right now. You totally missed this, huh? You guys gotta see this ego. You should be thankful. Honestly, we threw this entire welcome party just for you. We were all waiting right here. Escaping us is basically 0% possible. We were actually gonna play nice at first. But yeah, I guess it is way too late for that now. I am going to completely shred you before bouncing. And as you can totally guess, Chun-bok's mom is raging mad right now. She fights like crazy but is totally stuck. Gion actually frames her angry face with his hands, flashing that evil grin. Oh, I absolutely love this face. Finally snap the perfect mental picture. Now, let us wrap this up, though maybe I will save you after father finishes tearing you apart. I will even give you the VIP treatment. I am going to keep you right here, like my own weird personal pet. But mid-gloat, Jae-chun's face randomly warps into pure terror. He just spotted someone else creeping in the area. Like, how is that even possible? The new guy's heavy breathing gets way closer to Gion. She finally clicks that ultimate danger is literally breathing down her neck. Way too late, though. She gets launched into the sky, spun around like a literal fidget spinner, and slammed until she is coughing up serious blood. And her useless minions? They just stand there looking dumb, completely frozen while their boss gets totally wrecked. Chun-bok's mom is not even taking these hits, but watching is terrifying enough. Then she peeks down and spots something super messed up. Every single monster around them suddenly starts shaking violently and screaming. Oh my gosh, seriously. Right up ahead, this crazy, long, bright white hair is floating through the air, looking totally wild against all this bloody chaos. Chun-bok's mom instantly recognizes that hair. It is Gion, the legendary dungeon master just dropped in, and the kid beside her just laughs playfully. Time to play. Literally in a millisecond, Gion and her whole squad are face down in the dirt, absolutely destroyed. Dane is practically sweating pure terror and confusion now. I do not get it. He panics. We scanned this whole zone. It was supposed to be empty. She is totally soaked in a cold, nervous sweat. Yeah, no shot. This is just some random coincidence. A giant, terrifying hand creeps closer. Jin is visibly shaking as she stammers, "Why is the freaking dungeon master here? The monster horde is vibrating out of control, totally glitching out. What the heck is actually happening?" Chun-bok's mom is practically sweating bullets too. Why is all this madness happening so fast? And why in the world is the dungeon master involved? Listen guys, this is super bad. Fighting another absolute unit like that? Impossible. What is the actual game plan? Meanwhile, Jezin is over here blacking out, vision going totally blurry. Jae-chun's voice snaps Jin straight back to reality. How are they supposed to handle this? Because right now, she has them completely pinned down. Everyone is literally shaking in their boots just because she showed up. Jin's underlings begging for orders are really not helping his skyrocketing stress levels. Finally, she drops a line to calm the panicked crowd. She tells them to stop freaking out, they aren't here to fight the boss. Their target? The girl holding a piece of father's body. The plan is super simple, just grab her and get the heck out. That is what family is for, apparently. Fueled by her totally weird pep talk, the entire horde of monsters furiously charges right forward. It is all for father's approval. These creeps are literally shouting at each other to get out of the way so they can catch her. Mother Chun is now the main attraction for hundreds of furious monsters. But right in the middle of this total chaos, a child's voice echoes out. He calls the dungeon master Mommy. The little dude's eyes are sparkling with this creepy hunger as he literally asks to play. For one split second, the brutal boss actually looks soft. But the moment she glances away, that freezing, cold-hearted glare snaps right back into place. She licks the corner of her mouth. Yeah, this lady is definitely getting ready for a serious feast. Boom! Two massive arms rip straight out of the ground. In a flash, they blast off in different directions like totally rabid beasts. So Mother Chun is royally screwed. A horde of angry monsters right in front of her, and a giant killer arm blocking her back. She is panting, her nerves absolutely fried. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light reveals two very familiar faces standing in this total death trap. She whispers out for her mom. Reaching her trembling hand forward, Mother Chun desperately tries to grab onto her precious family. No way she is getting caught here. It turns out that crazy love for her family just unlocked some seriously overpowered hidden ability. The enemy's ugly monster minions are closing in on Mother Chun, getting closer by the literal second. She unleashes a savage roar, the ultimate mutant power flex. A second later, she throws her hands up to fight them completely head-on. She yells at them to bring it. But get this plot twist, the giant boss arms suddenly slam into the exact monsters attacking her. The monsters look pathetically weak, getting launched into the sky and torn into absolute shreds. Jin and Jae-chun are just staring from the sidelines in pure horror. They know they absolutely cannot beat that terrifying thing. Jin hesitates for a second, then asks if anyone else noticed something totally weird. Trembling, Jae-chun points out that the arm is not just randomly attacking their family. Nope, this is definitely a targeted strike. Absolutely terrifying. Mother Chun flashes her golden eyes, desperately trying to get a read on this insane situation. And you and I are not ready for what she sees. The insanely deadly dungeon master has been staring at her with a super friendly smile. Yeah, the enemy team is having a seriously miserable time right now. Those two guys are screaming in total agony, barely surviving the boss's insane pressure while a massive monster foot stomps the dirt hard. Donggu struggles to yell out the attack command. His partner can barely even manage a nod back. Gion is frantically screaming orders to capture her immediately. Her minion zips off in a flash, yelling that he is on it. The mutated freaks totally chicken out and cry for help. Seeing that giant boss arm makes them sprint away even faster. Pathetic. This panicked crowd is completely blocking Donggu's view. He complains he cannot see a single thing. Annoyed, he snaps back about how impossible it is to find her in this mess. He thinks he spots her, but his sentence gets totally cut short. Turns out, Mother Chun pulled a savage sneak attack and sliced his ugly monster head clean off. Watching that brutal scene pushes Donggu completely over the edge. He throws up his beastly claws in a totally blind, screaming rage. His ridiculously overpowered punch instantly blasts a massive crater straight into the concrete road. But look closer, that epic punch hit nothing but dead air. He screams for her to show herself immediately. Right then, another terrified scream rips through the air. The monster is back, putting him instantly on the defensive. He is completely blind here. If he just throws wild attacks to find her, he is definitely going to hurt his own crew. Meanwhile, that giant arm is actually enjoying this twisted hunting game. Jonggu is totally lost, screaming about where she is. Jin spots her in a split second, yelling that she is right behind him, but that warning is way too late. Mother Chun has already slashed a brutal gash across his waist, sending him into absolute agonizing despair. The guy feels like his whole body is literally melting from the pain. And yeah, bright red blood is just spraying everywhere. Somehow, Donggu pushes through the insane pain. He growls out that he finally found the little rat. Mother Chun instantly strikes back, stabbing him with a ridiculously sharp tentacle. A second later, the chaotic battle storm actually starts fading out. Gion can barely even sit up, wondering what the heck just happened. As his vision clears, he looks up and his jaw completely hits the floor. Chun's mom is glaring daggers, absolutely fuming. But honestly, the wildest part? The dungeon master and her kid are just casually snacking on raw monster meat. Alright, You and I are dropping right into Nightmare City. He trembles. Where's my family? The whole place is straight up a monstrous graveyard. Di-chun? Yeah, totally headless now. And Jong-gu is chilling nearby in the exact same busted head-free state. Gion is practically screaming internally, refusing to accept this mess. Then, boom, a hand yanks her head. Chun-bok's mom isn't playing around. Spill everything you know. Right now, you'll get nothing, the woman yells, acting tough. But the dungeon master, literally feeding her kid, casually drops. So, you like the idea of dying? Brutal. Suddenly she stutters, panicking hard. Wait, a deal. No, wait, I will talk. Hope Village is hideout number 2. We saw your family. Chun-bok's mom just freezes in absolute shock. Great, what now? An iron door loudly creaking open right now is basically peak horror movie vibes. Absolutely creepy. A creepy voice echoes out. It is over. We're home. Today is great. Nothing to fear with the chief around. Sure, buddy. Gondon literally has to drag his heavy feet forward to survive this. This entire scenario is totally insane. The village chief controls these ugly monsters, and wait, the freaks can actually talk? If he tells Hiyali everything, what is the game plan? Chun-bok's condition is a total mystery right now. Out of nowhere, someone whispers right near him. Hey, meet me at the hospital. Gondon jumps, staring wild-eyed at the speaker. Junu is just standing there, giving him the most confusing, complicated look ever. Someone creeps up to the door. The knob slowly turns. Junu, completely unbothered, just cheerfully greets them. Hey guys, sorry for the wait. Gondon manages a polite little nod, but Hiyali is on ultra-high alert mode. She basically barks, come sit down right now. Then, out of nowhere, weirdly lively chatter fills the room. Stick with me here, guys. You're Gondon and your wife Hiyali? I'm Junu, my daughter mentioned you. Gondon tries talking, but he is staring hard at her sleeve. Yup, this lady is totally missing her right arm. Junu throws out a big smile, trying to play nice with Hiyali. Hiyali just blasts her with a deadly, hateful glare. Epic rejection. Junu sarcastically mutters, wow, you are so friendly. Then she smoothly pivots the whole conversation right back to our guy Gondon. Then comes the interrogation. You witnessed the big miracle of Meat Day today, right? That stuff doesn't happen daily, right? Her voice gets super low, and you totally believe it. Junu gets super serious. Believe the miracle. Yeah, that edgy question clearly rattles Gondon to his core. He stalls hard. I really don't know why you are asking me that, but I don't buy into some fake miracle that might get me killed later. Junu just drops a tiny O and chuckles at his bluntness. Gondon, meanwhile, is sweating bullets, scanning her face for any kind of clue. He is so stressed he literally digs his nails into his own palm. Finally, Junu breaks the heavy silence. Oh, I am so glad you don't trust that garbage miracle. I'm pretty sharp when it comes to reading people, you know. I actually worried you would be scared by that stupid giant ancient monster rock. You have zero idea how stoked I am to meet someone who actually gets the truth. Gondon waits forever before throwing his next question. Junu, tell me everything right now. What is the village chief really up to? Junu hits back with pure sarcasm. Isn't it completely obvious? He fakes that smile, gathering people, but he is not feeding them to monsters or mutating them. He is a twisted old guy running a literal cannibal tribe. Gondon totally loses it and screams. What the heck? Hiyali's eyes practically bulge out of her head. Gondon panics hard. Wait, you mean this entire place is a creepy cannibal cult? Junu just nods. That is right. Looks like a basic village, but honestly, it is a monster factory. You can straight up smell that nasty stench everywhere in here. Hiyali aggressively steps up to challenge Junu. How can you just casually spill a dark secret to total strangers? Is all of this actually true? Junu just shrugs it off. I will tell you everything I know. Hiyali coldly shuts her down. No need. We heard enough. We are out of here tomorrow. Gondon absolutely panics. Wait, what about curing Chun-bok? Hiyali snaps right back. How can we possibly stay here? Things went completely sideways before treatment even started. She sneers. Chill out. When we bolt, we just kidnap the doctor. He makes a perfect hostage. Plus, we can just swipe extra medical supplies on our way out. You and I know this gets worse. Junu waits silently, but Hiyali's final words drip with absolute pure malice. We should just end this woman right now. Jundiu gulps hard, and honestly, her panic is basically a third roommate. Gondo jumps right in playing peacemaker. Whoa, chill out, Hai. How can you even say that? You are a literal mother. Suddenly, Jinu's head pops right out from under the bed. You should really watch your mouth, even when the kid is sleeping. You and I know she is right. I am picking this place for its generators and meds. Think you can play doctor? Even a real doctor like me would struggle, Jundiu adds, totally seizing her moment. Are you getting this? No more crazy moves. If this goes south, you are just throwing your own daughter into way more danger. If that happens, she misses her treatment window, and her condition is basically going to tank into a massive disaster. By the end of this, she will totally mutate into a tiny monster. That absolutely terrifying thought sends H into a complete spiral. The actual second those words leave Jinu's mouth, H lunges forward and just straight up chokes her. Jinu totally freaks out. Get your hands off her! How could you do that to Junu? Even Gamdan starts sweating bullets now. Hey, quit it! But H is totally locked onto Junu right now. How did you know? Only the doctor was supposed to know. She whips around to totally confront Jingu. You hid this and told her, right? He immediately starts waving his hands to calm her. Relax. We can totally trust Rundu. But she cuts him off with an absolute death glare. Shut up. She is pure trouble. We should end her right here. In her literal near-death state, Jundu somehow chokes out some words. Do you even realize the village chief knows about this? And the guy is incredibly dangerous. He is actively watching your kid. Even if you try running, the outside monsters will absolutely ruin you. We will give you absolutely everything you need. Meds, food, whatever. Just help us end him. H looks genuinely stunned by the intense sobbing. Junju pushes harder, pouring every drop of dramatic sincerity into her desperate pitch. So I am literally begging you, please, just help me. Help me save my kid. The whole room just goes totally silent. Jundu's vision starts fading to black while sweat absolutely drenches her face. H narrows her eyes, actively scanning for lies. After a tense second, her super aggressive murder stance finally starts to cool off. That arm squeezing Junu's neck slowly drops its grip. Looks like H is actually ready to play ball and make a deal. Fine, deal, but you and I know it is tense. You better remember every single word you promised. Junu, literally coughing out her lungs, quickly promises, I will keep my word. Relax. That same choking arm is now gently offered down. H stares down super casually, like she is suddenly offering her mortal enemy a polite hand up. Junu breathes a massive sigh of relief and grabs it. Their hands clasp, and this crazy survival pact is officially locked in. Suddenly on the bed, Chun-bok violently jolts, her eyes snapping totally wide open. Runju slowly raises a lit smoke right to her lips, but she instantly rips it away, coughing violently on the smoke. The super awkward fail actually makes her laugh out loud. My neck still hurts insanely bad. Jingu, chilling nearby, decides it is the perfect time to drop his 2 cents. That was completely wild back there. You are lucky. That was almost a disaster. Junu just sighs. We made a solid deal, so I am dropping it. He catches that and instantly drops his voice down to give a serious warning. Please be way more careful negotiating if you want to keep your limbs attached. You know, I only say this because I actually care. Are you positive you have zero regrets here? We might be prepped, but we are literally fighting a massive tribe of flesh eaters. This is an insanely huge risk. Are you 100% sure you will not regret failing? And how do I treat the kid without knowing what is causing these crazy symptoms? You literally just made my job 10 times harder. Jun just cracks up and playfully punches Jingu in the arm. How can you even say that? I know your secrets, and this is totally your thing. You got this. Jin takes the hit and literally crumples to the floor shivering. Junj completely ignores his drama and keeps right on talking. You asked if I had any regrets? Yeah? 0. Because I have to step up for my daughter. I am completely sure her dad would pull the exact same crazy stunt. Honestly, this is the only way I can ever be forgiven. Okay, you and I are jumping back 3 years to a totally ruined city. Junu starts her story. We risked absolutely everything just for food. We dodged freaky monsters just to reach this place my husband called Hope Village. John Hai's super innocent kid voice suddenly chimes right in. Daddy, I am so thirsty. It is boiling out here. The guy super gently cheers her on. Hang in there, kiddo, almost there. Look, your mommy is pushing so hard right next to you. But then Runu's voice just slips out as this super weak little whisper. Honey, I can barely hear you right now. I just cannot keep doing this. Looking totally ashamed, she confesses. I honestly just wanted it all to end. Junu watched her kid fighting daily just to stay alive out here. You and I know this world is brutal. The only thing holding her together was Masugo and his insane optimism. Still, they survived. The massive iron gate groaned open with a super creepy sound. Junu stepped inside, her heart seriously doubting this place. She followed her husband all the way here, but honestly, no clue if this so-called Hope Village was actually a decent place. At this point, our girl was just way too exhausted to think straight. Suddenly, a super raspy old voice totally cut through. I know getting here was a total nightmare. Anyone surviving that mess absolutely deserves a massive reward. Welcome to Hope Village. Junu still totally remembers that weird, hazy, dreamlike feeling so clearly. It seriously felt like a dream. Totally unlike the garbage wasteland outside. This village was warm, happy, like the apocalypse got cancelled. A massive flood of tears and every crazy emotion imaginable finally just broke free. Junu literally felt the heavy baggage drop off her shoulders. She dropped her wild worries and instantly felt lighter. She called out to her partner, "Oh, my love." Minsu threw a huge smile right back at her. "We totally did it. Now we can finally live a happy life." Tears completely soaked her face as she tried wiping them, whispering her emotional reply. Yep, her family was officially happy again after finally settling into Hope Village. Little John Hai went from super frail to healthy and strong, playing around with all her new friends. Her husband even became deputy chief for helping out. Thanks to the family and these quirky villagers, Junu really started to heal. She even started taking care of the newbies. Suddenly, Minsu rushed over, grabbing her in a tight back hug. "What are you doing, my love?" Then they just started goofing around, totally forgetting that anyone else was even in the room. Junu could only clench her jaw, desperately trying to shove down this super weird, uneasy feeling rising up. But one crazy moment completely changed her mind. During some major chaos, a loud voice totally calmed the crowd. "Everyone, do not panic. If we drop our silly suspicions and unite as one true family, I guarantee eternal peace and protection for everyone." The absolute miracle he performed felt like the only real shelter keeping her precious family safe. Well, at least that is exactly what she thought back then. John He asked curiously, "Mom, have you seen Dung today?" Junu played it cool, answering, "I heard his family left the village last night." "The chief told me so," she said. "The kid looked pretty bummed out. Why didn't he even say a proper goodbye to me?" Even though she looked completely chill, Junu was seriously unsettled deep down. "Come on, you and I both know this is shady. 8 months in, and tons of people just vanished. Why abandon this perfect paradise?" Suddenly, Minsu totally burst through the door in a panic. Completely out of breath, he gasped, "Honey, can we talk for a second?" A massive wave of suspicion made the room feel super thick and heavy. "What do you mean by that?" Minsu was totally freaking out as he repeated himself. "Listen, this place is insanely dangerous. We must leave. I saw literal monsters and the bodies of the people who left down in the basement. We need to grab our stuff and bail immediately. If we do not run, we are totally next. Hurry up." In response, Minsu got hit with one single unmistakable word. "No." Junu snapped right back, emphasizing every single word. "Did you not hear me? I said no. If we actually escape, what happens next? Do you even have a solid plan? What about John Hai and me? I refuse to let our lives become a massive struggle again. If I have to face another living hell outside, I would honestly rather die right here. I will handle absolutely everything, so do not do a thing." Minsu was totally stunned by her freezing cold attitude. "My love?" Pure, stubborn denial sent our girl running. This was her peaceful paradise. She could not handle going back to that absolute hell outside. There is zero chance this perfect village hides some dark secret. The village chief can definitely fix this problem easily. Junhyung answered super calmly. "Thank you, Junu. I know coming to me was not easy. More importantly, props to you for telling the truth. Please wait while I grab the deputy chief." Junu felt all that heavy anxiety vanish. "Thank you, Mr. Chief. I will seriously never forget your kindness." But guys, everything changed instantly. If only she had kept her mouth shut around the chief, maybe things would not have completely blown up, right? Her brain started getting super fuzzy. When exactly did this whole situation go totally wrong? She genuinely thought her family was safe here. Did it ruin everything when they checked that creepy basement without thinking? Or should she have bolted the second she found out about those literal monsters? Was it because she trusted the shady village chief instead? Why? Junhyung just flashed this completely twisted, evil grin and snapped his fingers. The massive monster behind him shot its tongue, slicing her arm clean off. 1 second later, boom. Minsu gets a literal monster hand shoved straight through his gut. Pure panic hits Junu's face as these starving freaks actually start chewing on her arm. Junu barely stops shaking to call her husband Minsu. Sadly, he is not exactly in any shape to take calls. She touches him, completely panicked. "Minsu, you are bleeding. Please stay with me. Why is this happening? All I wanted was a happy family. How did this whole thing go so completely wrong?" Right mid-breakdown, a creepy low voice cuts through the chaos. "Junu, do you know about cuckoo bird instincts?" Her shaking instantly stops, replaced by total shock. She totally misheard that, right? What did you say? "You and I know how this twisted story goes. A cuckoo lays eggs elsewhere. Mom bails, and the clueless owner just incubates it. And any guess what this baby cuckoo does once it actually hatches out? It kicks the other eggs out to steal the place. And the poor adoptive mom? Totally clueless, just happily feeding the monster. Even fully grown, this cuckoo never hunts a day, because its foster parents literally just keep bringing free food. It just lives like a total parasite until it finally leaves the nest. That is why I absolutely hate that bird. Catching my drift? I raised you with trust, thinking we were family, but you turned out exactly like that ungrateful bird. Filthy rats who betray our trust do not belong here. Junu absolutely shatters, spiraling into total panic mode. She just starts begging, looking completely helpless. I am so sorry. It will never happen again. This is my fault for not convincing my husband. I will do whatever you want. A servant, a slave, literally anything. Village chief. So please, just save my husband. Junu absolutely screams with everything she has left. Please, sir. Suman steps right up and kicks her straight in the head. Shut your damn mouth, you bitch. How dare you ask for trust after betraying us once? You totally ungrateful sewer rat. We gave you a happy family life. After a few more brutal kicks, he finally hears the boss command. That is enough, instructor. Suman flashes this totally twisted grin and turns back. Yes, sir. Hyung steps up. Junu, your little tip helped us solve this problem. So, I am giving you one final chance here. A kitchen knife drops right next to her. Hyung grins, casually ordering her to kill the cuckoo. Do that, and you are family again. Tears of pure despair stream down her absolute mess of a face. Junu violently sobs. Village chief, but he is my. Yeah. Before she can even finish, the old guy cuts in. So that is your answer, huh? Well then, I guess I have absolutely no other choice. We will take good care of John Hai, right? The monsters chime in with their own creepy words. Just kill him. You cannot save him anyway. Hey, after you do, can I get a quick bite? Trembling. Junu grabs the dirty knife, whispering Minsu's name. He just lies there helpless, struggling for every single breath. Her eyes narrow, she has officially made her dark choice. Then Minsu suddenly calls out, Honey? It is okay, just do it. I am fine. The pain is so insane, his voice literally starts fading away. Bawling her eyes out, Junu raises the knife. Minsu, I am sorry. Blade hits flesh, and Hyung drops some sick praise. Well done, Junu. I know how hard that was, but you finally made your choice. He pats her shoulder like absolutely nothing happened. Hyung actually hugs her, whispering, Welcome back home. Pure psycho behavior. In her final moments, Junu cautiously speaks up. Village chief, can I ask for one more thing? Next morning, a super clear voice rings out. Everyone, today we lost a precious family member. The villagers are literally crying their eyes out as this fake announcement continues. This brave couple totally fought off the monsters that broke into our village last night. Junu lost an arm, and our dear vice chief died. But thanks to their super noble sacrifice, we survived the night, and we are still standing. But on the other hand, as your village chief, I was totally useless here. My carelessness threatened your safety and the big promise I made to everyone. It led to this massive tragedy. I bow my head and sincerely apologize to you all. The gullible crowd immediately shakes their heads. We are responsible for this. It is not your fault. Junu's head is buzzing with pure rage. You and I can agree, these people are a special kind of twisted. All right, look at this. The old geezer who literally ruined her husband? Suddenly everyone's favorite guy. And the other dude who treated her husband like pure trash? Offering one pathetic flower. What absolute scumbags. But the sickest part? Junru's brain keeps flashing this horrific image, a tortured face and the weapon used. A nasty taste hits her throat. She clamps her mouth shut hard. Nope, doesn't work. She absolutely violently vomits right there on the floor. Deep down, Junu knows the real villain here. She is the absolute worst, the director of this entire nightmare. That food bowl has been freezing for hours. Total dead zone. Junu is spiraling way, way down into darkness. Her own greedy choices got her husband iced. Brutal, right? She can't even clock out herself, the guilt is way too heavy. With her dad gone, little John Hai depends totally on the village chief. Junu just thinks she should drop dead. Zero self-forgiveness. Her fingers crush the blanket. Nope. Snapping out of it. She still has an ugly job to finish. Because if she stalls, they are coming for her kid next. John Hai will get dragged through a hell way worse than hers and Misu's. She knows she has to lock in and focus. But staring at that sad bowl of food? Yeah, totally zero appetite right now. Boom. Decision made. It absolutely does not matter how long this insane payback tour takes. She violently grabs a handful of rice bare-handed. It is the only way to save John Hai's future and somehow earn Misu's forgiveness. She is wiping them all out, securing John Hai, and finally giving Minsu some actual peace. She'll do it, whatever the cost. Right on cue, her mutated finger grows a nasty nail, pulsing with bloody veins. Meanwhile, check those research logs. Experiment 28 dropped a massive bomb. Chun-bok is built totally different from those other monsters. They shot Subject A up with blood from that creepy finger. 35 seconds later, boom. Immediate, horrific monster transformation on the spot. Then they gave subject B regular blood from her other parts. The result? Literally nothing. Complete dud. They spammed tests, trying every crazy method possible, but totally failed to figure out the mutation's trigger. But get this, they spotted one thin membrane literally blocking the virus from infecting her entire body. Crazy, right? They definitely need more data. But this kid might have a cheat code gene that suppresses the infection or gives total immunity. Suddenly, a random sniffle from Chun-bok makes Jin-gu jump. Kid practically gave him a total heart attack. Go blow your nose, he says. But Jin-gu totally freezes the second he hears her heavy question. She asks if she's mutating into a monster. Yeah, the kid totally eavesdropped on their super secret chat last night. Oops. He starts sweating buckets, totally clueless on how to respond. Massive hassle. The guy sucks at comforting crying kids. The poor kid is stressing. He awkwardly tells her not to panic, promising they will definitely find a magic fix somehow. He adds to ignore last night's chat. Oh yeah, very convincing, dude. Super smooth save right there. He is bracing for the waterworks. But shockingly, the kid stays totally chill and says she isn't worried at all. She actually wants to mutate into a super strong monster like her mom. If she's going rogue, she wants to be an absolutely giant beast. Jin-gu just blinks, dropping a ridiculously weak, empty reply. Chun-bok innocently claims that as a monster, she will protect her parents so they never have to run or hurt again. She is ready to go feral for her parents, get strong, beat up the bad guys, and bring home the bacon. Dreaming of becoming a Godzilla-level monster makes her eyes literally sparkle. That raw, naive kid energy totally stuns Jin-gu into silence, because in his mind, a tiny, creepy monster whispering weird stuff is pure, unfiltered nightmare fuel. He pictures a freaky, mutated Chun-bok awkwardly holding potato chips, asking if she is a good girl. Rubbing his head, Jin-gu seriously needs to chill out. His imagination is glitching hard. Then, a sudden voice cuts through the door. They are fully ready to roll. Let's go! Totally jump-scared, Jin-gu nervously shouts back to Junu. Already done? Man, that was speedy. Chun-bok gets instantly suspicious about her parents' whereabouts, but Junru just steps up to pat her head. They will be back soon, she lies smoothly. Then, flashing this perfectly creepy angel smile, she asks to play a game. Let's play hostage. How messed up is that? Meanwhile, right outside the hospital, John high jumps when called. A random woman strolls right up. She's hunting for the village chief, claiming she desperately needs to ask him something. John High pauses, then spills the details. The chief is down in the sketchy basement, chatting up those shiny new residents. A creepy, muffled old voice echoes up from below, thanking them for joining their twisted little family. The village gets major backup with them around. Gondon and H humbly reply that they are deeply honored. They are practically bowing, super grateful to stay. Also, they are totally shocked this massive underground space even exists. And honestly, neither did we. So Junhyung casually drops the tour guide act. Welcome to the panic room, he says, for when things go completely nuts. Gondon pauses. Wait a second, he interrupts. Didn't Junu just visit you at the hospital on meet day? Pretty sure she did. Oh, she absolutely did, the old man replies, leaning in like a creepy villain. What exactly did she say? And Gondon? He spills the tea immediately. Dude, so much! She hyped up the whole village, talked about how nice everyone is, and she basically worshipped you for running this place flawlessly. He thought it was this super deep chat, mostly because he learned all about their cute little community. Then bam, the smiles on Gondon and H just vanish. A super weird noise kicks in. Look at Junhyung. He is literally covering his mouth, fighting a laugh. And then, nope, the guy totally breaks and just bursts out laughing like a maniac. H stares at him, totally clueless. Dude, what is so funny? Suin turns around, sporting this absolutely wicked smirk on his face. Is that a joke to you? Because that is definitely not what happened. We are family now, so no lying allowed. If you blow our trust on day one. And then he starts cracking his knuckles like an absolute thug gearing up for a brawl. Suman flashes this totally gross smile. I honestly cannot stop dreaming about ending you guys. Can I just do it? But Junhyung gently holds him back. Oh, what a massive bummer. Honestly, you two are pretty hopeless. We definitely need the muscle, but it is super obvious you are just not our kind of crazy. H goes completely cold. So if we are out of the club, we can just pack up and leave now, right? The answer? Super sketchy. Nope, you do not have to go anywhere. Not ever. There are plenty of other ways to join the family. Do not panic. Meanwhile, this absolutely nasty slime starts pooling right next to H. You and I are seeing something vile. A giant caterpillar monster, covered in hundreds of slurping mouths. These disgusting round buds on its tongue start wriggling everywhere, actively hunting for their next snack. The worm thing has glowing red eyes and a massive, drooling jaw. But Haija and Gondon? They are somehow too distracted by a voice to notice the giant bug. I will send my daughter right back to you after he wraps up his little chore. Meanwhile, in the village, absolute chaos breaks out. Panicked residents are screaming, "What is even happening right now? Why are you doing this? What is the big evil plan?" But the only response they get is a totally chilling, "Everyone, just calm down." But on her mark, these goons in red robes raise their weapons and rush in. Rundew scowls, shouting a warning to everyone. "If you want to survive, listen to me and get out of this town." John Hai just glares at her, completely not buying it. Mother. Cut back to old man Jun Hyung and Sumin casually strolling through the creepy tunnel until the old guy randomly starts chuckling. He says super slowly, "I totally knew this would happen. I realized she was trying way too hard, stalking those two to the hospital and basically plotting to threaten my entire family out in the open. But get this, the old dude is totally chill. I am not going to expose that annoying little cuckoo bird, because honestly, this is a golden ticket. I can track down all the fake cuckoos and just trash them in one go. The handy ones join my crew. The rest of them? Yeah, they are basically just going to be premium monster chow." He grinds his teeth, fuming. That stupid bird. But the more Jun Hyung stews on it, the more insanely hyped he actually gets. I am dying to see the look on her face when she drops. Meanwhile, back in Bugtown, the massive caterpillar monster lets out a deafening roar. "Get over here!" Gondon and Hai are frantically dodging its gross tongues. Seriously, how many tongues does this ugly thing even have? They are still alive, thanks to the gear Junu handed out. But those tongues are massive, and their weapons are definitely not enough to finish it. Yep, time to run. Gondon thinks fast and yells, "Hira, fall back right now." In the chaos, H's red scarf just slips right off. She grabs it fast, tightens her grip on the axe, and dives straight at the beast. Hundreds of snake tongues launch right at her face. H just casually slices them into confetti, cut one gross tongue, and boom, she instantly has to parry another one. She hits this crazy rhythm, hacking away at the horde. Then she adjusts her grip on that heavy axe, ready for action. While the monster is distracted, something pops up behind it. But Psychic takes a look, and it is literally just a scarf. The monster basically scoffs and turns around. Is that it? Then bam, another black object flies in and totally blindfolds its ugly face. An insane force just wrecks the monster's back. It roars in pure rage, violently shaking off the jacket like a wild animal. Way too late, buddy. H's axe is already dropping. A perfect slice draws thick blood, and then gross another head literally pops out of its mouth. "Oh, super embarrassing, my face." A creepy female body wriggles and slithers out. See? It is right here. Out of nowhere, a hammer absolutely crushes the monster lady's head. H delivered the knockout blow. "Yeah, thanks for that. Stick with me here." Right as they beat the boss, a heavy crash hits. Armed goons in red robes just stormed the tunnel. Gondon starts whining right away. Like, why were reinforcements so late? They almost died. Literally nobody cares though. They are too busy hyping him up. Did he solo that thing? Absolute legend. Everyone knew he was totally special. Gondon replies with zero emotion. "Yeah, sorry, wasn't me." But does the crowd listen? Nope. They just keep cheering louder. Mid-awkward moment, a voice cuts right through the noise. "Do not get cocky and keep your guard up. We have not done much yet. The real show is just starting." A horrific scream drops, and fresh blood splatters everywhere. Jinu literally has a weapon shoved straight through his stomach. The villagers totally freak out. "Oh my gosh, Jinu! They actually attacked him. How could they let a kid watch this? Absolute nightmare fuel." But plot twist, Jinu is secretly signaling Chun-bok. Total act. "Kid, I am pretending I am hurt. You just look terrified, okay?" Remembering his lines, Chun-bok immediately activates his terrified face. "I can do this!" And surprisingly, the villagers start second-guessing everything. "See? This is not a joke. Drop your weapons right now and come with us. If you refuse, more people will get hurt." One villager absolutely loses it. "You evil witch! How could you betray our chief?" The crowd erupts into an absolute storm of screaming curses. Rundew yells that she went way too far. "She is not our kind anymore. Go straight to hell, you ungrateful snake." And she could only try holding it together. Honestly, this was totally predictable, so drop the shocked act. Rundew smiles. Does everyone need a second to process this? Pure silence hits the crowd. Fear takes over. One by one, they finally cave in, dropping their weapons just like she wanted. Junu exhales a massive sigh. Finally, the crazy act worked. Now we can totally move the villagers to safety. And hey, getting all their dropped weapons is a massive bonus win. Sending those two guys after the chief was genius. Otherwise, that old man would have totally escaped without a single scratch. Plus, everyone here would have straight up rioted. But that sneaky old guy might figure this out. We definitely need to watch our backs. First, we should probably a desperate scream from a kid suddenly shatters Junu's train of thought. She frantically scans the area. Jinu looks around, absolutely terrified. Out of nowhere, someone points a gun upward and pulls the trigger. Bang! Stop right there. John High screams a serious warning. Let the people of my village go. Okay, you and I both know this was not part of the plan. Everyone completely freezes. The villagers just stare in pure shock. John High is absolutely fuming. The village chief was totally right. He said you would betray everyone, so he handed me this. You are not the mother I remember. Junu takes a very careful step forward. Easy now, this kid might actually pull the trigger. Despite all the giant red flags, Junu tries talking her down. John High, calm down. But her daughter is so not having it. Why would you betray our village? You even hurt the poor doctor. Do not even say you did this for me. I am done looking for you. Junru slowly reaches out her hand. The absolute truth is, But she gets completely cut off by a brutal verbal punch. On that day, you should have died instead of Dad. It should have been you. The dark image of Minsu's cold, lifeless body suddenly flashes violently through her traumatized mind. John High glares at her mom with raw hatred. You should be dead. Something inside Junu completely shatters. It hurts. John High aims right at Chun-bok. Do not step closer, or I will shoot. And bam, that is the cue. Everyone immediately scatters. Grab the kid, evacuate the villagers. The rest sprint wildly after John High. They are screaming in pure panic. No, do not go near the cellar. But she just blindly keeps running ahead. The chief is my only family left. I have to follow his orders and bring him the baby. An incredibly monstrous noise suddenly echoes everywhere. This dark tunnel leads to our home. I use this to sneak in and out, avoiding all the annoying villagers. Honestly, is it not totally spacious and amazing? Gion is literally shaking, dripping in a cold sweat. Just how? How did this nightmare happen? Every single person is dead. Wait, she actually gets stronger over time? What kind of insane monster is this? Gion, slowly, terrified, turns to look right behind her. But look closely. She is completely out of gas. Maybe, just maybe, I can make a crazy dash for it right now. Chun-bok's mom gives her major side-eye. Is something wrong? Gion instantly plays dumb. Oh, absolutely nothing. You just look a little sleepy. Her mind is totally fixated on family. Chun-bok, Gondon, just hold on. I am literally on my way to save you guys. Stick with me, guys, because right as they walk, the ceiling violently shakes. Then, a super creepy voice echoes through the dark tunnel. What a truly admirable girl. But you totally crossed the line. I was just planning to quietly delete you from existence. Boom! A massive clawed foot slams down, destroying the floor. Just like that, Jin spawns right there. I will literally rip you apart for my father. Remember my words. Chun-bok's mom is completely paralyzed. How is this monster still alive? All right, buckle up. Gion is practically choking on tears. You are alive, but honestly, Jin is so not here for a sweet reunion. He tells Gion to move or get totally crushed. She is way too stunned to even blink, so Jin just commands his freaky little pet, kill her. And boom, the beast just goes completely berserk. John scrambles like crazy, but Mother Chun-bok, she drops into fight mode, must protect the family. Suddenly, the monster inside her completely roars. She swears to protect her family no matter what, right as a massive nasty claw swipes down. Her only hope? That weird little cell bundle inside her just starts sprouting fresh, creepy tentacles? Cut to somewhere else. Chun-bok is totally fighting for her life, screaming to be put down because she absolutely hates the dark. But John High is totally ignoring the drama, hauling her straight toward the village chief. Suddenly, a voice echoes out John High. Enter Junu, totally out of breath. He begs her to stop, saying it is way too dangerous. John High is furious. She raises her weapon and snaps. Get lost, traitor. Do not say my name. Why pretend to be a mom? It is gross. Move! She literally screams that her only real family now is the chief and the villagers. Chun-bok pauses, then yells out, You are so mean! Junu and the others stare in pure shock. Dropping some major kid wisdom, Chun-bok calls her a totally bad person for talking to her mom like complete trash. John High snaps back that she knows nothing. But the kid hits back hard. Do you not feel guilty at all? After saying that to your own mom? Instantly, the hand holding her gun just starts totally shaking. Then Junu steps in, playing the sad card. I am sorry. I know I was not there when you needed me most. She claims she honestly thought it was all for her own good. Cue the dramatic flashback to a tiny, sad John High just watching from afar, looking absolutely alone, with literally nobody standing by her side. Junu tries explaining her massive fail. Because saying it is for your own good does not magically excuse being a terrible mom. And the doctor stuff? Totally fake. They literally just used stage blood. I swear I would never actually hurt our family. Please just believe me. John Hai's voice is totally trembling right now. Get away from me, she whispers, but Junu stays soft. It is okay, you can say awful things. I do not care about the terrible insults. Her mom gently wraps a hand around hers. Junu is basically a crying mess. Just this once. Please trust your absolute train wreck of a mother. Boom, the emotional damage works. Mom, I am so sorry for being stubborn. But gross slime starts dripping from the ceiling. While they cry, a glowing red-eyed monster is literally stalking them from above. Junu freezes up completely. The girls whip their heads around, terrified of whatever just crashed their touching moment. The freak drops a super twisted grin and whispers, "Found you." Bam! Tentacles shoot out, grabbing the two girls tightly in an instant. Seeing her kids grabbed, Junu lunges like an absolute madwoman, screaming no. Too late. The beast totally vanishes before anyone can even process it. Junu spins around frantically and screams to trigger the emergency broadcast now. Pure, crazy rage hits her. That jerk actually ordered the kidnapping of her daughters. I will make him suffer. A horribly slow death. He is paying for this in my husband's life. Now here is where things get wild. Dragged away, the girls witness pure chaos. What is happening? Down below, guys in red cloaks are throwing hands with a massive, ugly horde of wild monsters. Chun-bok stares in pure horror, then totally gasps. She actually spots a familiar face down there. Gam Dan Ha. The dude looks up, completely confused. Chun-bok, why are you flying? And what is that ugly thing? H looks up too. Huge mistake. A mouth packed with gnarly shark teeth is ready to chomp her. But plot twist, the monster gets sliced clean in half. Turns out H is super quick with that massive axe. She lets out a crazy, ferocious roar. Get away from me! But panicked, whiny cries just keep echoing from the pitch-black parking garage. I cannot move. Get me out. But the slimy new monster does not care, just slithering along the ceiling. Shut up. We are close. Disgusting, thick slime just drips from its freaky body. The slimy beast totally drops to the ground, kids in tow. We made it. John Hai weakly stares around her. Where even are we? A super familiar voice snaps her back. Welcome, John. Hi. Glad you ditched those total traitors. Lugging a kid all the way here must have been so rough, but you did it. Now, you can chill. Nothing left to worry about. And with that, the mysterious voice finally steps right out of the dark shadows. Old creep Jun Hyung flashes a fake smile. Your family will protect you now. Then, boom. Ice-cold reality check. Hand over the little one. His creepy ancient fingers twitch, practically itching to snatch up Chun-bok. Those beady eyes narrow like a snake's. John Hai is absolutely terrified, but she steps up, grabbing Chun-bok's hand for dear life. Cold sweat? Yeah, she is literally dripping with fear. Funny how sheer panic suddenly unlocks a whole flood of deeply messed up memories, right? She always thought it was super shady when villagers just vanished without a goodbye, or got exiled for so-called bad behavior. That is the garbage the village chief always fed them. Now, she remembers the exact, horrifying feeling of a monster's grip. Then the horrific puzzle pieces click together. Those hideous freaks she bumped into on the way here? One was the sweet guy who used to smile at her. Now, literally just a mindless, flesh-eating monster. So much for humanity. Her old besties from the village? Yeah, their bodies were completely warped into drooling, bloodthirsty beasts, absolutely unhinged. Crying her eyes out, she begs to know if these were the missing villagers. Tell me it is a lie. The chief preached that everyone here was equal family. But this twisted freak show of monsters? Yeah, sure. Bam! An angry stomp shuts her up. You ignorant little brat, Suin snarls. How dare you question his greatness? He practically raised you. I didn't teach you to be such a totally ungrateful pest. Shaking like a leaf, she still claps back. I remember. But why turn our family into literal monsters? Her answer? A brutal kick straight to the gut. Little Chun-bok watches in pure horror as she gets stomped out. The hit is sickening. She is gagging, gasping for air, slamming into the dirt while Suin just ruthlessly lectures her. One warning, keep your stupid mouth shut. And of course, now the old creep steps in playing the good cop. Chill out, Suin. I know this is a tough pill to swallow for a kid. But hey, newsflash, not everyone gets a happy ending in this messed up world. Look, the world is split into the alphas and the weaklings. Everyone follows the law of the jungle to survive. Meaning, to stay alive, absolutely anything goes. Weak losers just sit around waiting to die, while the strong just snatch up whatever the heck they want. So how do the weak survive? Simple. They beg for protection from top-tier predators like us. Humans get protected by monsters because they sacrifice their families as payment. You'll get the twisted logic eventually. Her entire reality shatters into tiny pieces. But out of nowhere, Little Chun-bok bravely marches right to the front. You are a giant bully. Mommy says making people cry makes you the bad guy. Stop hurting her right now. I'm totally telling my mommy and daddy on you if you don't stop. The whole gross crowd goes dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Then, one slimy freak cracks a giggle, and suddenly, the entire mob is roaring with mocking laughter. Aw, how cute. Gonna tattle to your parents? We're literally shaking. Hey, is your mom a total babe? We would love to meet her. Taking a massive breath, Chun-bok's little tummy puffs out and she just screams bloody murder. Mommy! Daddy! Jun-hyung just stares at her like she is a pathetic bug. Let her scream. It is her final, useless tantrum. Isn't she just hilariously brave? Calling for backup in a totally doomed situation like this? Cute. Honestly, I find it super endearing. So endearing that I want to smash her into a million little pieces. The kid is paralyzed. Pure villain dialogue right there. Slowly, the creepy old man starts taking super dramatic steps forward. Come to Papa. Stuck in this nightmare, the poor little girl can literally just stand there waiting for game over. One single tragic tear rolls down her brave little cheek. She throws out one final, desperate cry for backup. Mommy! Suddenly, you and I can feel it, an absolutely freezing, deadly aura creeping up behind him. Suin definitely feels it too. The old guy's smirk vanishes instantly. Suin starts panic glancing everywhere, desperately trying to spot where that insane pressure is coming from. Whack! Something violently smacks his face. They look down, and yep, that is a fresh, bloody, decapitated head rolling right there. Total panic mode! Weapons are whipped out on pure reflex, and boom, Sumin wildly fires his gun at the ceiling. He stares up at the ceiling, completely stunned. The thing he just shot out of the air? A massive, bloody axe. The freaks lose their minds. Who dared attack the chief? Another yells, incoming! Somebody threw a weapon from behind us. Boom. A heavy boot, decked out in savage claws, absolutely craters the ground. Another badass drops in right beside them. It is Chun-bok's mom looking like an absolute queen, while Haiga grips his weapon. A beastly growl shakes the air. You sick freaks. Haiga grinds his teeth, overflowing with rage. What did you do to my daughter? In perfect, terrifying unison, the parents drop the hardest line. We are gonna butcher every single one of you. All right, you and I are diving into the madness. Little Chun-bok is hyped her mom's finally arrived, but a creepy tunnel wail completely ruins the vibe. Impossible. I mean, how do you even fight that thing? It just swatted her sister like a bug. And honestly, the dripping blood is totally killing the aesthetic. Gion drags herself out of this massive meat and guts disaster. Father, please forgive me. Classic dramatic exit. She's whining about being totally useless against this beast. Then, right on cue, Chun-bok's mom suddenly glares. Her eyes flash this absolutely insane, blinding gold. The ugly goon squad instantly recognizes those golden eyes. Wait, isn't she the exact monster our dad wanted? Which brings up the million-dollar question. How did she even sneak in? Weren't the bros supposed to be on gate duty? Did she literally massacre everyone? Chun-bok's mom just strokes the kid's hair, flashing back to that other woman walking off with a ridiculously smug grin. At least Chun-bok is totally safe. Huge relief. But wait, where in the world is Gondon? Because if that lady laid a single finger on him, it is absolutely over for her. She takes a deep breath. Gotta stay cool. She glares at Chun-bok's mom, totally calculating. The woman is literally mutating right in front of their eyes. Now she is rocking 3 massive tentacles with some seriously freaky spikes sticking out. When does this horror show stop? She is straight up dangerous to Chun-bok now. Right on cue, Jun-hyung stares at those yellow eyes and blurts it out. That's the monster father and the original boss are looking for. Some nervous, one-eyed dude awkward shuffles over to the old guy. Village chief, are you alive? The chief talks through a totally busted, bleeding mouth. Am I okay? Seriously? Do I look fine to you, genius? All right, listen up, idiots. We just need to handle 2 of them, you know what? Who even cares how many there are? Just catch the yellow-eyed freak alive. The rest of you, help Sumin wreck that other woman. In the middle of this total chaos, a hand grabs Chun-bok. Hey kid, she whispers, we need to bounce. Right now. We gotta make a break for it before things get worse. Look, I know I've been completely awful to you, but this is literally our only ticket out. If your mom goes down fighting, we can sneak away. But of course, the bad guys hear that little whisper. Yeah, she is definitely not surviving this. So now tiny Chun-bok is staring down 3 massive, savage monsters. Jun-hyung is basically shrieking at the poor kid. Run! We gotta get the others to safety. But honestly, in a total plot twist, Chun-bok is super chill about this. It's fine. Everything is fine. My moms are crazy strong. And exactly at that second, her mom's 3 spiked tentacles start sparking with brutal electricity. The air literally screams as those tails slice the space open. Three glowing tentacles thrash around like a tornado of razor-sharp whips. One of the creepy guys just shrieks in absolute agony. What in the world is that thing? That nasty wet slap of whips tearing flesh mixes with pure screaming. The wound. It's literally on fire. The monster shakes, totally wrecked and tortured. Meanwhile, another monster just gets completely chopped in half by one of those insane, swinging tentacles. One tiny scratch from those electric whips sends enemies launching across the room. Jun-hyung finally gets how doomed they are. How does she make them explode like that? Chun-bok, meanwhile, absolutely living for it. The kid is thrilled the odds just flipped so hard. Suddenly, Jun-hyung gets this spider sense tingling and whips around just as an explosion rocks the cave. Then, heavy gunfire totally floods the tunnel. Oh, fantastic. It's a mutated freak with literal gun barrels for arms, and it is blasting like a total psycho. A crazy fast blur just zooms right past Su-min's squad. The slimy gun monster launches its nasty tentacles straight after the shadow. Gotcha, the freak thinks. But that swagger drops to zero immediately. The thing it just stabbed? Just an empty jacket floating in the air. Su-min jerks her head, totally startled. A flying axe comes out of nowhere, burying deep into the monster's skull. A boot slams down, killing the momentum. H just fully dodged, sliding right up into this freak's grill. And boom, she drops the coldest, hardest punch straight to the face. The strike was insanely fast, zero reaction time. Su-min's little weapon gets slapped clean into orbit. H just smirks at her. Looks like you're out of toys, huh? Come on, let's go. You jerk. Oh yeah, Su-min is absolutely drowning in despair right now. H ruthlessly drives a heavy, brutal punch into the ugly creature. After that insane beatdown, gooey monster parts are painted across the walls. Little Chun-bok just happily sprints straight to her badass mom. Mommy! The monster mom catches her tight, pulling her in. You did so amazing, sweetie. The kid is literally glowing. I knew you'd come. I didn't cry a single time. And I totally ate all my meals too. I was being brave, just so you know. Honestly, hearing a kid act that tough is just completely heartbreaking. Chun-bok's mom totally chokes up. I missed you so much. I am so sorry, kiddo. Sorry I made you wait in this nightmare. Right then, a massive realization smacks Jun-hyung straight in the face. The old chief was totally right. Why on earth would her mom fight her own squad? Why would she ever hurt the doctor? Don't even try saying this was for me. I'm done believing you. You should have been the one who died. And just like that, the absolute waterworks start falling. John Hai completely breaks down crying. Mom, I am so sorry. And you and I, we're just looking at this basement turned total monster graveyard. You and I are watching Jun-hyung completely lose his mind. Family, wiped out. Total absolute nightmare. Out of nowhere, H pops up right behind the old geezer. She sneers, Hey Grandpa, game over. Nobody is coming to save your butt. My crew is already on the way, so do not even think about running off. Hope you enjoy the horrible nightmare. And yep, that exact look on his face? Absolute pure terror and despair. But the old dude uses his last ounce of energy to scream, Oh mighty original monster, we are in a massive pickle. Wake up! We just got completely wrecked. H actually pauses for a second, axe raised to redecorate his face. But then, this super creepy, warped voice cuts through. What is this? Did I not say to let me get my beauty sleep? I am totally exhausted. H is so mind-blown she literally drops her axe, just staring at this incredibly gross scene unfolding. The original monster literally tears right out of Jun-hyung's body, asking for a status update. H is utterly disgusted, silently cursing this old rat. This crazy geezer kept that thing inside his own body. He calls it the original monster. Without missing a beat, H starts swinging her axe. She swings hard, going straight for the kill. But then bam, her will to fight just completely evaporates. The original monster casually raises an arm, stopping the axe cold. Mind your manners. Suddenly, its arm transforms into a giant, deadly drill. H is in a seriously tight spot. Out of nowhere, a massive volley of sharp spikes shoots straight at her. She leaps back super fast, totally dodging it. Meanwhile, Jun-hyung winces hard and just starts violently puking. A seriously drooly foot emerges from the gross mess. The original monster thinks out loud. That yellow-eyed monster and this kid must be what father wants. So nice to finally see you both. Two incredibly juicy targets standing right here in front of my face? What a stupidly lucky day. Jun-hyung nervously stammers. Lord Original Monster, my deepest apologies for waking you up so suddenly. I honestly just could not handle this absolute mess by myself anymore. That monster woman and axe lady? Yeah, they are way stronger than me, which is exactly why I had to beg for your help. I also have a proposal. But the original monster just smacks him down. How could you possibly be this incredibly stupid? You should have asked me before our family got wiped out, you total idiot. Then, this gross, fleshy mass swells on its back. Johnny High screams in pure terror. It is getting bigger! The freaky sound of crunching bones makes H freeze totally solid. The original monster mutates again, sprouting crazy spikes everywhere. Sensing the insane danger, Johnny High gets violently shoved to safety. H frantically screams at them, "Get down!" Mother Chun-bok nervously yanks her kid into a super tight protective hug. Check this out, the monster starts firing spikes like a rabid porcupine. Every single ceiling light gets blasted into tiny little pieces. Anything those spikes touch, instantly deleted. H figures it out fast. This thing is targeting the lights to totally blind them. And just like that, the absolute only light left is a super creepy red glow right over Mother Chun-bok. The last light sputters, basically dying out. Mother Chun-bok checks on her kid, then desperately tries to navigate the pitch-black darkness. A razor-sharp tail sweeps out, probing the dark room. Suddenly, something makes Mother Chun-bok flinch super violently. A massive spike almost impales Johnny. Hi. H coldly blocks the shot. Are you seriously trying to get her killed? Get this stupid thing out of me. Mother Chun-bok does not blink. You are alive? You must be immortal. Who is this kid? Then, a freaky clicking noise from the dark completely ruins their little heart-to-heart. Both women instantly jump up to protect the kids. H is totally freaking out, thinking, what am I supposed to do now? I could totally ditch this place if I was alone, but I cannot leave my precious Chun-bok behind. H suddenly drops a plan. Listen, we need to make a mad dash straight for the emergency exit, right now. We can make it if we run fast enough. Then we toss the kids to Gamdon for escape. Mother Chun-bok visibly relaxes. Gamdon is safe? Thank goodness. But wait, fresh blood is dripping heavily onto the floor. H is completely stunned as Chun-bok yells, "Get out now! Take the kids and run!" Mother Chun-bok violently grits through the horrible pain and repeats it, "Just go!" For a split second, H literally has zero idea how to react. Chun-bok, meanwhile, is getting seriously panicked. The little girl just keeps crying, "Mommy!" Chun-bok desperately holds back two sharp spikes, fully piercing her body. Go now! H has to make a brutally hard choice. She rips open a path for the kids. Run! Mother Chun-bok's back is trembling crazily, freaky veins bulging all over her feet. The original monster creeps from the shadows. A very wise decision indeed. You want to sacrifice yourself to save them? Man, how incredibly noble. Losing all that blood is making her breathe super heavy. The monster just keeps mocking her. But honestly, was that even the right call? Man, you and I know this hurts to watch. Johnny High carries her off while Chun-bok screams, "Mommy!" Suddenly, those stuck ceiling spikes start violently vibrating. All right, you and I both know this feels sketchy. High-Ga spots the empty dirt. Hold up, did she just figure out he is not dead? Swoosh! Something insanely fast just sliced the air by her face. Yeah, way too close. Whack! H gets absolutely battered. Red slashes everywhere. The kids just stand there, totally horrified as her weapon drops. With Chun-bok thrashing around, John High just squeezes her tighter, apologizing through tears, saying she is so sorry but she just cannot do it. While H stands there totally defenseless, a hand grabs her. Sween pulls a giant wrench, throwing her into an inescapable chokehold. He rips the wrench back, tossing out some cartoonish villain taunts now that his poor target is completely trapped. He says she reminds him of some classic Filipino painting he learned about back in his glory days as a cop. Super weird flex, buddy. He admits her weird, fast moves were pretty impressive. But hey, playtime is officially over and the tables have turned. He asks how she will escape this one. Too bad she is not even listening. Her brain is busy stressing over completely different drama. Run away, faster. And then, for some baffling reason, John High literally just stops running entirely. Jun High bursts out like a total psycho, screaming about catching the brats. Honestly, the pure shock instantly cures John High of her crying fit. Junj flies in out of nowhere, smashing the creepy old man with a club, screaming to keep those filthy hands off her daughter. Calling him a scumbag, seeing her family in danger totally snaps John High. Mom? Dark memories hit her like a truck. Minsu, bleeding out, yet somehow still trying to comfort her, promising everything will be completely fine. And boom, just like that tragic flashback, her absolute favorite person took their final breath right in front of her. With the villain trashed, a gentle hand reaches for John High. Jun-dyu pulls her kid in for a soft, much-needed hug. She tells her not to panic, checking for injuries. John High rubs her puffy red eyes and sniffles out that she is perfectly fine. She tearfully apologizes, promising to behave. Meanwhile, poor little Chun-bok is getting hilariously flattened right in the middle of their family hug sandwich. Gondon creeps up, asking Junu about the kids. He gets a thumbs up, but wait, Hi-Ra is totally missing from the lineup. Naturally, the kids start losing their minds. yelling they need to sprint because a massively angry monster is incoming. Right on cue, an ominous rumbling echoes from the dark tunnel. That creepy noise just cranked the anxiety meter up to 11. Splash! Blood sprays the gloomy tunnel walls. Chun-bok's mom gets absolutely skewered by massive, brutal spikes. Seeing his girl turn into a pincushion, Gondon totally loses it. Chun-bok shrieks out for her mom in pure, unadulterated terror. Junu's squad nervously aims their guns. Plot twist, that ugly monster is still kicking. He screams to shoot, but someone suddenly blocks the attack. The whole squad freezes, totally baffled by the order. Gondon snaps, threatening to murder anyone who shoots his wife. Classic romantic, running straight into danger to save his honey. Junj is super confused. Wait, that is his wife? Gondon frantically yanks the nasty spikes out of her, demanding to know what happened. What the heck happened to her? Oh, and perfect timing, the original nightmare monster finally enters the chat. A creepy touch makes Gondon look up. Everyone jumps back in shock as the kids start screaming about the big, bad, ugly monster. Gondon scoops up his spiked wife and books it. Junu immediately barks at his panicked squad to start blasting. A crazy storm of bullets hits the beast. But guess what? Its skin is basically solid iron. Total 0 damage. The gun squad starts sweating bullets. Wait, it is bulletproof? The captain's face completely drops in sheer, utter despair. Bam! A massive tentacle punches a clean hole right through his stomach. The poor guy desperately tries to unhook himself. He begs for help, wondering what is happening. In seconds, his skin literally starts shriveling up like an old raisin. Screaming for help, the team scrambles backwards, watching their buddy get completely slurp-drained like a juice box. The freak's eyes flash a sinister red. It actually cracks a joke about being hungry and picking its first tasty victim. Whoosh! Gross tentacles shoot out in every direction, painfully skewering every single soldier at once, crying that they don't want to die. Pure panic everywhere as these unlucky dudes literally get all their life juice sucked away. Junj somehow dragged the kids into a sneaky hiding spot. Meanwhile, the monster actually lets out a nasty burp after its buffet. This arrogant monster acts super smug, calling the slaughter a truly magnificent feast. Then it pauses, looking around with totally fake disappointment. Whining about empty plates, it randomly offers the survivors one single chance. It promises to forgive them. The catch? You and I both know it's a trap, just keep quiet, and hand over the yellow-eyed monster mom and her kid. Make the trade. And it claims they get a literal miracle. A cowardly woman hesitates, then lunges to snatch Chun-bok. The kid spins away terrified, just as someone screams out their location. Gondon furiously whips his head around to find the kid. Oh man, the traitor woman is actually dragging the poor girl out. I have brought the child, exactly as you asked. All right, you and I both know that is insanely ominous. He instantly panics, absolutely terrified for little Chun-bok. Junu totally did not see this coming, and honestly, neither did we. Stabbed in the back by his teammate. Seriously, what is her deal? She just keeps yapping. I did exactly what you wanted, and I will bag the other monster soon. So keep your promise, and let the villagers live normally. The origin monster completely shuts her down cold. And why on earth would I do that? Then it violently snips her head clean off with a giant tentacle. And obviously, it decides right now is the absolute perfect time for a villain monologue. Everyone has their own specific value. Just like a screw has a hole it belongs in, every single one of you has a place. A community is simply people who actually know their proper worth within the group. But your stupid greed completely ruined that. Through the village chief, I gave you all such a wonderful life. I handed you safe shelter and plenty of food, therefore I hold all the power. Your entire existence depends totally on us, and getting eaten is just another part of your little so-called value. Trusting that old chief was your biggest mistake. From now on, I am the one in charge. Meanwhile, poor Jundu is literally shaking in his boots. That crazy old man. Who could have possibly guessed he was hiding a massive monster inside? Seriously, what are they even supposed to do now? Gondon is completely losing his mind. Come on, think! There has to be some way to actually kill this thing. Meanwhile, the cells inside Chun-bok's mother are completely rebooting. Almost there. Just a few more minutes, she thinks. A little longer and I can end this. Back over at the other fight, H is gasping for air, intensely waiting to see what her crazy opponent tries next. You are way better than I expected. This isn't for the origin monster. I will give you a completely painless death. You should feel insanely lucky you met me. I could have killed you already, but honestly, I am hesitating right now. Because I actually recognize your crazy strength and skill. So what do you say, H? Become my woman, and I promise you a very happy life. Think about it really carefully. Just picture a peaceful future, totally different from the literal hell you have been living. A life where nobody can ever hurt you. Out here, the monsters hide themselves deep within our own families. But the chosen people, like me, we get highly special treatment. I am sure you would be recognized too. Are you moved by my sweet offer? To which she responds by laughing right in his stupid face. H fires back with pure, glorious sarcasm. You do not find this just slightly ironic? You keep preaching about a happy life, but really, you are just a slave to these monsters. You will slowly lose your entire mind. So how could that ever possibly be happy? And you want me living like that? Yeah, thanks. But absolutely no thanks. Besides, you are incredibly ugly. Wow, that did it. Radiating pure killing intent, Suman viciously lunges at her, totally ready to strike. I guess I will need more time to court you. But just then, something completely unexpected zips right past his stupid face. Over elsewhere, sharp spikes shoot out like toxic arrows as a giant tentacle suddenly snatches Chun-bok, wrapping the kid up super tight. The origin monster totally did not expect to get sniped. The tentacle pulls hard, violently yanking poor Chun-bok way up into the air. It is Chun-bok's mom, straining hard to control the tentacle and lift her daughter. Gondon, she throws the kid into his arms. One huge problem solved. Absolutely awesome. Now that little Chun-bok is completely safe, she just needs a little more time. Chun-bok's mom fires all her toxic spikes at once. But the origin monster, completely unfazed. That is not going to work on me. Do you still not get it? My body is literally incapable of feeling pain. You are just wasting time, so give up already. Surrender. And let me serve you to my master. Absolutely nothing is going to change, even if you desperately scheme and try escaping. Eternal suffering is all that waits for you, that is your true destiny, and it is exactly the same for all the other little pets hiding here. Without us around, all of you would live in constant absolute fear of being eaten alive. Could you actually survive for a single day without our protection? You are all just as helpless as crying newborn babies. And that is exactly why all of you gladly became our children. I literally established a safe village for all of you, like a loving parent. Do not you dare turn your backs on that truth. The nasty wound on Chun-bok's mom starts heavily bleeding again. Meanwhile, on the tunnel's other side, H blocks a crazy shovel attack using her jacket. Suman still desperately tries convincing her. Will you just agree? Children need their parents' protection to survive. They gave us this massive chance. So it is a completely noble sacrifice for us to just give our lives in return. Blood is literally pouring from H's eyes, nose, and mouth. Suman violently lands a super heavy punch straight into her stomach. He just calmly keeps talking. It really does not matter if we are slaves or pets, because the fact that we are a family will never change. Stick with me here, because payback is sweet. A single bullet smacks the origin monster's back, immediately followed by an absolute hailstorm of ammo. Grab your popcorn. Runju starts blasting like a maniac. Shut up! Do those words even mean anything? Gondon furiously roars. What kind of twisted parents actually eat their own kids, huh? Think about it for a second, you absolute moron. The monster literally freezes mid-bullet storm, looking totally clueless. Junu drops the hardest truth bomb. Would you enjoy just waiting to be eaten? He screams that they need a monster-free future. A completely safe town for his little girl. John-hai is completely shook, finally realizing she actually cares. But of course, the ugly progenitor monster tries clapping back. You idiots still don't get it? Classic villain monologue, right? Well, a shadow just sneaks right up behind it. Bam! Chun-sok's mom brutally knees its drill arm. She flips backward, firing a crazy barrage of spikes while sounding totally disgusted. Shut it. You absolute idiot. We are parents, not kings. Whatever twisted nonsense you're talking about is definitely not family. Meanwhile, some weak dude is snapping back at Suin. Family? Are you kidding me? I am so sick of your garbage. What a waste. She snatches his own mace and literally smacks his face with it. Do not try changing my mind. Suman stumbles back, realizing he's screwed up. My eye hurts so bad. Hia immediately jumps on the chance to attack. Suin looks terrified, pathetically begging her to stop. Her only response? A brutal slap straight to the face. A loud crack echoes from his supposedly indestructible skin. The progenitor monster absolutely loses its mind. Was that a crack? That has literally never happened before? Its three eyes glow super bright. No way. The beast starts frantically digging through its memories. Chun-sok's mom's crazy attacks finally make it click. Wait, was this her master plan from the very beginning? The creepy shoulder mouth roars furiously. You pathetic creature. Why cannot you understand? We gave you a life full of happiness. Over in the other SmackDown, Suin is sweating, desperately blocking Hwaja's crazy heavy punches. This is her absolute last chance. Why are you so insanely stubborn? We exist to follow orders. That is literally the only point of our existence. The progenitor screams again. You guys made a huge mistake. You will lose everything. Its grotesque arm bulges with insane muscle. The arm gripping Hia's weapon flexes hard. Chun-sok's mom just walks up like a boss. What mistake? Hwaja spells it right out. It is actually the other way around. Chun-sok's mom raises her freaky mutated arm and charges. HG violently whips her red shawl. With pure murderous rage in their eyes, they yell, "Go to hell and try being a family down there." Her massive arm drills straight through the progenitor's thick skin. Hwaja uses maximum power to smash the mace into Suin's skull. Covered entirely in his own blood, Sumin just drops. His body hits the dirt like an empty, broken doll. Hwaja gasps for breath, chuckling sarcastically. The joy of being ruled over? Yeah, that is absolutely hilarious. Boom! The monster fighting Chun-seok's mom gets a brutal taste of payback, its jaws open wide, ripping out a totally horrifying scream. The progenitor stares in dumb shock as the cracks spread. What the heck is happening? What did you do to my body? Chun-seok's mom looks hyped. It is finally over. Her master plan worked. The venom will just spread and finish the job. But then, that crazy demonic voice echoes. You think it is that easy? A storm of sharp spikes shoots past insanely fast. Chun-seok's mom leaps back just in time, barely dodging a nasty skewer. A super bizarre sound echoes everywhere around them. My death means absolutely nothing. Go ahead, try and enjoy your pathetic little taste of freedom while it actually lasts. Your death is coming right now. I am definitely not dying alone. Chun-seok's mom suddenly realizes the monster is swelling up insanely fast. The freakish progenitor monster taunts, "Families should always stick together, am I right?" Another voice suddenly shouts out, "Honey, I heard screaming. Hold on, I am coming to help. It is pitch black in here." She instantly teleports away. Chun-seok's mom desperately runs, screaming her lungs out, "Do not come over here!" The glowing cracks already cover the progenitor's entire gross body. Too late. The beast explodes, blasting out a final barrage of spikes. Chun-seok's mom blocks with her giant mutated arm. Monster guts, blood, and its ugly head literally splatter all over the place. Okay, you and I need to see this. A weak gasp echoes from the basement corner. Death is literally hanging in the heavy air, skyrocketing the terror. Jun-hyung fumbles around in the dirt. Time is running out. I have got to escape and destroy those crazy cuckoos. I sacrificed everything for this dumb village, and this is my heroic reward? I literally fed them, sheltered them, and they betray me. The second I bust out of here, I am definitely going to. Right then, Chun-seok casually walks up and smacks him right on the butt. Jun-hyung jumps out of his skin, totally panicked. What was that? Gondon flashes a massive, terrifying grin. Where exactly are you going? The old guy is completely trapped. His pathetic screams echo through the dark cellar. Wait, please, just listen. I literally had no choice. Gondon obviously does not care, just chucking him right in front of everyone. Oh, watch this, guys. Jun-hyung starts spinning pathetic excuses. It was all for the village. Without me, this place would be absolute garbage. I'm human, he whines, completely faking total guilt over those past sacrifices. Yeah, right, buddy. He seriously tries to justify it. Their deaths had a purpose. I did my best. What did I do wrong? Delusional much? Junu shuts that nonsense down instantly. Stop playing the victim. You just use this whole family to play pretend king. Look at this mess, old man. It's on you. Jun-hyung actually starts shaking at getting completely called out. Junu practically growls, raising her weapon high. This village isn't yours anymore. Go straight to hell, you absolute parasite. Completely terrified, the dude starts begging. Runu, wait, he stammers out. Too late for that. He finally gets smacked with karma for his mountain of sins. And boom, a name we thought was dead suddenly drops. Misu, it's finally over, big brother. John High in the village? Totally safe now. Sorry for making you wait this long. You can rest easy now. Go on. Just make sure to wait for me in the next life, okay? I'll find you. Goodbye. Once the crazy dust finally settled, the village changed fast, literally in just a matter of days. They trashed the chief and monster bodies, then actually held a proper memorial for all the innocent victims. They locked down every path to that creepy cellar with heavy guards. But major problem, they couldn't find the guide's body anywhere. If that creep Suman is still alive, there's literally no telling what he'll pull next. The guys were absolutely raging. Are you kidding? This place is a monster factory. We are doomed here. We'll be monster snacks if we stay. Naturally, once that ugly secret dropped, most villagers just packed up and bailed. Jingu could only watch them bail, furiously cursing under his breath. Idiots, he thinks. We should be teaming up right now. But hey, there's a tiny spark of hope left. Kim jabs a needle, making the patient instantly yelp. Jingu gets totally spooked. He was trying to be super gentle, but Hai still whines about the horrible stinging pain. They actually whipped up a makeshift vaccine to block infections. Sure, it had some wonky side effects, but hey, it got the job done. The entire village owed its survival to this mother-daughter duo for that crazy little miracle. I was totally mind-blown that Chun-bok's mom was a monster, but their weird DNA actually carried the research hard. Chun-bok and his mom slept peacefully in Gondon's arms. Hai watched them, super jealous, until another voice totally snapped her away. "Mom!" Some frantic kid yells out, trying to shake them awake. "Mom! Mom!" Hai-ga casually strolled over to the hospital bed. It was Junu, just bouncing back from surgery. Honestly, at this point, she just needed to finally wake up. She'd be insanely pumped to see the village now. Hyra bet she'd literally bawl her eyes out seeing her kid and everyone totally safe. She hoped she'd wake up soon. Those final diary entries were literally put on hold. Jin slumped back, groaning hard. "This is totally stressing me out." Things were chill, but Chun-bok and his literal monster mom? Like, why? How is that even possible? And how on earth is he supposed to find answers? Now, let's switch gears. The once modern city is literally just a pile of ruins, completely crawling with absolute nightmare monsters. The whole place absolutely reeked of blood. Hearing those gross beasts screech in the dead silence? Yeah, big, nope, maximum terrifying vibes. Over in the corner, some ugly bird monster was slurping up leftover blood. I'm not gonna lie, this thing looked seriously messed up. It was this completely cursed mashup of a bird and a reptile, and right in front of it, a totally cornered human. It was Sumin. He was totally wrecked and covered in nasty wounds, desperately swinging to defend himself. Honestly, things were looking incredibly awful. The guy was basically running on fumes and ready to pass out, but tough luck, he was trapped by a massive freaky bird with literally just a junk weapon. Honestly, there was zero chance Sumin was lasting much longer. His hands started trembling, but he was incredibly stubborn. He flat out refused to die in this dump. While he was totally panicking, the beast roared. Then, boom! A random sharp object flies in, perfectly impaling the monster's head and making it screech in pure agony. Snapping back to reality, Sumin got a crystal clear look at what that random flying object actually was. A super grim voice straight out of hell totally echoed out. "There you are." Sumin froze instantly recognizing that incredibly familiar, terrifying voice. It's Father. Then, this absolute boss totally finished off that huge monster using just one single finger. Father slowly turned towards Sumin. "Give me a fully detailed report on literally everything, right now." After hearing the story, he got it. The village collapsed when the leaders died. Drowning in insane guilt, Sumin quickly confessed. "I'm so sorry, Father, that incredibly precious village you left for us." The insane guilt stopped him from finishing, leaving him totally silent. Right then, heavy rain started pouring. The water burning his nasty wounds made him absolutely writhe in agony. But get this, Sumin pushed through insane agony just to force out a seriously pathetic apology. "All right, watch this absolute mess. I completely blew the mission," he chokes out. "I am done, Father. But you literally saved us at rock bottom. You gave us a reason to keep on breathing." Nostalgia hits him like a truck, and Sumin absolutely loses his mind. "It can't end here. Father, let me wipe them all out for you. It would be my ultimate honor. This is my absolute last wish as your stupid son. Come on, Father. I am literally begging here." Even with all that pathetic groveling, Father gives him a big fat 0. Dropping to his knees in total despair, Sumin cries, "Just give me the insane power the others got." Right now, this pathetic guy is basically reduced to crawling around, bawling, and begging for scraps. But his super desperate tears? Met with the exact same freezing, completely careless stare from Father. Finally, the creepy old dude makes his move, slowly stepping toward him. Hearing those footsteps approaching, Sumin actually dares to peek up. The agony of not trying your hardest is 10 times worse than just failing. Yeah, whatever. Just a cheesy line I read somewhere. Father gets dangerously close, faking this look of absolute sympathy. Hey, everyone messes up. Things can totally change if you just learn from your epic fails. As he preaches, the old guy slowly reaches his hand right out. "It is just part of growing up, kid." And boom. He gently drops a hand straight onto the guy's head. Sumin just completely shatters, bawling his eyes out with pure gratitude. "Thank you, Father." But wait, a super sinister flash hits the old man's eyes. "But you totally crossed the line. You guys are honestly so utterly useless, you literally only have yourselves to blame for what happens next." Blood is literally oozing from his skull, but Sumin is way too caught up in his weird fantasy to care, just mindlessly thanking him. Dude is straight up smiling while gross tentacles violently explode out of his face. Guess this is that so-called happy ending everyone talks about. Sumin hits the floor like a sack of bricks, and Father drops one final savage insult. That is the price for being lazy and weak. Trashing the useless extra baggage, he just sighs and walks off. Never should have trusted these filthy scrubs. And as that absolutely massive puddle of blood keeps creeping outward, Father totally ignores it, getting lost in his own head. So many weird families completely choked, and then there was that crazy village. He feels like he lost way too much to just hit the reset button. Plus, that absolute monster of a woman is his biggest headache. Just picturing Chun-bok's mom still freaks him out. She wrecked his master plan. You and I know it is time to act. Zero time left to chill. Out of nowhere, a creepy voice echoes right behind his back. So, what is the grand plan now? Father violently whips around toward the sound. Hiding behind some wall, the mysterious voice keeps yapping. If you plant more fake families, they are going to bite the dust too. Seriously, stick with me here. Drag this out, it gets worse. A freaky giant monster hand slowly creeps into view. What crazy options do we have? Spotting his weird ally, Father just smirks. Relax, do not panic. But you are right, they would just die for nothing anyway. But I have a backup plan. Cue the wind dramatically blowing his hood back, showing off Father's insanely evil villain face. This time, I am doing it myself. Hearing that completely unhinged idea, the hidden monster gets so rattled it squeezes its giant fist. Dude, that is way too dangerous. You are barely healed, but whatever, the stubborn old man already decided it was his only shot. I have been setting this up since day one. And honestly, the timing is absolutely perfect right now. I know that whole place perfectly. Plus, I have your ugly mug to back me up, and with that, the hiding beast finally steps into the light. As the hulking thing wobbles out, Father straight up says, "I need your muscle." Turns out Jack is a weirdly shy monster. He barely peeks out before totally cowering back with his goofy, nervous laugh. I might suck at this, but I will try my hardest. Hearing that, Father looks ridiculously smug. Yeah, no kidding you will. He then furiously grabs at the empty air where his right arm was. If that crazy lady had not attacked, I would still have my arm, and this ridiculous mess would not be happening. Chun-bok's mom literally ripped him to shreds. Just flashing back to that embarrassing defeat gets his blood absolutely boiling. Back then, he fought an absolute beast of a pregnant woman. He bets that kid is the only reason she unlocked those ridiculous cheat codes and wrecked him. Father vows he will burn the world to get his missing body parts back. And the ultimate jackpot for his crazy scheme? Chun-bok. That wild kid literally ignores the light. Father is 100% sure Chun-bok is hiding the ultimate game-breaking secret. His evil brain is basically obsessing over Chun-bok right now. If I steal that kid's body, my master plan is halfway to total victory. Because of that crazy goal, Father literally does not care about anything else. He does not even notice he is stepping in pools of blood. His twisted mind is totally locked onto making that kid his top target. Flash forward 2 months. You and I both know trouble is coming. The sun is up, annoyingly happy village noises everywhere. Half the town yawns, others are overly energetic. Right out on a super crowded, chaotic street, alright, you and I are diving into pure chaos. Gossip, random yelling, yep, another gloriously dramatic workday has officially started. Same crazy morning energy is hitting this house right here. Meet Chun-bok. She is waving goodbye, rocking a smile literally as bright as the freaking sun. The kid demands a quick kiss, and boom, her dad instantly melts into a giant puddle of total mush. Look at that dress, guys, dangerously cute. She zips right over to Mom for a quick peck, and Mom's happiness meter completely shatters the charts. See you later. But wait. Her dad kisses her so hard it literally looks like he is trying to inhale her entire face. Thanks to that absolutely brutal display of affection, she is now rocking a giant bright red third cheek. She drops a super pained goodbye. I will be a good student. Click. The front door finally shuts. Peace and quiet at last. Morning rush over. But step outside, and Chun-bok doesn't actually walk away. She just completely freezes in place. She stands there, perfectly frozen, lost in her own head for an absolute eternity. Suddenly, her eyebrows squish together. Decision made. I honestly do not care about that at all. She drops that super cryptic line and marches towards school, but that sweet, innocent angel face? Erased. Replaced by a terrifying scowl as she wildly pulls her hair and grinds her teeth. A string of extremely angry mutters shatters the silence. 2 times 9 is... She randomly shrieks, 18! Nailed it. Hearing the right answer, her tutor Junu absolutely loses her mind. So smart, I am so proud. Chun-bok is so hyped, she just keeps chanting 18. Then Junru jumps right back in. Alright, time for the next lesson. Hearing this whole hype squad, another girl named John Hai rolls her eyes. Big deal. That is literally just basic stuff. Barely finishes the sentence before bam. Junu hits her with an ice-cold death glare. That look alone makes John Hai totally flinch. Startled, she bristles. What? Seriously? John Hai is way better at math and gets 0 credit, while Chun-bok gets a whole parade? She gets completely furious and just starts yelling. What is that supposed to mean, Mom? Chun-bok tries studying while those two bicker over who is the actual genius. Junru finally snaps. Why are you yelling? You are giving me a massive headache. But this girl does not back down. You totally started it first. Jeonhae snaps, instantly jumping to her feet. Stop nagging me right in front of Chun-bok. But Junru, completely unfazed by the tantrum. All right, class is officially over for today. Finally, Junwoo lets these kids pack their stuff and chill. Jeonhae and Chun-bok sprint straight outside first. Jeonhae turns around. Aren't you coming, Mom? Junru sighs. I will be out later. Do not play outside for too long. Just as she leaves, Junwoo randomly calls Chun-bok back. She looks totally lost. Yes, ma'am? Junwoo drops a super warm smile. Go play. Do not worry about anything. If anything is wrong, just tell me, okay? Chun-bok just stands there staring blankly, her little brain absolutely buffering. But then bam, it clicks. Her entire face glows. Okay, I will go have so much fun. Getting super impatient, Jeonhae leans in. Let us eat fast so we can play catch. Hearing the magic word, Chun-bok comes sprinting out. Jeonhae, wait up. These sisters are honestly the best duo. I wonder what is for lunch. I want ramen. Me too. Chun-bok keeps going. And when we play, boom, suddenly interrupted by Jeonhae. I know, relax. I found a secret spot where absolutely no one will bother us. Hearing this top secret intel, Chun-bok's eyes shine like diamonds. These two are having an absolute blast, the ball soaring miles high, their chaotic giggles totally filling up the courtyard. By now, Chun-bok is literally gasping for oxygen, but this stubborn little kid absolutely refuses to quit. She stumbles, diving for the ball, but whack, smacks her right in the forehead, almost dropping her. Jeonhae is just dying of laughter. You literally have to open your eyes to play catch, she teases. But I cannot open them, Chun-bok yells back, making Jeonhae crack up even harder. It is not called catch if you never catch it. I will throw it again. Incoming, get ready. This time, Chun-bok forces those eyes wide open, super determined. But nope, plot twist, the ball still violently prefers her face over her hands. Her tiny arms and legs just flail everywhere, and she accidentally punts the ball instead. Honestly, for Chun-bok, this cute game is straight up absolute torture. She flexes all her might, screaming like an anime protagonist to launch it far, but through sheer clumsy magic, she throws it completely backward. Her tragic struggle makes Jeonhae cackle. This is too hilarious, like training a newborn puppy. And boom, the ball rockets toward Chun-bok again. Catch this one, Chun-bok! Jeonhae screams. But this time, the ball completely misses, smacking dead into some random dude's leg. A seriously hostile grunt makes both girls freeze. The second this stranger spots Chun-bok's face, the vicious harassment kicks off. Wait, is not that the freak monster's daughter? Get lost, his buddy squints down. Hold on, you mean this little kid? These absolute jerks start mocking her. The new guy obviously does not know. She is the monster's kid. But she is cute. So what? There is a totally hideous finger hiding under that bandage. Want me to prove it? You guys, our poor girl absolutely turns to stone. Okay, picture this. Just the idea of seeing fingers makes this girl want to throw up. Seriously, why even look? You have to wonder what is wrong with these people. Those toxic words hit right on target. Little Chun-bok squeezes her ball, completely stressed out. But the lady does not stop, mercilessly roasting the poor stunned kid. Gross, right? The other bully just laughs and totally piles on. The poor kid finally breaks. Chun-bok runs off crying through their nasty laughter, while Jeonhae instantly sprints after her. Seeing those tears makes her absolutely furious. What did you say to her? The women just played totally dumb. Hey, don't blame me. I said absolutely nothing. I was only speaking facts. Right then, a new voice slices through the drama. The gossips turn and completely freeze. H is storming right toward them. One nervously whispers, "Who is she?" The other replies, "That is the boss. You better zip your mouth right now." While the new girl completely fangirls over H's epic entrance, the loudmouth bully is sweating bullets, praying to the heavens the boss missed her little speech. H looks at them and drops one word, "Kneel." It is so unexpected the women just stare back, asking, "What?" H snaps right back, "Are you deaf? Kneel down, now." After that epic boss move, time totally flies until the evening sun paints the sky red. Meanwhile, Chun-bok hugs her ball in a corner, feeling super miserable, until a voice interrupts. "There you are, I was looking everywhere." Chun-bok looks up, spotting Gondon. Her dad softly asks, "What is wrong, sweetie?" "Cue the waterworks." Chun-bok cries again with tearful eyes, "I want to go home, I hate it here." Gondon kneels down, his voice super warm. "I know, kiddo, but not yet. The evil monsters actually know where our house is. It is way too dangerous." The little girl innocently replies, "Monsters are scary, but the people hurting Mom are way scarier." Her words make Gondon remember the nice girl from this morning. There are good people here too, but Chun-bok remembers those two nasty gossips. But some people said mean things. Mom is a good person who loves her family. Even when she was super clumsy, she still tried sewing a sweet teddy bear just for me. She even bled making that bear. She is so warm and wonderful. Chun-bok just starts sobbing, letting out all that bottled up pain. It makes me so incredibly sad when people talk trash. Hearing his daughter say this makes Gondon's heart completely ache with sadness. The dad gently comforts her. I know, sweetie, I know. Gondon then patiently explains there is a clever way to fix this entire mess. You know what? Those folks are terrified of Mom simply because they do not know her the way we actually do. Chun-bok sniffles, totally confused. Scared of Mom? Her dad smiles. Exactly, they know zero things about her. So, let us show them who she really is. Gondon gently strokes little Chun-bok's head, flashing her a super bright, encouraging smile. And obviously, we need to show them how amazingly wonderful Mom is. We are going to make this entire village love her. This wild proposal completely shocks the poor girl. Chun-bok mumbles to herself, wait, everyone in the entire village? Back at the shelter, the gossip is wild, half praise, half shade. She is insanely brave finding food at night. Yeah, so what? She is a cannibal. Why trust a monster? Hearing that nasty label, someone instantly fires right back. How can you even say that? She is the hero who saved us. The dude gets nervous and totally backpedals. Hey, it was just an exaggeration. But the dark whispers keep going, mostly fearing Chun-bok's mom. This leaves the mom completely awkward and frozen, but out of nowhere, a super loud voice echoes, Mom is a good person. That shout makes everyone literally jump in pure surprise, and the hype man just keeps going. Mom treats everyone well. She is amazing to me, and she is incredibly sweet too. Spoiler alert, it is Chun-bok, yelling straight from her dad's back. Gondon jumps in for the assist. She is also the sweetest wife who adores her husband. Oh, and bonus fact, she absolutely never bites people. The entire crowd bursts into laughter. Chun-bok's mom is so completely mortified, she practically wants the ground to swallow her whole. She awkwardly thinks, what is happening? Are my own husband and daughter trolling me right now? After the chaotic comedy show, Chun-bok cheerfully says goodbye. Catch you later, Mom. This little girl is seriously determined to win everyone over. Seeing her so ridiculously happy, her mom just flashes a helpless, sweet smile. Then Chun-bok drops one last epic promise. I am going to make everyone here trust you. Pay attention here. The wholesome family moment makes everyone smile. But lurking in the crowd, some incredibly suspicious dude is smiling too. Meanwhile, those two bullies are still being punished, crying, we will never do it again. H just coldly replies, give it 10 minutes, they will deny everything. You literally said that 10 minutes ago. Because they complained, H mercilessly slaps another 10 minutes onto their punishment. After that boss move, the only sound echoing is the bitter sobbing of those two toxic gossips. The dark night falls dead quiet, except for the whistling wind. Suddenly, a shady voice breaks the silence. Are you sure? A dark whisper hits right back. Absolutely. I have already come way too far. Then a snarky voice replies, just be careful at your age, old man. Do not push yourself too hard. All right, you and I are diving into madness. As the monster wheezes its last breath, Chun-bok just laughs. Age means nothing here. Only then does the beast finally roar. You promised not to kill me, you freaks lied, the creature shrieks. But honestly, those desperate screams totally fall on deaf ears. Chun-bok gives a super quiet command. Bam! A gun is instantly pointed right at the monster's ugly head, permanently shutting it up. The creature begs like crazy, but the old man totally ignores it. He just drops one final, chilling question. So, which Hope Village is next? Chun-bok frowns hard, looking dead serious. That yellow-eyed freak in the village, he is dying by my hand sooner or later. One bullet officially ends the monster's whining. Meanwhile, back at home, little Chun-bok is super busy showing off her brand new teddy bear. Haya raises an eyebrow. Where did you get that? The kid flashes a massive smile. Mommy and Daddy made it just for me. A gift because I am a good girl? Boom. Just like that, Haya finally understands the whole situation. Feeling a tiny bit jealous, Haya mutters that the bear is not even cute. Please, I could make you a way better one. Chun-bok looks crushed. Huh? But I really like this one. Holding the toy out, she asks, I haven't named it. Got any cool ideas? And even though Chun-bok swears that literally any random name would work, Haya is notoriously terrible at naming things. But seeing that super hopeful kid face, she actually starts brainstorming for real. A name, huh? How about So-ah? Instantly, little Chun-bok freezes completely solid at the sound of it. Clutching the bear tight, the girl whispers, So-ah? Haya smiles. Pretty, right? It literally means lovely and super successful. Hearing that, Chun-bok instantly loves it. She totally remembers Haya softly whispering that exact name while taking care of her before. With a massive beaming smile aimed at Haya, the kid is officially obsessed with the name. That hype is contagious. You really like it? Haya gently tells her, make sure you take awesome care of little Soa. A sweet smile crosses Haya's face because that name actually means everything to her. She mutters it so quietly. Chun-bok totally misses it. Out of nowhere, someone screams for Haya. She whips around and sees John Hai sprinting over, yelling, Haya, get over here right now. Totally confused, she listens as he aggressively pants and explains. Basically, some weird newcomers just hit the village, and Haya looks absolutely miserable about it. She groans. We have enough people. But Chun-bok cheers. I hope they are super nice. Panting hard, John Hai begs, Haya, please go help my mom. Outside, a nosy crowd is watching a massive argument. So, you like our village, huh? Yeah, exactly what I meant. The yelling gets crazy loud. Never seen a village like this. I am actually impressed. Even with a messed up body, you are ridiculously strong, dude. Chun-bi is having the absolute time of his life during this chaos. He randomly yells, excellent, keep it going. Coughing up a lung, the guy strains to scream back. Thanks a lot. Right then, Haya and Chun-bok show up, totally stunned by the insane volume. She yells, my ears are literally bleeding. Hearing her, the three loudmouths immediately whip around. While Du-dung and Chun-bei look hyped, Junwoo seriously looks like he is about to just drop dead right there. She tries to be friendly. That is Chun-bei. His hearing is garbage, so you gotta yell. Seeing him struggle, they finally realize he is just deaf, not raging. And this is his daughter, Du-dung, who gives the absolute coldest hello ever. Junwoo then gathers all her strength to scream out, this is our village's ultimate weapon. Haya, and this cute kid is Chun-bok. Totally weirded out, Haya squints. Ultimate what now? She just gets a ridiculously smug reply. Come on, you know it is true. Suddenly, Chun-bok interrupts with a totally random question. What is hard-working smoked meat? But hey, watch this. While they argue over dumb nicknames, Haya notices Du-dung throwing literal daggers at her. Haya feels her skin crawl. Seriously, why the heck is this girl glaring like a complete psycho? Du-dung refuses to blink, staring her down. So Haya gets petty and unleashes her own absolute worst death glare right back. It works. Du-dung actually gets terrified and flinches hard. Seeing her shiver in pure fear completely delights Runju and Chun-bok. They desperately want to just point and laugh in her face, but they force themselves to hold it in, practically shaking. Suddenly, Chun-bei whips out a notebook and aggressively demands Chun-bok's name. The booming voice totally startles the poor kid. Wait, me? I am Chun-bok. The crazy old man laughs. Boxing? The kid patiently repeats herself without getting mad. It is Chun-bok. Chun-bi just keeps scribbling. Chow chow. Now the kid is genuinely so confused. I am Chun-bok. He roars with laughter like he finally gets it. Ah, Chow Doc, what a unique name. Okay, this is officially getting ridiculous. The kid points at him and screams, it is Chun-bok. You are so silly. Suddenly, Chun-bi lunges forward and grabs her finger. Haya is already super protective. Seeing his aggressive grab, her face instantly goes totally dark. Trust me, things are about to get very ugly. All right, you and I are diving into pure chaos. Tables and chairs are literally flying everywhere before Jundu and Duong finally snap awake and jump up. Du-dung is completely losing her mind over the disrespect. Right when a crazy veiny fist is about to fly, Chun-bei actually steps in, trying to play hero today. He acts like she is just being overprotective. But then he goes, my bad, her finger actually changed color, exactly like those crazy rumors said. Super suspicious. The exact second Chun-bi stares at her finger, Chun-bok rips her hand away to hide it. Ha points straight at a notebook filled with his plan to destroy some yellow-eyed monster. He asks, let me ask you something, just out of pure curiosity. Any yellow-eyed monsters hiding out in this village? The second he asks, Chun-bei's entire face lights up with totally unhinged excitement. That just completely spikes the killer aura radiating from Ha, who dares him to find out himself. Finally, someone else jumps in to kill the insane tension. Run-du totally loses it, screaming, both of you, stop right now. She yells that kids are watching, but Ha just ignores her, leaning way dangerously close to Chun-bi. Ha whispers, keeping it just loud enough for the two of them. So what exactly will you do if you find that monster? Boom. That question instantly wipes the smug smile right off Chun-bei's face. His look just drops into pure, absolute disgust. Chun-bei slowly mutters, if I find it. But before he even finishes, Gondon literally spawns from nowhere. Runu, have you seen Chun-bok? I can't find her anywhere. His random entrance literally stops the whole fight cold. He freezes up completely with everyone just staring daggers at him. Then Chun-bok finally blurts out, "Wait, is that Gondon? What are you doing here?" It finally clicks in his brain it is his old teacher, and Dudung. And totally wild, Dudung is actually blushing seeing Gondon again. Run Do You definitely catches that totally obvious reaction. To explain why, you and I need to jump back in time a bit. Seeing his minions acting totally useless, a one-eyed guy had to scream his lungs out, yelling, "Get in there, you massive idiots." But they had to face absolute reality. This beast was insanely strong. Their weapons were practically useless garbage, so all they could do was stand back and cheer for Gondon. Totally amazing stuff. He is literally shoving the monster back with raw, terrifying strength. Everyone was seriously fanboying over Gondon. Amid the hype, the mighty bear told the whole crew to hustle up and grab the supplies. The literal second they heard his shout, the whole village charged forward, completely fired up. That guy Gondon is absolutely insane. People actually thought he was just a clueless idiot back then. But who knew he would literally become their leader? They even call him the bear. Chun-bok looks super intense remembering that exact fight, but then he just cracks up laughing, realizing this totally mighty guy ended up marrying a literal monster. Even with a fake apology, Chun-bok and her mom were super offended. Chun-bok snapped back, "My mom is definitely not a monster." It literally took Dudung, totally mortified by her dad, punching him in the gut to shut his obnoxious laughing up. The fact that this guy was still clueless enough to ask why she punched him literally left her standing there completely speechless. Suddenly, a freezing cold voice sliced through the tension. "Do you not regret it?" That completely stunned Chun-bok's family as Dudung kept talking. She explained he became the prime target for a cannibalistic tribe. That meant they were hunting him down, and he still had to protect his family. Those words made Chun-bok's mom look extremely uncomfortable. Her uncomfortable vibe was obvious, but Dudung stubbornly pushed right through it. "You don't regret what you did, do you?" That blunt question made Gondon freeze up for a second. In that super tense silence, his hesitation only made Dudung even more anxious. Before answering, Gondon just flashed this incredibly satisfied smile. He remembered all those crazy, dangerous years he spent trying to get close to her mom. All the memories of her struggles, and how even badly injured, Chun-bok's mother stubbornly fought to protect their kid. All those hardcore moments came rushing straight back into Gondon's head. That made his answer totally rock solid. He never once regretted a thing. Now let's flash back 6 years. When Gondon was rolling with Chun-bok's crew, Dudung actually asked, "Where have you been all this time? I barely ever see you." Back then, Gondon just brushed it off. "It's nothing, just on patrol." But she knew they already checked that spot. Gondon swore he was just double-checking the security. Right after that, he literally made up another excuse to bail. "I'll be right back, just head to the others." Even as she yelled after him for a real answer, the guy just bolted away. His super sketchy escape left her standing there totally confused. What on earth is wrong with him? Chun-bok just laughed it off, saying, "I think that guy is definitely up to something shady." For all they knew, Gondon was secretly dating somebody. That random guess from Chun-bok literally stopped Dudung dead in her tracks. She told herself there was absolutely no way that wild theory could actually be true. Meanwhile, a baby girl's happy babbling filled the air, waiting for him. But Chun-bok's mom was completely on guard, growling as Gondon carefully walked up. "Stick with me here, this gets cute. Calm down, I brought stuff you need. How is that bag I gave you the other day holding up?" But Mama Chun-bok went nuclear, screaming her head off. Honestly, all Gondol could do was beg. Okay, chill out, don't be mad." He panicked and showed his loot: milk, clothes, and a severed leg. Yeah, gross. He also totally guessed the baby's clothing size. Classic dude move. Seeing the care package, the monster mom finally chilled out. Plus, the tiny human in her arms was totally vibing with our boy Gondol. He dropped the goods and bailed fast. "I am out of here. Take care of the kid." She let out this weird little growl, basically saying peace out. Gondol walked off, his shadow vanishing around the corner. She stared a hole into his back until he was totally gone. But plot twist, he totally faked it. Our guy was actually creeping behind a wall, spying on them like a massive dork. Thinking she was alone, Mama Chun-bok instantly dropped her tough act. She grabbed the gear, her eyes lighting up over the baby stuff. Catching that wholesome reaction, Gondol let out a massive sigh of relief. Boom, he completely nailed it, and he knew it. Smuggling them supplies was absolutely the right move. Just seeing them safe made his own heart go completely crazy. Seeing them so hyped over the gear was seriously heartwarming. Although, a terrifying monster raising a human baby, still wild to look at. He stressed over what to bring next. And sure enough, round 2, Mama Chun-bok was right back to super suspicious bodyguard mode. But by visit number 3, the hostility dropped. She cautiously shuffled over when he hyped up his new batch of loot. Visit 4, total acceptance. The guy was even pulling stupid pranks now, getting actual laughs out of a literal monster. You and I know it. Surviving this nightmare together and sharing happy moments with Chun-bok, it just hits different. They started looking out for each other, right down to the tiny stuff. It took zero time for her to flip from hating his guts to actually stressing over his battle scars. She even started giving him shoulder rubs after long supply runs. Seriously, they were acting like a straight-up married couple. The kid grew up totally spoiled with love, having an awesome childhood despite the apocalypse. They legit looked like a real, cozy family unit. Then, the realization smacked Gondal right in the face. This monster mom was catching feelings. His brain basically short-circuited. Whoa. I totally did not realize we had gotten this close. He looked at her and thought, hey, her eyes are actually kind of pretty. Instant mega blush. Yeah, things were getting ridiculously awkward now. Panicking, he let out this super nervous laugh to kill the tension. So, should I hit the road? Oh, and hey, let me name the baby next time, all right? Mama Chun-bok made these cute little grunts, totally agreeing to it. They kept bantering, painfully unaware that some creep was eavesdropping on their entire wholesome moment. The lurker looked sketchy as hell, major villain energy. Meanwhile, our boy Gondal was just skipping home, stressing over baby names. He kept arguing with himself, totally stumped on finding the coolest name. This dilemma was literally consuming his entire brain. The poor kid still needed a solid identity. What should he call her? Maybe wait. His thoughts crashed. Next visit, Mama Chun-bok was sitting weirdly still. She didn't even notice him walk up. So he asked, hey, what is wrong? Baby asleep? No reply. Instead, she just weakly called out his name. That sound seriously freaked him out. He looked down and saw her monstrous face completely drenched in tears, whispering his name like a lifeline. Her voice shook. And the baby? Flushed, bright red, struggling to breathe, Gondal felt his blood turn to ice. His brain basically blue-screened as he choked out the words. What happened? Only the terrifying sound of ragged breathing answered him. Panic mode activated. Gondal bolted like lightning to get help. Gotta move. The safe house is not that far. He sprinted, violently cursing his own stupidity. What a moron. This wasteland was no place for a sick kid. If he had just packed meds earlier, this never would have happened. Come on, faster. Mid-sprint, a projectile buzzed right past his nose. Thank God his crazy reflexes let him dodge the cheap shot. He barely saved his own skin, taking a nasty gash to the forehead. Of all the absolute worst times to get ambushed. Are you kidding me? A furious roar ripped from his throat as blood kept flying. Hitting the dirt, a whole gang boxed him in. Oops, my bad. Is this the legendary tough guy I've been hearing about? Honestly thought you would dodge better. The one-eyed jerk sneered. Whatever. A one-hit kill would have been way cooler anyway. Recognizing the punk, Gondal saw absolute red. One Eye. You miserable piece of trash. Blood poured down his face while One Eye laughed. Look at you. Man, you look pathetic. You and I are gonna hate this guy. Chill out, he smirked. Just a tiny proposition. Don't sweat it. Just hand over all your guns and your stash. Then I will let you live. Hearing that garbage? Gondal instantly snapped. Our boy growled. Spare who? You mean spare you? Pack up your goons and bounce, or I swear I'll end you right here. But One Eye got all dangerously chatty. Looks like you've got this totally twisted, buddy. You are definitely not the hostage here. That little bombshell left poor Gomdon completely shook. Seeing him tripping, One Eye flashed this massive, genuinely terrifying grin. Total villain move. Right on cue, a voice crackled over the radio. Mission accomplished, boss. Perfect timing. We bagged that monster chick. Yep, One Eye actually sent his goons to snatch up Chun-bok's mom and her kid for leverage. With a scummy plan like that in motion, he totally had the upper hand. And honestly, One Eye was loving every single second of it. Hearing the defiant roar of Chun-bok's mom over the walkie-talkie just validated his evil genius. Oh yeah, this dude was seriously living his best villain life right now. The exact second Gomdon realized what that sound was, his fury absolutely exploded. Pure rage. But he was completely trapped, powerless, stuck making an impossible choice while the awful sounds of a struggle echoed right out of the radio. So, bringing the weapon back or what? If you just want to stall, we can totally do this all day, pal. Hey, move so I can smash this guy's head in. Why are you so stubbornly annoying? Do you have a death wish or something? You and I gotta see this. Despite the chaos, one female goon was staring at the baby, totally mesmerized. She chirped, well, isn't this a surprise? I was so insanely curious about who that giant bear actually liked. Never in a million years thought it'd be a literal monster. Tied up tight, Chun-bok's mom shot daggers at her with absolute pure rage. Then, another henchman decided to randomly chime in with his brilliant thoughts. The mom's hideous, but the kid is actually pretty cute. Honestly, the female goon even suggested that maybe they should just keep the baby. Her partner in crime nodded immediately. Yeah, that is a solid idea. We could easily sell this thing for a massive chunk of change. The crazy goon leaned right in. You might be okay at raising kids, but I bet I'm way better than some freakish monster mom like you. Hearing those nasty taunts, Chun-bok's mom got so insanely furious she actually cried, but all she could do was growl back in pure defiance. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed through the zone, making the whole squad look up. Boom! Before they even blinked, two goons caught bullets straight to the head. Those gunshots rang out so freaking loud that even One Eye heard them echoing all the way from his distant spot. Back at the hostage site, the leftover goons were fully panicking. Was that gunfire from behind us? That's literally where the hostages are. That epic news snapped Gam-don right out of his pain. The baby and the mother, he muttered. One Eye instantly lost it, roaring, "You sneaky little bastard, when did you call backup? Were you just stalling for time this entire freaking time?" Gam-don didn't even answer. He just shot him this look of pure, unbreakable resolve. And honestly, that stubborn defiance was driving One Eye completely insane. He swung his massive axe super high. All right, that's it, time to die, but wait. A sudden static noise from the radio made him freeze mid-swing. Can you hear me? You're probably getting beaten to an absolute pulp like an idiot, huh? Hello? I know you can hear me, so answer. Gam-don definitely knew that voice. He instantly recognized the sassy tone, looking completely and utterly stunned to hear it out in a place like this. Reinforcements had officially arrived. Chun-sik and Du-dung. She spoke straight into the radio. Listen here, you need to let me talk to Gam-don. One Eye totally shot back. What, are you his girlfriend or something? He was completely clueless that his entire squad had already been totally wiped out. Meanwhile, the supposed monster mom had gotten her precious child back, and she was listening super intently to this whole crazy conversation. Do you really need to ask me that? Just let me talk to Gam-don, or do you actually want me to drag my entire family over there? I said, let me talk to him, right now. That ice-cold boss energy made One Eye actually obey, even though he clearly hated doing it. He angrily tossed the radio over to the battered Gam-don, who barely managed to whisper into the mic. Du-dung? But before he could even get another word out, she brutally cut him off. I am so incredibly disappointed. Oof, yeah, that one had to sting. Du-dung kept going. Is this why you've been sneaking out constantly? Are you actually kidding me right now? What kind of garbage captain are you? Running off to cuddle with some monster? My dad totally knows, by the way. So end it. Right here. Give that monster the medicine and cut ties forever. If you keep messing around with it, don't even think about ever coming home. Those harsh words made Gam-don's massive fists clench up totally unconsciously. Du-dung dropped the final, ice-cold verdict. Choose. It is either us or that monster. At that exact moment, Chun-bok's mom was desperately hanging on to his every word. And yeah, of course, the toxic whispers started up all around them. So he really was fooling around with a literal monster? That is completely disgusting. I mean, even if you are totally desperate, you do not date monsters. I seriously cannot believe the mighty bear is actually just some freakish weirdo. The nasty gossiping slowly died down. Now, Gam-don was solely focused on that one massive question. He took a long, super deep breath. The big guy had finally made his choice. His deep voice came straight through the radio. I am sorry, Du-dung. This is all my fault. I am so sorry, everyone. Gam-don's heavy confession made her let out a huge sigh of relief, instantly followed by a super satisfied smile. But you and I know a plot twist is coming. While she celebrated, Gam-don randomly added, tell everyone, I am sorry. After everything, I guess I am just not cut out to be captain. You and I are witnessing pure drama. That out-of-nowhere confession left Du-dung stunned. She screamed his name, desperate, getting absolute radio silence. She was so furious she practically wanted to crush that walkie-talkie into dust. Seriously, how could he do this to her? Gondon and Du-dung were literally inseparable since childhood. They shared every single meal, surviving the absolute worst times together. These two were never more than a single step apart, practically glued together. So why on earth would Gondon make such an insane decision now? Du-dung absolutely refused to accept it, while Chun-shik could only stand there and sigh. He helplessly admitted they all saw this coming. Gondon is totally whipped for Chun-bok's mom, and being a rule follower, he won't stop anybody who desperately wants to leave. But Du-dung flat out rejected this harsh new reality. She stared at Chun-bok's mom, completely stunned. He left for this? Right then, the waterworks started flowing. Du-dung screamed through her tears, yelling that she loved him way more. She called her a monster and him a massive idiot. Meanwhile, over in Action Town, bad guys were dropping like flies. No matter how many goons charged in, they all got totally wrecked. Covered in blood, Gondon marched forward like a Terminator, His crazy intense aura actually made a one-eyed goon shake and stumble backward. The guy was absolutely terrified but still talked trash, screaming, "Are you a monster? How are you still standing after taking those massive hits?" Gondon yelled that none of this happens if they hadn't messed with him. Shutting the guy up, he sent him flying with one epic punch. Right now, his only goal was reaching that mother and child as fast as humanly possible. The dude looked super lonely, pushing forward solo. As night finally fell, creepy monsters started spilling onto the streets to hunt their prey. By then, Gondon finally reached Chun-bok's mother's house. Playing the tough guy, he brushed it off, swearing that the injuries didn't even hurt. But Chun-bok's mom kept making anxious noises, clearly freaking out. Seeing her panic, Gondon rapidly changed the subject. He mentioned he actually brainstormed a baby name on the walkover. Looking at her adorably confused face, he gently suggested Chun-bok. It was his own mother's lucky nickname for him, meant to guarantee a long, super healthy life. Hearing this adorable reveal, Chun-bok's mom happily mumbled the name out loud, and the tiny baby actually seemed to react to it. She was absolutely amazed and totally thrilled that her little kid finally had a beautiful brand new name. Even with her struggling to speak, she made it super clear she loved the name. Gondon was just insanely happy about her reaction. He asked if it was cute, but then suddenly started stuttering, his entire face turning practically tomato red. Getting ready to confess his feelings, the guy was sweating so much he completely dropped his towel without realizing. Gondon slowly admitted he had been doing some heavy thinking. What started as just plain curiosity had officially turned into something way, way deeper. Now her face flushed bright red too. Chun-bok's mom was right on the edge of her seat, desperately waiting for whatever he'd say next. In that quiet, cool space, Gondon gently dropped the ultimate confession. He wanted to be with her and Chun-bok. Sure, he was totally broke right now, but he promised to never leave their side. Those incredibly sincere words hit Chun-bok's mom right in the feels. Gondon finally dropped the big question. Marry me? Overwhelmed with absolute joy, she honestly never saw this plot twist coming. After a tense, silent pause, she shot him a super shy look and agreed. That simple yes made Gondon absolutely explode with pure happiness. Here's where you and I totally swoon. Under the bright moonlight, he pulled her in tight, promising to love her forever. Just beautiful. Snapping back to the present, Dudung was instantly regretting her choices, but she forced herself to chill, planning out her cool response. I've walked through literal hell and survived. You really think I am scared of someone like you? That was just her inner monologue. In reality, Dudung was way too cowardly to actually say it out loud. Pinned against the wall by Chun-bok's mom, Dudung was shaking like a leaf but acting stubborn. Suddenly, the mom leaned in uncomfortably close and just started sniffing her like a bloodhound. Chun-bok's mom sensed something incredibly weird. She definitely recognized her, but from where? That scent was way too familiar. 1,000 wild questions started spinning inside Chun-bok's mother's confused head. As for Dudung, she just sat there completely paralyzed, absorbing it all. Her situation was already bad enough, and now little Chun-bok decided to purposely terrify her too. The kid basically implied his mom only sniffs out shady people. Dudung desperately wanted to shove them both away, but she was way too terrified to flex. And now, even tiny little Chun-bok was intensely inspecting poor Dudung. She seriously wanted to cry, but nobody was coming to save her. Where did those other two disappear to? They promised they would return quickly. She silently begged them to hurry. But while Dudung suffered through sheer torture, Gondon and Chun-bi were practically having a tea party, completely losing track of time. Those two were just casually swapping hilarious stories from the good old days. The old man practically cackled, teasing him, and Gondon fired right back with epic jokes of his own. The room was totally bursting with happy laughter. But you and I know it can't last. Finally, they get dead serious, and Chun-bi speaks first. All right, get a load of this guy. The old man is fully reminiscing, dropping that classic heavy line. Gondon, protect your family no matter what. You know things are about to get real. Gondon just stares at him. Dude is literally clenching his fist, trying to scrape together the guts to ask the big question. Why are you hunting that yellow-eyed freak? Boom. The question drops, and the silence right after? Absolutely deafening. Chun-bi completely zones out. No answer. Just dead-eyed silence, which honestly, super creepy. Gondon is officially terrified. Sweating bullets, our boy furiously pivots. Are the others alive? How is the kid? What about Rujin, your absolute favorite person in the world? Seriously, where is the squad? Cue the dramatic flashback. Beautiful memories of them fighting back-to-back in crazy epic battles. Come on, just tell me! Gondon is begging. Meanwhile, Chun-bi is practically crushing his cigarette in half. He finally snaps. You idiot. You already know. They are all dead. That yellow-eyed freak slaughtered every single one of them. You can literally hear the guy choking on his own rage. He is trying so hard to play it cool, but inside, He is completely shattered. And honestly, you can only bottle up that kind of crazy trauma for so long before you explode. Flashing back to that nightmare storm, the dude completely loses it. I survived absolute hell, so why won't these freaks just burn? Flashback time. That horrific day, the boss monster and his ugly little army completely swarmed the entire city. They were way too overpowered. Humans got completely curb-stomped by these absolute units. Total game over for humanity. The smell of blood was insane. Horrific, disgusting monsters just having an absolute buffet on human beings. The worst part? Chun-bi literally had to listen to the gross, crunchy sounds of his family getting eaten. Blood everywhere. He wanted to go full hero mode, but saving his daughter was literally his only option. Talk about feeling absolutely pathetic. But that night, Dudung and Chun-bi swore a blood oath. They are going to murder that beast, whatever it takes. Just talking about it has him shaking with rage. The dude is basically vibrating with pure, unadulterated hatred. But wait! Gondon totally interrupts his emo moment. His voice drops into this super dark, gritty register. So that freak murdered everyone? He is basically spitting venom right now. It hunted my family, it wiped out my friends. I swear I will hunt it down and end it. Then, out of nowhere, Chun-bei just starts laughing like a maniac. Do not worry, you will not have to search. Gondon is just standing there, completely lost. And then? Instant poker face. Deadly serious. Because that monster is already inside our village. Wait, what? That sounds crazy. But Chun-bi keeps pushing. You said it wants to possess your wife and kid, right? Gondon nods. And the creepy village boss wants the exact same thing, right? Yep, totally confirmed. Chun-bi goes on. The monster lost everything, so it is not just chilling. Who do you think is getting attacked first? Gondon looks like he just saw a ghost. Since he is too scared to speak, Chun-bi just drops the bomb. Bingo. The target is Chun-bok, literally the weakest guy around. Gondon calls absolute nonsense on that. No way. It has been quiet for 2 months. Chun-bei just gives this arrogant little smirk. Still super naive, huh? If it is hiding, it just means it is cooking up a massive scheme. Look, the old man is finally chilling out. He lights up and drops another super edgy quote. This piece? It is pure poison, just super dramatic, hazy smoke talking. This happy little fantasy is going up in flames. And honestly, by the time you notice, game over. So keep your eyes peeled. Suspect absolutely everybody, and stay completely ready to throw down. Gondon is literally shaking in his boots right now. Time to wake up, because everything is about to burn to the ground. One final mic drop from Chun-bi. This supposedly safe little village? It is literally a total death trap. And just like that, a random scream completely ruins the vibe. They freeze, but Gondon instantly clocks it. It came from out back. Chun-bei's spidey senses are fully tingling. The two of them absolutely book it toward the noise, breathing hard, sprinting like crazy. These guys are closing in fast on wherever that insane sound came from. Gondon has the home field advantage here. He leads the way, blasting right through the sketchy alleys. They finally arrive, but what they see makes them instantly hit the brakes. Gondon yells out, "Yo, what in the world happened here?" We see Jin awkwardly holding up a passed-out woman. Dude is totally oblivious that they are watching. Gondon shouts, and Jin finally looks up, looking guilty as sin. "Panic mode activated!" Gondon demands answers again. "What are you doing to her?" Crickets. Jin is basically malfunctioning. He just stares back like a deer in headlights, saying absolutely nothing. So let me get this straight. Gondon is hitting him with the hardest side-eye. You are telling me she just randomly fainted? Now watch this guy try to act casual. Oh yeah, super fast, totally normal, just casually dragging her to the medical room. Highly suspicious. All right, you and I are jumping right into the madness. Jinyu insists he is taking her to a doctor, telling the guys to back off completely. But no matter what lame excuse he spins, Chun-bei and Gondon are not budging. They just stand there, blocking his path with dead serious expressions. Chun-bei presses him. Is that really it? Because I am staring right at your feet, and I see a lovely little bloodstain right down there. One look at the slumped-over woman and he knows, yep, something is incredibly shady about this whole setup. Seeing these two are totally dedicated to being annoying, Jinyu tries again. Relax. I swear I am dragging her straight to a doctor. But this awkward standoff drags on. The guy is acting ridiculously suspicious, but Chun-bei and Gondon cannot exactly make a move just yet. He knows the guy is completely lying. At that exact second, Chun-bei decides he is not backing down. Time to finally force his hand. Gondon aggressively slaps a hand onto the woman's shoulder, offering with zero chill. Let me help you, bro. We should totally support each other. But the exact second he touches her, absolute shock. This woman is completely ice cold. Like, he figures she might be dead, but she was breathing 5 minutes ago. There is literally no way a body gets this freezing this fast. Wild theories are violently spinning in Gondon's brain after feeling zero body heat. Then Jinsu's snappy voice totally jolts him back to reality. The guy drops the nice act entirely, just straight up muttering threats. I said I will take care of her. Are you deaf? Forcing your so-called help on me is basically just harassment at this point. So do us all a massive favor and mind your business, pal. Those heavy words actually make Gondon freeze for a second, before letting out this wildly nervous chuckle to break the insanely tense atmosphere. Sorry, Jinu, he nervously laughs. Maybe I am just being a little too nosy here. My fault for being pushy. You are usually so quiet, I just got worried. Meanwhile, Jinsu is standing there looking absolutely completely drained. But ignoring the guy's anger, Chun-bi and Gondon keep trying to justify themselves. Look, man, we are literally just worried about her. Just try to understand our side. Hearing the apology, Jinsu weirdly actually starts to chill out a tiny bit. No, I should be sorry for snapping. Seeing this tiny opening, Gondon immediately pounces. Alright, let me just be totally clear with you. Please just let me check if she is breathing. Can you just do that? Jinu honestly thought they were dropping it, so hearing that demand again completely shocks him. And just like that, Jinu's patience hits absolute zero. I really, truly despise guys exactly like you, he viciously spits back. While talking, Jinsu aggressively reaches into his jacket. I am at my limit, he growls. That spooky movement instantly puts Gondon on high alert. He keeps ranting, why do you two keep getting in my way? Right then, Chun-bok is totally gearing up for a street fight. Okay, watch this. The more Jin rants, his anger just completely explodes. This ends right now. I am completely done. Just as Gondon is about to absolutely lunge, a loud voice shatters the tension. What is going on here? Bam, two randoms show up. We heard shouting over here. Is everything okay? Both sides instantly freeze like deer in headlights thanks to the surprised new audience. The newcomers immediately lock eyes on the girl. Oh my god, did she faint? Is she even breathing? Is she conscious? Seeing this mess get 10 times more complicated, Jinsu internally screams, seriously, more people? Is this nightmare ever going to end? But while everyone is busy aggressively gossiping, the dead woman's hand starts doing its own creepy little thing. Her pale fingers actually begin twitching. Bizarre, gross cracking noises echo out, which finally grabs Chun-bi's total attention. Looking down, his eyes practically pop out of his skull. But Gondon is still completely clueless, yelling, still acting stubborn about this, huh? This is honestly just making you look insanely suspicious, bro. The whole situation is completely out of Jinsu's control, and he is hardcore panicking. Jinsu is sweating buckets with zero plan. Seeing him just frozen there, Gondon makes a totally bold move. Alright, you are making me look. I have literally no choice but to check her myself. As he steps closer, Jinsu's internal panic goes into absolute massive overdrive. He is freaking out they cannot find out she is dead. What now? Suddenly, Chun-bok's massive yell violently echoes through the tense air. Gondon, do not touch her! Gondon is hopelessly confused. Then his hand gets violently slapped away as a woman snaps, Hey, do not touch me! This entire insane series of events is moving way too fast for his poor brain to process. That was unbelievably rude of you. The dead woman actually speaks again. What she just did leaves Gondon standing there in complete and total disbelief. Like, what just happened? Wasn't she a literal corpse? This insanely wild twist of fate just totally saved Jinsu from absolute ruin. The guy is practically crying tears of joy. Seizing the lucky break, Jinu immediately snaps. Alright, so can we finally leave now? Your so-called help is no longer needed. She needs a doctor immediately. Gondon still looks deeply suspicious, but Chun-bi steps in, blocking him. Super sorry about that. Complete misunderstanding on our part. We definitely will not bother you guys anymore. With the sun setting, he rapidly drags his buddy away. Gondon, let's just go home. But walking away, Gondon is already firing off angry questions. You and I both know something is incredibly off here. Gondon definitely feels it too, asking Chun-bi if they should do some serious, sneaky investigating. All right, you and I are diving into peak cluelessness. Instead of answering, our guy fires back. You didn't see it? Gondon simply goes, see what? That response was so utterly dense, Chun-bi practically wanted to strangle the guy. Gondon was completely lost, so he spells it out. That woman, or rather that thing, never approach it alone, got it? Dead serious, Chun-bi adds. Your tall self missed it, but I saw absolutely everything. Naturally, this left big guy Gondon swimming in total confusion. Flashback time. Chun-bi remembered the exact moment he heard those gross crackling noises coming from her fingers. He literally couldn't believe his eyes. The woman's fingers were twisting in the most horrifying way possible. With Jinsu holding her, she wakes up, lifts that absolute nightmare of a face, eyes bulging out of her skull, her mouth twisting into a completely psycho, uncontrollable grin. Yeah, that thing was 0% human. Escaping that total nightmare, Jinu sits alone in the pitch black, just swearing at himself. Screwed it up. Should have been careful. The guy is panicking so insanely hard, he literally starts clawing his own face into ribbons. They definitely suspect me. Flesh literally peeling off his cheeks, and he is just muttering to himself like a total lunatic. My fault. Pushed way past his breaking point, Jinu digs into his own skin and rips out a bloody scream. I caused father so much trouble. Just before full crazy mode takes over, a super creepy voice slices right through the breakdown. Chill out, Jack. Regret doesn't change a single thing. That familiar voice actually snaps him back to reality. Meet Jack, the dude who just tore half his own fake face off. Daddy dearest speaks from the shadows. Don't sweat it. Thanks to you, I got what I need. I'm proud of you, son. Totally stunned, Jack stammers out. Wait, you're actually proud of me? Stick with me, this gets wild. Time to make our move, his dad declares. Jack obeys instantly. Pity party over. On duty tonight? The old man asks. Cut to the house. Chun-bok is sleeping safely when a creepy whisper drops. Is she asleep? Just to be super sure, a hand slowly reaches for the kid. Smack! Slapped right out of the air by Mama Bear. Don't touch her. But H just snaps right back. Who made that rule? Mom doesn't hesitate for a second. Her mother did. Period. Extremely annoyed, H points a finger. Don't test me. I can totally soothe this kid. Her reward? A beautifully savage middle finger from Mom. Listen closely. Don't touch Chun-bok when she's asleep. Finally, someone actually steps in to break up this wild cat fight. Gondon's voice cuts the tension. This is a massive crisis. Why are you two fighting? Yeah, you're wrecking my focus, Chun-bi complains. Once the ladies finally chill out, he looks around. So, is this our whole squad? Yep, Gondon says. H is literally family to me, so zero worries there. But almost instantly, both Higa and Mama Bear whip their heads around, lock eyes, and spit out in absolute scary unison. Family, my foot. Higa, completely over this drama, turns to the others. So, is your crazy story actually true? Chun-bi answers instantly. Absolutely. That Jinu guy is shady as heck. And that dead chick? Her whole vibe was incredibly bizarre. He drops his big theory. I bet that dude is the mastermind here. How long has he been chilling in this village anyway? Gondon scratches his head about a month. Chun-bi panics. 30 days is plenty of time for a villain to rig everything up. Gondon mutters, I have no idea what he could do in a month. Chun-bi definitely had no idea, having survived barely 24 hours here. Honestly, this whole chat was sending Mom's anxiety through the roof. Gripping her kid's blanket tight, she makes a hardcore silent vow. Her little Chun-bok is never experiencing that absolute hell again, because Mom knows the truth. Disgusting monsters are hiding right here, just waiting to snatch them both. The thoughts leave her totally speechless, drowning in dread. Remembering her dad's face, pure panic absolutely floods her brain. My kid is an easy target. I have to slaughter that monster myself and end this stupid nightmare forever. If I'm correct, that freak is right here, right now. Another voice drops the ultimate reality check. The midnight meeting kicks off. Honestly, thinking about it, things have been way too peaceful these past 2 months. Know why? H declares with absolute confidence. Because that thing is actually terrified of us now. It knows the old smash and grab tactics won't work anymore. It's playing it smart. Her grand conclusion? Since it's been so quiet, the boss monster is definitely showing up now. The other girl chimes in. If Higa is right, we gotta watch that Jinsu guy like a hawk. He's probably tied to the father. Watch the woman who was with him too, Chun-bi adds. So what do you and I learn here? Trust absolutely nobody. Gondon nods, trying to calm Mom. Just stay super vigilant, guys. You and I know they have a lead, but nobody is relaxing yet. The plan? Investigate Jinsu and that weird woman tomorrow. But mid-meeting, Chun-bi randomly bursts out laughing. Dude is slapping his thigh, howling about this genius plan, so loud that H-Ra literally threatens his life. Wake the baby, and you die. But wait, Gondon notices something totally bizarre. Chun-bi is acting super tough, sure. But look closely, his hands are shaking like crazy. He is thinking, if this crazy plan actually works, jackpot. He is feeling incredibly lucky today. They are finally going to catch that evil old man. Every single person in this room, totally ready for war. H-Ra looks ready to crush that monster with her bare hands. And Gondon? He is absolutely not backing down. And Chun-bok's mom? No shot. She lets anyone lay a single finger on her little girl. She swore to protect baby Chun-bok. But of course, the absolute worst-case scenario finally hits them. Boom. Heavy footsteps, and the door flies open. Jinganu bursts in, completely gasping for air, while everyone starts panicking. Why are you here? The guy is literally fighting for oxygen before finally choking out. We have a massive problem. Outside in the pitch black, raging fire, violently mixing with pure, horrified screaming. An absolute inferno is eating the entire top floor. Everyone is losing their minds. Get water right now, hurry. Total chaos everywhere. People scramble to fight the flames while Junu tries playing boss. Luckily, everyone got out safely. Gondon is stunned by this massive blaze. Then Hra realizes the awful truth. It is the food storage. Hearing this, he spins to Jingu. Who is on guard? The guy stammers back. It was Ju. Why? Gondon is utterly speechless. But Chun-bok's mom just knew it. It absolutely had to be him. She thinks, why torch the food? Weren't my baby and I supposed to be the main targets here? The crowd is absolutely wailing. Oh no, all our food. The non-stop screaming is making her head completely spin. People are just flat out sobbing now. How are we supposed to survive this nightmare? Over there, a guy literally collapses from grief. All that insane hard work, just gone in smoke. Surrounded by all this pure, raw misery, Chun-bok's mom feels like she is stuck inside a literal nightmare. And boom, she finally gets the real reason. This was their goal all along. You and I are watching people scream and collapse. Everyone is just drowning in complete, utter despair. But amidst the panic, Mom spots it, that totally twisted, creepy smile on the woman's face. Everyone is crying, but she is just casually smirking. That smirk sends massive chills down her spine. Mom instantly twists around to shield baby Chun-bok. While everyone frantically runs around, this crazy woman just stands completely frozen, rocking that unnatural psycho smile. Mom's gut is screaming that this lady is super dangerous. Then, the creep just turns and casually strolls away. The second she walks, Mom jumps into action, which immediately catches Gondon off guard. She dumps the baby on him. He asks, "What is going on?" But she completely ignores the guy, just snapping. "Hold her for a second." Boom. She is just gone, totally ignoring Gondon shouting at her back, asking where she is sprinting off to. But someone randomly yells for Gondon's help, and poof, he completely loses track of the crazy mom. The scene is absolute, insane firefighting chaos. So crazy nobody notices baby Chun-bok's monstrous finger swelling up. Mom loses the suspect's trail until she senses a weird presence directly above. Way up high on a dark floor, a super creepy figure suddenly appears. It is her, totally baiting Mom into a trap up there. Without even hesitating, Mom leaps right into action. Moving like an absolute blur, she vaults over iron bars, snags a window frame, and launches herself straight into the dark building. By the time she lands, the creepy lady is a total ghost. Mom starts aggressively hunting through the shadows. She clears section after section, nothing. Then, a chilling voice echoes out, freezing her dead in her tracks. Pretty impressive. The smug voice just echoes through the building. I figured living so cozy would dull your survival instincts. Definitely did not expect you to spot me this fast. Mom is instantly on maximum alert. Finally, the crazy woman's silhouette slowly peeks out from behind a concrete wall. This cozy life you stole from my home, are you loving it, feeling perfectly safe? I have been quiet for a while. Footsteps creep dangerously close, but Mom still cannot see her. You and I know this fight will be insane. All right, you and I are jumping right into the madness. A creepy voice whispers, making her whip her head around wildly. The creep speaks up again. It tells her not to bother searching. It just wants a friendly chat. Meanwhile, heavy footsteps creep closer as the villain monologue just keeps rolling. Not in a talking mood? Fine. It suggests totally changing the subject. How about they chat about her lovely family instead? Or maybe they should discuss her precious little daughter? The monster drops a totally twisted laugh. And oh boy, that right there? The ultimate mama bear trigger. Loving her furious reaction, this thing actually decides to poke the bear even harder, saying the kid has gotten way cuter lately. It bets the kid will grow up prettier than her mom. Gross. And right on cue, these nasty, slimy tentacles start slithering down from the roof. This freak just keeps talking, calling the daughter looking absolutely delicious, all while dropping a bunch more writhing tentacles for a nasty little surprise party. Thinking she is clueless, its weird eyes gleam with victory. But plot twist, the only thing this monster gets is a fast pass to an epic beatdown. Chun-bok's mom aims flawlessly and basically unleashes pure hell right at its hiding spot. While the freak is still buffering from the shock, she casually grabs a massive handful of its gooey tentacles. Then, flexing some insane strength, she yanks the monster from the ceiling like ripping up a stubborn weed. It goes crashing violently onto the hard floor. But the ugly thing refuses to quit. It takes a cheap shot, spewing a completely disgusting stream of mouth tentacles straight at her face. Our badass mom just effortlessly dodges every single one, but then bam! A massive, seriously spiky tentacle erupts out of nowhere right beside her. Then another, and another. They burst from the dirt like some crazy giant bear trap, totally trying to snap her right in half. Showing off some insanely slick moves, she totally escapes the trap. After she dodges, the angry creature immediately looks up. Catching the monster completely off guard, she dive bombs from above, landing a brutal, bone-crunching strike. Ouch, that definitely left a mark. The creature staggers backward, pathetically whimpering to ask if that was her best punch. It claims she has gotten a bit rusty. But honestly, no amount of cheap trash talk will ever shake Chun-bok's mom. She decides this whole circus ends right here. Both fighters suddenly stop dead, with the creature making zero moves to attack. Suddenly, it starts giggling. Just a totally unhinged, insane laugh. Its tentacles pull back, replaced by this super haunting cackle echoing out loudly. It asks how her daughter's stomach feels. That weird question completely throws Chun-bok's mom for a total loop. The creature wobbles, noting the kid seemed in serious pain. Hearing that creepy detail, she instantly snaps right back to reality. Now, listen closely here. She asks what it means about the stomach. But before finishing the sentence, her heart drops. The realization hits hard. Chun-bok's mom finally connects the dots. Staring at its twisted, ugly smile, she stammers, demanding how it could possibly know that. She flashes back to that awful stomachache and how totally freaked out she was. But literally nobody else was in that room. So how did this creep know? It flashes a massive, nasty grin, claiming she is not the only one holding fond memories of the kid. While talking, it pictures the little girl playing around with her ball. It even brags about knowing she really loves eating soup. It mentions her secret training 3 times a week. The stalker monster even perfectly remembers Chun-bok's normal days at her school. It calls her a brilliant, super persistent student. It even knows she was totally thrilled about scoring 80% on a test 3 days ago. The freak says it is finally starting to truly understand their special family bond. The more it runs its mouth, the more she panics, dripping in a cold sweat. And this sick creature? Totally savoring every second of her fear. It just keeps dropping creepy details, claiming if the kid survives getting its body back, it really wants to try raising her itself. So messed up. Talk about the absolute final straw. Her rage completely explodes, lunging forward for the kill. But the monster does not even try dodging. Weirdly, it steps toward the railing, teasingly asking if she really wants to end its life. In a totally wild twist, the creature just hurls itself off the roof right as our fierce mom finally closes the gap. Plummeting down through the air, a seriously twisted smile spreads across its ugly face, telling her to come find it. That was its super dramatic final taunt. A massive thud echoes from way down below. Everyone on the street absolutely loses their minds seeing someone splat from the building. Someone screams monster. The dead body just lies there, keeping that super creepy smile glued on its face. Suddenly, the whole crowd looks straight up. Spotting someone on the roof, they totally recognize Chun-bok's mother. Ding, ding, ding. She finally gets the evil master plan. The monster mind-controlled the villagers, dragging them here just to witness this incredibly dramatic set-up crime scene. All those mind-controlled people with the yellow eyes would totally think she pushed it, instantly framing her as the actual villain in their messed-up heads. Big yikes. The entire gullible village fell for the trick. Once the fires died down, the angry mob started demanding harsh justice. Screaming to drag her out. Mongji violently screams to drag the mother outside immediately. Naturally, the raging mob behind him eagerly joins the toxic chorus. So what do you and I learn here? Amidst the crazy chaos, Gondon desperately tries explaining that yesterday's disaster definitely wasn't her fault. Okay, so get this. Junu tries dropping straight facts, telling the villagers she has zero motive. But grumpy old Mengqi? Completely ignoring the logic. His big brain theory? He claims she sparked the fire as a distraction just to sneak away for some twisted human barbecue. Caught red-handed, he says. Case totally closed. This guy honestly insists he predicted this entire mess from the very beginning. A monster doing charity? Please, get real. She literally ignores her own husband, so why are you even defending her? Hearing this absolute garbage, Rio Indiu snaps, telling the old fool to shut his mouth. But Mengqi actually doubles down. He claims he is just spitting facts, and proceeds to completely trash Chun-bok's poor mom. He sneers, calling her a starved beast who just cannot stop snacking on people. Just as his trash talk crosses the line, a giant hand grips his throat. Gamdu is completely done, grabbing the loudmouth with pure, terrifying rage. What did you just say? He roars that they have zero proof. He screams not to accuse his wife. His massive, booming voice leaves terrified Mengqi desperately scrambling for backup. And boom, the whole argument absolutely exploded. This insane shouting match over her guilt echoed all the way outside, and yep, it goes right into Haiga's ears. She coldly demands her minion explain the drama. The bickering just will not quit. Fantastic. The noise is straight up unbearable, a total mess. But meanwhile, Back at their house, pure peace. Chun-bok is just playing. They are just happily playing together. The little girl innocently says her puppy is crying because it is super hungry. She begs for puppy food. Hearing this cute request, her mom literally pretends to feed the little toy dog. The little girl plays right along, totally acting like the tiny puppy is eating everything. Then Chun-bok hypes the toy. Ta-da! Now it is a super puppy. It can walk every single day. Mom just smiles, completely playing along. The kid is lost in her own cute world. Mom watches her lovingly, finding pure joy in that massive, innocent, beaming smile. But under that super calm face, Mom is actually freaking out, deeply worried about literally everything. She has zero clue how to handle all these villagers infected by her father's toxic influence. The second they looked at her, she totally knew. Every single one of them had been heavily tainted by him. This creepy infection could have spread slowly through the water, the food, or maybe just basic touch. How do you even fix a problem when everyone around is a literal spy? She is completely trapped. Remembering the father and son sends a major chill down her spine. Is Gamdu infected too? What about that woman, Hira? That woman has seriously intense, scary eyes. Villager faces just keep flashing straight through her panicked mind. Out of everyone, there is not one single person to trust. While playing, she makes a hardcore choice. She absolutely must clear her name. But honestly, she is terrified that spilling the truth right now will just make things 100 times worse. The poor mom is totally lost. Then, boom, a horrifying new thought hits her. What if she is infected? Pure fear washes over her. What if she loses her mind and attacks her daughter? Goodbye to that precious smile forever. Then a way worse thought creeps in. Could Chun-bok actually be infected too? If that is true, she is literally a toy herself, completely surrounded by enemies, with zero way out of here. She must protect that smile, but the anxiety is straight up eating her alive. When does this nightmare actually end? You and I know this feeling. The absolute panic of having no idea what to do anymore. 1,000 wild worries swirl in her head, and somehow, the kid senses it. Mom is smiling, but Chun-bok knows something is wrong. That is exactly why, mid-game, Chun-bok just pauses the fun and suddenly drops a line. She yells for her mom to close her eyes quick. Mom is clueless, but Chun-bok is so bossy she just follows along immediately. Getting the okay from the kid, her mom slowly opens her eyes again. Chun-bok holds up a teddy bear. She does a funny voice, acting like a worry fairy, waving the little stuffed paw around. Mom is super confused. Chun-bok keeps talking through the bear, saying she seems super worried about something. The bear offers to help. Boom, it finally clicks. She wonders, is my panic that obvious on my face? Freaking out that her kid might worry, she quickly denies it, faking that everything is perfectly fine. But this kid pushes hard. Through the bear, she asks if Mom is seriously sure she is not lying to her. Hearing that, Mom totally freezes up. Zero excuses left. She is so completely caught. The bear uses Mom's own rule. She once said lying is necessary in a dangerous world, but lying to the people you love? Absolutely wrong. Alright guys, no matter what insane drama drops, family always has your back. But hearing Chun-bok say these super sweet things, Mom gets hit with massive guilt. So our genius kid literally starts throwing her voice through her teddy bear. Hey, if you totally cannot talk about it, do not even force it. Hiding behind the bear, our girl whispers that she will help with whatever is wrong. And boom, she unleashes those giant, sparkling, totally unfair puppy eyes. Because we are family, right? She stretches out her hand, basically daring her mom to finally spill. Watching her kid try this hard to carry the team, Mom seriously starts to break. She reaches out for that tiny hand, suddenly drowning in total regret. The kid was right. Doubting her? Literally the worst mom move ever. But even after this massive emotional reality check, Mom still keeps her mouth totally shut. Internally, she is crying. I am so sorry, Chun-bok. Thanks for calming this absolute train wreck down. Instead, she just smiles, grabbing her kid's hand. She says she is super glad her little fairy cares. I promise I will explain next time, okay? Getting an actual answer totally makes Chun-bok's life. She lights up. You swear? And boom, the bad vibes are officially gone. Mom gives her a super sweet head pat, desperately calculating how on earth to fix this mess. Staring at those scattered toys, her big brain detective mode turns on. The villagers reacted normally, so they must definitely still have their own free will. But the math is not mathing. A real monster would just mind control everyone completely. But this freak is not doing that. Why? Why dodge the easiest play? What is the catch? Then, slowly, the crazy dots connect, the villain letting rumors spread, deliberately letting herself take the fall. That psycho smile plus all those eyes infected by the father guy. Suddenly, her mental light bulb explodes. She finally has a legit clue. The only reason this monster plays these games? Its power is capped. Its mind control is seriously flawed. So how is it hacking everyone's brains? Suddenly, the door violently blasts open. I am sorry, but I need answers now. Why did you hide this? And there is Gordon, standing super dramatically in the doorway, panting like a stressed dog. My guy does not even step inside before begging. I know sketchy stuff is happening. Just tell me. I can totally help. I know you are mad, but silence fixes zero problems. You have to spill it, please. But while he is ranting, Mom marches up and grabs his panicked face. A huge, dramatic smooch drops in the room. Our little kid is absolutely shook by this plot twist. Chun-bok smartly covers her bear's eyes, but completely forgets her own. Gordon is left standing there, system crashing. He literally freezes, brain totally broken. But for her, this was the perfect, highly dramatic time to spill. Right in the middle of this kiss, Gordon realizes something way crazier is going down. She is secretly writing an entire message on his bare hand. It is a super risky play, but if the monster only hacks through sound or sight, this crazy loophole might actually win. So yeah, she weaponized a kiss to outsmart the enemy. Absolute cinematic genius. Mom is completely locked in to destroy this thing. Meanwhile, the food storage fire is dead, leaving behind some seriously apocalyptic levels of damage. Even though the scene is literally just crispy ash, Chun-bi and Dudung are stubbornly hunting for any tiny piece of evidence, but it feels hopeless. Everything is absolutely deep-fried. Dudung scowls. The fire literally ruined everything. Chun-bi is scribbling intensely in his notebook, but he still nods along with his daughter's rant. Wait, hold up. She catches something wild. Buried under the nasty ash, there is an actual bloodstain. Chun-bi steps over, looking super serious. Is this really our only clue? She shoots back. Seems like it. Dad, hand over the flashlight. He instantly pulls one out. A harsh beam hits the floor, showing off a massively long trail of sketchy blood. Chun-bi aggressively updates his notes. Still, nothing good. Maybe this is a total bust of a clue. After painfully staring forever, the stakeout finally pays off. A crazy, faint, nearly invisible wisp of smoke starts creeping up from the stain. A nasty, sizzling sound drops as gray smoke pours from the blood. Dudung blasts it with the flashlight. I totally knew it! It reeks exactly like burnt rubber. That is 100% monster blood, still reacting to the light, even though it burned. Chun-bi gives her the proudest head pat. That is my girl. Killer eyes. She pouts. Oh please, I am not a little kid anymore. This is literally just a basic flex, but Dad just smiles. You are always going to be my little girl. After dropping that sweet line, he hits her with another pat. You crushed it, Dudung. All right, now it is confirmed. Stick with me here. Dudung sighs, totally drained. The monsters did this. Now we just wait for the doctor's tests, and those are taking forever. But wait! Right then, a new player crashed the party. Chun-bi and Dudung show up. He hesitates. Got the results, he says. Come to the hospital. Oh man, things were about to get extremely complicated. Through a tiny crack in the door, eavesdropping commenced. How's it looking? You guys dig up any good dirt? Chun-bi didn't sugarcoat it. Found totally clear evidence. Zero doubt. Those guys are 100% behind this mess. Junu looked absolutely wrecked. We already went through hell, he sighed. Why is this even happening? I am totally done. Jun-du jumped in to herd the cats. Okay, but what about the crime scene? Can we please just focus? Then Jin dropped a bomb. Found something totally weird. And yep, every single eyeball glued onto the thing he held. Gross? A parasite? Jin started his creepy report, pulled it from the body, literally jammed right inside the brain. He pulled a sweaty all-nighter, hitting dead ends. But he knew for a fact Chun-bok's mom was completely framed. No way was it suicide. That nasty little bug ended her. Dudung rubbed her chin, sweating bullets. Jinu spent a whole month here, plenty of time to infect the entire squad. The horrifying reality hit them like a truck. They were probably all carrying that nasty bug. That freak was treating them like literal meat puppets. Right then, a light bulb finally went off in Chun-bi's head. Doc, where's that fancy cure? Jingu froze. I tried, but nothing happened. It is pretty much completely garbage. But wait, he added. I did find one crazy thing that worked. It is a wildly intense new drug. I actually whipped up a finished version. The Chun-bi boys instantly threw their hands up to be lab rats. Jingu instantly shot them down. Too risky, dudes. The juice comes straight out of cells from Chun-bok's finger. The side effects? Completely insane. Like, super high odds of turning your body into a literal raging monster. If it works, we can finally crush this parasite, he admitted. But honestly, I have zero clue how bad the fallout will be. But guess what? You and I know someone was totally eavesdropping. A sketchy cure? Really? That is their big plan? Whatever. Let them test their luck. Meanwhile, Back inside the room, the awkward tension was practically choking them. "This is our only shot," someone desperately pleaded. "We gotta make a move before we all just drop dead." Dudung slowly nodded. She is not wrong. We are literally dancing on the edge of life and death here. Junu mumbled, "I gotta warn everyone." But while they bickered, a creepy little white thing scurried by, totally flying under the radar. Jinu suddenly zoned out hard. He choked back a massive gasp. The two girls whipped their heads around, totally freaked out. Chun-bi lunged like lightning, snatching Jingu's wrist. "Yo, Doc, what exactly is the plan with that super sharp scalpel?" Jinu's eye literally changed color while he screamed his lungs out. "Why the heck is my body acting on its own?" Chun-bi stared, totally shocked. A yellow eye? Nope, no way this nightmare was actually happening. His face twisted up into completely freaky expressions as he screamed in absolute terror. Jinu knew what was coming, and he wanted zero part of it. The guy actually tried biting his own tongue off. Chun-bi wasted zero time, bam, punched him right in the jaw. "Sorry, man." The girls just stood there, jaws basically hitting the floor. That was one seriously epic, completely ruthless knockout punch. That brutal hit basically rearranged Jingu's whole face. But hey, it stopped the crazy tongue biting. Chun-bei quickly snatched his collar so he wouldn't faceplant. Chun-bi went full boss mode. "Okay, this is way worse than I thought. Dudung, grab me something to tie this dude up." The deadly scalpel hit the floor with a loud clang. "Dudung, catch. Just use these bandages and heavy tape." They wrapped Jungu up like a burrito and shoved him under the bed. Someone panicked, but Chun-bi just shrugged. He will sleep. Back to the massive disaster at hand. Turns out, that creepy bug can literally hear every single word being spoken. Dudung scowled in pure disgust. Spying through infected eyeballs? That is sick. Junu looked totally crushed. "Man, I am so sorry, I'm useless." But hey, you two dodged the infection so far. You have way more freedom to move around than we do. I will go fix this huge mess. You guys hunt down that cure. But Chun-bi instantly shut that down. "Hold up, weapons come first." Things were getting way too spicy. They needed to gear up with some heavy weapons, and they needed to move right now. He swaggered to the door. Plot twist, the monster is already here. His hand hovered on the knob, shaking like a leaf. A totally unhinged smirk crept across Chun-bi's face. "I seriously cannot wait to wreck you, you jerk. But stick with me here." Weird noises started echoing outside. Suddenly, Chun-bi was sweating with instant regret. Seriously, what was that creepy noise? Just beyond that door, a wildly angry mob was completely losing their minds. "Move out of the way!" the mob screamed, ready to riot over that freakish monster girl. Honestly, why was anyone even defending her? But the girl across from him snaps right back. "You guys have literally zero proof, so quit pointing fingers." Of course, Meng-chi isn't budging. "No way, we gotta kick that freak out to survive this mess." Naturally, the girl just cranks her volume right back up. "Nope, we absolutely need Chun's mom for the food supply." And right on cue, Chun-bi rolls up with Dudung and Junu. "Okay, you and I gotta see this. Look at that raging mob. Dudung is standing there, totally mind blown by this absolute dumpster fire. This entire train wreck is basically a straight-up rerun. All these nasty flashbacks are hitting him like a ton of bricks." Chun-bi starts screaming at his own kid. "No way! Are you literally trying to get us all murdered here?" Chun-shik immediately claps back. "No, I am trying to save us." "Open your eyes, Dad. You need a serious reality check. Sure, we wrecked the Hammer Gang, but we got completely battered too. That is exactly why we gotta recruit more muscle to survive. If I just had your okay, we could pull it off." But Chun-bi completely shuts him down. "Yeah, that is enough. I do not care what else you say, hard pass. I know for a fact Gondon would never make such a garbage call." Chun-shik grits his teeth, looking totally enraged. "I am so over this. Unbelievably, completely done with all of your nonsense. I am sick of trying to talk sense into you. I am leaving right now, taking my entire crew with me. I might not be Gondon, but I play by my own rules. I will go make a deal with those cannibals to keep us safe." Chun-bi furiously smacks his kid. "You absolute idiot, you are going to get everyone killed. Got any brighter ideas then?" And boom, just like that, the two sides start throwing down exactly like their crazy leaders. Dudung is still totally traumatized by the past. This whole place is about to turn into a massive war zone again. I gotta stop them, but my body is frozen. Suddenly, another voice slices right through the total madness. "Hey, everybody knock it off. We are family, not enemies. We have to stick together when things get this crazy." Meng-chi instantly bites back. "How can we team up when you guys never listen?" Jun-do just awkwardly tries to chill him out. Then she spins around to play peacekeeper for the other guys. "Hey, relax." But Meng-chi just screams out another massive warning. "I am telling everyone right now, we gotta smash that monster." Jun-do starts low-key panicking as the group completely loses it again. The girl on the flip side shrieks right back. You literally have zero proof, so just drop it already. Some other dude suddenly aims his drama at Junu. You are siding with them. You are helping that beast eat us, right? She scrambles, totally frantic. What are you even talking about right now? Open your eyes. Then John Hai randomly jumps into the brawl. Who are you pointing fingers at? You want a piece? Come fight me instead. The guy across from them just keeps chanting die like a psycho. Junu shuts her eyes, completely drained. Please, make it stop. Meanwhile, some teen is just screaming shut up. But this toxic drama perfectly hooks father. Look at them, so painfully pathetic. So this is their legendary happy family? Just a bunch of brainless sheep acting tough over whatever is right in front of them. What they really want is a free bodyguard. Hey, stick with me here. Let us find a better spot to watch their hilarious greed unfold. Jiak obeys without missing a beat. Then, he drops a perfectly robotic reply. Yes, father. Back to the chaos. Junu totally jumps when some guy screams her name. Mongchi steps up, jabbing a finger. You remember promising to keep us perfectly safe, yeah? You better actually honor that promise, instead of just standing there ruining everything. This mess is happening because you suck at leading. The whole crowd instantly hypes Mongchi up. Yeah, he is totally right. They said this village was totally secure, but that is a massive lie. Junu feels completely crushed, walking through a solid wall of pure hate. How are you going to fix this nightmare? This is 100% your fault. Junu tries to fake some confidence. I cannot look totally pathetic here. I am the boss. I gotta act like it. But then, bam, somebody violently grabs a huge handful of her shirt. Mengqi basically bursts her eardrum. This is all happening because you are useless at your job. Shut your mouth and do something. Freaking out. John Hai ignores the danger and sprints over. Mom! Mengqi violently shoves the poor kid back. Adults only. Squirt. Take a hike. Slowly but surely, the teenage rage turns into straight-up violence. Move out of my way. She totally faceplants, zero match for his muscle. Mengqi finally goes full villain mode. Stop bugging me. You guys are both equally annoying. Both of you are completely useless. None of this garbage would be happening if you had just paid attention. Obviously, not everyone is cool with him raging out. Dude, why would you seriously hit a kid? You think punching people fixes anything? The woman backing him up instantly plays dumb. Whoa, we are not using any force here. He totally did not mean to shove the kid. You are just spinning things. Meanwhile, Junu is completely spacing out in her own brain. I gotta chill. I am the boss. And here is what we get. Mengqi demands they kick out the freak, plus her daughter. All right, stick with me because the drama is about to pop off. An eyebrow twitches. Trouble is brewing. Junu grits her teeth and raises a hand to stop the chaos. But honestly, our girl is so totally over this absolute mess. But boom, before she can even move, another arm shoots out, blocking her completely. Mengqi just stares, looking totally lost and wondering where the heck that came from. That is enough. Run-Du spins around, completely clueless. But the second she spots Ha, you can practically feel her whole body just sigh in pure relief. Instantly, the crowd starts whispering about Ha showing up. Seriously, what on earth is she doing here? The second she speaks, dead silence. Listen up. I know you are all freaked out, but I need you back at your stations doing your jobs right now. We can hash out this mess later. Right now, we just need to reinforce the village. Now everyone, scatter. But of course, Mengqi is not having it. Hold up, I am not done. We have to settle this. Huh. You know exactly how hard we fought to survive the absolute nightmare that Monster's family put us through. Seriously, think about it. We have the vaccine now. We do not need those losers anymore. So there is zero reason we should. Wham! A fist slams right into his face, sending blood everywhere. Yep, that is classic. Hai answering the question. Her voice drops to this super creepy whisper. If anyone else has an opinion, go ahead and speak up. I would love to start that chat. And surprise, surprise, a bloody nose shuts everyone right up. Suddenly they are all like, we totally understand. We will do whatever you want. Junu is basically crying tears of gratitude. Thank you so much. This whole thing would have been a total disaster without you. I am so embarrassed. I literally promised this place was completely safe, and I could not even stop a silly street brawl. I am a total joke as a leader. Hai totally cuts her off, saying they need to work together, but Junu just keeps moping. Literally nothing I do works. This stupid drama is just going to keep happening, I swear. Shockingly, H actually tries to cheer her up. Then you will handle it like a smart boss. Not by punching faces like me, but in your own awesome way. I actually believe in your leadership skills, you know. Get this. While Junu wipes her tears, H spots something super shady. It is Jack, totally sneaking some puppet body right into a dark corner. That creepy behavior instantly rings major alarm bells. H just glares at that weird puppet body Jack is dragging around, not even blinking once. That sketchy old dude. Her gut is literally screaming at her to remember what went down earlier today. She remembers walking right past him during the whole mob mess. He whispered soon in this creepy robot voice. That one word keeps echoing. Soon what? Exactly. Seeing her ready to ditch, a stressed Junu asks where she is headed. H just drops a classic action hero line, I need to check on something. Out of nowhere, Gondon pops up from behind. Ha, hold on a sec. I seriously need your help with a massive problem. I need you to fix stuff at the hospital. Can you tag along? We have people, but honestly, I need every single hand I can find. His entire vibe is so incredibly awkward, leaving her totally lost. And then, to make it even worse, Gondon actually winks at her. Come on, please, just bail me out this once. He is trying so desperately to speak with his eyes, practically screaming, take the hint, I have top secret info. Faced with the absolute worst spy routine ever, H just squints at him, trying to figure out what his actual deal is. She glances back toward the corner where her prime suspect was hiding. But nope, that puppet body Jack had is completely gone. Finally, she totally caves. Fine, whatever, but stop making that incredibly weird face. As they walk off, H drags Junu along for some extra muscle. She is still obsessing over finding that creepy old dude right away to figure out what his little threat meant. Meanwhile, cut to Chun-bok and her mom taking a super peaceful nap together. The whole vibe is so insanely calm, you just know trouble is coming. And yep, there it is. Chun-bok suddenly scrunches her face and starts squirming. She sits up, half asleep, mumbling about needing a bathroom break. The little kid stumbles toward the bathroom, but right before she grabs the handle, her tiny hand just completely freezes in midair. Mommy told me to be a good girl and stay in the room. So what am I supposed to do? That inner conflict lasts maybe a second before nature calls too loudly. The kid panics and sprints. I gotta go right now. I am going to explode. From behind the door comes the biggest, cutest sigh of pure relief. Problem solved. She feels like she just defeated the final boss of life all alone. Okay, what is next? She thinks. I took a massive nap this afternoon, so now my energy levels are completely off the charts. But mom is totally out cold. Oh, I will go bother Gion, hi. But the very second she opens that door, somebody is already waiting. Z had been lurking right outside this whole time, and he is rocking the most terrifyingly creepy smile ever. Well, look who it is, Chun-bok. The sweet kid actually says hi back. Then Z starts acting way too friendly. Hello there, everything okay? You are looking super healthy today. Say, you wouldn't happen to have a little free time to spare, would you? If you are bored, maybe you could help me out with a tiny project? His gross, veiny hand slowly reaches right for her face. Boom. The sky goes pitch black and thunder completely shatters the silence. The poor kid absolutely loses it and just bolts, ignoring his super creepy yells. Chun-bok, wait up, I just want to chat, come back here. But you and I know better. She just keeps sprinting, desperate to escape. Hey, wait up. Jiak totally dropped the nice guy act. I said stop. All right, you and I are jumping right into this mess. Little Chun-bok was completely out of gas. The kid just squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. Freeze! I called freeze, so you literally cannot tag me. Jiak scratched his head, looking totally embarrassed. So close, man. Meanwhile, Chun-bok just growled at him like a tiny, angry animal. If you want to win, you have to actually try, she lectured him. Are you even taking this seriously? If you want to be the gaming king, watch and learn. The absolute nerve of this kid. It actually made Jiak bust out laughing right on the spot. But the second she turned around, that fake smile vanished instantly. King of games? Oh, please. This entire babysitting gig was a huge pain. But hey, perfect strategy for getting close to the kids. His genius master plan, drain every ounce of her energy. The guy had been waiting for a chance like this for absolute ages, and he was going to pull it off no matter what it took. Chun-bok was living her absolute best life playing tag. Come on, catch me. Then came the throwing game, and of course she demanded to go higher and higher. A bit later, the kid demanded a piggyback ride. Jiak's stamina bar? Officially hitting 0. Seriously, how does one tiny human have this much energy? What are they feeding her? He just had to grind his teeth and endure it. Just a bit longer. Time crawled by like a slug. But finally, the sun started going down. Suddenly, reality hit Chun-bok. She completely forgot about her mom while goofing off. Oh snap, mom is going to flip. She was in massive trouble. While she was having a mini panic attack, Jiak stepped in smoothly. Chun-bok, I have something for you. Think of it as a present from your buddy. Her mood flipped instantly the second she saw a giant bag of candy. Jiak leaned in close. A little thank you for hanging out with me today. But we have to keep this a secret, okay? Because this present is just for you. I do not have enough to share with anyone else. Consider this a special token of our friendship. Promise me? His totally fake sincerity made the kid blush. An exclusive gift? Yeah, she was completely sold. Okay, I promise it stays a secret. Then it is our little secret, Giok replied, looking super smug. Good girl. And boom, the candy secured its target. That evening, she rushed straight back to her room to face the music with her parents. Her dad, Gondo, dropped the stern parent voice. You were hanging out with an old man today, right? She trembled, totally busted. Yes, I was. I will not sneak out again. I am so sorry. Catching her husband's subtle look, her mom chimed in. So, you just played together, right? That question hit hard. The kid panicked, immediately staring at her feet in total guilt. That sneaky promise to Jiok was totally glued in her brain, and because of that, she chose to lie. Yep, we just played. Hours later, while everyone was dead asleep, Chun-bok was wide awake, obsessing over that special candy stash. I should totally get him a gift tomorrow. But what? Man, I want tomorrow to hurry up and get here. But get this. A super creepy thing just slithered right out of the candy bag. It slowly opened its eyes, checking the room. A second later, Chun-bok snored with her mouth open. The creature slid right inside. Wild green veins suddenly popped all over her pale skin. Her whole body locked up tight. Her eyes snapped wide open, flashing a straight-up terrifying yellow glow. Next morning, the weather outside matched the absolute nightmare inside. Gondo was snoring like a broken chainsaw. It was so insanely loud, it actually woke up Chun-bok's mom. Just deafening. He is always doing this. He is going to wake the kid. What time even is it? But when she reached over, hitting empty bed sheets, her eyes blasted open. A blood-curdling scream jolted Gondo totally awake. What is wrong? She was hyperventilating. She is gone. Where the heck did the kid go? Her sudden vanishing act sent her mom into absolute meltdown mode. Mom just booked it outside. Gondo yelled right after her. Wait, let me help. Then a light bulb went off in his head. Where would she even hide? Maybe she is just in the bathroom? Nope. A quick search turned up absolutely zero trace of her. Mom was tearing through the entire village. Where did she run off to? She is supposed to be right here. Chun-bok, where are you? Taking a quick breather, Gondo suddenly noticed a tiny shadow way off in the distance. The kid was frozen like a literal stone statue, just staring into dead space. Gondo totally lost it. Are you kidding me? You scared us to death. You cannot just wander off alone. He was yelling his head off, but Chun-bok did not even flinch. Out of patience, he angrily stormed right over to her. Are you even listening? You are in so much trouble right now. His heavy footsteps were speeding up fast. Hey! But Gondo's raging dad energy suddenly hit a brick wall. Her mom terrifiedly grabbed his arm. That kid standing right in front of us? That is not our daughter. And whatever was standing there, it heard everything. Well, the cat is out of the bag. No need to play pretend anymore. They looked up, freezing as a pair of glowing yellow eyes locked onto them. Not their little girl. At that exact same second, now, stick with me here inside a totally fake mental prison world built by her so-called father, the real Chun-bok groggily wakes up. What is wrong? The fake Gondo smiles. You awake? Let's play a game. You and I love a good wholesome intro, right? The kid hesitates, but mom drops a total bombshell. No games allowed. Apparently, daylight is a huge no-go for her. But seeing her kid completely stressed, mom literally just sprints right outside to prove a point. She steps right into the supposedly deadly sunlight. Gordon, being the absolute ultimate hype man, points. See? Awesome, right? Chun-bok absolutely loses her mind, cheering so loud. Mom, you're outside. How did you do that? He calmly drops the lure. Mom trained super hard, just for you. The little girl's reaction? Pure, absolute shock. This is epic. We can literally play until we drop. Mom, I'm so insanely happy right now. Mom is all smiles, totally vibing with her happy little Chun-bok. And then, a seriously angry voice ruins their absolutely perfect moment. Hey, Chun-bok's mom, we gotta talk. Seriously disappointing. The kid instantly catches those super hostile vibes from the angry crowd. Treating my mom like dirt? No way, I will not let them bully her. Except, the crowd had a wildly different plan. We want to play too! Let's play hide and seek first. Wait, what? This wholesome plot twist definitely wasn't in the script. The kid is completely floored. Suddenly, H steps up to chill everyone out. Order, guys! Let's have Chun-bok pick the ultimate game to play. The whole village loved that idea. Yeah, let Chun-bok decide. She totally knows the absolute best games. But while the crowd is totally hyped, her internal alarms are screaming. This is way too weird. Glad they are happy, but still, something feels seriously off here. Out of absolutely nowhere, Mom grabs her hand super tight. With a deadpan voice, she asks, "Oh, great king of games, what are we playing?" The kid freezes forever, then finally clears her throat. Time to rule. I declare we play tag. Everyone completely agrees and instantly makes H the designated chaser. She looks at Junju with a playful threat. You're first. Laughter just echoes across the whole sky. Bet you can't catch me. She was totally soaking up this super rare happy moment in what's normally a completely messed up world. Playing together was actually a blast, and nobody raged. Even the losers were surprisingly super chill. No fights, literally zero violence. Everyone totally loved her mom, and right then, Chun-bok was the happiest girl on the freaking planet. But wait, the audio literally turns to static. Chun-bok. She whips around looking for the voice. Just empty space. Who the heck is calling me? She shakes it off fast and turns right back when Gamdan yells out her name. Let us keep playing, she tells herself, running off totally blind to the super creepy glitch happening up in the sky. I'm coming. And meanwhile, none of them had any clue that father was lurking so insanely close. Now, you and I need to see reality. Thunder, screaming total chaos. Get the guns here, right now. The angry mob aims blades right at him. Gordon, buddy, you can't save this wild situation anymore. He lowers his voice, literally begging. Please, just give us more time. It's way too early to tell. The medicine will work soon. Some dude immediately shuts him down. That stuff only works if she's actually human. Face it, man. Your daughter is already gone. The whole crowd goes dead silent, just staring. Look at her. That is absolutely not your daughter anymore. That thing? A total monster. Jack is just watching this whole drama with a massive grin. The day has finally arrived, waited way too long. My role in this crazy movie is over. Nearby, Mom completely collapses, totally helpless on the dirt. She just stares in pure shock as tentacles literally sprout from Chun-bok. Father barely even moves. This host body is way better than I thought. Well then, guess it's finally time to start. But wait, back in that fake happy world, someone yells. Where is everyone? You in there? Gotcha, Junu flexes proudly. Come on out, Uncle Gamdan. The guy just groans hard. You're way too good at hide and seek. This game's not for me. Once they leave, Mom whispers softly. Time for us to go now. Chun-bok. The kid totally agrees, but suddenly a crazy weird feeling zaps through her fingertips. Why do my hands hurt so incredibly bad? Have my hands always looked this gross? Man, terrible timing to get sick. I still gotta play with everyone, but it seriously hurts. Boom. Smash cut to reality, where heavy rain is finally washing over the entire village. Mom looks up, hearing a tiny voice. Mommy! And just like that, they get sucked into a memory of their old goofy games. She remembers her kid literally following her everywhere like a shadow. Her sweet Chun-bok, who finally learned to eat all by herself. Mom remembers that little crying face begging for her. She can literally see baby Chun-bok waddling over, clear as day. The warm hugs, the epic tantrums, every single memory is just getting completely deleted by the freaky creature standing right there. That wasn't her daughter. That was the evil boss called Father. And an insane storm of emotions was basically ripping Mom apart. Father uses the most arrogant tone ever to snap her back. I'm talking here. Focus up. I absolutely hate repeating myself. You and I know how this goes, you better listen up. Those creepy gestures from her kid's body? Yeah, totally horrifying. Listen up, guys. The creepy old dude drops his voice. Got a proposal. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. I just need one tiny thing. The only thing I want is your life. Say yes, and you get your kid back. I'll yank these gross parasites out of the villagers and bounce from this town forever. Simple, right? So, what's the verdict? This cyborg father guy pushes. Honestly, I think I'm being super generous here. TikTok, what is your actual answer? But Gondon completely loses his mind. Shut your mouth. You are never taking my wife or my daughter, so quit spitting that garbage. You get absolutely nothing. You even look at my family, and I will literally rip you to pieces. You parasitic freak. Father just smirks. Wow, this guy is seriously begging to get wrecked. You'll heavily regret that. Yeah, this massive disrespect? Definitely not vibing with the creepy guy's ego. Father decides Gondon needs a seriously messed up reward for that attitude. One snap of his freaky little fingers, and bam! The village parasites wake up. Twisted veins start popping out on everyone infected. The second those things activate, John High completely freezes up. Gondon definitely didn't expect things to escalate this ridiculously fast. The infected villagers swarm him like crazy zombies, grabbing on with insane strength. Their crying completely rocks him. Help! I can't stop moving! Slowly, all that screaming starts completely destroying his will to fight. Somewhere in the back, some dude just starts screaming, "Get out of here, you creep!" These mind-controlled villagers are totally pinning down the healthy ones, Chun-bei and Ju's Dung. Over there, Jinu and Hai are getting jumped too. Junu is choking while his own kid strangles him. John Hai is screaming, "Somebody stop my hands, Mom, please!" Father glares coldly at Gondon. That's what you get for talking trash. I honestly don't even care about you. You literal bug. Did you actually think I wouldn't notice your little cure? Your sad little tricks won't work on me, dude. Gondon feels sick. This creepy monster had totally read him like an open book. Right then, Chun-bok's mother stands up, walking like a total glitching robot. He panics. What are you doing? Don't move! Stop, seriously, don't go near him. It's super obvious trap bait, but she totally ignores him, drowning in her own massive guilt. This is on me. I totally ignored our little girl. My slacking off caused all this mess. It's my fault entirely. Free delivery right into his arms. You and I both know father is loving this. Boom, his gross tentacles shoot out. They hit exactly the right spots, max pain, but keeping her totally alive. Pure evil. Watching his wife get wrecked like that, Gondon absolutely snaps. No, but father just claps for her dramatic choice. Smart move, guess I'll keep my promise then. Honestly, looking at your family, I just realized you guys have one massive glitch. Because you are basically one family. Throwing your lives away for each other? Super noble. Yeah, I totally get it. But that stuff is a toxic trap, basically a curse. Parents should totally be the main character here. He's flexing about his own crazy loyal kids who'd gladly die for him and his twisted little cult in Hope Village. Father starts giving this whole villain TED talk. Micromanage everyone so they don't mess up, then hand out love like dog treats. That's real family goals. Giving your kids everything doesn't make you good. Honestly, you're totally unfit to be a parent at all. The boomer was about to keep rambling, but oops, he totally missed his chance. While he was yapping, Chun-bok's mom snuck in and injected Chun-bok with the secret cure. Freaky red veins pop up as the drug kicks in. He stares, completely shook, watching his own body actually react to the cure. Literal cheat code. When did you even craft something like that? She empties the whole dose, pulling the needle out like an absolute boss. Flashback to last night. Gondon gave her the signal. He totally scored this from the hospital. They jabbed everyone. 0 bad side effects. Stash this in case Chun-bok gets grabbed. I'm holding on to some as well. You get what I'm throwing down? Now go hit the shower and just crash once Chun-bok gets home. We'll hang out with her tomorrow. Chun-bok's mom softly said, Okay. Boom. Fast forward back to the crazy present. She officially activates her brave mode, saying I'm unfit? Honestly, you're right. I totally suck at this parent thing. I feel insanely guilty about my kid because I'm definitely not your average mom. It wrecks me knowing how useless I am for her. But parents as the main character? That true family garbage? I could care less about your stupid parenting style. To me, being a parent, alright, picture this. You're a monster in the apocalypse, but you still want your kid to be happy. Classic parenting, right? That is not a curse, guys. That's a straight-up blessing. Cue the waterworks! After that heavy confession, tears are literally falling. Inside this completely fake world, Chun-bok's dad finally morphs back into his original self. The little girl chokes out one single word, Mom. Meanwhile, her dad? Completely frozen solid. The drug is finally doing its thing. Those nasty tentacles piercing her mom get ripped right out. He uses that momentum to launch himself flying backwards. Springing off some random debris, he makes a break for the outside. One quick warp later, he lands hard on an empty patch of sand. His eyes are pure venom, locking onto the woman across from him. She isn't playing around anymore. Her heavy steps stomp down as a clear warning. Even with her limbs practically screaming in pain, Chun-bok's mom grits her teeth and totally closes the gap. She sizes him up and calls his bluff. He's totally trying to back off. That means only one thing: the drug is definitely working. Chun-bok, stay strong, I will save you no matter what. But then, a voice echoes from behind. Yeah, one dose is definitely not gonna cut it. I tried playing weak to keep things chill, but clearly, I messed up. Boom. His foot slams down and sand absolutely explodes everywhere. Gondon casually strolls up, weapon ready. This time, I think we are giving you a few more shots. Dad is instantly forced into a hardcore defense mode. Strolling over to her side, he gently asks, Are you alright? Luckily, Chun-bok's mom is a tank. I am fine. The wound will heal fast. It is seriously nothing to stress over. But what about the civilians? Gondon just flashes this cocky little smirk. Do not sweat it. Our teammate is way stronger than any monster. Wham! A huge force smashes right into John Hai's neck. Thanks to that crazy hit, Junu barely escapes getting completely wrecked. Turns out Jinu actually managed to pin Jo Hai down just in time to stop her absolute crazy rampage. Okay, that was way too close for comfort. We need that special medicine right now. Check my bag. He turns and declares, He-Ra just saved us. Let's hit the hospital for more meds. But she completely ignores him because her eyes are deadlocked onto Jack. Hi, Ga frowns hard. You look perfectly fine, old man. We are only okay because of the injection. The others totally lost it. Seriously, dude, who in the world are you? Jack stays silent. Instead, he just straight up rips a chunk of flesh off his forehead. The fake mask peels away, exposing his true identity. What do you think I am? Dad suspiciously eyes his bulging veins. Is this all because of that special drug? This killer headache is ruining my focus and my body feels like lead. But hey, it is nothing I cannot handle. You guys ready for this? His poison resistance is about to kick in. Right on cue, Gondon and Chun-bok's mom lunge forward, gunning for the exact same target. He violently struggles to summon his tentacles. But the real problem? This body's original consciousness is slowly starting to wake up. Chun-bok clutches her head in terror. Oh, I remember now. Something crawled into my mouth while I slept. After that, my body felt super weird, and my memory just blanked. Next time I opened my eyes, I was already stuck in here. A weird place full of nice people. Plus, my hands aren't even purple anymore. But hold up, where are my actual parents? I seriously want to ditch this place, but how? While she is stressing, someone yells, "Hey Chun-bok, what game are we playing next?" Hunu totally laughs and says, "You pick the game? Want to play tag again?" Gondon, however, has a completely different idea. Or maybe we go inside and play with stones. Since everyone is just bickering like crazy, the kid literally screams, "Excuse me, I want to go home right now, and I have zero clue how. How do I get back? Tell me." Gondon replies with major shady vibes, "You really want to go home? Cannot help you there." Then, his face goes completely dark. "If you leave this place, you will be miserable." Chun-bok totally misses the creepy hidden threat. Then, boom, the dude flashes a fake bright smile again. Because everyone outside absolutely hates you, and you just have to fake a smile. You remember, right? But the girl stubbornly shakes her head. "That is totally fake. You are wrong." H steps forward to persuade her. "If you go back, your parents will severely struggle to raise you. You know it is true, right?" Even as she denies it, Chun-bok's confidence is absolutely crumbling to pieces. Chun-bok's mom brutally calls her out. "Look, you are scared because you are a nuisance. You know you are a burden." Chun-bok is completely speechless. Suddenly, this super creepy distorted sound starts buzzing around her head. "Let me tell you what you really are." Finally, the kid snaps back. "I do not care. Forget your fancy words. I know one thing for sure." The girl takes a deep breath, ready for her final comeback. Right then, pure emotion washes over her. "My family loves me. That is not a lie. So I am going back. I am going back to everyone right now." Chun-bok's mom is totally speechless from her fierce determination. Finally, the kid actually gets the compromise she was waiting for. "Fine, go back then." But guys, that disgusting scraping sound of tentacles right after, absolutely bone-chilling. "All right, you and I are jumping right into this nightmare." Dad's voice drops to 0 degrees, warning the poor kid she'll regret this. Bam! A literal monster hand smacks her face to prove his point. The chaos outside finally yanks Chun-bok awake. Bursting with relief, she immediately yells out for her absolute favorite person. "Mom!" But nope. That happy grin vanishes in a second. "Mom?" Reality hits like a truck, and Chun-bok's whole world is suddenly sinking into pure, unfiltered panic, because her favorite person in the world is absolutely battered, crying her eyes out. Enter the world's worst dad. He actually gloats. "Told you you'd regret this. Welcome to a little thing called brutal reality." Chun-bok just freezes up. The guilt hits hard. She thinks it's all her fault that mom got totally wrecked. She stares at her own shaking hands, completely losing it. "I don't want this." Cue the dramatic, heartbreaking tears streaming down her face. "I don't." Snap. The blood vessels in her eyes burst completely red. Her total rejection of this nightmare literally yanks her straight back into the fake illusion world. Chun-bok looks up at this gloomy sky, letting out a heavy sigh. Finally, silence. My head is totally clear now. Plot twist, that's not Chun-bok talking. It's her crazy dad's will hijacking her body, glaring straight over at Gom-don. "Guess I owe you one." Yep, Chun-bok is offline now. Dad checks out the mom, plotting whatever awful thing comes next. Gross, slimy tentacles start creeping down his pant leg. Another nasty one just casually swings from his hand. The tentacles wiggle across his super creepy face. Dude is getting hungry. One quick flick of his tongue and he's licking his lips. Meanwhile, the real world is still a total horror show. A gross chunk of Jack's face literally peels off into a blood puddle. Blood sprays the steel doors everywhere. Kira charges at him, completely blurring with insane speed. But out of nowhere, she freezes and looks back. Jack takes the opening, slicing her shoulder fast. Then he creeps his gaze right onto Chun-myung. The old guy wildly swings his farming hoe at him. But naturally, Jack just casually steps aside like it's nothing. Jack stares at Chun-myung and cracks up laughing. The old man grinds his teeth hard. What a totally obnoxious punk. Jack immediately strikes back, but Chun-myung actually blocks it with the hoe. Still, he's sweating bullets. This freak is way too fast. One tiny slip and it's game over. Do I have to trap this guy? I seriously hate this plan. Chun-myung sharply dodges sideways, shouting for Yu-dung to move. Catching the signal, she goes full auto and starts blasting. But even against a rain of bullets, Jack casually dodges every single one. He swiftly ducks behind a wall like it's a game. Yu-dung clicks her tongue, super annoyed. Jack peeks out and starts throwing a literal tantrum. Everything sucks. All of you are just so annoying. Yu-dung is just standing there confused. Jack casually points at the dead bodies everywhere. Now, you and I should listen to this. See them? He whines. That's the annoying chatty grandma. Loved gossip, and I was always stuck listening. Endless complaining, zero chill. Oh, and that guy? Chi Gao. Total loudmouth who threw a fit whenever anyone asked him for a favor. Guy was a massive liar. And there were so many more. I suffered through their nonsense for 2 whole months. The stress literally gave me heartburn. Jack complains, squeezing his knife super tight. Don't bother your neighbors, man. They had zero manners anyway, Jinwoo suddenly shouts while healing up from afar. What is this psycho talking about? Junju yells at Jinwoo to hurry it up. Jack just finds this whole mess absolutely hilarious. Hira and Chun-myung are basically speechless. But the second Jack drops Chun-bok's name, Hira locks onto him with absolute murder eyes. You have no clue the effort it took. Getting that kid to her father? Good thing I just used some candy. Little brats really love their candy. Chun-myung is basically boiling over while Jack stands there giggling. He keeps pushing it. I told the kiddo it was our special little secret. Jack presses 2 fingers to his throat, completely mocking her. He mimics her voice. Oh, thank you, mister. I swear I won't tell anyone. Don't worry, kid, we're besties. Jack flashes the creepiest grin ever. Well, how was my acting? Pretty good, right? Chun-myung nearly rushes him, but Hira blocks him. So it was you. Tell me, are there more freaks you call father? He steps up as Hira presses, how many of you actually exist? Jack just laughs. No idea. Why don't you try finding out? She stays ice cold. Got it. I'll figure it out myself, just like you suggested. His face drops, totally confused by her vibe. She just smirks. Still not catching on, are you? I'm hunting every single one down. Hira's arm whips violently forward. And I'm wiping you all off the map. Jack flinches, instantly feeling cold steel break his skin. He looks down in absolute shock. Her knife? It's currently buried dangerously deep right in his neck. Before his brain even registers the hit, Hira is in his face. Chun-myung and Yu-dung are just speechless. Her speed is stupidly fast. Jack frantically yanks the blade from his neck, cursing up a storm. Totally enraged, he lunges at Hira, screaming, I'm way faster, but you and I know better. Before his blades even connect, Hira unleashes an absolute blender of attacks. Jack just stands there, totally clueless. All right, guys, grab some popcorn. Jack is literally realizing her fists hit like cement trucks as his body goes entirely numb. H snatches Jack by his head. Got any last stupid words? She snarls, eyes blazing with pure rage. Because I am all ears right now. Even as she winds up a massive punch, Jack smugly thinks, whatever. This changes literally 0 things. It has already begun. Over in the dirt, some totally exhausted dude gets blasted by insane, ripping pain that snaps his eyes right out of his skull. Suddenly, the guy starts thrashing around wildly as a disgustingly slimy tentacle forces its way straight out of his mouth. H is absolutely mind-blown by this nasty freak show. Like, seriously? The whole village just flipped into a zombie horror movie, with gross tentacles violently exploding out of everyone's faces. Jinwoo just sits there feeling incredibly lucky. Dude, any slower and we become squid food, Jinwoo yells. Jinwoo, those freaky things are coming outside right now. These massive slug things slide across the yard. Some poor guy is screaming his lungs out. Somebody, please stop them! A literal tsunami of tentacles charges at Chun-bok's back. Gondon is ugly, crying, please, do not leave, while a creepy demon hand strokes her face. This will be over fast. Every single nutrient my messed up body needs is sitting right here. Chan hits us with the ugliest supervillain smile. It is finally time for me to collect my awesome reward. Out of nowhere, snick. A shiny blade flashes, completely chopping up the tentacles into sashimi. Chan is standing there looking insanely stupid and shocked. Not even Chun-bok's mom saw that level of absolute savage swordplay coming today. While she stands there totally frozen, someone yanks her back. It is Ha, violently slicing through the tentacle chaos like a total solo boss. The poor mom is basically crying out pure despair. She totally eats dirt, stumbling back just as Haiga whips out her knife to absolutely wreck these monsters. Watching this epic flex, Chan smirks. Okay, wow. Maybe you are not completely useless after all. She literally ignores his edgy monologue and just starts hacking away. A few insanely fast slices later, H turns those tentacles into mush. They are way too fast, but she forces herself to keep swinging. She spams her razor-sharp combos, while this creepy old man just points and laughs in her face. H's attacks totally slow down, and her wild energy quickly burns out. A freaky roar blasts out as she completely drops her blade. Playtime is over. He brutally slams a massive tentacle right through her guts. You could have lived if you minded your own business. Gondon is literally sprinting over, desperately trying to save poor Ha. Chun-bok's mom shrieks for him to stay back. Chan viciously squeezes H with his slimy tentacle. You are just way too impulsive, always trying to play the big hero. You do not even share blood with this kid. Sure, you hung out with the brat forever, but this whole mommy complex of yours is getting super weird and obsessive. Wow, I totally nailed it. You literally only want to survive so you can play bodyguard for a random kid, right? Hai Ga is blacking out fast. Does the massive stomach hole hurt worse, or getting roasted by the villain? This guy loves bullying people emotionally. Called it. I get it though. In this absolute garbage world, pure delusional hope is your only fuel to survive. Even if that hope is just role-playing a happy, fake family, you can literally see the stubborn fire dying out in H's eyes. She finally caves and spits it out. You win, she murmurs. I really have absolutely nothing at all. I used to be this dead inside lone wolf, just getting wrecked by life. I honestly did not care about dying because nobody cared about me. Flashing back to a tiny hand, H goes completely soft. But then, out of nowhere, this little kid just bumped into my lonely self. Chun-bok totally melted her cold heart with just her name. From then on, she was screwed. That goofy, innocent smile got stuck in Ha's brain forever. That kid became her absolute everything, totally skipping the whole blood biology part. Fake family or not, that kid was her only reason to keep going. Ha chokes back, a dramatic sob, practically growling. I will literally never, her absolute best memory ever? Chun-bok just laughing out loud and screaming, Mommy! Hai suddenly goes completely rogue, violently grabbing Cha's tentacle. She is throwing hands, no matter how badly it ends. He casually whips out this wickedly sharp spike. I really hated having to pull this bad boy out, but guess you are the test dummy. H is totally wide open now. A gross, wet stabbing noise hits, and then a crazy fountain of blood just sprays straight into the sky. But wait guys, look closely. Cha's weird yellow eyes start twitching, and he violently vomits blood everywhere. What the actual heck is going on? How? This makes zero sense. Is that weird burning feeling the ultra-rare cure? When did you do this? When did you stab me with that garbage juice? Was this whole sacrifice thing just bait? Even bleeding out. Hai Ga is absolutely smirking inside. I might look like an idiot, but I always bring the cheat codes. Go ahead, clap for me. You were too busy giving your edgy villain speech to notice. Thanks. Her god-tier sarcasm makes him literally go insane. So, what did we learn today? Never underestimate a protective mom. He was so close, but getting totally outplayed makes even monsters freeze up. All right, you and I are diving into pure chaos. This meat suit is totally rejecting him, but he refuses to let go. The pain? Absolutely insane. He is losing his grip fast and desperately needs a bailout plan, preferably without a massive splat. But yeah, zero time for a comeback. Monster Dad over here has to sprint for his life, and I mean fast. He drags his entire gross entourage of squirming tentacles behind him, making a speedy exit, then drip. A single drop of water hits the dirt, and then the skies just open up. The rain they had all been waiting for finally makes its super dramatic, highly cinematic grand entrance. With the old freak gone, Ha yanks Chun-bok into her arms and mutters, When you wake up, you are in so much trouble for making me panic. But honestly, I am just so glad you are safe. I know you went through absolute hell. Welcome home, kid. Chun-bok. A totally panicked shriek slices through the gloom. Chun-bok, Ha, your stomach, Gondon yells, rushing in to hold Ha up. Is Chun-bok okay? Her mom tries calming him down. She is fine. That is literally all he needs to hear before snapping at Ha. How could you do that? You almost got yourself killed. But her comeback is straight ice. Was there any other option? I did it because it was the only way. Stop screaming at me. My head is killing me. Meanwhile, the mom's golden eyes flicker wildly as she gently lifts the little girl's hand. The kid's fingers are totally back to normal. A massive wave of relief hits. They do not have to be terrified of anything anymore. Chun-bok is not the monster's target now, so mom should be thrilled, right? Nope. She just sighs, getting completely lost in awful memories of her father controlling her. It was Ha who saved her from that mess. And honestly, the mom is seriously blown away by Ha's completely insane fighting skills. But the more she overthinks it, the more the guilt absolutely eats her alive. I am so incredibly useless. I let that freak grab my daughter, and I failed to save her. And I still dare to call myself her mother? God, how pathetic. Meanwhile, Monster Dad is having a massive meltdown. How humiliating, he roars. Perfection was right there, and my own stupid arrogance ruined everything. I will make every last one of you pay for crossing me, right now. His nasty tentacles twist together, slamming into the dirt with pure rage. And boom, Dad just morphs into this absolutely ripped monster made of pure tentacle muscle. I will take it all back. But Chun-bi is not scared at all, snapping back. In your dreams. Right on cue, the freak becomes a living bullseye for a heavy storm of bullets. Still, the ugly creature uses its gross mouth to spit out a defiant. So what? Hearing that garbage, Chun-bi fires back. What do you think? This is your karma finally catching up to you. We have waited a really long time for this day, you absolute scumbag. Remember us? Razor-sharp tentacles whip into the air. I have zero interest in you. Yikes. You can practically see the angry veins popping on the guy's forehead. Knew it. A perfect answer, just the exact thing to really tick me off. And his reward for that? Another wild storm of bullets gets fully unleashed. Okay, stick with me here. The tentacles slither down like 1,000 creepy snakes. I do not have time for these childish games, the monster sneers. He launches a tentacle like a deadly javelin. Just die, but then clang, a smoke bomb hits the dirt, and Dudung angrily shouts at him. How dare you call this a children's game? The giant freak literally could not care less, just taunting back. You lowly little bugs. The literal second those words leave his gross mouth, the bomb's smoke absolutely erupts everywhere. Gondon uses the total chaos to give the mom a game plan. Sweetheart, I will get them to Jingu, and you can. He suddenly freezes, looking straight down. No matter how many times he yells her name, she is totally frozen. It is only when Gondon practically screams that she finally snaps out of her trance. Seeing her zoning out like a zombie, he drops his voice, dead serious. Now is not the time to be spacing out. You hear me? I need you to stall that freak while I get them to a doctor. She gives this super robotic nod, but then another voice randomly calls out to her. Ha fights through the agonizing pain to speak up. You, get over here, right now. I need to give you something. Stop staring and move it. The mom is instantly suspicious. What is she plotting now? I nearly lost my mind. She should just go get treated. Then I can handle the rest. But massive plot twist as she gets closer, Ha just straight up slaps her right across the face. This completely unhinged move makes Gondon's jaw literally hit the floor. He just stammers out a super awkward, are you okay? The mom screams in pure rage, you are so dead. I am gonna, but suddenly, a hand aggressively yanks her backward by her hair. Ha uses every ounce of her fading strength to shake some sense into her. Calm down, you idiot. Stop blaming yourself just because you were not the only hero here. This is not the time to cry over useless drama. Listen to me. You do not have to do every single thing by yourself. The only time you get to feel regret is if you actually fail to protect her. So cut the pity party and focus. The effort totally wrecks. Ha, who collapses into agonizing coughs. The mom actually looks worried now. Do not talk anymore, she urges. Your wounds are way too deep. Then, the mom desperately tries to check her own ego. I know I should not think this way. She literally risked her life to save my kid. I was stupidly jealous of her, and I blamed myself for it. All I want is to protect my daughter, like a real mother should. She awkwardly repeats Ha's words. Do not try to do everything by myself. Her tough glare finally softens up. You have done great so far, Ha reassures her, so just keep your head in the game and do exactly what you need to do. Even though she is practically at death's door, her shaking hand lifts up. See this? The big reveal? A small pouch. I need your help with something. And guys, this is where it gets crazy. All right, stick with me here. A massive whoosh rips the air, and the monster father's eyes shrink in pure shock. Something just zoomed past them at literally impossible speeds. Suddenly, this guy's monster body just explodes in blood out of nowhere. Neither he nor Chun-bi saw a thing. Plot twist the crazy blur that just wrecked him? It's Chun-bok's mom. She is literally gliding across the sand at hyperspeed, totally fighting a massive mental war inside her own head. What am I supposed to do? She thinks, realizing she totally shouldn't be feeling jealous or beating herself up today. She knew what was up all along but hated admitting it. Now, it is totally go time. Mom mode activated, she has to step up. Meanwhile, back in the bunker, everyone's heavy breathing makes things ridiculously tense. Someone asks Jingu how she is doing. He hesitates. Not good at all, man. He cannot even fathom how she is still moving with those injuries. Gondon nervously asks if surgery will even fix this mess. Junu randomly interrupts, get her to a hospital now. Leave this mess to me, just go save Ha. But as they drag He out, this horrifying screech of steel outside stops them dead in their tracks. He is basically losing his mind. Jin points the way, yelling that they have to move and hustle to the hospital. Suddenly, this gross veiny pile of bloody tentacles charges right at them. But Chun-bok's mom just casually slices them up with her axe. Naturally, another gnarly wave attacks. Right on cue, Crazy bullet fire rains down for cover, with Dudung screaming for them to just die already. Monster Dad fires a spear tentacle, calling them an annoying little pest. The beast's eyes go crazy bloodshot. Turns out, Chun-bi literally slid right under him. Boom. A huge explosion hits as a bullet blasts the creature's head. The old guy feels super proud of his epic shot, but Chun-bok's mom instantly knows something is wrong. Dudung screams at her dad to bail. But those creepy tentacles already caught Chun-bei's scent and completely swarm the poor guy's position. With a super nasty squelch, his whole body gets brutally spiked by a massive strike. Those squirmy tentacles literally toss Chun-bi around like a cheap toy. His face twists up, fighting through absolutely insane pain. A tiny engraved token he loved falls from his pocket. Instantly, a buried memory comes roaring back a kid saying they got it for grandma. In the memory, he stares at the weird little object. What is this? Chun-sik shyly explains it is a homemade birthday present. The kid awkwardly admits he tried making a T-Man medal. The kid explains how he wanted to give him an army-style reward, hoping he likes it. But classic grumpy Chun-bi just totally scoffs at the thing. He angrily calls the thing hideous, questioning how that is even a real gift. He complains about the absolute worst timing for this junk. They are literally running from monsters. He complains it looks super ugly, but awkwardly admits he will keep it anyway. He refuses to wear it, making Chun-sik try to snatch the gift back and threaten to trash it. A bit after that dumb argument, he sneaks into the bathroom. Turns out, Chun-bei actually pinned the medal onto his coat. He felt so incredibly awesome wearing that quirky gift. He happily repeats Chun-sik's sweet words inside his head, proof he is a not-so-bad dad. Suddenly, someone nearly busts him. They yell for Dad to hurry up already. The second that door opens, another fight starts. Finally, grumpy Chun-bi just caves and agrees to come. He secretly thinks he would be way too embarrassed wearing it around the others. So, he decides to only rock it when completely alone. That sneaky fatherly love made him totally forget the epic danger outside. Back in reality, it is like Chun-bi hears himself screaming, "Never! Are you even listening? Trying to get us killed?" Chun-sik angrily fires right back at him. He yells he is trying to save them, screaming to face reality, but the old man gives an ice-cold reply, ignoring his next words. He refuses to allow it. He knows Gondon would literally never make a choice like that. The kid gnashes his teeth. He has had it, vowing to negotiate with that crazy cannibal tribe to protect everyone. Listen to me, this gets dark. Dudung cries for him, but he is already a mangled corpse with wide-open eyes. Chun-bi gently grabs him, calling the poor guy an absolute idiot, a filthy mess who didn't listen to his warnings. Protect everyone? What a complete joke. He harshly calls the kid useless, and just a totally pathetic, shameful fool. Dudung hates his brutal words. She cries out, begging her dad to just stop it right now. Her desperate eyes scan the family. Chun-bi is totally losing his grip, tearfully rambling sorry to the stupid kid. He begs Chun-sik for forgiveness, crying about not being there and totally failing to protect him. An insane wave of grief just floods the area. Snapping back from the past, he realizes he is bawling. That ugly old medal just lies there. And right then, you and I can literally see something inside his mind completely shatter. All right, you and I are watching Chun be totally snap. He smashes his fist into the dirt, absolutely boiling with rage. I swear I will make you pay. He slaps on his badge like a total boss. These man-eating freaks? I am wiping them all out. Time for some serious punishment. You disgusting monsters, he screams, totally losing his mind with anger. I am going to end every single one of you. And right on cue, a deadly tentacle lunges straight for his face. Dudung screams for her dad from the sidelines. Meanwhile, the bloody old man is laughing like a maniac until Gondon shows up and kicks his leg hard. That tentacle attacking Chun-bi gets yanked away. The old man grunts, rubbing his leg, when a super mocking voice suddenly drops in. You are way softer than I thought. Gondon spins around, winding up for another hit. Let us go one more round. The crazy old guy totally panics, screaming for him to stop, but Gondon lands a massive punch, making him spit pure blood. Blood splatters everywhere in this weirdly cinematic way. Then the dude coughs so violently, his literal eyeball just pops right out. Gross. Gondon grinds his teeth, throwing everything into his punches for his fallen friends. Chun-sik. Guys, are you watching this up there? Are you seeing me tear this thing apart? I bet you are smiling right now. It is almost over for this freak. Keep your eyes on us. We are getting serious payback for everyone. Almost done now, Chun-sik. Gondon leaps back while a hail of bullets covers him. Still, those razor-sharp tentacles manage to slice him up pretty badly. This ugly monster wants mutual destruction, but it is definitely fading fast. Gondon knows he can win this if he just pushes harder. He literally grabs the tentacles barehanded and rips them apart. You stupid monster, I am punishing you right now. 3 sharp spikes fly at his face, But Chun-bok's mom does not even blink, slicing them cleanly with her awesome axe. She sees an opening and swings wildly. With the tentacles dropping, this is their one real shot to end this nightmare forever. I am making you regret everything, Gondon screams, completely backing up her attack. You messed with the wrong family. The monster's shell shatters, exposing its super bloody true form. Chun-bok's mom jumps into the air, axe ready, while Gondon expertly distracts the terrifying creature. Dudong and Chun-bi desperately scream to kill it. Thanks to Mom, the monster is playing defense. How dare you, pathetic insects. Useless human trash. But Chun-bi realizes something is totally off and screams, Get back! It is about to pull a nasty trick. The creepy yellow eyeball suddenly vanishes, and all its deadly tentacles just flop down limp. Now, you and I are just staring at a gross pile of tentacles looking exactly like some tangled spaghetti. Over there, Dudong blasts the remaining tentacles, though she knows she is completely out of her league right now. Seeing Dudong about to get snatched, Chun-bi dives in to save his kid. But wait, Gondon accidentally gets grabbed by the tentacles too. These things are squeezing hard, but I am fine, do not worry. More tentacles wrap him up like a weird mummy. Chun-bi and his daughter? Yeah. They are completely trapped now too. With its master plan set, the monster gloats. That is enough. Back off now, or these humans die. Chun-bok's mom just growls at this total nonsense. Excuse me? You feel like a big tough guy with hostages now? You are not leaving alive. I am way faster than you, so I just have to kill you. Enjoy dying, loser. Suddenly, horrifying screams start echoing from inside the main building. The crazy sounds are super creepy. Are those noises coming from the monsters? Gondon hesitates, checking the noise. Inside? Wrong! An angry voice booms out loud. Do you finally get it? This entire village is my hostage. Every single person left here is already part of me. Listen to me to save your kid. Inside, the people still awake are in some seriously deep trouble right now. Chun-bok is asleep, clueless about the danger, while creepy parasite villagers groan and shuffle right toward them. June hypes herself up. Stay strong. I must protect these kids. Let us do this. Just before she fights, Chun-bok randomly stands up. Seeing the kid facing those zombie villagers, Run-du totally panics. It is dangerous. Get back here. The little girl sleepily rubs her eyes, spots the absolute chaos, and is stunned. Even the monster outside is watching this play out in pure shock. The creature is completely losing its mind, muttering, What is happening? My hostage connection is entirely gone. What on earth is going on in there? Gross goo hits the floor. Turns out Chun-bok and Junu are making the villagers literally puke those disgusting parasites right out. Keep puking. We literally just watched a mastermind villain get totally defeated by some tactical vomiting. Wild. While the villain is frozen, Chun-bok's mom slams her axe straight into its body. Meanwhile, Gondon feels those nasty tentacles finally loosening their grip. All right, you and I are diving right in. Chun-bei and Dudong almost escape those gross tentacles. But naturally, the glowing red tips of doom just have to activate. The dad throws a totally embarrassing villain tantrum. That is not yours. It was never yours. This is your fault. Just your standard, pathetic bad guy meltdown. Chun's mom doesn't even flinch. She just coldly claps back. Is that it? Your grand finale is seriously just blaming others? You are the exact reason my family and so many innocent people suffered. And now you play the victim? You do not deserve to breathe. She just glares down at this absolute loser crying on the dirt. His heavy breathing totally disgusts her. The arrogance is completely gone. Now, it is just pure, pathetic desperation in his eyes. His eyes literally bulge as he screams, How dare you? How dare you look at me with that much pity? So she literally rips his head clean off. Boom. The crazy blood spray just makes her ice-cold expression look totally epic. Get exactly what you deserve. And do not ever come near my family again. Just like a movie, the dramatic rain completely stops. Little Chun-bok stumbles out right from the absolute bloody carnage. Sunlight hits her face for the first time in forever. Wide-eyed and completely clueless, she takes in the wild aftermath. The village is actually peaceful again, just like before. Finally over. Dudong's edgy reflection stares back from a muddy puddle, but the dark thoughts totally linger. Too bad, our guy thinks. I really wanted to finish that loser off myself. But whatever, a win is a win. Think Chun-shik and the others are finally resting in peace out there? Chun-bi slowly rubs his chest badge and nods. Oh, definitely. The whole nightmare is finally over. Gondon gets super dramatic, pulling his two favorite people into a massive hug. But Chun-bok? Totally spaced out. She just stares at the bodies littering the ground. A single, nervous drop of sweat rolls right down her face. Ultimately, Chun-bok simply shuts her eyes, burying the trauma deep. But obviously, one sneaky little tentacle slithers away completely unnoticed. Fast forward a few days after that total nightmare, a lonely, sad teddy bear sits abandoned in the corner. Gondon awkwardly tries fixing the mood. Who wants to play with Dad? Chun-bok's mom and Dudung totally agree. He is literally blushing. Ladies, Dad Park is open all day long. But what about our girl, Chun-bok? She is just a depressed lump under her blanket, refusing to move. Boom, happy vibes ruined. Now it is just awkward. Mom is getting super worried now. The kid is completely emotionally offline, and naturally, that is when Chun-bi yells, "You idiots, I will fix this. I have way more parenting experience than you guys. A quick chat with me and she will be totally fine." Yeah, Dudung and Gondon give that awful idea a very hard pass. Gondon gets total PTSD flashbacks of his dad's boring lectures. No way in hell I am letting him lecture Chun-bok. She will have an actual breakdown listening to that nonsense. Dudung obviously knows that painful feeling way too well. Oh yeah, his toxic fatherly wisdom does so much damage. If he starts talking, he will literally ramble for 3 straight hours. A sliding door completely cuts them off. Someone suddenly chimes in, "Oh dear, is Chun-bok still not doing any better?" Junju steps right in and asks, "Hey guys, can you give us a few minutes to talk alone? I need to say a few things to her." The room instantly empties out, leaving just the two of them behind. Now, here is where you and I feel the awkwardness. Total silence. Jundu says nothing. Chun-bok fidgets, and Jundu finally laughs. Chun-bok chews her lip, stressing out. Why isn't she saying anything? This is making me insanely nervous, she is definitely thinking. A hand softly pats her head. Do not worry, Chun-bok. And honestly, thank you for saving my life. The kid looks up, totally mind-blown. Jundu quickly smiles. Because of your actions, the village damage was not nearly as awful as it could have been. That is why I am so incredibly grateful. No clue how you pulled it off, but you totally saved the infected people. Jeonhai's leg needs some healing time, but she is doing amazing. I really hope you two can play once she is better. A tiny broken voice whispers back. I literally can't. How am I supposed to play? I did something completely unforgivable. People suffered horrible deaths because of me, and the ones still left ran away because they are absolutely terrified of me. I even hurt my own family. Literally, everything is my fault. Thinking about it makes her completely break down. She hears that creepy illusion again. You are scared, aren't you? Because you are the actual problem. Your own mother sees you as nothing more than a giant burden. That toxic truth hurts. Chun-bok cannot even defend herself. The voice gets super smug. Let me make this crystal clear for you. You are. Chun-bok finishes the awful sentence, sobbing hard. A monster. I am a monster that hurts people. I hate myself. You and I felt that. Jundu just smiles warmly. But I still like you. Real monsters are the selfish jerks who only care about themselves. She tells her straight up you aren't a monster, just the sweetest kid ever. Thanks for saving me, John, Hai, and everyone else in town. Seriously, you aren't some freak, you are literally the hero who saved our entire home. Tears are absolutely wrecking her shirt, but Jundu just hugs Chun-bok tighter. You seriously don't have to punish yourself anymore. The kid's lips are totally quivering, like she desperately wants to say more. Bam. It finally clicks for Chun-bok, and her tough girl shell completely shatters. Next thing you and I know, she literally launches herself at Junu, clinging on for dear life while getting patiently soothed. It is okay. Let it all out. You did amazing. And honestly, after a solid minute of ugly crying, Chun-bok finally starts chilling out. Yep, both are rocking those puffy red eyes from an epic crying session. Out of nowhere, Chun-bok suddenly asks, Miss Junu? I have been thinking about this a lot. I want to grow up super strong. Like, someone super tough who never cries and protects my family. Can I actually do it? Jundu doesn't even miss a single beat. Obviously. You can totally become that absolute badass. I have zero doubt you are going to make that happen, kid. Meanwhile, our 4 nosy eavesdroppers outside are getting weirdly emotional over this kid's epic resolve. But mid-argument, a pair of slender legs struts right up. The whole squad whips around at the sudden voice. Oh, you guys are here? If you got a second, follow me. We seriously need to talk. Chun-bok is happily holding hands with Jundu now. Thanks a ton for actually making me feel way better. Junu hits her with the softest smile. That is literally what family does, kiddo. Catching the kid's totally confused look, Jundu explains, we all live together now, so bam, we are basically a family. Family is not just blood. Even if we are not technically related, we can totally be a family with whoever we choose. Don't you agree? The kid is completely mind-blown by that. After a solid second of thinking, Chun-bok quietly mumbles, yeah, I totally think so too. Cut to the sick room, and Gondon looks absolutely clueless. Could you maybe repeat that insane thing you just said? Jin sighs, super patient. Fine, I will repeat it. Please, get out of this village. Instantly, the vibe in the room gets intensely awkward and heavy. You better start explaining right now. Why are you kicking us out? Like, did we even do anything wrong? His comeback is ice cold. No, you did nothing wrong. Gondon is fully panicking now. Then did we accidentally tick you off? What is the actual problem? Jinganu looks ridiculously awkward trying to explain. Suddenly, Gondon has a massive lightbulb moment. Wait, is this because I literally ate that cake from the drawer? Dude, come on! You cannot seriously be kicking us out over some snacks. The absolute second he says it, everyone's faces just drop. Yeah, Janu is totally salty about the cake, but that is definitely not the actual reason. Chun-bi is fully out of patience. I am not in the mood for stupid jokes. Just spit it out already. You better have a super solid reason for kicking us out. Catching all this aggressive heat, Jinu looks unbelievably awkward and uncomfortable. Finally, he drops the bomb. I know this is wildly sudden, but you all must leave this village within exactly 3 days. Seriously, think about it, guys. A literal cannibal tribe used to run this place. We straight up hijacked their turf and rebuilt it. We have been running the show ever since. Jin is stressing over everything they built, but Chun-bi is completely missing the point. Like, okay, dude, so what? He casually pops the lollipop back in. That is the catch. We got insanely lucky killing their boss, but there is a much bigger issue. This is the dark intel we squeezed from that freaky monster Hai managed to capture. If literally anything happens to their so-called father, the whole monster horde will swarm us. That boss we wiped out was super shady. He definitely had a backup plan, and their actual target, Jinu, glares up. Is you guys? Gondon opens his mouth, but Jinu brutally cuts him off. They want bloody revenge, and they want those freaky tentacles inside Chun-bok's mom. Plus, they are totally stalking Chun-bi and Duong, so keeping your squad here puts everyone in absolute massive danger. Gondon fiercely argues back. But it is mad dangerous for us too. We are totally screwed if we get kicked out. Jinu decides to play bad cop. Mr. Kim, keeping you guys around is literally the biggest fatal threat to this village. I am super grateful you saved our lives, genuinely. But this is way different. I refuse to let innocent people get hurt. Gondon hesitates hard. What about Chun-bok and H? We do not even know if they are healthy enough to travel. Jinu quickly reassures him. We will pick a secret spot to meet. I can medically check on them. That is how I help. So please, do not make this dramatic. Just leave the village for the sake of absolutely everyone else. Please. Gondon is literally dripping sweat from the insane tension. Meanwhile, Dudung is aggressively biting her lip, trying to suppress her freakout. After a brutally long silence, a voice totally startles Jingu. We will go. The doc is right. Staying just causes massive trouble. Jingu starts saying thanks, but Dudung savagely cuts him off, and you and I feel it. No, this is your fault. All right, buckle up, guys. Our crew risked everything for this village, but these cowards just saved themselves. The guy tells him, I get you want to survive, but this is a crazy fast flip-flop. You only call us family when it perfectly suits you, and now you just toss us to the curb? Man, being treated like straight-up garbage really hurts. Honestly, I almost pity the fool. Shouldn't the big boss, Junju, be the one saying all this straight to our faces? Junju is totally using you as a meat shield. He is just as messed up as those cannibals. Furious, Jinu violently bites down, completely shattering the candy in his mouth. But Dudung totally refuses to back down. What? Am I not allowed to speak facts? The candy stick drops into the dirt. Please leave Junu and the helpless villagers out of this drama. I made this choice. Wow, now Dudung is boiling mad. What on earth are you scheming, he screams, watching the guy literally bow down in the dirt. Yeah, I know I am being super selfish. Yell at me, demand whatever you want, whatever. Punch me in the face if you have to. But this is literally the only way to keep Junju and my family safe. I cannot let them suffer. Flashing back to Junju smiling, Jinu angrily clenches his teeth and completely swallows his pride. Please, just help us. That desperate plea totally silences the crowd. Then, someone tells Jinu to look up. Chun-bok's mom traces a weird symbol right on his hand. Hey, we totally share the blame for ruining this village. Like you suggested, let us just figure out a totally safe meetup spot. But wait, we have demands too. So pay attention. You are helping us check on Chun-bok and Ha. Oh, and try running away? You will be turned into absolute mincemeat. First, massive demand on the list? We are absolutely stealing the remaining snack packs. Suddenly, Jingu shouts her way. Yo, Chun-bok's mom, I actually have a little parting present for you. Want to take a peek? Freaky noises echo from deep inside the lab. It is coming from some weird test subject locked up in a metal cage. One nasty mutated rat is literally cuddling another. A creepy syringe and glowing red chemicals sit nearby as they start talking. Everyone knows Chun-bok is totally immune to this insane virus. Well, I basically cooked up a crazy vaccine using her ridiculous immune system. And that is exactly when my mad scientist brain started working. What if I mixed her absolute immunity with your actual brain? The wild result of that project is this little freak in the cage. At first, I only used her blood. The little beast had an absolute powerhouse of a mutation, but using the mixed blood, the whole mutation actually chilled out. Intrigued, she flashes a light into the cage. No freaking way, is this for real? Jingu keeps talking. I left these two freaks together for 2 weeks, and they literally became besties. Even better, this test subject takes 0 damage from sunlight, the exact opposite of those vile monsters. This is your massive golden ticket. There is, however, a totally real chance you could just turn back into a boring, normal human. But hey, the ball is in your court. Stay a mutant freak, or roll the dice on my crazy science project. Talk about a stressful choice. She hesitates, sweating bullets for a hot second. But then she absolutely shocks Jingu by just casually rolling up her sleeve. Fine, I will take that insane bet. The crazy glowing serum is getting injected right into Chun-bok's mom. Jump to 7 in the morning, 3 days later. The courtyard is absolutely packed with villagers frantically loading up their heavy bags. They are double-checking every single box, terrified of losing supplies. One guy points at a ride and nervously asks if they can actually steal the car. Junu waves it off like a boss. Take it. We have plenty of other rides, so relax. Meanwhile, Chun-bok's mom is internally screaming. 3 whole days and 0 changes. Did the shot flop? Outside, Chun-bok is just happily waving goodbye. Thanks for absolutely everything, guys. Jun-dyu smiles back. You too, little dude. Make sure you get home safely. Then, a furious voice cuts in. Seriously, guys, brace yourselves for the teen angst. How can you be smiling right now? Getting scolded by her mom, this girl absolutely loses it. Chun-bok is my literal bestie. We are practically sisters. You lame adults ruined everything by making all the choices. I refuse to accept this. Why cannot you just stay here? We might literally never hang out again. How am I supposed to let my bestie leave? Please stay. I swear I will protect you and we can play games all day long. Sadly, it is over. She refuses to say goodbye, but Chun-bok totally knows it is time to go. Chun-bok was completely devastated when she found out they were getting kicked out, but she knew packing up was the only way to save everyone else from getting hurt. Being mature, Chun-bok gently grabs John Hai's hand. Listen up! Miss Junu promised that we are a real family, no matter how many miles separate us. Jingu feels massive guilt watching this super depressing goodbye. Stop crying, John Hai. John Hai immediately lunges forward, squeezing her so hard she is totally gasping for air. Come on, let me squeeze you longer. Meanwhile, Chun-bok's mom is sweating bullets. And honestly, guys, I am wondering too, when are we finally ditching this place? All right, you and I are jumping right in. Jun-dyu suddenly asks Chun-bok if she wants anything before leaving. Chun-bok literally whispers a secret wish, but her mom, Jinginu, is totally not having it and instantly shuts it down. Chun-bok, we are way too busy for this nonsense. Seriously, pick something else because that is a massive nope. Then Chun-bei and Dudung literally slide over, smirking like absolute menaces. They drop a super obvious hint Doc wouldn't disappoint us, right? You better meet our demands before we bounce, they growl. Watching Jingu finally give up and cave, those two absolute trolls happily high-five. Even H jumps in on the chaos. Hear that? Go wild. Do whatever you want. The kid lets out the most mischievous laugh. Okay. Seconds later, absolute chaotic fun completely takes over the entire village courtyard. And look at Chun-bok, literally living her best life playing tag. She is totally soaking up this rare joy in a crazy world. That super innocent smile becomes a totally core memory for everyone. Plus, spoiler alert, our girl is about to get ridiculously strong. She flashes back to the empty room, that creepy hospital bed, the ruined village, and yeah, all those heavy emotional meltdowns. Her family lost their home and food, and in her own head, she blames herself for being way too weak. She knows she has to get hardcore to protect them. I mean, her sister Higa is literally a walking weapon right now. And her dad? The dude is built like an absolute tank. Chun-bok just stares up at the ultimate heroes she idolizes. Mom gives her a head pat, and boom, she is locked in. She will become overpowered like Mom and protect everyone. Pure determination planted. The car finally starts moving, and this road trip instantly knocks Chun-bok out cold. Meanwhile, the grown-ups are stressing. Will Chun-bok be safe? Of course she will be. Can we seriously build a new village? Jun-ru, being the ultimate optimist, chimes in we will build our own place. Do not even stress. Jinu just completely looks away, and his vibe is seriously messed up right now. He zones out staring at their old ruined home. Then someone totally snaps him back to reality. Jin, what are you staring at? Let's move. His face turns completely bright red from sheer embarrassment. Jinu quietly mutters, all right, I am coming. He flashes back to her totally dead inside expression from years ago. Yeah, that edgy vibe did not suit her at all. A village for us. It will be rough, but they can handle it. Gotta protect this family in Junj. And boom, the trio kicks off their massive journey. Their chatter slowly makes those sad village memories fade out. Meanwhile, sparrows are just chilling on a power line, completely clueless. But hold up, watch this. The birds completely scatter, because down below, a massive monster party is cheering loudly. Every single floor is absolutely stuffed with creepy monster silhouettes. And right in the middle, some super pale bare feet awkwardly stumble forward. Turns out this fake father dude lost over half his tentacles. He is absolutely raging, damn it, I cannot survive looking this insanely pathetic. I literally had a genius escape plan mapped out. This is so embarrassing. What went wrong? My clock is ticking. I desperately need nutrients right now. Only then can I heal up and literally shred those annoying insects to pieces. When the dust finally settles, I will smash him and become the true original. He barely finishes monologuing before his tentacles literally snap off. The dude stares in pure horror as his own body just starts melting away. His arms turn into disgusting piles of rotten mush. He is totally panicking now. What in the world is even happening to me? There is literally nothing around. I cannot smell or feel a thing. This is moving way too fast. Who is doing this to me? Right at the end, he picks up this totally freaky sound. Some creepy music creeping closer and closer, a hand spinning a weapon to a demonic beat, and then a scary half-face casually humming along like it is nothing. His yellow eyes shrink in totally pure terror. Why? Because the absolute unit called Bigfoot is standing right there holding a dagger. Pure deadly energy just leaks off this guy. Found you. And boom, night instantly drops like a hammer on this messed up place. The door slides open, and guess who rolls in? It is Bigfoot, just casually dragging the gross remains of Monster Dad. The monster is literally being carried like cheap luggage, completely shaking and too terrified to even throw a single punch. Fake Dad totally panics and scans the room. It looks normal? Is this the main base? Why would anyone drag me into this spot? Nope. Out of nowhere, a totally different voice drops in. It has been a while, right? A coffee cup taps the table. The actual real father hits him with the darkest tone ever. I missed you. Cue the creepiest smile imaginable. The real original just super casually asks, tell me about the outside world. The fake dad is shaking so bad he cannot even speak. Seeing him totally choke, he switches gears. Fine. Did you find her? Bigfoot immediately snaps. Stop wasting our time and start talking. But the real original just calmly sips his tea. Relax. He worked super hard after all. Give the guy a minute. No need to rush. Hearing that dark flex? The fake dad shakes even harder. He is totally hyping himself up. Do not panic. You can survive this. All right, guys. Our fake has escape routes ready, just waiting for the perfect split second. He even hid a sneaky little weapon for self-defense. Distance is perfect. He plans some chat to lower defenses, but bam, the real father speaks up. I do not think that is a wise choice. Our fake tries a desperate dodge, but panic hits. His entire body is totally frozen solid. The original boss just calmly places his teacup down. Is this really your best? How incredibly disappointing. He literally made this clone from his own flesh 2 years ago to find her. But the fake totally ghosted him and just caused absolute chaos using his face. Sure, you got a tiny bit stronger today, but honestly, thinking you could actually stand on my level? I find that absolutely adorable, do you not? Now the fake is literally trapped inside the teacup, begging pathetically for one last chance. The real father? He just creeps us out, licking his lips. I remember giving you plenty of chances already. The clone completely loses it, screaming that he will spill every single piece of information he has. I swear I will be honest. Just one more chance. His jaw drops in pure, absolute terror. Oh yeah, our imposter is officially broken. No, I do not want to die. This cannot be my ending. Please do not kill me. Too bad. His desperate screams get completely swallowed whole by the real father. Boom. Every single memory the fake gathered starts flashing before the boss. He sees Chun-bok's mom, Gion, and the whole Hope Village crew. Even that weirdly specific memory of the candy incident pops right up. And then, jackpot. He finally spots Chun-bok. Well now, found her at last. This clone actually collected way more intel than expected, huh? Ah, so it is this kid? The father just soaks up the flowing memories. How incredibly fascinating. A huge-footed lackey steps up. Sir, should we assemble the rest of the crew? The boss shakes his head. No need to rush things. We are going to take our sweet time. Oh, and be ready to move the exact second the main family returns. Bigfoot obediently nods. Yes, father. Meanwhile, our villain slips into a super sharp, formal suit, sporting the most twisted, excited grin ever. This is going to be wildly fun. A kid with immunity? He is absolutely dying to meet this little girl in person. Meanwhile, our girl Chun-bok shoots up, drenched in ice-cold sweat. Her mom, fast asleep, completely clueless that the bed is literally soaked. Chun-bok is super confused for a second. That was not me. Then, bam, a tiny pair of shorts gets thrown right at her face. She flops down next to Gamdan to chill out. Just a bad dream. But cut to next morning, and our chaotic kid is bursting with insane energy, screaming everywhere. Outside, H calmly clenches her fist with zero expression. Suddenly, she unleashes an ultra-fast flurry of punches right into the empty air. Total badass. Watching this actually makes the kid ridiculously furious. Chun-bok starts screaming, "Hey, you better give that back right now." But she just gets a light bonk on the head. H reminds her, "I already told you, stay completely calm and observe very carefully." Chun-bok tries whining, but H shuts it down. "No excuses. If you want a prize, outsmart or understand your enemy. That is the whole point of training." Now the kid is completely hyped to train. But H coldly rejects her, claiming she just needs to step outside for some fresh air. Chun-bok desperately tries blocking her. "No, please, just one more round. I swear I finally get it now." H tells old man Chun-bi to babysit, but our girl whines he is super boring. Just as H opens the door, Du-dung yells out, "Almost dinner. When are you returning?" H casually shouts back, "I will return right after a smoke break." Du-dung just hums as that door officially clicks shut. "Stick with me, guys." Chun-bi sits down, flashing a piece of candy. "Now you get to play with me. Let the chaos begin." Chun-bok laser focuses on the candy, whispering, "Stay calm and observe. Look really closely." The old guy just cracks up laughing. "Well, come and get it. You chubby little thing." Boom. Instant trigger. The exact second he calls her chubby, she loses her mind and full-on charges the old man. "I am never forgiving you for that." He laughs his head off as her tiny hand nears the sweet. "That is the spirit. Try and take it." But plot twist, instead of grabbing candy, she decks Chun-bi straight in the face. He screams in pain while she hoists her prize, laughing like a villain. "I did it. Chun-bok wins. I smacked the dumb old guy and got it." Chun-bei furiously yells back, "You absolute little devil." But she does not care. "You cannot catch the champion." Du-dung finally snaps and interrupts. "Both of you, shut up right now." Meanwhile, in a dead silent hallway, H literally collapses to the floor. She sighs at her cigarette, haunted by Jinu's voice. "Honestly, this is extremely serious. Your ribs were crushed, and the nearby organs took damage. I did the surgery, but your liver is the real nightmare. The damage is way too massive. I cannot possibly patch all of it. Expect some seriously brutal consequences. Honestly, it is a total miracle you are even breathing." When H asked for details, he listed off nightmare symptoms: crushing fatigue, awful nausea, bleeding, and probably massive jaundice given her terrible state. "No more reckless stunts. If you push yourself that hard one more time, you will literally drop dead." Remembering that, H aggressively grits her teeth. She grabs her forehead, whispering helpless curses. She made Jinu swear on his life to keep this a total secret from everyone. "Let's kick this off. You and I are jumping right into the drama." H crushes her cigarette, totally frustrated. "Damn it, that stupid tentacle attack." She gasps, completely exhausted. "I feel like absolute garbage every time I move. How can I even protect myself like this?" Before this entire mess gets worse, I have to make Chun-bok way stronger. It is literally the only thing I can do. Suddenly, random footsteps break her intense brooding. She looks up, catching Chun-bok's mom nervously shuffling over. The woman sits down, awkwardly offering a notebook. H stares at it. What is this for? Since the mom stays absolutely dead silent, H just snatches the notebook right out of her hands. Flipping it open, H literally groans. "What are you trying to say? My head is already spinning with way too much drama." Her face gets super serious reading it. A scribbled out line is swapped for a giant "thank you" with an arrow pointing right at H's nasty wound from their last fight. Finally, Chun-bok's mom actually speaks up. "Honestly speaking, I seriously dislike you, showing up out of nowhere, acting like my daughter's personal superhero bodyguard. But I absolutely hate how insanely paranoid you were about us." Her face turns tomato red, looking like she is literally going to explode from sheer embarrassment. "I will not ask your reasons, because I know you actually care about Chun-bok." She drops a genuine thank you for saving her kid from that ugly monster, then suggests a team-up. H's reaction? Casually throwing the notebook right back at her face. "This is completely ridiculous. If you have time to pass secret notes, go watch your kid." She is still a total rookie. The mom gets furious hearing that, but H just smirks and crosses her arms. "We share the same mission, so obviously we are teaming up." Chun-bok's mom awkwardly stares at her lap. That annoying, stubborn woman. Why did I even write that mega cringy letter? Mid-rage, she suddenly freezes. She looks up, totally confused. "Wait, Did she just agree to work together? H does not even miss a single beat. Look, Chun-bok has to learn how to fight back. We cannot baby her forever. She already knows the harsh reality perfectly well. That is exactly why she acts so crazy desperate. She wants to be the badass protector, not the damsel. She needs some serious training before the next big bad attacks. Hearing her own hidden fears yelled out loud leaves the mom completely stunned as H sticks out her hand. Not just from me, but from both of us. Chun-bok's mom just stares at her, totally speechless, before looking away and finally grabbing her hand. An epic handshake. H smirks and says, "Now is no time to be picky." Chun-bok's mom mutters, "We gotta watch each other's backs when things get crazy hard." She looks away. "We are definitely not best friends," her mom continues, "but at least we can actually trust each other." Right after that, H drops her head with a heavy sigh. Remembering that kid's bright smile, she swears, "I will never let her end up broken." Fast forward a bit. Chun-bok's mom is stumbling down a super creepy hallway, gasping. She slumps against a random door in pure agony as blood slowly drips from her lips. "It hurts so freaking much," she whispers. Up on a dramatic sunset rooftop, Chun-bok's mom bursts through the door, reaching for the sky. She tries to catch the warm evening rays, but her fingers instantly crack and shrivel up like dry leaves. She glares at her messed up hand and screams, "Damn it, it will not move. I totally thought something had actually changed." But nope, it is still the same garbage, just with brand new agony. She screams into the empty sky. "I freaking hate this. Is this seriously impossible? She just rots on that roof until midnight." Meanwhile, Gondon is freaking out trying to find her. He hits the roof, scanning the whole place and yelling, "Honey, are you seriously hiding up here? Everyone said you came up here." Gondon suddenly freezes in his tracks, staring straight down. He sprints over, totally panicking when he sees her hiding her face. "Hey, what is wrong?" He kneels, rubbing her back. "What happened? Just write it on my hand." Hearing her miserable sniffles, Gondon desperately asks why she is crying. When she stays quiet, he gently pushes her to just spit it out. "Listen, you and I know this hurts." After hearing everything, Gondon finally understands her pain. Gondon softly pets her head. "So you are mad because your body is still broken." She violently sobs. "I waited for a massive miracle, but absolutely nothing happened. I knew the odds were zero, but I just wanted to be a normal human again." Seeing his wife completely break down, he desperately tries to comfort her. "It is okay. Just let it all out." Amidst her tears, she shrieks at the sky. "Damn it all, I want my human body back." Gondon just looks at her, a super sweet smile on his face. He checks out the starry night sky and softly asks, "Do you remember? When Chun-bok was a tiny kid, we goofed around constantly. We would blow hours asking the absolute weirdest questions. Remember when you asked, what if we swapped genders? You claimed even if I was the girl, you would still totally lean on me." She finally answers, "Yeah, I remember. You said you were already hopelessly in love with me anyway. Typical you. We also debated what if our kid was a giant baby." The mom lets out a tiny laugh. "I wasted 40 minutes plotting where to buy humongous diapers and baby food." Gondon chuckles. "You are always so freaking cute when you get super serious." She instantly blushes hard. "Stop spinning lies like that," he playfully snaps. "We have already debated this entire ridiculous thing. All right. You and I are diving into the drama. What happens when mom is human again?" Gondo eyes her, wondering if she even remembers. Boom, immediate nod. Duh, of course she remembers. It is literally her biggest obsession ever. We catch a tiny glimpse of her smiling, but they hide the full reveal. She drops her ultimate bucket list. Turn human, take a chill family, walk in the actual sunlight, and just goof around at the park. But the absolute craziest dream of all? Just flipping on the lights in their own house. Simple, right? Gondo goes full supportive husband mode and grabs her hand. He tells her that wild little fantasy is about to be totally real. Sure, they have zero actual results right now, but they are betting it all on a miracle. And when she changes back, she better check off that whole list. She flashes him this massive, super hopeful smile. Her eyes are literally sparkling. Then she drops the most sincere thank you ever. Adorable. But obviously, tiny footsteps ruin the vibe. Little Chun-bok kicks the door wide open and just absolutely lets it rip from downstairs. She starts whining about how they promised to read her a story. She even made her bed, guys. Oh, the absolute tragic betrayal. Gondo instantly hits dad mode. He promises to read to her as soon as he grabs the book and invites her in. Up the kid goes. He asks what book she wants, and boom, zero hesitation. She demands the book from inside his bag. Yeah, exactly that one. Gondo completely short circuits. Meanwhile, mom is just grinning, totally clueless. She happily chirps that she is super excited for that one too. He frantically tries changing the subject to literally any other book, but his wife chimes in, saying it is better than having zero hope. They have seriously been through hell. They finally scored some actual peace. So Gondo pulls a genius parent move and bribes Chun-bok with 3 whole stories. The kid is absolutely losing her mind with joy. Mom thinks to herself, hey, even if this human thing flops, she still has her squad. She just needs to tough it out. Gondo calls her inside. She happily agrees, looking totally blissed out, but Chun-bok just stares at her mom, looking super confused by it all. Then, blood starts dripping onto the floor. Mom suddenly wonders why she feels so crazy heavy, and violently, dangerously sleepy all of a sudden. Gondo's smile instantly vaporizes. Enter pure, uncut panic mode. He stares at her horribly blood-stained face and barely manages to whisper her name. Here is where things get completely wild. She suddenly collapses face first right in front of them. The endless, terrified screaming officially kicks off. She hears absolutely nothing. She just wonders if anyone is out there, or if something is seriously wrong with her. Gee, you think? Everything goes dead silent. Zero light, absolutely nothing to see. Just pitch black, terrifying darkness swallowing her whole. Mom starts spiraling. Is this a sick joke? Was asking for a normal life just way too greedy? Is being a regular person seriously a luxury? Then she just starts screaming straight into the void. She demands a normal life, a house with lights on, walking in the daylight. She just wants to be a normal mother for her family. Somebody, anybody, please listen. Next morning, Chun-bok jolts awake in a panic. She screams for her mom, only to find an empty, horrifyingly blood-soaked mattress instead. Chun-bok stares at the sharp teeth and hair clumps left behind. Mom vanished. Biggest understatement of the century. Gondo curses up a storm. Then Du-young busts the door down, screaming he and his dad are checking the first floor. Gondo screams back that he and Chun-bok will search here. He dashes off, frantic, shouting about where she went. Du-young quickly reports back with nothing. Meanwhile, this other dude named H is frantically ripping open every single door, desperately searching for her. Back over with Gondo, he glances up. A seriously awful feeling starts twisting his gut. Dad and daughter share a hugely panicked look. They silently wonder if she went all the way up. Finally, they both charge toward the roof. They slowly creep toward the roof edge, and boom, there is her silhouette standing against the blinding sunrise. She slowly turns around to face them. Wait, she is crying. But with joy? She cheerfully says good morning. The two of them just gawk at her, completely mind-blown. Plot twist. Zero hesitation. They totally sprint right at her, and the whole squad collapses into the most desperate emotional group hug ever. Time skip. Winter is here. That same creepy building is now freezing cold, and Chun-bok is sprinting her lungs out, gasping for air. She spots a tiny playground slide and practically dive bombs underneath it, desperately trying to catch her ragged breath. She thinks hiding here is a solid plan, because if she tries running any further, she is 100% getting totally busted. She needs an escape route out of this playground fast. Not many hiding spots left. Maybe she can use this position to launch a counterattack. Out of nowhere, a massive pressure wave makes Chun-bok completely freeze. She violently whips her head around toward that menacing aura, but literally nobody is there. She nervously mutters about getting freaked out over nothing. Just the stupid wind, idiot. Time to focus. She gives herself an intense pep talk. Like Hygia said, she has to keep pushing. It is the ultimate survival key. Then bam, her mom spawns literally right in front of her. Chun-bok leaps up, screaming holy moly. Her mom just totally cracks up laughing. Mom raises a sassy eyebrow. Did her kid seriously just curse right at her own mother? Chun-bok snaps back that she almost had a heart attack. And guys, watching her mom playfully roast her while she preps for round 2? Absolutely priceless. All right, watch this. Her mom winks. You sure? I can slow down. The kid snaps right back. No thanks, I got this. I haven't lost yet, because I am still running. Chun-bok's mom just licks her lips. Sweetie, we are still playing hide and seek. Fair point. But Chun-bok, you know exactly what comes next, right? The kid hides her panic, screaming, bring it on. And boom, just like that, 6 whole months fly by under a perfect blue sky. Thanks to Blessing Village's healing, Chun-bok's mom is finally getting her groove back, and her massive glow-up brought some wild changes. She lands firmly like a boss. Standing there in the cool breeze, she just lets out a heavy sigh. On good mornings, she actually goes out for a walk to get some decent exercise. At first, super paranoid, working out for barely 10 minutes. But now, she is happily sweating it out for a full 40. The sunlight used to keep her trapped indoors all day long. Now she literally just walks outside whenever she wants to. Chun-bok remembers the roof racket. She looks up, sees her mom doing a handstand, and completely loses her mind. That is so cool. Can Dad do that? Gondon just flashes a thumbs up. Nope, but I can rip a massive book right in half with my bare fingers. The kid is 0% impressed. Stop capping, Dad. There is literally no way that is possible. For 3 straight days, the family went on these wild picnics and adventures, helping the kid train like crazy. Family dinners and sleeping with lights on are the new normal. Mom is super happy, but 2 things are still seriously annoying our kid. Chun-bok recalls when she and her mom were grinding out pronunciation practice from this thick guidebook. Problem 1? Her mom's pronunciation used to be literal torture, but honestly, after a ton of hard work, it got way better. Problem 2 is happening right now. She literally has to dodge her own mother on repeat. Mom just keeps charging like a bull, but then whoosh, she leaps super high into the air, catching the poor kid totally off guard. Chun-bok dodges, gritting her teeth and glaring hard. Then, out of nowhere, Mom just teleports right in her face, making the kid jump. Boom, snatched. Okay, the kid thinks. This right here is the biggest issue. Just then, her mom screams, "Gotcha!" She lifts the girl into the air. You know what happens next, right? She teases, licking her lips mischievously. Are you ready? Hearing that, our tough kid screams right back. I am so ready. Smooch. As Mom kisses her cheek, Chun-bok just thinks, seriously, this is impossible to get used to. Her mom coos, your cheeks are so soft. Chun-bok wonders when she will actually win this dumb game. Next time for sure. Her mom just flashes this massive, brilliant smile. Chun-bok sees her mom daily, but whenever she smiles, the kid always thinks she is absolutely beautiful. The kid tells herself to just take it. Her mom went through absolute hell for her, so toughing this out is the least she can do. Totally helpless. She resolves to endure it for Mom. But suddenly, Chun-bok snaps. Okay, that is enough. Mom cannot resist. Come on, just a few more seconds. The kid thrashes around. A whole minute has passed already, lady. Mom just cracks up. Let's play again. Chun-bok sprints away, yelling. Do not even think about it, Mom yells back. I am gonna getcha. Get away, she yells. But wait, watch this. H slowly approaches their little game, literal blood dripping down her legs. Looking at her blood-soaked hands, H just coldly wipes a nasty smear of blood right off her lips. She stops, watching them while letting out a creepy hoarse cough. Cut to Chun-bok screaming, Stop it, Mom, while her mother just laughs. Chun-bok waves her hands wildly. I give up, please stop. Her mom smirks. Sweetie, I told you, life is not a game. Mom aggressively puckers her lips. But I will be super gentle and end this with just one teeny little kiss. The kid backs up, begging her to stay put. Is anyone gonna save me? And bam, a massive gust of wind violently slams into Mom. Mom spins around like a ninja, snatching the backpack. Is that how we say hello now? Seriously, where are your manners? H steps closer, totally unbothered. Shut up. I said to train the kid, not take a dumb vacation, train her for real this time. Chun-bok gulps hard while her mom claps back. Excuse me? This is absolutely proper training. H immediately calls out to the kid, making her jump out of her skin. Gripping her massive axe, H steps closer. Well, what do you think? Was this little game actually useful? Tell us both what is in your head, and be brutally honest. Mom sees her kid frozen in pure shock and snaps. Stop it, do not scare her. H barks back. You be quiet. Seconds later, the trio heads out while H starts lecturing. I completely disagree with your soft methods. We need to teach her at a brutal level she can actually grasp and survive. Mom immediately counters. Pushing her straight to her absolute breaking point is not going to help anything. H just scoffs. You call that training? Looks way more like you are just spoiling her rotten. Mom sighs. Fair, her cuteness distracted me. But today's session was totally fine. She is improving fast. And you know what? Mom is absolutely right. All right, you and I need to see this. Hyra gets straight to business. The issue? Treating this kid's training like a joke. Taking it seriously means actual results. But Chun-bok's mom? She just rolls her eyes. Like seriously, isn't being that uptight exhausting? She argues for the kid's mental health. Going completely unhinged with brute force? Not always the smartest move. Hyra just hits her with a death glare. Cute, positive attitude, but from a mother? Honestly, it's just plain naive. Walking around freely doesn't magically make the world safe. Chun-bok's mom fires back, mocking her. Oh, don't give me that look. You're sick, so whatever. I shouldn't yell at a patient. I'll think about your little speech. Now kindly get lost. Boom. The literal ground under Hyra cracks. Care to rethink those words? She is actually grinding her teeth in pure fury. Roof. Now, let me show you exactly how well I am. Mom is absolutely livid. Fine, let's see who the real boss is. And stuck right in the middle of this wild standoff? The poor kid. Her tiny hands are getting crushed between these two powerhouses, bones practically snapping. Chun-bok absolutely loses it, wailing and begging them both to just stop the madness. Suddenly, clank. Hyra drops the axe. She grabs her stomach and the kid instantly panics. Oh no, Hyra, what's wrong? Are you okay? Hyra is literally gasping. I'm fine, muscles just locked up. Chun-bok quickly panics. Don't push it. Need to rest? Hyra simply brushes her off. Don't worry, I'm feeling a lot better now. But even after hearing that excuse, those tiny little hands absolutely refuse to let go. Chun-bok flashes back to that insane battle half a month ago. Hyra was incredibly weak, saying her village escape wounds were just way too deep to heal. The doctor's orders were super clear. Stay totally stable and avoid physical activity as much as humanly possible. The kid remembers the good days. Despite her bad health, Hyra did all the chores and even helped out with schoolwork. Like the ultimate big sister and teacher rolled into one. But then, Hyra flipped a switch. During homework, she coldly asked, "Are you sure about that?" The poor kid instantly panicked, totally second-guessing if her answer was actually right or completely wrong. Hyra doubled down. I explained this 3 times already. When will you actually learn? Chun-bok quickly mumbled an apology, absolutely terrified. Ever since leaving that village, Hyra snapped over the tiniest mistakes, so the kid tried her absolute hardest to be perfect. Now, you and I need to see the scariest part. A brutal training session right as the sun was going down. Hyra completely lost it. Meaningless. 8 tries today, and none lasted even 5 minutes. If this were a real fight, you'd be dead. I told you to watch closely before attacking. You have to fight to win, using absolutely any dirty trick necessary. Do you even have a clue why you lost? Hot tears slowly started streaming down poor Chun-bok's face, but Hyra didn't stop. Because you ignored my weak spot. You knew where it was. That useless kindness will absolutely get you killed, she screamed. Totally pointless. Want to play nice? Let mommy and daddy do everything and quit this useless junk. Tell me I'm wrong. The girl weakly whispered, sorry, and Hyra finally shut up. Chun-bok wiped a stray tear. It's all my fault. Please just forgive me. I just didn't want you to feel pain. I'm so sorry, I'll do my absolute best. Seeing that almost breaks Hyra's tough exterior. But Chun-bok keeps begging. One more chance. Forgive me. Please don't ever leave me. Hyra just stares up at the sky, fighting back her own heavy emotions. She finally sighs out. Don't ever do that again. The kid thinks, yeah, I can learn so much from her, but man, she is absolutely terrifying during these combat training sessions. The scariest teacher ever. Snap back to the present. Chun-bok's mom happily yells, we're finally home, and sprints right inside. You two must be starving. Chun-bok, let's make some dinner. Let me just go count how many cups we have around here. But wait. Hyra suddenly puts a hand on the girl's shoulder, pulling her close. She grabs Chun-bok's tiny hand and sneaks her away. Chun-bok is stunned. What is this? Her little hands are literally shaking. Is this a chocolate bar? Hyra just smirks. That's right. Chun-bok stares at the candy with massive, sparkling eyes, literally drooling without even noticing. She finally snaps out of it, eyes locked on the prize. Chun-bok loudly gasps. Hyra, we must share this with the family. That is the house rule. Hearing that sweet innocence, the corner of Hyra's mouth actually quirks into a smile. She pats the kid's head. Consider this part of training. It is important. Listen up. Sometimes hiding a backup plan is a genuinely good thing, even when following the rules. This chocolate right here is proof of that. Understand? The kid is absolutely mind-blown, thinking, wow, in just a few days, she has become the scariest, coolest teacher ever. As Hyra walks inside, she calls Chun-bok to come get warm. Boom, total opinion, 180. This woman is amazing and she actually really loves me. One day, I am going to become an insanely strong person, exactly like her. Chun-bok instantly sprints after her, screaming, wait for me, Hyra! She leaps right onto her back, and they both burst into happy laughter. Now stick with me here. Cut across town to a zombie complaining. Coffee. 2 sugars. Awful. 2 sugars. A tiny zombie awkwardly whispers. Our boy Gondon sends his apologies. That giant zombie just kept whining about his incredibly awful coffee. Meanwhile, this pharmacy is an absolute disaster zone. We are talking massive blood pools and scattered bloody pillboxes literally everywhere. Gondon wipes off his sweat with a heavy sigh. That is definitely enough loot. He will just stash the rest and return tomorrow. Oh yeah, hiding it is the ultimate pro move. He can totally trade this junk for way better upgrades later. He swings that ridiculously heavy backpack onto his shoulders. The overstuffed bag literally groans as Gondon looks back. Time to work! Gripping his trusty crowbar, our guy makes a quick exit. Gondon dodges through the ruined buildings, slipping right into an abandoned house. He flashes the dude a massive grin, but gets zero love back. This new acquaintance is glaring with pure, unfiltered levels of suspicion. The nervous dude finally asks if he is looking for something. Gondon just smoothly replies, let us say I need a lot. He offers 5 bottles of painkillers and some disinfectant for 3 cans of peaches each. How does that sound? Gondon instantly locks in the sweet trade, but then the awkward guy asks if he could maybe snag a bag for his loot. Hearing that ridiculous request, Gondon totally hesitates. The dude awkwardly holds up the canned peaches, silently begging him to just be a little generous. Then, lightning fast, Gondon snatches the guy's arm. The panicked dude screams out, asking what he is doing. Gondon just calmly tells him to chill. Gondon warns him not to pull stupid tricks during a trade. The guy is totally furious, screaming about who Gondon thinks he is, but Gondon keeps roasting him, seeing right through his cheap little act. Then he randomly shouts, "I know you are hiding in there. Come on out, I know you are hiding." The captive dude yells back in pure confusion, but Gondon literally does not even acknowledge his existence. He warns that this is their last chance and starts counting down. The exact second he hits 2, a gun clatters onto the floor. A girl hiding behind the pillar slowly raises both her hands in defeat. She dropped the weapon and begs Gondon to free her partner. Gondon smoothly explains that he noticed the matching ring. Plus, this dude was sending the most painfully clumsy secret signals to her the entire time. Bottom line, they completely broke the rules. Gondon twists the guy's wrist hard, suggesting he should definitely be way more generous with their deal. The panicked man yelps out, begging Gondon to just let him go. One painfully awkward moment later, he is desperately scribbling a brand new deal. 5 whole cans of peaches is an absolutely fantastic deal. Thanks to that rule-breaking stunt, our boy scored them for a massive steal. There is literally nothing this guy will not do for profit. Gondon confidently stands up, already mapping out his very next scavenging destination. A bit later, he bumps into this totally gnarly mutant dude, who asks if Gondon can score him another item. Gondon flashes a massive grin. He obviously can do that for his absolute favorite customer. The mutant is completely ecstatic, calling Gondon the man. Thanking him for the awesome flashlight, Gondon casually snags a pack of wet wipes. Shortly after, he hands those exact wipes to a cute little girl. The little girl happily gasps, calling him the best for bringing the pads. See? This wholesome vibe is exactly why everyone completely trusts this guy. He kept his promise strictly for her. Suddenly, the scene wildly shifts to a grown man literally kneeling on the ground, crying his eyes out. The guy bawls about Gondon saving his asthmatic mother. Gondon just coolly brushes it off. They paid a fair price, so no tears are needed. But the emotional dude keeps calling him a literal savior, until Gondon finally has to just command him to stop. "You and I know trouble is brewing." At sunset, a sketchy goon echoes through a dark warehouse, mocking our nice guy. That annoying smile never leaves his face during trades, and he always sells top-tier loot. So trustworthy, which is exactly why the goon points a gun straight at Gondon. They mockingly thank him for his business, saying he really needed a backup plan. But Gondon coldly interrupts, declaring they have said enough. The arrogant goon simply smirks. He claims Gondon fails to grasp the situation because he is about to die. This punk arrogantly sticks out his tongue, sneering that he will be super generous and make this kill completely painless. Goodbye forever, Gondon. The second he finishes yapping, he pulls the trigger. But Gondon just narrows his eyes, fiercely staring the goon down. Click! The thug suddenly realizes his gun is entirely empty. Hilariously, every single henchman realizes their weapons are totally empty too. Plot twist! The ropes tying Gondon down suddenly disintegrate into pure dust. He casually remarks that they really should have listened. Did these clowns actually think he walked in without a master plan? The goons are instantly paralyzed by his massive, imposing figure. Gondon dramatically cracks his knuckles with a monstrous roar. Time to pay up, boys! Before the leader can blink, a massive hand violently slams into his face. After absolutely wrecking the house, Gondon casually thanks his secret helper. So Young admits she merely followed his crazy instructions. He praises her epic job, but nervously asks if she is truly okay with pulling this off. She brushes it off, saying the nightmare is finally over anyway. Watching our badass merchant walk away, So Young quietly whispers for him to stay safe. She watches him leave in complete silence, until suddenly, she just has to call out to him one more time. Now, this is where you and I feel the heartbreak. She confesses being kidnapped and enslaved for 3 brutal months, feeling so utterly weak she could not even protect her own child. Listen up. Gun totally steady, he just handed her the absolute perfect shot at sweet, sweet revenge. This whole world was basically a dumpster fire anyway. But hey, you and I know she gets to clock out with 0 regrets. A quick thank you, and boom. That peaceful warehouse sunset, completely shattered by roaring gunfire. A second later, Gondon casually strolls out of that warehouse. He walks home feeling some type of way. Super complicated. Gondon finally hits his front door, completely freezing in the hallway. He drops his head for a quick second. Honestly, what an absolutely insane day. Thinking about the day's super sketchy activities, Gondon lets out a massive sigh. He aggressively grabs the doorknob and twists. Bam! Instantly, his wife and kid totally tackle him in this giant hug. They are endlessly babbling about happy stuff, and he just drops a fake smile, thinking, wow, what a hopeless little hellscape. Sure, this entire world was literally crawling with freaky monsters and shamans, but he still had one tiny sliver of hope called family. He was a total family man, a husband to his sweet wife, and yeah, a dad. Fast forward to the next day, mid-study session, Chun-bok wipes a bloody nose and thinks, yeah, I am totally leveling up. She finally learned how to brawl, swing weapons, and blast targets. She can literally still taste iron in her mouth. But whatever, she has been training like an absolute maniac. She knows she still sucks a bit, but she has seriously grown up. Seconds later, Higa's heavy footsteps echo down the hallway, stopping dead in their tracks right at the rooftop door. Higa aggressively yanks that door open, stares the kid down, and gets right to business. All right, you ready? Chun-bok, totally decked out in tactical gear, just screams back, I am so ready. This girl is 100% convinced she will completely destroy today's test. She is practically vibrating, desperate to impress Higa, biting her lip to channel all that intense teenage energy. Higa just watches her for a second, fully hesitating. Then she drops the absolute bomb. No test today. We are literally just having dinner. She casually leaves, tossing the kid a random kitchen knife, claiming she just needs to chop up some veggies. Higa's footsteps quietly fade down the stairs, leaving poor Chun-bok standing there completely clueless, trying to process what on earth just happened. Later that evening, Higa casually drops, your parents are running super late, let's just go to bed. The kid awkwardly mumbles a little reply, I can totally read you a book if you want. Again, the kid drops a vague maybe. Higa pushes, is that a yes or a no? Chun-bok just sighs dramatically. Higa is beyond confused now. Seriously, just spit it out. Chun-bok finally says her name, throwing her the most incredibly awkward glare ever. If I fall asleep, are you gonna squeeze me like I hug this dumb teddy bear? Higa is totally floored. What are you even talking about? That is so weird. She freezes. That is literally never going to happen. So just sleep. Chun-bok was entirely convinced that was a massive fat lie. Higa heavily sighed. Why don't you ever believe me? Do you honestly think I will crush you to death? The kid brutally deadpans, you probably could. Higa is losing her mind. Oh, come on. Like, who do you even think I am? Chun-bok straight up stares her down. A weapon. Higa is done. Are we seriously talking about weapons right now? Stop talking, utter nonsense. But the kid just repeats it. Yep, a literal weapon. Higa desperately pivots. Are you just whining because I canceled your big test today? I only canceled because I felt like absolute garbage. I really wanted to give you a legit test, you know? Hope your teenage brain understands. Hearing that, the kid finally relaxes and gets sleepy. Is that really all? Higa reassures her. Yep, that is definitely it. Chun-bok rubs her sleepy eyes, totally ready to pass out. She mumbles an apology for doubting her. Higa just brushes it off. Whatever, just go to sleep. Chun-bok hugs her tight. I am gonna touch your chest. Higa just cracks a smile. You really are just a goofy little kid. The kid mumbles goodnight and completely passes out. For a hot minute, there is absolute dead silence in that dark room. Then, bam, the door slowly creaks open. Higa shoots up, fixes her clothes, and snaps, you guys are super late, should have been here way sooner. She dramatically turns around to face them. So, is the messy situation handled? Chun-bok's mom crosses her arms defensively. Could you really not find a better word? It is done. How is Chun-bok? Higa glances at the sleeping girl. As you can clearly see, she is knocked out like an angel. I made sure she felt totally safe and had everything she wanted, but Gondon still looks stressed. Are you seriously sure about this? It feels incredibly harsh. Higa totally snaps. Stop being naive. This is literally for her survival. Enough of this chatter. Let us move. Gotta go before she wakes up. As they sneak out, Chun-bok's mom shoots Higa a deeply intense death glare. A bit later, the freezing cold wakes the kid up. I am so cold. Higa, can I seriously get a blanket? Chun-bok groggily blinks her sleepy eyes open, and her teenage brain completely short-circuits at the madness in front of her. She just stares at the complete, chaotic devastation all around her, totally mind-blown, while freaky zombie growls echo up from below. Chun-bok starts desperately calling out, Mom? Dad? Higa? Then she completely freezes. Glancing down, she spots this sketchy little piece of paper sitting on the mattress. She aggressively snatches it up and reads the creepy note. If you are reading this, the brutal test has started. You have one single job. Just survive and bust out of this dump. You are stuck in a massive department store, meaning endless free supplies and basically zero real obstacles. There is a cheap walkie-talkie on the first floor. Just contact us, and you officially pass this insane test when we finally roll up. But only if you survive these countless freaky monsters first. Try your absolute hardest to stay alive, exactly like you were taught. I completely believe in you." Reading that toxic garbage, the kid rips the note to shreds. Liar. You and I both know she is remembering everything Higa said before sleeping. All right, you and I are diving into pure chaos. You lied, Chun-bok grumbled, punching the dirt. She just dumped me here. This is no test. She is a literal evil witch. Tears flooded the floor. I am absolutely terrified. She sobbed harder. Mom, Dad, I miss you. Please, take me home. Suddenly, Higa's extremely annoying advice echoed right back into her panicking brain. You must learn your surroundings fast. Humans simply do not adapt to sudden changes overnight. For example, Higa had asked her, "What if you were just dumped totally alone?" "I would be super freaked out if it happened randomly," Chun-bok admitted, while Higa nodded. "Fear is normal first. But once adapted, you treat that place like your bedroom. That makes you practically invincible. You find spots to hide and epic weapons to strike back. Just get used to your zone faster." Chun-bok suddenly lifted her head, staring dead ahead. Hi, Ga's voice lingered. "See that creepy building over there? It could be your ultimate protective fortress. Anywhere can become home." Chun-bok furiously rubbed her teary eyes. "I despise her. Just watch. When I escape, there will be serious payback." Marching forward, she angrily mumbled through her teeth. "Oh, I am definitely making that witch pay." Our tiny hero wandered around, completely shocked by the massive scale, hunting for some useful hiding spot. "What works as a weapon?" she muttered. Then, absolute madness. She completely froze as a gigantic knife zipped past, slamming into the pillar right beside her face. She was so beyond horrified that a warm, embarrassing puddle actually formed on the floor. Staring at that deadly blade, she hyperventilated. Her tiny heart hammered violently while heavy footsteps echoed down the hall. Face completely pale, she shook like a leaf. A zombie-looking freak gripped its blade, and the nightmare shifted. Thud. Thud. Those heavy steps revealed a massive, absolutely hideous monster approaching. It dragged a massive bloody cleaver, looking absolutely insane next to Chun-bok's incredibly tiny frame. The poor kid stared at this giant beast, violently shaking, pants completely soaked, whimpering softer than a scared kitten. Stuttering in pure shock, eyes practically bulging out, rivers of tears flowed down. Then, all that bottled-up panic finally exploded into one massive scream. She bolted like lightning, sprinting for her actual life, while the creepy beast just stood there watching. It completely froze in place, even when our girl violently tripped and ate dirt. A sharp cry escaped her. Her desperate wailing filled the empty air, yet the giant freak stayed perfectly still like a cold, creepy statue. "Now, stick with me here," a hidden walkie-talkie suddenly crackled. Far away, Chun-bok's mom and Gamdan were actually watching everything, looking stressed. Her mom barked into the radio, sounding super annoyed. "Just scare her. Do not actually traumatize my poor kid." Her face looked deadly serious, sending an absolute threat. "You better keep little Chun-bok entirely safe." The beast honestly did not care, figuring Mom was just being dramatic. But after some serious nagging, the giant finally nodded in agreement. Radio static hissed loudly again. In the freezing night air, the massive monster's breath turned into visible frost as it spoke. "Do you guys copy?" Suddenly, an entire army of people in cheap monster suits grabbed their radios and responded. The main voice announced, "The real test starts now. Nail this performance, and everyone gets a fat cash bonus." Mention a bonus, and people lose their minds. Then boom, the giant freaky monster rips off its mask. It is literally Higa. She commanded her goofy squad to prepare, and they saluted. After signing off, Higa's mind drifted straight back to Chun-bok. Her eyes looked tough but secretly stressed, fully trusting the kid. "You got this." The camera then cuts to a totally ruined, trash-filled building. Pitch black darkness swallowed every corner, basically making the place look completely hopeless. We jump to a wrecked clothing store, smashed racks, fake blood everywhere, and tiny pathetic whimpers echoing. Yep, Chun-bok is hiding in the corner. Her tiny frame looked hilariously small next to the trash piles. She kept crying and loudly throwing a pity party. Hugging her knees, she desperately wondered how she was supposed to steal a stupid walkie-talkie from an army of fake mutants. Her face scrunched up, fresh tears forming. But suddenly, Higa's bossy survival advice rang out in her brain again. "Anywhere is your home. Stop whining and use the environment." Remembering that epic pep talk, she bit her lip, totally locked in, and wiped her tears. "I gotta make a move," she declared, looking fierce. Standing up tall, her teen rebellion kicked into overdrive. "Crying is basically useless," she muttered. "First up, I need a deadly weapon." She wildly dug through the clothes, found some dry pants to replace her embarrassing accident, and plotted her glorious counterattack. Pants secured! Then she notices a busted fire extinguisher, staring at the weird white powder. That scrunched up face? Oh, she is absolutely scheming now. Next up, our pint-sized rebel discovers a ridiculously strong rope hidden inside a totally trashed clothing rack. Holding the rope, she totally zones out. So, what do you and I think she's planning with that blank stare? Trust me, it is about to get wild. All right, you and I are watching this kid. Scattered pebbles. One little rock rolls away. Clack! So loud. Chun-bok zeroes in on that noise. She glares at the rock. A totally genius idea sparks in her brain, and she declares, "This is the spot." Cut to a trashy shopping mall absolutely packed with monster cosplayers. Flickering lights and weird growls totally sell that whole "you are gonna die here" vibe. Boom! A massive thud echoes through the room, and every single fake monster whips around to look. And right after that, bam! Some poor guy takes a rock straight to the face. He drops character instantly with a high-pitched squeal of pain. H is chilling in the corner, probably thinking, what the heck? She tracks the rogue pebble sailing through the air, leaving a trail of tiny dust fragments. Meanwhile, Chun-bok is doing a tiny victory dance, a celebration that lasts exactly 2 seconds before reality hits her. Oops. That was a terrible idea. Oh yeah, she is so busted. Every single creepy cosplayer in the building is staring right at her. And this entire mob? They are totally thinking about the sweet bonus prize for terrifying this kid. Roaring like actual maniacs, the whole crowd sprints straight for her. Not one of them is holding back. She is freaking out, but she is not quitting. Screaming, "Go away!" Our little rebel fires a rock from her janky homemade slingshot right at the mob. That rock flies like a sniper bullet. Bullseye! Right in the worst possible spot. The dude just freezes, grinding his teeth in pure, unadulterated agony. Yikes. H just watches from the sidelines, staring at the weapon. Seriously, how did a kid even build that death trap? Because H definitely does not remember ever teaching Chun-bok how to build makeshift artillery. Just look at it. A crude rope and rock slingshot in those delicate hands. And bam, flashback time to a random, super breezy rooftop somewhere. Plink, plink. Rocks smash against empty cans over and over, followed by the cutest little shout of victory. A younger Chun-bok gasps in shock, while some guy next to her cheers, "You learn fast, in your hands this is basically a bazooka." The mystery man tells her to use it for protection, a total secret weapon for absolute emergencies. She looks completely lost, so he dumbs it down. Surprise attacks are key. Then, they jump straight into hardcore physical training to buff her stats. Flashback over, she mentally thanks the old guy, and then total panic sets in. Oh crap, I am completely out of ammo right now. Her face drops as she desperately digs through her pockets. Right on cue, a monster leaps out, making her flinch super hard. This guy is definitely already tasting that sweet, sweet bonus prize money in his head. But nope, denied. She rips her hand from her pocket, yelling, "My secret weapon is pain powder." She yeets a massive handful of powder right into his eyes. The dude immediately screams, clawing blindly at his face. He drops to his knees, crying like a baby. She takes off running, super proud of her spicy pocket sand. But the echoing growls are getting way, way louder all around her. You and I know she is smart. Those noisy growls basically hand her their exact hiding spots. She narrows her eyes, locked in. Then, in a flash, she plants her foot and blasts forward like a rocket. Dodging the mob, she maps an epic escape route. Honestly, she thinks these bozos are way slower than her own mom, and definitely weaker than H. Smirking, she pelts another runner with a fistful of powder, scoring a very loud, painful curse. The walkie-talkie is right freaking there. She is internally screaming with hype, so ready to crush this totally insane mission. Her face lights up like a lottery winner. Hand outstretched, she is literally inches away from snatching that beautiful prize. But nope. H literally spawns out of thin air, grabbing the kid. Before she even processes it, H just brutally yeets her away from the radio. She screams as she smacks the floor, sliding in a perfectly straight, incredibly humiliating line until bonk, face first into a giant pillar. Footsteps echo. H is practically begging in her head. "Come on, kid. Use your brain." Dual-wielding knives, H steps up thinking, how will you handle a real boss? Meanwhile, our girl is rocking a massive, hilarious cartoon bump on her head. She groans, shaking off the stars. Trapped by the mob, panic sets in. She really just wants to go home to her family right now. But she forces herself up anyway, panting like crazy, absolutely drenched in nervous sweat. Even H is genuinely stunned by this. She stops to watch, while that walkie-talkie just sits there, tragically alone on the floor. She grits her teeth hard, barely standing, but her stubborn teenage spirit, unbroken. She is getting that radio no matter what it takes. And right under those angry little brows, her eyes suddenly spark, glowing with a crazy, brilliant golden light. Cut to somewhere else, a real monster is clueless, but its eyes? Glowing with that exact same insane golden energy. And not just one, a whole army of confused beasts. Then, the camera pans to a pair of fluffy, completely harmless white paws. Just an adorable little dog. But behind it, a huge pack of wild monsters miles away, their eyes absolutely blazing in the darkness. Back at the mall, freaky howls shatter the night. Then, a gut-wrenching scream hits, flashing a terrifying set of pure white teeth. You and I better brace ourselves. Every single beast with those glowing gold eyes just launched forward in one massive, unstoppable wave. All right, you and I are watching this mall entrance become a total all-you-can-eat monster buffet. A walkie-talkie flashes in her mind. She totally needs it. But wait, why are the monsters just chilling there not moving? These beasts are literally just standing like creepy statues in front of Chun-bok. She remembers this, furrowing her brow real hard, eyes blazing, teeth clenched. She decides right then and there she is getting that walkie-talkie, no matter what it takes. Pure savage resolve hardens in those golden eyes. If she cannot control the monsters inside, fine, she will just summon the freaks from outside. H is still wearing that ridiculous monster costume, frozen in total shock. Suddenly, the whole mall floor starts violently shaking, launching pebbles straight into the air. Outside those barricaded doors, a literal ocean of creepy overlapping shadows starts piling up. A heavy rumbling echoes from the entrance, getting insanely loud. Look closer, and those things outside are violently clawing their way in. Every single shadow rocks glowing golden eyes, exactly like Chun-bok. Absolutely terrifying stuff. Bam! A massive crack rings out as a hand smashes the glass. It spiderwebs fast, and then the entire door just completely shatters. An entire horde of monsters floods the building, screaming with pure, unadulterated rage. Everyone inside is completely frozen, totally unable to process what the heck is happening. Chun-bok's parents scream out, totally panicked as the monsters pour inside. Their loud voices instantly snap our little rebel's attention away. She turns her head. Her mom screams to grab their weapons. This quick distraction finally gives H a solid second to think. Putting the crazy clues together, the weird vibes, those glowing golden eyes, H realizes one wild thing. This kid did it all, but Chun-bok ignores every word H says. She is busy staring at the door, completely blown away by the insanely loud, roaring monster horde. Right in the middle of this mess, some guy in a costume curses loud and aims his rifle straight at the incoming freaks. Reflected right in the red eyes of his mask is a beast with nasty teeth, lunging straight for his face. The creature opens its mouth into a terrifying abyss. A crazy shriek rings out, instantly followed by a massive, deafening gunshot blast. Amid the absolute chaos, someone grabs Chun-bok. "We are going up." Hi Guy yells, aggressively scooping the kid up into her arms. "Everyone follow H to the elevator now," she orders, demanding the armed survivors lay down cover fire to block the chasing monsters. As for the crew already on the second floor, they get orders to fire down and provide backup. H frantically yells into her radio that something blocked the door and things are going south fast. Meanwhile, Chun-bok kicks and screams to escape. Gondo on the other end promises to do his best. His face is practically melting from pure, unfiltered stress. Boom! A monster's head goes flying. That slash was so impossibly fast and clean, the beast probably died without even knowing it. And it is not just one. Tons of monsters meet the exact same fate. Heads dropping like fruit, all wearing super baffled expressions. A sharp, bloody black claw rips through monster after monster. They do not even get a single second to react. Turns out, it is Chun-bok's mom cleaning house. She tells Ha to protect Chun-bok, promising she will be right behind them. But the mom is super stressed. Seeing golden eyes on literally every monster, she is terrified one specific creature actually survived this. She glares at the horde, thinking this is impossible. Who in the world could have summoned all these freaks to the mall? H is slicing monsters left and right, obsessing over the fact that Chun-bok called them. Her slashes are powerful, clean, and totally brutal. She shoots a crazy look at Chun-bok, trying to figure out how this little kid has powers she literally knows nothing about. While fighting alongside the crew, she mentally curses herself for being so dumb and dropping her guard around the kid. The monsters keep rushing like an endless wave of teeth. Suddenly, a sharp pain blasts through H's side, forcing her to violently stop. H looks down at her fresh wound in pure horror. The beasts had already tackled Hygeia and are swarming her completely. They pin her down, totally ignoring Hai's angry curses. All Hai can do is scream for Chun-bok to run away fast. Beneath the mask, H's eyes are huge with terror. But wait, you and I can see something is very, very wrong here. Look at them. The monsters have pinned every single person down, but they haven't landed a single actual killing blow yet. Everyone is surrounded and totally trapped, but H realizes nobody is actually dead. Her pupils shrink as she tries to process this madness. A long monster tongue snakes out, casually wraps around the walkie-talkie, and offers it forward. The little hands reaching for it are delicate. That beast, and all the others, are completely protecting Chun-bok. She grabs the walkie-talkie as the monsters let out one massive unified roar. Then, they all stand perfectly still like loyal dogs. Chun-bok's face pops up, looking dead serious. Her pupils are glowing gold, but her vibe is just straight up dark and edgy. A quick flashback hits to the last time she used her power. Oh yeah, she definitely wants that awesome boss feeling back. Flashback over. Chun-bok smiles happily about secretly practicing her powers while a huge line of blood casually drips from her nose. Totally normal. Our girl is hyped about maybe going home, but she looks absolutely wrecked. Bloodshot eyes, steady nosebleed, just gripping that walkie-talkie and completely ignoring the literal monsters hanging out nearby. You and I are probably wondering why she couldn't mind control those freaks earlier. She is too. The humans formerly controlled by those freaks are wondering the exact same thing. She thinks for a split second a monster sounded like H, but instantly tosses that crazy idea. Okay, back to reality. She still needs to mind control the remaining creeps. Suddenly, a weird little bark breaks the silence. She snaps her head around. Chun-bok actually gasps out loud when she spots this tiny, completely harmless-looking little puppy. She drops down to give it some head pats. Honestly, she has never seen a creature quite like this before. She is basically melting, grinning like an absolute goofball as she asks the furry little dude to join her crew. Yeah, that joy dies instantly. Her expression goes totally blank, eyes rolling pure white. The tail stops wagging, and Chun-bok suddenly unleashes the most bizarre, terrifying scream ever. She is locked in place. That cute puppy's eyes suddenly flare up into a glowing, sinister red, piercing straight into her soul. She stands there totally paralyzed, absolute nightmare fuel flooding her brain. Then comes the sickening crunch of bones, a seriously nasty noise followed by pure bloody chaos. That soft fur violently twists into razor-sharp claws. Bam! A gross, purple-veined leg stomps the floor. A hideous monster head bursts out, packed with jagged teeth, letting out a totally deafening, ear-splitting roar. Still rocking a dog snout, but now with massive fangs just dripping nasty drool everywhere. It breathes like a broken engine. Chun-bok is stuck, completely drained of color. Those glowing red eyes stare down at her like she is literal trash. And somehow during this absolute nightmare, the other monsters completely vanished. Those controlled hostages, totally free now. H is stuck on the ground swearing, while Chun-bok just shakes, totally swallowed by this massive shadow. With one massive, deafening crash, the beast's foot just obliterates the floorboards. Rip cute puppy. Chun-bok is now staring up at an absolute unit of a monster, flashing teeth and claws, literally filling the entire room. A quick jump, and this hulking nightmare is directly in her face. Watching that giant arm lift, she realizes she needs to mind control this freak immediately, like yesterday. Nope, her body vetoes that. A blinding pain stabs through her brain, wrecking her focus entirely. All she can do is grab her head and endure the agony. Total panic mode. Those deadly claws inch closer by the second. Plus, the maniac who was hunting her before is currently sprinting straight toward the chaos. So yeah, she is completely trapped. Her only hope is the walkie-talkie in her hand, which she genuinely has zero idea how to operate. She gasps for air, gripping that useless radio, completely out of options. Suddenly, sweet memories of her parents and H just flood her panicked brain. With every panicked breath, H's face gets sharper. Facing literal death, Chun-bok just screams Hai's name. Right as that giant claw swoops in, boom, the beast's stupid party mask gets shredded, and it suddenly roars in pure agony from a brutal strike to its palm. Another nasty crack fills the room. Sobbing, Chun-bok slowly opens her eyes to check her savior. It is H, holding her securely. I told you I'd come if you called. Chun-bok whispers her name back, absolutely shell-shocked. H is literally dripping sweat. Meanwhile, someone else snatches a walkie-talkie, visibly salty that Chun-bok screamed for H instead of them. Yep, it is Mom to the rescue. She faces the screeching beast, rocking a totally arrogant smirk. Leave this to me, sweetie. Chun-bok yells out, totally bewildered, but her mother just flashes this blinding, picture-perfect smile. She flexes her power to mock he, which instantly pisses H off. Then Gondon rolls up, checking on Han Chun-bok and ordering an immediate tactical retreat. While the monster cries like a baby, Mom drops a completely ice-cold, terrifying glare from those super intense, overwhelming eyes. To stop the venom, this absolute psycho of a monster rips off its own hand. Blood sprays everywhere while it growls, but Mom, totally chill, unbothered. Three massive tentacles violently slash through the air. An ear-splitting roar shakes the whole room as the beast cranks open its bloody jaws. Chun-bok gasps hard, completely terrified for her mom. The kid screams in panic as this giant freak lunges forward, jaws unhinged, trying to eat her mother in one giant bite. Disgusting drool flies everywhere, but then, those bright red eyes dart down in absolute, utter confusion. Right below it, Mom is staring up looking completely demonic, flexing an insane aura. Just give up, you freak. Total boss energy. The giant beast literally freezes, mouth slamming shut, sweating buckets of pure fear. Mom's pitch-black, bottomless eyes are deadlocked right onto its soul. The freak's pupils shrink to microscopic dots. You can literally see just how pants-wettingly terrified this thing actually is. Look into her mom's eyes, absolutely zero mercy. Nothing but a savage, crazy glare that straight up guaranteed a world of pain. A quick, creepy snap of bones, and Mom easily shifts right back into her normal, everyday look. She stares down in absolute disgust. That giant monster is back to a crying puppy, running away with the father-son duo in total panic. All right, stick with me here. Chun-bok's mom flashes this completely smug, victorious smile. She literally turns around, announcing that everything is totally fine and they can head home. Yeah, that victory lap lasts about 2 seconds. Her smile instantly freezes, and she screams Chun-bok's name with sheer, utter panic in her voice. Cut to nighttime, spooky moon hanging up high. And coming from a pitch-black bathroom, there is a seriously furious, dramatic scream. Her parents are totally groveling outside the bathroom door. They are begging their daughter for forgiveness, desperately trying to justify whatever massive mistake they just made. Chun-bok completely shuts them down. She declares no real mom would ever pull a stunt like that. Absolute silence. Her parents look ridiculously confused right now. Peeking out from behind a wall with just her fingers visible, she aggressively mutters that everyone is totally faking it, especially Ga. She vows never to trust them again. While the parents absolutely panic, H just stands there, totally silent, watching her. Then H drops an absolute truth bomb. She totally roasts Chun-bok, calling her a massive baby who learned zero lessons from her. Still playing the victim? Her parents whip around, aggressively glaring at H. Seriously though, why did you even want to get stronger in the first place? If you want to act like a toddler, go hide behind your mom. Boom. Chun-bok peeks out, crying literal tears, staring absolute daggers at H. Chun-bok charges at her, tiny fists fully clenched. H does not even blink. She just brutally asks if she plans to cry even louder. But check out her posture. She casually sits down, literally inviting the attack. Seeing this disrespect, Chun-bok speeds up, so angry she cannot even form actual words anymore. Bam. The kid punches H right in the head, letting out the most dramatic, heartbreaking sob ever. She just keeps swinging, completely unleashing all that teen angst. Gamdan tries to step in, but her mom strictly holds him back from interfering. Those tiny fists absolutely do not stop. She cries hysterically, screaming that H promised never to tell her a single lie. Peak drama. H literally says nothing the entire time, just letting the kid vent her total meltdown. Eventually, the tiny fists stop, just weakly resting against H's chest. She violently grabs her shirt, sobbing incredibly hard. I really missed you. H tilts her head, looking at this emotional wreck with zero panic. Then, a genuinely soft smile appears, totally exposing her actual feelings. Right then, he gently puts a hand on the kid. She calls her name softly, pulls her into this massive hug, and gives a surprisingly sweet apology. He drops some praise, and Chun-bok quietly leans on her shoulder, admitting she really likes her. He smoothly replies that the feeling is mutual. Hearing that, Chun-bok gives this super satisfied, teary smile. And echoing in the total darkness, H's rare compliment finally drops. You seriously did amazing, Chun-bok. Cut to later, the kid is completely passed out next to her mom, snoring away. Her mom figures the kid is just running on zero sleep. Then she and Gamdan start gossiping about Chun-bok's completely insane power levels. They decide to act like responsible adults and wait for her to wake up. Then they completely pivot to talking about the shady crew they recently hired. You and I are seeing this, right? Bloody arm, absolutely shredded clothes. Those hired guys got completely deleted by monsters. Mom hears this and is actually relieved there are zero witnesses left alive. A savage reaction that leaves Gamdan looking totally stunned. She catches his weird expression and asks what his problem is. He stammers like a guilty idiot, so she just sweetly links her arm through his. Meanwhile, inside a speeding car, she desperately presses a cloth to her wound, screaming internally to drive faster. He awkwardly tries pivoting to H's upcoming exam, suggesting just the two of them patrol alone. But Mom shoots that down, saying they will all ride together. Hearing this, Gondon totally panics, scratching his head. He admits those other two completely hijacked the car and never actually brought it back. Cut to a super creepy empty parking lot. A distant scream echoes, doing nothing to fix the weird silence. Yep, Gondon's car is sitting right there. Inside that ride, Dudung is hyperventilating. Blood from a nasty head injury is completely ruining her scarf. She holds a cloth, begging herself to keep moving. Meanwhile, in another awful location, Chun-bok is completely tied up. He is drenched in blood and honestly looking like absolute garbage. Right in front of him, a bizarre figure, staring him down with freezing, glowing red eyes. Literal monster eyes. Flash forward to morning. Dawn hits a completely wrecked neighborhood, and someone is loudly shouting for everyone to come outside. Walking down a street totally trashed with rubble, Chun-bok's family and H are literally just strolling and gossiping like nothing happened. Chun-bok is clearly still holding a massive grudge over yesterday. She bossily announces that she is officially running the show today. Period. Her parents look completely dead inside, but she demands they play with her anyway. Look at that evil little smirk. She thinks this is ultimate revenge. Chun-bok flashes H this totally sinister look. And honestly, seeing that chaotic expression actually makes H look genuinely stressed out. H completely avoids eye contact with the kid. She looks away, asking what she wants, but this tiny menace just drops vague, annoying riddles. A regular playground pops into view, the whole place looking ridiculously calm and fresh. Right under these shiny new apartment buildings, a voice echoes out. Seriously, why are you always acting like this? I am literally trying to help. Gondon just stands there, keeping his mouth entirely shut. Meanwhile, Chun-bok is aggressively yelling at someone, absolute zero chill, demanding answers. This kid's face is a picture of absolute rage, and H is just standing there in front of her, looking completely embarrassed and miserable. Her hair is forced into ridiculous pigtails. She stammers, "Yes, mother." Honestly, guys, that loud laugh at the end is basically all of us. Alright, picture this. They're playing house in the park, and little Chun-sok is the mom. This family's wholesome vibe, totally built on Higa's crushed dignity. Higa is shooting mommy Chun-sok, the ultimate soul-piercing death glare. But Chun-sok? Zero cares given. She is completely living for this role. Inside Higa's head, though, absolute, unadulterated rage. You can literally see the veins bulging on her face. Oh, she's definitely taking notes on this disrespect. And Chun-sok's actual mom? She's biting her lip, crying actual tears, trying not to burst out laughing. Then wait for it, she literally meows at Higa. Why? Because in Chun-sok's chaotic little fantasy world, Higa got cast as the family pet. Boom! Higa completely snaps and lunges at the mom. Gondon and Chun-seok scramble to break up the fight, while a teddy bear just sits there. Even the bear gets a dramatic backstory here, playing the traumatized kid watching his parents' brutally messy divorce unfold. After that absolute meltdown, Chun-sok plays airplane with Gondon, just having the time of their lives. Then the kid goes right back to tormenting Higa, demanding a piggyback ride. Higa just sighs the heavy sound of total, crushing defeat. It's a gorgeous day out, and Chun-sok's loud, hyped-up yelling is basically breathing life into this entire boring apartment block. The camera cuts over to Chun-sok's mom, who literally just collapses onto a park bench. She's totally wiped out by her kid's endless battery life and starts venting to her husband. Gondon? He just keeps writing, casually agreeing. Annoyed, the mom asks what he's even scribbling down. He calmly drops that he's documenting Chun-sok's monster powers, barely looking up from his notes. Off in the background, little Chun-sok is just goofing off, completely clueless about this heavy chat. So get this, Gondon says Chun-sok confessed to using her powers for like 6 months. She's been secretly grinding and leveling up her skills. Rule 1, she picks her monster targets. Rule 2, even if they wander totally out of sight, she still holds the reins temporarily. Rule 3 is wild. Drop the control, and the monster straight up freezes for 10 seconds, totally wiping its memory of being a puppet. But Rule 4, the camera suddenly shifts. Drops of fresh blood splatter right onto the pavement. Chun-sok grabs her head in agony, blood just pouring from her nose. Turns out, this is the brutal kickback for overusing her freakish abilities. Luckily, a quick nap fixes her right up. Or at least, that's the story the kid fed Gondon. He looks at his wife, dead serious. They need to figure this out. Then, smoothly flipping the vibe, he actually compliments her improved pronunciation. They slide right into this emotional heart-to-heart, with him laying out how much she means to him. Meanwhile, Chun-sok is still terrorizing Higa. Mom playfully roasts Gondon, basically telling him to put his money where his mouth is instead of just talking. Gondon totally agrees, flashing this insanely chill, relaxed smile at her. But then he drops a bomb. You know you suck at faking it, right? Stop pretending with me. That shuts the mom up instantly. Her smile completely freezes. It's like her brain short circuits, wondering how he noticed. The fake happiness drops, and she just stares at him, super vulnerable. She looks away, totally unable to meet his eyes, and whispers a hesitant question. Gondon just calmly nods, agreeing with her. We cut to little Chun-sok's back. Mom starts spilling her guts, fully convinced she's the entire reason her kid is cursed with this mess. Sitting beside him, she lets out this shaky, guilty sigh. The thought of her daughter getting hurt is literally paralyzing her with pure fear. Her face is a tragedy, eyes locked firmly on the dirt. She opens her mouth to say more, but Gondon shuts it down fast. He drops a hand on her shoulder. Look over here, he says, gently steering her attention the other way. Over there, Chun-sok is making the most absurd, ridiculous face ever. Instantly, both Higa and the mom totally lose it, cracking up. Chun-sok proudly flexes her top-tier ugly face skills directly at Higa. It's so unhinged that Higa literally collapses, shaking on the grass, trying not to scream laugh. Meanwhile, the parents are just laughing out loud, totally carefree. Gondon immediately hits peak dad mode, bragging that his awesome kid obviously takes after his beautiful wife. That proud, beaming grin, it completely proves Gondon's point. She's a brilliant little survivor who knows exactly how to handle herself. He talks up their kid, comforting his wife by swearing that Chun-sok's specialness is exactly why she'll survive. Hearing that, Mom finally breathes out, agreeing. Watching this incredibly wholesome chaos from a distance, the parents make a pact they're gonna figure out this crazy monster control power together. So the playground vibe stays totally sunny and peaceful, just ringing with normal, happy family chatter and laughter. Fast forward to sundown. Suddenly, a super cheerful voice rings out. Someone is insanely thrilled to finally be home. Under the streetlights, you and I can see Chun-seok's whole squad strolling down the sidewalk, just casually talking. Chun-sok sprints ahead like a maniac, ignoring her mom's nervous warnings. Just as they hit the front door, vroom, a deafening engine roar makes Gondon spin around, super confused. And then, a completely trashed, apocalyptic-looking junker of a car pulls up right in their faces. The windshield is cracked and ready to explode. Someone yells, "It's the old guy in Duseong!" But Gondon is literally stunned because this ride looks completely destroyed. But Higa? She takes one look and instantly knows something is incredibly, horribly wrong here. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Tires screeching, the car slams to a halt in a massive cloud of smoke. Dudung furiously rolls down the window. Where have you guys been? Her face is pure, impatient rage. Seeing her looking like an absolute demon, the crew cautiously inches toward the vehicle. Gondon nervously asks what went wrong, and what on earth happened to her wrecked ride. Dudung just snaps back that she is officially out of time to hunt them down. Behind them, a blood-red sunset paints the entire city in ominous vibes. Her voice is frantic, completely cracking. If we do not hurry up, my dad is going to die. Actual tears burst from her eyes like a broken dam. She stares at them with such raw, panicked desperation. The guys just stammer back, completely clueless about whatever wild mess is happening. Let's hit pause. You and I need to rewind to 6 p.m. yesterday, right when the sun faded into absolute darkness. After spending days scouting out the area for local monsters, she was finally racing straight back home. The car was absolutely roaring down the road, wheels screaming against the pavement in a terrifying high-speed symphony. Chun-bok is dropping heavy curses, totally terrified. He yells at Dudung, loudly declaring her the worst driver he has ever witnessed. Dudung just lets out this super awkward laugh to defend herself, totally ignoring him as the car blasts through their chaotic argument. Trusting someone who just learned to drive 3 days ago? No way. She says relax. Relax? Chun-bok screams back. Praying works way better. The guy is sweating absolute bullets, gripping his seatbelt like a lifeline on a sinking ship. Dudung literally shrugs it off. Hey, what's done is done. And then bam, a massive crash violently throws the car sideways. Something huge just slammed the side of their ride. Dudung goes wide-eyed, totally frozen in pure, unadulterated shock. The car shakes violently. Chun-bok shoots a look at Dudung, pale with panic. Everything spins. Her name echoes faintly in the background. She snaps out of the daze. A bright, nasty streak of crimson blood is trickling down from her forehead and eye. Seeing her finally awake, Chun-bok frantically asks if his kid is okay. Both are tied up tight, totally unable to move or process this madness. After confirming his daughter is actually breathing, Chun-bok manages a weak, relieved smile. Yeah, he smiles while completely ignoring the blood gushing down his face. Dudung stares back worried, but honestly, she is incredibly ticked off. Suddenly, click. You are not hurt too badly, a creepy voice echoes out. Both whip their heads around in total shock. A single freaky little foot steps into view, bizarrely bony and totally jarring next to the massive dark cloak it belongs to. Three sharp bird-like toes match the weird voice. Glad you are awake. Time for a quick chat. That giant cloak completely hides the weirdo's face, leaving nothing but the sound of heavy, terrifyingly slow footsteps echoing. Chun-bi narrows his eyes, glaring at the figure. Behind it, a heavy door is sealed shut. Tied up in a surprisingly clean, sealed storage room, classic villain lair, Chun-bi gets dead serious to negotiate. Even completely tied up and helpless, neither of them flinch at this creepy stranger. Nope. These two are absolutely ready for a brawl. Annoyed, the hooded creature demands to know what their skills are. They just stare back, stubbornly silent. The monster hates that silence. Dudung snaps back defiantly. So what if I hear you? But the freaky captor ignores her completely. I am the one asking questions. Answer me. Dudung totally hesitates. Her eyes are glued to those freakishly weird feet. Living or dying depends on your answer, it warns. The creepy foot twitches. Then they notice something insane. The bony foot actually has 4 toes now. Its owner is clearly choosing its threatening words very, very carefully. Tell me what you are good at. The villain monologue is punctuated by the creepy, clacking footsteps. If you are useful, it interrogates, and especially if you have children, that would honestly be way better. Suddenly, a genius idea clicks in Chun-bi's head. He glares with a dead serious face as those footsteps keep their terrifying rhythm. But if you have nothing to say, the creature pauses for massive dramatic effect. Dudung's eyes practically bulge out in pure terror. It turns slowly to Chun-bi. You know what happens next. Boom. Under the hood, 2 glowing red eyes blaze to evil life. Gripping his hair hard, it rips the wound open, bleeding everywhere. But Chun-bi bites down furiously. Not a single groan escapes him. The monster uses Chun-bi as leverage, glaring at Dudung with terrifying red eyes to force an answer. Through agony, Chun-bi glares back. The freak keeps pressing them. Besides a terrified Dudung, Chun-bi just drops a muffled grunt, making the crazy thing ask again. And then boom! An absolutely glorious, loud curse word explodes from him, startling the creature enough to actually let him go. Shocked, the thing has no clue what his grand scheme is. You and I know Chun-bi just snapped. Even Dudung is baffled. He starts ranting wildly, screaming about hating scout missions and the snobby elites forcing him into it. Then, a secret wink to Dudung. She gets it. Dudung catches his brilliant drift instantly. She jumps right in, loudly praising those exact same elites. She drops the Chun-bok family name, totally baiting the stranger. His attention brilliantly shifts to them instead. All right, you and I are watching a masterclass in bait and switch. Mention a kid, and boom, stranger's eyes glow blood red. But hold up, Chun-bi interrupts. Listen to me, he deadpans, looking seriously stressed out. She pauses, probably thinking it over, before giving him the green light. And boom, he totally shifts her psycho murder vibes right onto the Chun-bok family. Even volunteers for Uber duty to fetch them. The woman? Just chilling. Then she snaps. You think you can fool me? She hisses. Veins bulge out, bones pop, and the pressure in the air goes completely insane. Why trust you? Chun-bi claps back. I'll leave my daughter here. Bro, that one line drops jaws and leaves everyone totally speechless. He lays it out, his own kid becomes the hostage. Savage move, right? But hey, it totally scores him some psycho trust points. Looking totally badass, Chun-bi drops the line, my daughter is my world. Dudung is standing there, eyeballs practically falling out of her head. Hearing that, the cloaked creep actually flinches just a tiny bit. Looks like our guy's dramatic acting actually pierced through the crazy. She says yes, mostly because she desperately needs some fresh lackeys. Then she dramatically stomps off, leaving some seriously heavy boss music vibes behind. Suddenly, she flips the script on his deal. And honestly, something super sketchy is vibrating with hype right behind her back. Our guy Chun-bi just stutters out a panicked question, praying for a straight answer. Flashback over, Dudung casually explains she was the backup hostage, swearing to return by 6 p.m. sharp. If she flakes? Yeah, Chun-bi is totally dead meat. Cut to the trashy getaway car. Gondon is aggressively fanboying over the guy, while Dudung is sweating bullets, begging the universe for a win. Meanwhile, little Chun-bok is just chilling on Haiga's lap, totally clueless. Stone cold. She demands the kidnapper's description while clutching the confused kid. The car zooms ahead. Gripping the wheel, Dudung admits she barely saw squat, blaming that edgy, oversized cloak. Her wildest guess? Some freaky monster lady, right around her height, sporting weird four-toed feet and gross head tentacles. Hearing that nasty description, Chun-bok's mom violently gasps. She totally knows who this freak is. And Chun-bok? Just sitting there with maximum smugness, completely oblivious that she's the literal bullseye of this entire monster mess. Get this. Dudung is mid-apology when bam, a massive crash rocks the car. H goes full combat mode, eyes turning to pure ice. Through the twisted car metal, a random tentacle just snipes Chun-bok. The kid is bewildered, and H is straight up paralyzed in shock. Haiga drops a gut-wrenching scream, desperately grabbing air for her kid. But nope, it is way too late for that. Dudung's brain finally reboots. "Whip this junker around, right now," she shrieks, while the tires scream like absolute murder. "Chun-bok is gone!" Instantly, someone's voice blasts through the chaos. "Go after her!" The kidnapper is parkouring across dead skyscrapers like a total speed demon. Chun-bok violently thrashes around, screaming to be dropped immediately. As a slimy tentacle creeps out of that cloak, the kidnapper barks out an order, brutally telling the brat to zip it. "I don't want to hurt you," Chun-bok instantly freezes. Hold up, she definitely recognizes that voice. Mid-air over another sketchy rooftop, the kidnapper is grumbling too. Wait a minute, she also thinks the kid's annoying voice sounds super familiar. The moonlight hits just right, and Gion realizes she literally just abducted Chun-bok. Seriously, how awkward is this forced reunion? Chun-bok's brain does a highlight reel of this monster lady, realizing she was actually, weirdly, kinda sweet to her before, which absolutely floors the kid. But honestly, the person floating midair is definitely way more tripped out about this than Chun-bok. The kidnapper lets loose a wild shriek, completely baffled by how the kid spawned here. Naturally, Chun-bok just screams right back. Back on the ground, Dudung is absolutely flooring the gas, sweating buckets. "No way a car catches her," she yells. "She totally went this direction," Gondon shouts, frantically scanning the trashed urban wasteland around them. Their junker car is loud as hell, pulling aggro from every street monster around. Dudung spots the horde and aggressively curses. "Damn it, that psycho planned this garbage." "Ha, can you spot anything out there?" Meanwhile, H is brutally hacking and shaking. Girl is literally coughing up blood and gasping for oxygen, sending the crew into pure panic mode. "Ha, she looks incredibly bad right now. Hold on, I'm grabbing the meds." Despite the loud panic, Hai-Ra just grinds her teeth in pure agony, completely trashing herself mentally. How the heck did she let them swipe the kid? Her stupid, broken body is failing, and Chun-bok was literally their only ticket out. Cut to another spot. Someone is soaring through the pitch-black night, a total speed blur. It's Chun-bok's mom, aggressively hunting for her kid. Nothing here? Did she literally despawn? The kidnapper knows these streets better than anyone, making this blind hide-and-seek game absolutely ridiculous. What if I seriously can't find her? Panicking and totally drained, a massive wave of dark anxiety hits her. If Chun-bok is actually gone, no way. That absolutely cannot happen. "Listen, you and I know moms don't quit." She grits her teeth, pure rage boiling over. "Just wait, sweetie. Mom's coming to crash this party." Alright, so our girl Rayon marches Chun-bok right into the dealer's den. Her stomach is doing literal backflips, like she knows she kicked the absolute worst hornet's nest. But hey, survival first, right? She shoved that panic way down deep. She tells herself to stay tough, no backing out of this mess now. Returning the kid? Yeah, that equals instant death anyway. So giving the kid away to finish this shady deal is her only real option. Stepping into the room, she yells out, "Hey man, your goods are here." Instead of an answer, just the creepy clicking of a Rubik's Cube. Then, his annoyingly polite voice drops. "Welcome back, Ryan. I was waiting for you." He's all, "The product looks decent today. Time for a little chat, hmm?" And Rayon is just standing there like, "Wait, what? A chat?" Her cool girl act totally crumbles, and she just starts screaming right in his face. "Cut the crap. I brought your creepy old man and the kid. That is plenty. What else is there even left to talk about?" This guy stays ridiculously chill. Actually, a few things are still wrong. Rayon totally freezes, completely clueless. "What do you even mean?" He smirks. "I seem to be stuck. I really thought I solved this little puzzle. Kind of like this messy transaction of ours, right? I honestly thought we could have wrapped this up nicely. I made it super clear before. Bring me stuff that is useful or young, and I will gladly let your poor family go. But honestly, you only brought me one decent prize with that kid. Literally everything else has been a massive letdown. You get it, right? I wanted a totally flawless deal." Boom. He casually crushes the cube. Rayon's face goes terrifyingly dark, and you can just see her inner rage hitting the boiling point. "A flawless transaction? Are you joking? I literally broke my back getting what you wanted, and you are still spitting this garbage. I am so done with these games. Give back my kids now." Poor Chun-bok is sandwiched between them, shaking like a leaf. He is probably thinking, "Oh great, the adults are throwing down. Where is Grandpa?" What happens next leaves the kid completely traumatized. Right then, the villain's ultra-creepy, deep voice booms through the entire room. Are you really sure about this? Keep acting like a brat, and these kids are getting sold off right this second. You guys, her siblings are literally trapped inside the wall, getting crushed. Their desperate, heartbreaking screams for help are just echoing everywhere. Pure nightmare fuel. Sis, please help us. We can't breathe. Just let us go. Rayon, I want to go home. Every single time they cry her name, her heart absolutely shatters, but she is just standing there, frozen and completely helpless. Her brain totally blue screens, sinking into a hazy flashback. Like, how did her life get this completely messed up? Back then, terrified her awful dad would literally end her, she ran off, just living on the streets like a totally invisible ghost. Being alone was whatever. She was always a loner anyway. But after a while, that street life just leaves you hollow, crushed, and miserable. So she just drifted, surviving day by day, clinging to like 3 good memories while wandering around completely and totally lost. While wandering the ruins, she suddenly hears these tiny, pathetic whimpers coming from under some trash. She digs through the garbage and gets a massive shock. 2 tiny little kids are just huddled up in a corner, looking totally pathetic. She stares at these kids, and honestly, her first thought is not heroic at all. It is actually super dark. These runts were so incredibly small, so she figures, hey, I will just fatten them up a bit and then totally eat them. Yep, her exact logic was, they are way too tiny right now, so I will just wait. She figured a month was enough to pack on some weight. Huge spoiler alert. She regretted that instantly. Seriously, these kids were literal bottomless pits. Plus, they were constantly screaming and fighting over absolutely nothing. Poor Rayon could not get a single second of peace and quiet. These gremlins trashed everything, always yelling, Rayon, look here! Rayon, watch this! She was basically their full-time maid, just following them and cleaning messes. But you know how it goes. After a month, these annoying little troublemakers actually started growing on her. Like, annoying in a cute way. Suddenly, they were her little angels, following her literally everywhere. They totally filled that massive, hollow void she had in her heart. She could not even imagine her crazy life without these 2 rugrats by her side. One day at their motel, she comes back yelling, Kids, time to eat. Today we are having. But the sentence just completely dies in her throat. Rayon is forced to watch her poor kid getting slowly swallowed whole by a literal monster. She would have given anything to be home 5 minutes earlier, because that is when she met him. The absolute psycho who stole her kids. She goes full berserker mode, attacking with everything. But bro, it was totally one-sided. He just watched her gasping for air and dropped this line. I was honestly wondering how these kids got so fat and healthy, but I never guessed they were cared for by trash like you. You must have really poured your whole heart into raising them, huh? Want to make a deal? Stick with me here. John's vision was a total dizzy blur. She gasped, glaring at his gross, plastic smile. Ever since those kids got snatched, her life turned into a non-stop bullet train straight to absolute hell. Seriously tragic stuff. Basically, she was his personal hitman, forced to hunt down whatever poor victim he fancied. But this toxic boss? Impossible to please. She felt worthless every time he whined, rejecting her catches because they just were not flawless enough for him. All that toxic garbage just kept piling up, basically sucking her soul totally dry. It got so incredibly awful, she seriously started questioning how she even landed in this complete nightmare. Why? Why endure all this agony for random kids? Honestly, maybe she should just cut her losses and ditch them entirely. That dark thought actually made her feel better. If the brats died, hey, she tried her absolute best, right? But then, snap. Gion gathered her guts and finally said it. Stop. Her sudden rebellion totally caught him off guard. I mean, he was literally torturing kids just to mess with her head. Classic villain. Trembling like a leaf, Gion tried bargaining. I'll do anything. I'll bring you even fresher meat. Keep your promise, and I swear I'll deliver. Her hand, gripping Chun-bok, tightened completely on its own. Through those choked-up sobs, Chun-bok witnessed something totally wild. Tears streamed down her face. Sobbing desperately, she begged him, Please. Oh, please, just make it stop. The little kid's eyes went huge. She felt this warm, cozy vibe radiating off Gion, literally hitting her just like a loving mother's warm hug. Seeing her completely shatter changed Chun-bok's entire view. This woman was not some evil monster, but the sick clapping and twisted laughter from that creepy dealer snapped the kid back to reality. He stood up slowly, his voice dripping with pure sass. Oh, come on, don't make me the villain here. Finish your end of the deal, and the brats go home perfectly safe. Simple. So next time, bring exactly what I ordered, okay? He used this gross, fake, polite voice while she just stared at the floor, quietly nodding along. Good. I don't accept garbage that is even slightly broken. He said, I trust you, but you totally know. His eyes screamed, like I'd ever actually trust this loser. Honestly, fools like her are ridiculously easy to play, using just a little pity and pure despair. Now, he scores a tasty meal and some shiny new bait. Easy win. His creepy gaze locked onto Chun-bok, basically drooling everywhere. Today is seriously my lucky day. It always is. Family-obsessed idiots are just so easy to play. Thump. A weird noise dropped. His eyes snapped wide, totally confused about what just went down. What the heck? He was completely lost. 1 second Gion was his puppet. The next she was towering right over him. And get this creepy, weird vines were suddenly crawling everywhere, totally taking over the entire room. Completely helpless now, he sputtered out like a fool. No way. Why am I falling? His whole body started shaking in pure panic. I can't even control my own body. Sharp pain blasted right through his skull, and he just started letting out these incredibly pathetic groans. My head is literally exploding. What the heck? Bam! A huge pressure wave blew out his eardrums, wiping his evil little mind totally blank. Now, you and I gotta appreciate this Chun-bok was gritting her teeth, using her power to torture him. While he screamed from the ultimate migraine, Gion was just standing there freaking out, completely clueless about the situation. She looked around totally dumbfounded. The room he made it is literally falling apart. Why did he just collapse like that? While she was completely spaced out, a sharp voice suddenly yelled, "Big sis!" Shocked. She stared down at Chun-bok, who glared right back. The kid basically had to spell it out. Did you completely forget your own plan? But Gion just stared at the kid's eyes. They had totally changed color. Before she could ask, Chun-bok cut her off. Is that really more important than your sister right now? Chun-bok instantly went into boss mode. Hurry up and get the others out. I'll hold him off, so move. Gion's head was spinning hard. Everything was moving way too fast and totally off script. But then, she finally saw her two kids peeling off that disgusting wall. Her feet just started moving totally on autopilot. Snapping back to reality, boom, she dashed forward faster than ever before, locking onto one single thought in her mind. I have zero clue what is happening, but I gotta sprint. This is our only shot. I saved them. For one tiny second, she was thrilled, hugging them tight. But reality check, her face soured. You and I know this nightmare is far from over. All right, you and I are diving into pure chaos. Her legs are tied up, he is attacking like a maniac, and dodging is literally impossible. What happens next is just a gross, crunchy symphony of tearing flesh and snapping bones echoing everywhere. But Gion refuses to quit. Her only thought? Protect these kids at all costs. No more losing them. That impossible pressure finally hits a breaking point. She unleashes this absolute, soul-shattering scream of pure agony. Little Chun-bok watches from the sidelines, totally horrified. Yeah, something feels incredibly wrong here. The kid tries pushing back with everything she has to restrain him. Spoiler alert, it is completely useless. Why is he immune? The creature just stands right up and roars, demanding to know what she did. He snarls at them, basically mocking how they clearly have no idea how a real deal works. Those disgusting tentacles relentlessly attack all three of them as he hisses, complaining that you cannot lie after making deals. But suddenly he starts shaking. He grabs his head in pure agony and lets out this frustrated roar. He screams about being tricked. Apparently, he was being way too nice. And now, time for some serious consequences. He yells that they will never get what they want now. He is officially done making deals with pathetic liars. He demands his food back. Gion gets absolutely wrecked but keeps shielding the two kids until she is totally wiped out. Her whole body feels like it is being shredded into a million tiny pieces. She looks totally lifeless, completely frozen while the terrified kids keep crying out for Sister Rayon. They are literally begging her to run away before she dies, screaming just to see if she hears them. Meanwhile, Rayon is mentally kicking herself, feeling like massive garbage for actually wanting to ditch them and run free. But right in front of her, two incredibly miserable kids just crying their absolute hearts out. And honestly, it hits her right in the gut. These kids are actually worried about her. They have probably suffered way worse than she ever did. They still waited for her. Gritting her teeth, she somehow pushes right through that insane, ridiculous pain. With her body screaming, she calmly tells them to stop crying. And crazily, they listen. She promises the bad stuff is totally over. You will not have to suffer anymore. Forcing a smile, she promises to stick with them forever. She will protect them, no matter what happens. Seeing her act so tough leaves both kids completely stunned for a quick second. But those words actually work. They bite their lips, fighting back the tears, and just quietly agree. They have no clue she is literally dying. And the monster? Oh, he is super annoyed this sappy teen drama is interrupting his snack time. He lunges for his food. But right at that moment, a massively deafening gunshot rings out. Boom! A bullet smashes straight into his head, knocking his hat and glasses completely off. Time literally freezes, just the sound of glasses hitting the floor. Chun-bok saw the danger and actually pulled the trigger. Now the giant freak finally notices the other tiny person here. He purrs with this super creepy dark voice. He mocks her, calling the gun a dangerous toy for a kid. But hey, he is more than happy to play around with her instead. Then his disgusting body starts transforming, swelling up into this massive size. Chun-bok is just speechless. This guy chillingly promises she will never get bored, swearing to play with her until the very last second. Getting a really clear look at his face, the kid's heart just flatlines. She is screaming internally. His eyes are blue. Suddenly, her mom's serious warning echoes in her head. Mom slipping that gun into her bag, sternly warning that it is no toy, strictly for absolute emergencies only. Classic kid move, Chun-bok just brushed it off back then. But her mom had been so gently insistent about it, telling her to always keep it close, trusting her to only pull the trigger if she actually needed to protect herself. Back to reality. She mentally apologizes to Mom, because yeah, this definitely counts as a major emergency. Locking eyes with the monster, she gets serious. To save Grandpa and everyone else, this guy has to go down. Those glowing blue eyes, though? She has literally never seen a monster with that eye color before. Is that why she cannot control him? Seriously, what is the plan now? Come on, brain, please start working. Chun-bok is absolutely terrified, but her tiny hands refuse to drop that heavy gun. Now, you and I know anime timing, right? While this intense drama unfolds, a random door across the room dramatically swings open completely on its own. Meanwhile, Chun-bok is rapidly doing the math on just how incredibly doomed she is right now. Gion was totally wrecked, so backup was a solid 0, and the only exit? Completely blocked by this absolute unit. Running away? Pure delusion. It literally felt like every single creepy thing in this room was just an extension of him. And while our girl was having an existential crisis, he had already backed her right up against the wall. Alright, you and I both know this situation was officially trash. Her only shot was somehow overpowering him. But how exactly does she pull that off? She gulped down pure panic. Let me ask you something, little one. His creepy voice dropped out of nowhere, nearly making Chun-bok jump straight out of her skin. Then, looking totally confused, he mumbled, I thought my eyes were just playing tricks on me. But honestly, I think I actually recognize those eyes. Hey kid, you wouldn't happen to be the boss's daughter, would you? He sounded super hesitant, literal sweat beads suddenly popping up all over his giant face. Chun-bok had absolutely zero clue what this guy was babbling about. The boss? Wait, like, his evil leader? But wait. Ding ding ding. This was her golden ticket. She could totally fake her way out of this mess and save everyone's lives. With that genius plan locked in, she instantly channeled her inner drama queen and let out the most extra theatrical laugh ever. You really have eyes but can't see a mountain, huh? Chun-bok cleared her throat, dripping with absolute fake confidence. You guessed it, I am indeed my father's daughter. Over on the sidelines, Gion was watching this whole circus unfold, totally baffled. Was she seriously trying to scam this monster with the worst lie ever? The dude genuinely seemed tripped up by her eye color. But seriously, what was going to happen when he inevitably figured out the actual truth? Hold up, could he actually be buying this garbage? The giant goon was just standing there, eyes wide open and breathing super heavy. Seeing him freeze, Chun-bok cranked the pure audacity up to 11. Unbelievable. Are you not going to greet your absolute superior? Where are your basic manners? Or do I need to be the one to teach you a brutal lesson? Chun-bok even busted out her best spoiled rich kid glare. And what do you know? The massive guy immediately slammed to his knees in pure panic. I have been incredibly disrespectful. My lady, I had no idea you were the boss's daughter. Please, I beg you to forgive my absolute foolishness. The peanut gallery was completely speechless. Gion was just sitting there thinking, you have got to be kidding me with this right now. He totally bought it. Her ridiculous plan was actually flawless. And riding high on that wild victory, our girl got way bolder. All right, now you listen to me very carefully. Yes, my lady, I'm listening, he whimpered, nodding like a giant bobblehead while Chun-bok ruthlessly laid down the law. I heard you were causing major trouble in my personal territory, so I came down here to see for myself. I cannot believe you dared to make deals here without permission. I am so sorry, but as you can clearly see, I was never informed. But she shut him right down with a shout. Hey, are you seriously talking back to me? I will give you exactly one chance to redeem yourself. Now, you are going to hand over these people, plus the other one you caught earlier. Then she tried her hardest to drop her voice to sound super intimidating. If you refuse, I will make sure the leader hears all about this. Meanwhile, internally, the kid was basically throwing herself a massive victory parade. Oh my god, my acting is on a completely different level. Then she snapped for good measure. Now get a move on. Chop chop. He bowed his ugly head low. Understood, my lady. But instead of instantly getting up, he hesitated. But, if I may be so bold, Can I ask one question? She was a little spooked but played it ice cold. Sure. Ask away. Why did you feel the need to come here in a disguise to inspect everything? He questioned. She totally stammered for a second. Well, I just wanted to see exactly how you act when nobody else is watching. Then what were you planning to do with my other meal? He pushed. Oh, I've recently developed a weird interest in collecting different kinds of exotic food. Right after she dropped that truly pathetic lie, dozens of creepy giant hands started quietly sprouting straight out of the wall behind her. But the guy just kept talking, suspiciously calm. I see. Well then, allow me to ask you just one more little question. His face suddenly shifted into pure nightmare fuel as he stared dead into her eyes. Could you please describe for me what the leader actually looks like? Gion panicked hard, teeth gritted. Game over. What can she possibly say? Now, watch closely with me here. Chun-bok went totally silent, but then her eyes snapped into this insane, steely focus. She looked this absolute monster right in the eye and delivered the coldest two words in history. No comment. Then she instantly launched herself sideways, narrowly dodging a nasty swarm of grasping hands, and just started blasting her gun like there was zero tomorrow. The guy was absolutely furious now, letting out this massive, twisted villain laugh. You really are a dirty little liar. But not just that, you are also surprisingly strong and annoyingly fast. Let me tell you a secret. I was just playing along to see what you'd do. You have literally nothing to do with my boss. But hey, guess today is my lucky day after all, because now I get a delicious meal that just happens to have my boss's eyes. He mocked her while relentlessly attacking, giving our girl absolutely zero room to breathe. Chun-bok frantically scrambled to dodge as best as she physically could. Damn it, this room is way too cramped to dodge these giant attacks. But it looked like this psycho wasn't about to give the poor girl a single second to think up a real strategy. No matter how hard she fought, Chun-bok just could not escape this completely flipped nightmare situation. Giant arms were closing in from everywhere as his voice darkly rumbled. Playtime is over, little girl. And bam. All right, you and I know the drill. Creepy shadow arms slam Chun-bok to the floor, and yep, cue the classic villain monologue. He actually calls them predictable and boring. Seriously? He taunts them, asking if they honestly thought they could just walk out of his turf. Then he leans in. A kid with the boss's eyes? Now that is a plot twist he definitely did not see coming. He smugly guesses she is the one causing all his recent headaches. But looking at her face, yeah, her master plan totally flopped. The creep literally pries her eye open. He knows exactly why she failed. Want the spoiler? Basically, she is a total noob. Sure, she has a god-tier ability, but his own busted power is totally nerfing her stats to zero. Game over, kid. He tells her to just chill out and relax that freaked-out little eyeball of hers. Gross. But get this, Chun-bok is not even sweating her own life right now. One single thought is absolutely screaming through her head. It was his absurd ability. He meant her power was completely useless just because this absolute tank could resist it naturally. How do you even fight a cheat code monster like that? She stubbornly keeps spamming her power, making him wince until he completely snaps. He completely loses it. Cut the games and stop using that power. Squeezing her limbs even tighter, he drops an ultimatum. Stop by the count of 3, or he is literally tearing her to pieces. Her mind is totally scrambling. What now? There is zero chance this psycho actually spares her if she surrenders. But seriously, what are her options? He hits number 2 and full-blown absolute panic officially sets in. Nobody notices the door quietly creaking open, and what she sees next is so ridiculously impossible, it completely blue screens her brain. The final number 3 drops, but not from the villain. It is the kidnapped old man. He is just looming right behind the guy like a ghost. Feeling that insane killer aura, the villain instantly spins around in panic. But Grandpa is fast, like terrifyingly fast. He lunges, and a sickening wet stab echoes right through the room. Dead silence. Then Chun-bi drops the hardest line ever. Hey, you freak, I am taking these kids out of here. Blood literally splatters everywhere around the standing villain. The 3 Gon siblings are just frozen, jaws basically hitting the floor. Chun-bok cannot even process this absolute madness. The old man speaks up again, wondering exactly how to settle the score with this trash. Oh, he knows perfectly. Your life is payment. How does that sound for a deal? Stick with me here. It gets wilder. Back where she was snatched, a blood-soaked High-Ra gasps out one strict order. Give it to me. Gondon flat out refuses, his voice razor sharp. You need to rest. Just hand over the axe. She stubbornly insists, but gets totally chewed out. What can she even do looking like that? Is she trying to speedrun her own death? Feeling helpless sucks, he gets it. But Chun-bok's mom is already out hunting for her. They have to trust her, chill out, and wait. Besides, she needs to rest. but she refuses. I have to go. Hi, Ra's absolutely steely resolve completely bulldozes over Gondon's logic, shocking the poor guy into total silence. Her lungs are failing, her brain is mush, but she points out the brutal truth. Too much time passed, the rescue mission totally failed. She is totally crushed. If she had just grabbed her hand in time, this nightmare never would have happened. It is all her fault, so she has to fix it. Screaming with zero stamina left, she fiercely demands the axe. Smack! A super weak punch lands softly on Hyra's cheek. Quiet little Dudung is officially completely done with this tragic drama. While Hyra just stares in pure shock, Dudung slowly speaks up. Bet you didn't even notice. If you were actually yourself, you would have dodged that sad, pathetic punch easily. Ra's eyes bug out, totally ready to snap back, but the words just die. Dudung flashes a sad smile and keeps dropping facts. She knows she is panicking, but seriously, just trust Chun-bok's mom and patiently wait. They will return safe, absolutely sure. Meanwhile, her hidden hand quietly clenches into a tight, nervous fist. She is totally convincing herself. Suddenly, a deafening crack shatters the quiet, making all three of them jump hard. Gondon snaps out of it first. Was that a literal gunshot? You guys definitely heard that too, right? Dudung answers instantly. Yeah, she heard it loud and clear. Could that gunshot really be? Cut to Chun-bok's mom, she hears it and instantly freezes up. Her brain immediately jumps to that exact handgun she gave her daughter earlier. She completely loses her cool. Her breathing goes into absolute overdrive, totally frantic with panic. She is 99% sure that sound came from her daughter's exact location. Meanwhile, back in the boss room, Chun-bi is wrapping up. Time for a decision. He repeats his offer, he takes the kids, and in exchange, this absolute clown gets to live. Well, you and I know what comes next. The dealer, actively bleeding out, just violently curses. He glares at Chun-bok, clearly blaming the little liar for nerfing his defenses, before finally snapping back at Chun-bi. Don't be absurd. You seriously think that little knife can kill me? Newsflash, this entire room is literally my stomach, but he barely finishes before the old man brutally cuts him off. Alright, enough of this absolute garbage. Are we making this deal or not? The sheer heavy menace in Chun-bei's voice is honestly terrifying to hear. It is totally enough to make actual fear pop up on this creature's completely featureless face. Finally, a soft click echoes out. The room snaps right back to normal. But trust me, this insane ride is far from over. The monster now has a gun and a literal spike aimed right at him, completely baffled why he is somehow still a prisoner. Chun-bi flashes this ridiculously creepy, reassuring smile. Nothing to fear at all. We just want to ask you a few little questions. The monster snaps right back. Not the deal. I release them. You let me go. Chun-bi just smirks. Come on now. Cooperate while I am still being nice. Gion hilariously jumps in, adding to the verbal beatdown. Completely defeated, the creature just whines. Are you guys massive bullies or something? His grand reward? 3 pairs of totally scornful eyes, huddled up in the corner, pouting and speaking in perfectly creepy unison. Listen to this shameless freak arguing with kids. The monster gasps. What? I am not that mean. Chun-bei just shoots him a glare that basically screams, Are you being absolutely serious right now? Ignoring this absolute comedy act, Gon gets down to business. Tell us, what is this market you keep mentioning, and what is there? The creature laughs. It is a market, what else would it be? But she instantly shoots down that garbage answer with a hardcore death glare, yelling, Just spit it out. He dramatically sighs, thinks for a solid moment, and finally begins. At that market, little kids like these seriously go for a high price. Fresh goods are extremely rare and valuable. Sometimes they are even bought as pets. Is that what you wanted to hear? Boom. His words send her into an absolute blind rage. You son of a dog! You never even planned to return those kids! Seeing her completely explode, Chun-bi casually blurts out, Whoa, calm down, little lead bug. Which naturally just makes her a million times angrier. Did you seriously just call me a lead bug, you absolute decrepit old man? Chun-bi hilariously ignores her and turns right back to the monster. Your eyes are totally weird. Tell me all about them. Hearing this, Chun-bok visibly flinches, suddenly eavesdropping on this crazy conversation with extreme focus. My eyes? What a tragically boring question. Have you seriously never seen this color before? He sneers like a cheap villain, but Chun-bi instantly sets him straight. Hey, just shut your mouth and answer the question properly. So, the cornered creature finally tells the whole truth. This eye is a special mark my boss gave me. Chun-bi is so totally stunned, he asks again, A mark? The monster confirms without skipping a beat. That is right. It is literally like a badge of honor for those deemed truly worthy. The higher your value, the better you can absorb and completely weaponize the epic power granted to you. Too bad I have not used it lately, which explains this pathetic mess. Honestly, if I mastered it, absolutely none of you clowns would be standing over me right now. But out of nowhere, Chun-bei's voice turned so intensely dark. Do you remember what you said earlier? And just like that, the monster totally freezes. You hear that terrifying click of a gun cocking, followed by freezing metal pressed right against his temple. He continues, "When I was behind that door, you asked the girl if she was your master's child. Is your master the golden-eyed tentacle freak?" Just dropping that crazy name makes the old man's face instantly twist into something insanely dark. He looks like he is barely breathing, just agonizing over the answer. And that terrifying look, that heavy tone, it actually makes the creature violently shiver and gulp. While the freaked-out creature hesitates, the dramatic tension spikes so hard the old man almost pulls the trigger. But at the literal last second, a voice shatters the silence. "Yes," he quickly rambles. "But I swear I do not know his face. He completely changes every time." Chun-bei furiously cuts him off. "Who exactly are you trying to fool here?" The monster is honestly pretty stunned by this completely massive outburst. The old man's emotions explode like an absolute volcano as he roars, "That scumbag is dead. I literally watched him die, so how on earth is he still creeping around? That one was a fake." The monster's weirdly calm reply totally shatters Chun-bei's explosive wave of pure fury. He explains, "From what I heard, that fake started his own rogue tribe, but got caught and had to face the real boss for his epic betrayal. I also heard the big boss is hunting down similar tribes." The second those words drop, Chun-bei's expression drastically shifts into gear all over again. He violently clicks his tongue and swears. So that is why those creeps never chased them. And now, you and I can see the puzzle pieces snapping together. The old man heavily grits his teeth, completely unable to lock down his furious rage. He honestly thought this wild nightmare was finally over, that he could just live out his golden years without gathering any more massive regrets. And he hoped that poor little girl could finally live a completely normal life, totally free from this toxic obsession with bloody revenge. Meanwhile, back in reality, the creature notices Chun-bei totally zoning out, his terrifying death stare breaking for just a tiny split second. But the old man is still glaring at him with absolutely pure, unhinged fury, teeth aggressively grinding, heart violently pounding like a literal war drum. Let's jump into the chaos, guys. One twitchy finger on the trigger, totally ready to fire. Out of nowhere, Chun-bok squeaks out, "Grandpa!" The other two totally jump out of their skin, finally noticing what's going down in the corner. This random dude just casually stands up. "Okay, you know the drill. Time to make your choice. Are we gonna keep playing this stupid game, or are you gonna chill out and let me go?" Classic rookie mistake. Mr. Chun-bei gets totally distracted, completely missing the crazy guy lunging right at Chun-bok's throat with a literal knife. Boom, tables completely flipped. Now he is the one demanding answers. Well, what's it gonna be? Mr. Chun-bei is just standing there, absolutely sweating buckets. Just like that, the entire room drops back into dead, awkward silence. Little Chun-bok pipes up, super confused. "Sorry, Grandpa, I had no clue." Instantly, Chun-bei goes into full comforting mode. "Totally fine. You being safe is all that matters." Meanwhile, Jae-young and Gagam are completely out cold, snoring away in a super cozy bed. Those poor kids are absolutely running on empty after the insane chaos of the last few days. Outside, the grandpa-granddaughter heart-to-heart is still going. "Hey, kiddo. Yeah? What is up with your eye? Honestly, I have zero idea. It just sort of happened out of nowhere." "Ah, gotcha. Just wondering, no big deal. All good, Grandpa. Hey, Squirt, yeah?" Out of nowhere, Chun-bei whips out the pinky promise. He pulls her into a massive hug, whispering, "Can you promise me just one thing?" The kid is totally suspicious. "A promise?" she asks, definitely sensing a vibe. He whispers back, "Yep, a secret pact just between us." Next morning, the sun is shining right on the hotel where absolute pure madness went down just last night. The door to that totally wrecked room creaks open, super slow. Enter Chun-bok's mom. Chun-bei is walking her inside, trying to chill her out because she is completely freaking out. The kid is right in here, sleeping like a rock. She drops her voice, looking super relieved. "Seriously, thank you so much for saving my girl." She gets way too hyped and just storms right in, totally ignoring whatever warning Chun-bei was trying to spit out. She yells for Chun-bok, looks inside, and just freezes. Chun-bok is passed out cold on the bed, dreaming away. But Raisin is just chilling right there on the bed, staring awkwardly at the angry mom who barged in. "Oh man, mom mode activated." She instantly explodes with rage, veins literally popping on her fists. "Oh, so it is you. I totally knew it from the description. You have some crazy nerve showing your ugly face around here." Right now, this mom looks like an absolute beast. Her eyes are straight up screaming murder as she growls, "I am going to end you right here." Gion is so terrified she just screams, begging, "Wait, hold up. Thank goodness Chun-bi swoops in perfectly on time to block the raging mom. I totally get why you are mad, but chill out. Hearing that, the angry mom whips around to glare at him, telling me to chill? Are you kidding me right now? And cue the yelling. I am dead serious. Well, I am definitely not arguing today. And seriously, you need to save that angry energy for something way bigger. That actually makes her pause the rampage. What is that supposed to mean? He just pats her shoulder. I will drop the whole explanation on everyone later. Just look around. We can pretty much kiss our peaceful, lazy days goodbye for a very long time. Time skip, guys. Stick with me here. We are out of that hotel and stuck in a place that is way more trashy and gross. Just the loud, messy sounds of chopsticks clanking and intense chewing bouncing off the walls. The room is super tight and awkward, but honestly, at least they finally get some hot food. Gondon is literally just inhaling plain rice like a zombie. Chun-bok breaks the tension first. Bro, no kimchi? This tastes like actual cardboard. Yep, nothing but boring white rice. He turns around and tells Jae-young to quit looking like a sad puppy and eat her food. But she is totally spaced out. I cannot do it. That insane story ruined my appetite completely. I cannot believe the ugly monster we actually killed was a total fake. Not to mention all the crazy stuff Blue Eyes warned us about. I legit thought our big revenge arc was finally wrapped up. Knowing the real truth now, feels like our whole fight was a massive joke. But wait a minute, the math is not mathing here. It has been actual months since the big fight. Why haven't the bad guys flexed a single muscle? Why no bounty hunters yet? While Jae-young is totally glitching out, Gondon drops a bomb. What if they literally do not need to hunt us down? That wild theory makes Jae-young snap her head up, looking completely mind-blown. Gondon just keeps his cool. They probably already tracked us down, but they are just waiting for the perfect timing. Perfect timing for what? At her panic, Gondon's expression turns super dark. He drops his voice to a creepy whisper. To wait for Chun-bok's wild power. Before Jae-young can absolutely spiral, he starts explaining. We're about to uncover something crazy. Turns out, she has a ridiculously overpowered secret ability. All right, you and I need to pay attention. That thing resists the monster virus, making it a massive target, but insanely the villains are just waiting. Dudung is completely clueless here. He awkwardly scratches his head and finally drops a line. All right, this is totally just a crazy guess. Maybe they are stalling because Chun-bok's power can still level up. They might be waiting for her abilities to hit maximum output. Chun-bi does not even fight that creepy logic and just sighs out. We literally have zero hard proof right now. But whatever, we have time. Let us just stick to spying and gathering more intel on them. Hearing this grand master plan, the other two just nod along in total agreement. Boom. A massive crash from the next room literally jump scares all three of them. Chun-bi instantly yells, "Hey, Gon, what the heck are you doing?" A totally panicked voice screams right back. "Nothing, I just tripped. And for the last time, that is not my name." Yeah, sure, but those heavy thudding sounds from the room are making things super suspicious. I mean, is putting on clothes really this difficult? Wait, can we actually trust this girl? Duh, obviously. I dragged her here for a reason. She promised to spill some major, top-secret intel for us. Meanwhile, the absolute disaster inside that room is, well, looking terribly tragic. There is a giant, punch-shaped hole straight through the wall. Oh man, I am toast. Like super dead. Why on earth did I agree to this? Cut over to tiny Chun-bok, who is currently acting like a ruthless little drill sergeant. Listen up, rookies. This is super vital info. If you want to be insanely awesome like me, you gotta survive some hardcore training right now. Jae-young and Gam stand stiff with hilariously serious faces, screaming out together, "We will absolutely do our very best." Seeing her little soldiers pumped up, Chun-bok nods like a proud boss. Awesome, now hit me with that move I just taught you. Yes, teacher. Chun-bok is wearing this incredibly smug, joyful smirk right now. All right, since I am the boss here, I will go easy. Bring it on. While the kids are completely wilding out over on the freezing rooftop, Chun-bok's mom is just chilling, sipping hot tea in the snow with Haiga. She decides to totally skip the fluff and get direct. So, what did you want to talk about? I know you didn't drag me to this freezing roof just for some tea, right? What is the actual deal? Haiga is hacking her lungs out, literally gasping for air as she forces out a reply. Well, actually, I have a few things to confess. Chun-bok's mom has zero patience left and instantly snaps. What is it? Just spit it out. I am way too busy for small talk. I am sorry. Those exact 3 words, coming from the tough Haiga, make Chun-bok's mom do a massive dramatic tea spit take. She is totally stunned and immediately demands a playback. Wait, what did you just say? Haiga just stares at the ground, heavily repeating, "It is my fault. I really should have been more careful. We got super lucky that Chun-bi was around to play hero, but if she had actually been grabbed while she was all by herself, she might be completely gone right now." Haiga drops this dark truth calmly. while Chun-bok's mom just glares in absolute shock. I swear to you, this kind of mess will never happen again. Next time, I will literally shield her with my own life. Hearing that intense promise, Chun-bok's mom just stares hard at Higa for a long second before finally breaking the silence. All right, let me ask you a real question. I knew you were weird from day one, but why exactly are you going this crazy far for my kid? Seriously, why are you acting so overly obsessed with her? Tell me the truth. Every single word from Chun-bok's mom hits like a hammer, smashing right into Higa's dark, lonely little bubble. She zones out for a second, totally lost in her own tragic backstory. But finally, you can see she makes a hard choice. She slowly puts down her teacup and finally mutters, "Because she completely saved me. I used to be totally lost, just raging blind for revenge. But that tiny, chaotic little girl, she woke me up." Now, this is where you and I really feel the drama. Seeing Chun-bok goofing off with Jia-dung and Gam warms the heart. But to Higa, it is pure deja vu. A super adorable, toothless little kid waving frantically at her, yelling out with the brightest voice ever, "Mommy!" Almost on autopilot, her rough, battle-scarred hands reach up. She flashes this rare, soft smile, waving right back at the ghost of a memory. To me, that kid is my absolute hope. She is literally everything I have left in this twisted world, and I will protect her. Right on cue, Chun-bok starts screaming, flexing her tiny imaginary muscles. "Mom! Miss Higa! Look how insanely strong I am!" Honestly, seeing the tough Higa look this soft leaves Chun-bok's mom totally speechless. She finally catches that heavy, dark regret in her eyes. Seeing Higa coughing again, she just stubbornly shoves the teacup back towards her. Her voice sounds super chilly, but she is obviously low-key caring. "Chug it while it is hot. Warm up, and get better fast so I can actually use your help." She immediately blushes hardcore at her own awkward pep talk. Higa catches the vibe and slowly asks, "Oh, are you actually worrying about me right now?" That little tease makes Chun-bok's mom jump straight into hardcore defensive mode. Do not even get the wrong idea. I just do not need another useless burden to carry around. But Higa totally gets it, flashing a tiny, knowing smirk in response. All right, you and I know the drill. Chun-bok's mom completely hates feelings. She shuts things down cold, saying, "Thanks, but you are being super weird right now." But the literal second she says that, Higa just straight up collapses. Instantly, her face goes completely dark. So much for playing it cool, right? The teacup hits the floor and shatters. The kids instantly snap their heads over. Zero processing power. They just stare at Higa, totally passed out on the ground. Cut to a super quiet movie theater. Out of nowhere, a voice starts counting down from 10. The guy counting walks right up to a massive door. He is down to 7. He casually strolls down the hallway, ticking off the next 3 numbers. The dealer lifts his sleeve, checking his watch. 3, 2, 1 timed perfectly with the second hand. The second he hits one, the door creaks open. Super creepy. Hearing that, the dealer tenses up and drops his hand. He is here. Heavy footsteps echo hard, mixing with the long, slow creak of that approaching door. Our dealer bows his head with total respect, giving this terrifying guest a very warm welcome. He drops the name Bigfoot. Right on cue, the giant man himself stomps his heavy feet inside. Bigfoot has zero patience. He growls, "Where is the meat?" The dealer immediately points straight up to the ceiling. Before the guy can even finish, a weird dripping sound makes Bigfoot look straight up. What does he see? A totally distorted face hanging there, mouth wide open and moaning loudly. That gross dripping, a nasty mix of drool and tears, and right next to him is a woman in the exact same horrible state. But wait, it gets crazier. Dozens more people are floating across the ceiling like bloated human balloons, screaming their absolute lungs out. The dealer casually steps in, bragging that fattening these poor guys up only took a few days. Keeping them around is tricky though. Their survival instincts literally make them cling to each other. He pauses when a cane aggressively pokes a woman's bloated body up there. She lets out a sharp scream, almost popping. Gross alert. The dealer casually sucks fluid off his finger while digging around in his coat. "Quality and quantity are totally top tier," he says, claiming the flavor is something genuinely special. "This stuff is basically worth a massive fortune right now." Then he whips out a pill bottle. He thanks the boss for the sick gift, claiming this completely solves their food supply issues. Bigfoot actually looks pleased and turns around. He says he is busy, so just handle the rest. He is totally ready to leave, but the dealer says something that stops Bigfoot dead in his tracks. "One last thing. I saw a girl with golden eyes." Hearing that, Bigfoot practically snaps his neck, spinning right back around. He mentions finding her on a recent collection run. Then boom, we see the dealer holding Chun-bok captive. "I know you are busy, sir, but maybe we could chat for just a tiny second?" Bigfoot silently stares him down. Meanwhile, over in some massive apartment building, we hear a brutal snipping sound. Cue a totally gut-wrenching scream of pure agony. The guy is literally crying a river right now. Seconds later, he slumps onto a greasy pizza box. Beside him, a tied-up woman screams in pure horror. Some thug leans over, calling the dude pathetic. His buddy casually suggests chopping off his pinky next. Over in the corner, a poor woman begs for mercy, while guys literally throw darts into her. The dart guy gets super excited, telling her to hold still. Nearby, someone mercilessly stomps on a guy already laying in a pool of blood. "Yeah, I think he is totally done," a voice complains, calling the poor victim completely weak anyway. The thugs decide to find fresh toys. Watching this insane mess, a young guy breaks into a heavy cold sweat. He is internally panicking when a super calm voice interrupts. "My men can be a bit loud, right? Please forgive my guys. We rarely party." The boss tries talking business, but the kid is distracted by this guy Mi-hun literally staring daggers. The heavy pressure in that nasty room has this poor kid wound up tighter than a cheap guitar string. He frantically repeats their name, the Mad Dogs, a gang filled with the most absolutely brutal criminals alive. He stares at the boss. It is a crazy huge risk, but he knows they get results, making him seriously hesitate. His eyes drift right over to those gross severed fingers sitting on the pizza box. Should I really trust these maniacs? Before his thought finishes, a booming voice violently interrupts the kid. You and I know that jump scare ruined him. His body completely tenses up, while the creepy boss in front of him just smiles, totally amused. All right, you and I are diving into pure madness. The cornered kid totally panicked, stammering like crazy, but zero use. The big guy just roared with laughter. Nailed it, right? Just look at his terrified face. Once he finished trolling the poor guy, he got dead serious and grabbed a beer. Sure, their hustle looks super shady, but that is definitely not the whole story. These dudes are serious professionals when a job needs doing. Boom, he popped the can open with one slick finger flick. Even if they are a squad of certified lunatics. Hearing that, our young dude immediately ducked his head, trying way too hard not to look stressed. The boss man across the table slid a beer over, literally growling that they never ever bite the hand that feeds them. He kept that smirk, but his face had this insanely dark and dangerous edge. They promised to handle his request, which, honestly, just made the poor kid start sweating even harder. He totally froze up, swallowing hard when the boss demanded the wine cellar location. It took a few agonizing seconds before the kid finally gasped for some actual air. He nervously said he would show the boss a video clip first. Frantically digging through his pockets, he clumsily dropped this piece of paper, and guess what? It landed right at Mi-hun's feet. The kid totally freaked out and begged for it back, but Mi-hun just stared at it completely deadpan, forcing the angry boss to yell his name. Even with the boss screaming at him, Mi-hun just straight up ignored the guy. His eyes were totally locked onto that highly questionable drawing. When the screaming got obnoxiously loud, he finally snapped. "Shut your damn mouth, you absolute idiot." Bro, the second he dropped that line, every single head snapped around. Even the dudes stuffing their faces with pizza and beer completely froze. And obviously, the boss who just got openly roasted was seething pure rage through gritted teeth. "What did you just say to me?" Almost instantly, the whole squad of goons started stepping up. One thug muttered, "What is wrong with Mi-hun?" Meanwhile, another dude grabbed a massive baseball bat, pissed about him disrespecting the captain. Without hesitation, the guy swung that bat with everything he had, totally ready to teach him a brutal lesson. Then came this absolutely sickening crunch. A massive spray of blood exploded, leaving the other thug just standing there looking ridiculously confused. When his brain finally processed the insane scene, he broke into a freezing sweat. The dude could barely stutter before letting out a completely terrified scream. Because his buddy's head was now resting right on the pizza table, his face completely crushed into an unrecognizable mess. He looked at Mi-hun, who literally had not moved, fist still raised, completely ignoring reality just to stare at that picture. Unbelievable stuff. What the heck happened to his face? Total impossibility. Right then, Mi-hun clenched his bloody fist with another gross, bone-crushing snap. The client was just stuck staring, his jaw literally hitting the floor. That right there? That was the hand of an absolute monster. By now, the whole room was definitely staring at that freaky monster hand. Then, with zero warning, it reached up and flipped open his helmet visor. The visor slid up, exposing this wild, blood-red eye that refused to look away from that stupid sketch in his hand. Instantly drenched in cold sweat, the captain aggressively grimaced and spat out a string of curses. He furiously pointed his finger right at Mi-hun. "Get him. Everyone attack. Whoever takes him down gets half my literal fortune. Scratch that, you get all of it. Just kill him." The captain was screaming so hard his temple veins were practically exploding. Now here is where things get crazy for us. That massive bounty worked perfectly, and the goons swarmed in to catch the body. Battle cries echoed loudly and weapons started flying, but Mi-hun, still totally obsessed with that tiny drawing. He acted like that massive wave of killer intent did not even exist, quietly whispering the name Hai to himself. I have finally found you. The absolute second he finished that sentence, the armed mob completely dogpiled him from every single direction. 1 second later, dark red blood exploded everywhere. Then, his cold voice cut straight through the chaos. Just wait for me. I will be there soon. Insane amounts of blood poured from that second-story window, totally ruining the sign. The bold words "Soon Rehabilitation Hospital" were just slowly getting swallowed up by thick crimson red. Inside, absolute peak chaos. Blood and bodies stacked up everywhere, with plenty of limbs completely detached from their owners. Some guy was sobbing, desperately begging for his life. He whined that he only came to hire them to capture the people in those scattered drawings. Meanwhile, the very few lucky survivors were quietly trying to crawl away. Mi-hun casually mentioned he just saved this kid from getting scammed and murdered by those frauds. I was going to retire, but your drawings changed my mind. And he explained all this while casually dangling the kid by his neck in midair, choking out some seriously painful groans. Mi-hun finally cuts the nonsense, offering to personally handle this entire little assignment himself. The kid just bawls, asking who he even is. But honestly, Mi-hun giving him those absolute psycho eyes basically says it all. I am the real mad dog here. You and I know he better choose his next words wisely, because it is question time. Alright guys, watch closely. This dude holds up a blood-splattered doodle of Haiga and aggressively demands, "Where is this girl?" Meanwhile, in the absolute worst part of the building, Higa is literally coughing up blood. Chun-bi and Dudung, full-blown panic mode. She totally loses it, punching her own stomach like a maniac. Spoiler alert, that just makes way more blood spill everywhere. He instantly clocks that Haiga is having another major seizure. The two of them dive in fast, trying to stop this absolute disaster. That basin Dudung was holding? Basically a horror movie prop now. And that towel has officially resigned from being white forever. Total chaos drops on the room. We get this lovely, cursed mix of screaming from the father-daughter duo and Higa's absolute agony. Hearing this whole nightmare, Gondon goes completely frantic outside, hunting for meds and screaming at them to just hold on. Just then, Higa gives Dudung a super casual, blood-soaked shoulder tap. Honestly, it nearly scares the poor girl to death. She barely chokes out a favor to Dudung. Up on the roof, kids are playing, while a mom and daughter share the saddest hug ever. That is Mother Chun-bok, totally gripping her little daughter, who is shaking like an absolute leaf in her arms. Back inside this completely depressing tower, Higa just looks over and asks Dudung to fetch her something. Mother Chun-bok asks again, totally refusing to believe it. Dudung just faceplants into a pillow. Yeah, you heard me right. Higa is definitely not bouncing back from this. Her weak voice literally echoes straight into the blood-soaked bathroom. Even Dudung is shocked she is breathing. Her body hit its expiration date way back, zero cure in sight. One bloody drop falls. She pauses for a second, then totally rips the band-aid right off. It is time they start prepping for the absolute worst. Mother Chun-bok instantly loses her temper, completely insisting that meeting Jingu tomorrow will somehow magically fix this whole mess. But Gondon cuts her off fast. It is way too late for that. He seriously tried treating her in this trash dump. Even if she survives, Jinnu is totally useless now. Plus, monsters are still out there. Gion just awkwardly drops his head, super quietly petting the two kids who are totally crashed out on his lap. Chun-bi hides his face on the couch, dropping a heavy curse. Yep, time to make that completely awful choice they ignored forever. Mother Chun-bok bites her lip hard, desperately fighting the truth, glancing back right as another super stressed voice chimes in. Are we seriously clinging to some fake sliver of hope? Honestly, all she can do is violently glare at Higa's totally shut door. So, while the adults outside argue about whether they should just let her die in peace already, inside, Higa is violently fighting for air, dripping sweat. She somehow answers Chun-bok's question, but her reply is just wildly off base. The kid super proudly announces she just read about it in a book. Chun-bok happily swears they will hit the playground once she heals, and this time, Higa gets to play the mom role. Oh, wait, totally forgot. Today I actually taught Jia-dung and Gaga Gam some really sick fighting moves. She is completely drained but forces her eyes open for Chun-bok. The kids are obsessed, so next time, you have to teach them with me. The kid starts rattling off their awesome bucket list together, but suddenly completely freezes, clenching her tiny little fist tight. Suddenly, Higa says her name, totally jump-scaring her. She tells her to shut her eyes. Chun-bok is super confused, but Higa rushes her. Chun-bok desperately wants to argue back, but the words completely fail to leave her mouth. Finally, she literally swallows her words and quietly shuts her eyes. 1 second later, she is squeezing them incredibly tight. Total pitch black. She hears this creepy rustling. When Chun-bok asks to look, she only gets a bunch of brutal coughs in return. A second later, she gets the green light. Slowly, she starts peeking her eyes open, just one tiny little bit at a time. Chun-bok totally spots something wooden. This random wooden box slides into view, and she lets out this tiny, dramatic gasp of absolute shock. Higa stays completely silent about the contents, ordering her to open it. Chun-bok totally obeys, throwing her tiny hand on the lid and pulling. Her eyes go incredibly wide, shock totally obvious as she stares at what is waiting inside that heavy box. Totally stunned, Chun-bok pulls out 2 literal axes perfectly sized for her. What are these? Higa just smirks, calling them a totally personal gift. Naturally, Higa is absolutely thrilled that Chun-bok actually likes them. She meant to save them for when the kid grew up, but time is officially up. Higa wants her wielding these for pure self-defense. Chun-bok fakes a shaky smile, desperately trying to talk, but her throat feels like it is completely glued shut. Higa orders her to keep practicing those moves. Use your power right. Hearing that dramatic drop, Chun-bok's fake smile completely vanishes into thin air. The kid begs Hara to stop, but she is busy dropping life advice, eat well and live a completely full life. The kid just shakes, stuck listening to this literal deathbed speech. Do not waste your life on edgy revenge. Be super good, even without me. You and I knew this was coming. Chun-bok fully breaks, screaming aloud. Hara is just completely, entirely exhausted now. All right, you and I are diving into the drama. Hara barely keeps her eyes open, staring at a kid who absolutely refuses to face reality. Chun-bok just completely loses it, screaming, "If you die, I swear I will grow up to be an absolute menace to society." You do not want that. Hara's face is totally drenched. Honestly, it might just be the kid's massive tears raining down. The kid cannot hold back anymore. She collapses onto Hara, sobbing uncontrollably. "Please, do not leave me alone. I like you way too much. Stop saying you will die." By now, Chun-bok's face is a totally red, blotchy, crying mess. Feeling this kid stroke her hair while sobbing a river, Hara honestly just rolls her eyes internally. I made this huge epic promise to your mom and ended up totally useless. But hey, that is fine. I am basically a walking disaster anyway. They suffered way too much because of me, so seriously, it is all good. It is perfectly fine for me to check out now. Hara pats the messy hair buried against her stomach. Suddenly, the door creaks open with a super loud, creepy squeal. That creepy noise totally spooks Chun-bok. Lifting her teary face, she spots her mom standing right there in the doorway. "Chun-bok, step outside for a second, okay? Mom needs a top-secret chat with Hara. It will be super fast, I promise." Hearing this, the kid is completely clueless. She frantically tries scrubbing the tears off her face, but the waterworks just absolutely refuse to stop. But suddenly, she glances back over her shoulder. What Chun-bok sees is so incredibly horrifying, her tears just magically dry up on the spot. Chun-bok absolutely freezes. Her mom is casually holding a massive, gleaming knife. Voice totally shaking, she asks what the heck that is. Next thing we know, Chun-bok is getting dragged out, screaming like a banshee. "Let me go! Chun-bok, calm down! No, let me go now! Your mom will not hurt her, just chill." But the kid is not having it, sobbing that it is a giant lie. "Then why does mom have a giant knife? We will explain everything later." Before he can even finish, she absolutely shrieks again. "Stop lying, Dad! I know what that knife means!" Chun-bok loses her mind, crying way louder and wilder as she intensely screams. "How could you guys do this? I totally hate you. You are the worst. This is sick and ridiculous." Out of nowhere, a hand suddenly slaps a random cloth right over Chun-bok's face. Gondon watches in shock. The poor kid cannot even react. 3 seconds later, she is completely out cold. Gondon spins around, totally raging at Dudung. "Are you completely insane right now? Why on earth would you just drug our own daughter?" She does not even blink. "Stop overreacting, I just gave her a little power nap." Dudung shrugs. If she kept screaming her head off like that, every monster in the neighborhood would have shown up for a snack. "Why did you not just drop the truth bomb from the start?" Gondon panics. "Because we have no idea if this will work. Stick with me here." Because Dudung immediately demands his actual backup plan. Dudung goes hard. "What if your crazy idea fails? That is just going to completely ruin Chun-bok forever, man." Gondon is totally helpless. He mutters that it is way too hard to explain. "You mean after all the insane stuff we survived?" Chun-bi struts inside, voice super low. "All right, everything is set. Everyone seriously buckle up. We gotta bail from this place first," he says. Then drops the classic action movie line, "There is zero turning back now. So let her handle the wild stuff, while we gear up for the absolute most disastrous worst-case scenario." Right on cue, he whips out a literal gun, cocking it with a super dramatic click. Chun-bi looks over, all serious. You completely sure about this crazy plan, Gon? Ugh, Gion groans, annoyed like some grumpy teenager. I have literally told you 1,000 times. I am Gion, and do not even dare blame me if this all crashes and burns. I only pitched a totally hypothetical idea. Whether this ridiculous gamble works is totally on Hara now. Hearing that, Chun-bok's mom just stares down at the bleeding girl, looking completely and utterly stressed out. Hara looks totally drained, practically dead, but still flashes a weak, hollow little smile. Closing her eyes, she sighs. If that is your big plan, just make it super fast. The mom's face gets totally dark. Oh, it is going to be incredibly quick. Dropping a highly dramatic, this might sting a bit. She raises the knife. The second it plunges down, blood violently explodes right out of Hara's mouth. Hara is totally covered in blood right now, hacking and coughing. She gasps. What the heck are you doing? I thought you were going to actually kill me. The mom aggressively grabs Hara's hand as the knife clatters onto the floor. What am I doing? She yells. Her voice echoes like an absolute boss. I am literally trying to save your life, so you better shut up and listen. I would rather turn you into a totally crazy monster like me than just stand around watching you die. Gion said the only cheat code to make a conscious monster is to infect your wound with my blood or saliva. Exactly like those totally disgusting tentacle freaks do. But check this out, I have not infected or eaten a single human since turning. I aggressively suppressed my insane monster hunger just for my family, so she is just gonna say it. Chun-bok's mom gulps hard, giving Hara a ridiculously stressed and worried stare. And yeah, gross alert, her mouth is quite literally flooding with monster drool. Going total beast mode, she confesses, this is honestly gonna be super rough for me, but I will handle it, so hang in there and let me save your life. You and I are officially about to see one absolutely wild monster transformation. Ha looks totally drained, but she still manages to ask, what if this whole crazy plan fails? What the heck is she thinking? Chun-bok's mom demands an answer. Ha chokes it out. What if I just turn into a mutant and try to eat you? But get this, Chun-bok's mom actually looks hyped about the idea. Fists clenched, she literally chirps. No sweat, I will just beat you senseless, or maybe I will keep you as a pet. Still covered in her own blood, Hya actually growls back that she would just be another massive headache. She screams that she will just be a massive burden to everyone around. We are all completely used to this chaotic mess. It is nothing new. But Hya absolutely loses it, screaming at them to just give up on her. I already said I will turn into a useless monster. Why will you not listen? She hacks out, coughing violently in pure desperation. Everyone is better off without me. Just let me die. But Chun-bok's mom shuts that down, saying her name super softly. Huh. Hearing that, Hya snarls like a totally cornered street cat. What now? Chun-bok's mom drops an absolute bomb. You are so pathetic. That single brutal sentence completely freezes Hya in place. She just stares, dumbfounded, muttering a confused, what? And then Chun-bok's mom follows up with, you are so insanely selfish. Were you just making things up when you swore you would risk your life to protect Chun-bok from danger? Now absolutely furious, Chun-bok's mom glares right at her. You seriously think we are better off? That is the dumbest thing I have ever heard. Making this choice was hard enough, but I never expected you to act this pitiful. Those words hit Hya like a massive truck to the face, finally waking her up. She is visibly shell-shocked to hear something so raw. The look in Hya's eyes screams that she finally gets it, but Chun-bok's mom is not done roasting her. That is all you wanted. How will you rest in peace while Chun-bok cries her eyes out? She gets right in Ha's personal space, whispering darkly, you will not regret this? All right, time to choose right now. Die here, or survive and actually keep your promise to Chun-bok. This intense verbal beatdown completely dazes Hya, forcing her to rethink everything. Up until now, she was breathing, but she definitely was not living. She has suffered endless torture, failed 1,000,000 times, and honestly, she already felt like a total monster anyway. And now, you and I are watching Hya stand on a literal crumbling cliff. She thinks her part is done, but this brutal choice remains. Hya is absolutely terrified, balancing on that falling piece of rock. My part is done, she thinks. Her heart is hammering so loud she can hear it, standing right on the edge of that mental cliff. Snapping back to reality, Hya weakly calls out, hey, Chun-bok's mom completely loses her temper and yells, what do you want, you little brat? Looking dead serious, Hya whispers, if you have to do this, do it right. I am fully ready to walk through absolute hell. Chun-bok's mom is literally drooling buckets right now. She snatches Hya's hand and snaps, you seriously talk way too much, you know that? Let us see you handle that hell you just bragged about. And boom, she just chomps straight down onto Hya's hand, forcing the virus right into her. The crazy lady bites down even harder. The infection spreading is pure, unadulterated agony, shutting Hya's brain down completely from the sheer pain. The pain is so completely insane she is literally about to black out. Bam, scene change. Now we hear whispering. Is he asleep? Yeah, give the guy some rest. It is always a huge mess when he drags someone here. Yeah, totally get it. Seriously, when is this dude waking up? Shush, let him sleep. Wait, I actually think he is awake right now. Perfect, drag him to Mi-hun. Yep, this is the exact same absolute genius who tried fighting Chun-bok and instantly earned himself a hospital trip. Our guy is just lying there confused. Why am I in a hospital bed? Cue the dramatic flashback to the second before he blacked out. Oh, that is right, I got wrecked by that Rosia guy and completely passed out. But why is it so loud in here? Literally every single eye in the room is locked onto him. He slowly peels his eyes open, only to find a huge mob staring right back. He gets jump-scared so hard he shrieks at the top of his lungs, making literally everyone in the hospital completely jump out of their skin. Wide awake now, he frantically scurries into the corner of the bed, absolutely terrified, screaming, "Who are all you weirdos? And where the heck am I right now?" Some random bystander immediately bolts to call Mi-hun, yelling, "Hey, our guy is finally awake." Meanwhile, our dude is straight up panicking. "Are you guys trying to jump me?" The crowd awkwardly tries to chill him out, saying they were just babysitting him. Fast footsteps suddenly sprint toward his bed. "Do not come near me. Stay away, man. Want a piece of candy?" "No, get away from me." Then Mi-hun sprints in, looking sweaty and desperate. He aggressively tears the hospital curtain back to spot his panicking target. Mi-hun just grabs him by the collar and starts ruthlessly dragging him. Our guy is literally sobbing, screaming, "Why am I even here?" Silent as a rock, Mi-hun just keeps hauling him off. Dude is yelling, "Where are we going?" "For a nice little chat." "Just let go of my shirt first, please." "Shut your mouth if you enjoy breathing." And while he gets completely dragged out, that portrait he drew of Chun-bok sadly flutters down to the dirty floor. There it is, just a forgotten sketch lying in the dirt. But nope, not for long. Someone completely random swoops in and snatches it right up. Jundu squints at the sketch, connecting the dots. This kid. Right, he was talking to Mi-hun earlier. "You and I are jumping right into pure madness. First, thanks. I knew she'd survive," the giant rumbles. He searched for years, absolutely convinced she was still breathing somewhere. But catching a random kid who just bumped into her out of nowhere? Absolutely wild plot twist. "You don't get how messed up my life is now," the kid stammers. Mi-hun just smirks, leaning in real close. "Right. So, how is she?" The poor kid instantly freezes up, sweating bullets, trembling. Yeah, definitely not his best look today. Mi-hun cranks up the pressure. "Spill it. Everything." What's she acting like? Her face? How's her voice? What kind of face does she make? Is she flashy? Impactful? Spill the details right this second, kid. Our boy is getting interrogated hard. Panic mode activated. The sweat is literally dripping off his chin like rain. His brain is screaming, "I prepared for danger. But this dude? This absolute monster? Why am I even in his zip code?" Dead silence. Mi-hun hates waiting. "Hey, talk." The kid nearly jumps out of his own skin. Absolute terror zapping straight down his spine. He finally opens his mouth, pushing the shaky words out. "Just one favor. Arrest every single freak in this photo." That is it. He just keeps yapping, spilling all the tea. "Listen, H's crew paid us to fake being monsters a while back. But then some chick in their gang used this insane power to summon actual monsters. And boom, my whole family, gone forever. I want payback. Please, catch them." The big guy actually seems to get it. Well, maybe like half of it. "Oh, so that's your edgy revenge origin story?" He actually pets the kid's head. Cute. "But you're missing one massive detail here." Mi-hun scratches his neck. "Who cares about your drama?" Panicking, the kid blurts out, "Help me, and I will hand over the secret wine cellar location." Big guy just stares. "And?" The kid squeaks. I know the food stash too." Wow, shocking. The giant doesn't care. Our boy is officially out of bargaining chips, and honestly, Mi-hun never cared about snacks to begin with. Nope, don't need it. "You already know exactly what I want from you, right?" The poor dude's heart is practically blasting through his ribs. Face soaked, brain empty. He has zero clue what words will keep this hulking psycho from squashing him. Mi-hun leans way in, practically buzzing with weird excitement. Finally, the kid mumbles out something about Hi-Ra. "Sorry, but I have zero clue where she is. If you catch her crew, boom." Mi-hun absolutely loses it, turning the table into toothpicks. Whatever, figured as much. "But don't think for a second I am some fairy godmother giving out free wishes. That kid you cried about, I'll handle your request, but you're gonna owe me big time." Every single syllable drops another bucket of dread on the boy. Mi-hun slowly balls up his massive fist. "Finding Hi-Ra is my only goal. Do not need anything else on this miserable planet. Deal?" Standing near this walking mountain, our guy looks like a nervous bug. But what exactly do you want? He squeaks. Wait, can I ask? Is she really enough? What is your actual endgame here? That gutsy question actually makes Mi-hun freeze for 5 whole seconds. He stops moving, giving the kid a totally blank stare. Curious, huh? You really want to know? Yeah, I want to know. Fine, I will lay it out. The giant drags a heavy chair right over. He plants himself inches from the boy and drops this gem. Look, High Ra is my absolute weakness, and that is exactly why I need to kill her. Cue the creepiest smile of the century. She matters to me, a lot. He sounds weirdly happy, reminiscing about all their insane history together. She is powerful, sometimes super strict, but man, she can also be incredibly sweet. You can practically see the montage playing in his twisted head, easily the strongest woman I have ever laid eyes on. Totally undefeated. Yeah, in this guy's crazy brain, High Ra is basically a walking disaster movie. He casually shakes the heavy chains on his wrists. That is why I will. Staring a hole through the kid. Tame her. Turn her into my obedient little dog. Dying to see her. Where on earth is she hiding right now? The kid's brain is screaming one thing. Is this dude entirely out of his mind? Yeah, he is tank-level strong, but also a raging psycho. With this freaky obsession over that woman, is this lunatic actually the right guy for my revenge job? But seriously, where is her crew hiding? Then suddenly, the ultra-creepy vibe gets completely shattered by the loud creak of a door swinging open. A heavy sigh drops. Found you, Mi-hun. If you're finished playing around, can I borrow the boy for a chat? Mi-hun shoots Jingu an absolute death glare. But Jingu doesn't flinch. Just a few minutes, man. Come on, I'm begging you. Now stick with me here because this new guy is Jingu. And oh boy, we are about to unpack some serious tragic backstory right now. Turns out, these guys survived absolute nightmare fuel back in their old village, watching friends drop left and right, or betraying them over pure paranoia just to live another day. Just an absolute cursed meat grinder of a life. But our guy here still had one hilariously desperate wish. Dude just wanted a completely normal, boring life. And maybe that crazy delusion actually worked. After wandering around forever, they finally scored a decent-looking house. The second they locked down this new crib, they all gathered round to lay down some ground rules. You know, to stop screwing up and actually keep the peace. They made a bunch of laws, but everyone knew the real golden rule. We never, ever talk about Chun-bok and his crew. That was literally priority number 1. To keep the village breathing, nobody dared to run their mouths. After that little agreement, more rules popped up, and things actually smoothed out. Sure, the start was brutal, packed with struggle and endless petty drama. But slowly, this messy village actually started bonding together. Everyone started getting a bit closer, inching right toward that sweet, normal life our boy had been crying about forever. And get this, Jinu was actually happy. He honestly thought this boring, peaceful life would just last forever. Spoiler alert, the peace did not last. The good old disaster he knew so well came crashing right back. Slow, heavy footsteps dragged right into their village. A super weak voice begged, "We need food." And a doctor. Everyone totally froze. They stared at the newcomer, absolutely refusing to believe their eyes. Was that actually Hyra? Jinu wondered. Then one random day, an outside crew showed up. No, scratch that, a literal monster appeared right in front of their faces. All right, back from memory lane. Now we drop right into this wildly tense little chat between Mi-hun and Jingu. Mi-hun looks bored out of his skull and snaps, "Can't you see I am busy? Come back later." Jingu begs, "Junzi needs you." Fear was practically dripping off Jingu. The poor guy looked so totally terrified he could barely squeeze out a word. So he backs off. "I will wait. Just, please hurry." Mi-hun finally rolls his eyes. "Fine. Wait outside." The door slams shut. Jingu is gone. Now it is just big bad Mi-hun and this terrified kid left inside the room. He stares the shaking kid down. "You heard the man. Let's hurry this up and make a choice already." The kid is drenched in sweat, staring up in pure terror. "But I already told you literally everything I know." "Are you sure about that?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Mi-hun grabs the kid's face with a massive hand, totally confusing the poor guy. He stares straight through his soul. "You have to know, right? There is something you are still not getting here. How dare you ask for my help without knowing where they are? Think. You have to know. So use your brain." His giant hand literally starts tearing the kid's face apart. The guy screams out in pure, unfiltered agony. "You are hurting me." But despite the desperate crying, Mi-hun just coldly orders him to think harder. "I know you know. Hurry up and think for me." Completely losing his mind, the terrified kid finally just screams out, "Let me go!" But the harder he fought, the more Mi-hun turned into a complete psycho. Use your brain and remember something, now. Out of nowhere, a hand grabs Mi-hun's shoulder. That is enough. Seeing the madman ignore him, Jinu yells, "Stop! You will kill him. Jinu just wanted to play hero and stop him. Huge mistake, buddy. Now he is the main target. Boom! A brutal punch knocks the wind completely out of Jinu, sending him flying. Mi-hun glares down. Did you not hear me before? I said I am incredibly busy right now. The other kid is an absolute sobbing mess on the floor. Please, just stop. I swear I do not know anything else. But the more this kid babbled, the angrier Mi-hun actually got. You are my only key to finding her. He roars with absolutely terrifying, monstrous force. Now start talking. The kid stays completely silent. Mi-hun violently yanks him up by the collar. Suddenly, someone else storms right in screaming, "Stop it!" Jinu stares up like he just saw a literal ghost. Runju? She stomps in, pointing straight at Mi-hun. What on earth are you doing? I knew something was wrong when Jinu did not come back. Jin, slumped over in the corner, weakly mutters, "You should not have come. Are you okay, Jinu?" Yeah, he is definitely not okay. Mi-hun just lets out a heavy sigh when he sees Runju appear. He slowly turns to the uninvited guests. Can the two of you please just do me a massive favor and get out? This crying kid knows something important. He is literally the only clue I have to find. Ha, my one and only key. I will hand him over when I am totally done. Honestly, the guy looked absolutely menacing. Please, just give us a little privacy. Jinu and Runju stood there frozen, totally helpless, until she finally gave up with a huge sigh. Oh, but then Runju decides to play the ultimate law card, about the fifth rule in this exact village. Any outsider needs strict permission from the village leader, and that is me. You know that rule, right? But what exactly are you doing? Ignoring the boss and dragging some totally random kid in here to torture. Not cool. You and I are about to see some crazy drama. This dude wasn't just threatening the kid, he was totally wrecking him. But Mi-hun just deadpans, and? Junu sweats a little but glares right back. I need you to play by the usual rules. Total crickets. The tension in that room gets thick enough to slice. Mi-hun lets them sweat, then snaps his head around, glares literal daggers, and mutters, "Scram." But Junu isn't done, warning him, "Stop what you are doing." Mi-hun swats her warning away like an annoying bug. "Do not make me repeat myself." But Junu, stubborn as heck, she warns him again. "This is your final chance." Mi-hun actually freezes for a split second, but that absolute psychopath stare of his doesn't budge. Junu hits him right back with her own death glare. First one to blink absolutely loses. But mid-epic stare down, a whole literal chair comes rocketing straight at Junu, thrown by Mi-hun, obviously. Thank goodness Jingu has insane reflexes, dragging Junu away and eating that chair's impact like a champ. That hit was nasty. It completely busted the poor dude's arm, leaving it totally limp. Yeah, massive yikes. Mi-hun straight up looks like a final boss now. Leave while you can, or die here. Then he just totally ghosts them, pivots to the crying kid, and smirks. Now, where were we? Let us keep chatting. The kid scrambles backward, completely losing it. I swear I know nothing, please. That just makes Mi-hun big mad. He winds up to smack him again, but suddenly freezes cold. A super familiar voice just dropped. It is Junu, loudly dropping his entire resume. Mi-hun, I know you have busted your back for our village. I know we only sleep safe at night without monsters eating us because of you. It is all thanks to a hero like you, protecting us and keeping everyone alive. But you said you would only use power when necessary. You and I gotta appreciate this. Mi-hun froze because Junu literally backstabbed him. Do you seriously not get what our biggest issue is right now? Jinu is side-eyeing this, sweating buckets like, is my sister actually crazy? That dude is a monster. Why are we negotiating? She had the guts to stab him, sure. But Junu's hand is visibly shaking from pure, unadulterated panic. Still, she pushes on. Even a monster knows who saved it. So let me be crystal clear. If you ever lay a finger on my family again, her whole vibe locks in, zero shaking, looking terrifyingly badass. I will never forgive you. Hearing that threat, Mi-hun slowly turns his giant head toward Junu. His eyes shift way less scary now. He remembers Higa saying something similar. Touch my family, and you are dead. His pupils shrink up as he just stares at this tiny girl. Then he drops his hands, aggressively scratches his head, and completely chills out. All right, got it. I am sorry, Junu. I totally crossed the line. Then he turns to Jinu and adds, Jinu, my bad. Jinu is so shook by this monster actually apologizing, he just awkwardly stammers out, yeah, it is cool. Grabbing his bleeding back, Mi-hun sighs. I cannot believe you really stabbed me. Junu gets totally flustered. Well, you have fast healing, right? Consider it a firm warning. Mi-hun chuckles. You really play super rough. Junu cracks a sassy smirk. Do not want me acting mean? Then do not screw up again. She sounds tough, but inside she is feeling crazy guilty. Please forgive me. I know exactly what you want, but I cannot let you see her. When Higa is fully healed, I swear I will explain everything. Right when the vibes finally chill, Mi-hun's giant hand just suddenly snatches out. He swipes Chun-bok's drawing right from Junu, the one from the hospital. What is this? Why do you have this kid's picture? Junu gets a massively bad feeling in her gut and starts panicking hard. Forcing a super fake innocent smile, she lies. It was on the floor, so I grabbed it. Trying to play it cool, she dramatically sighs. It is lunchtime, gotta hit the diner. I am starving. She faces the crying kid, acting super casual. Hey buddy, let us chat after food, okay? Can you walk? The kid nods fast. Yes. But Mi-hun sees right through her absolute garbage acting skills. Junu, do not lie. The monster mode activates again, getting directly in her face. Do you know this kid? That terrifying question makes her heart absolutely explode out of her chest. Stick with me here. In a wrecked house, someone sings. Hush, little baby, do not say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. The song echoes through the ruined rooms. You and I are about to watch this lullaby crash and burn. The singing? Yeah, it just stopped completely. Little Chun-bok is literally chilling on a chained-up monster lady named Hyra, asking why the music stopped. Super casual question to ask someone who is clearly writhing in total agony. Hyra attempts an answer, but only manages some seriously pained groans, not exactly winning any debate clubs today. Chun-bok, the ultimate oblivious optimist, chirps that she is still awake. The kid tries playing therapist, promising he won't leave and telling this tortured monster to just relax. Relax? Right. And standing there witnessing this absolutely unhinged dynamic is our favorite moody guy, Gion. He glares at this bizarre kid and chained adult combo, probably praying for sudden deafness so he can just tap out of this drama. Shouldn't someone just end this monster's misery right now? Seriously, what is the actual game plan here? Cut to Youngdu patching up Gondon. He anxiously asks if she found anything. They must keep searching. But how? If she returns looking like that, he figures there are two plays. First, interrogate Jinu today. The guy might actually know a glitch to fix her, or at least somehow help out Chun-bok's mom. Youngdu demands the second option. Gondon just shrugs, claiming it entirely depends on when her mind decides to reboot, meaning she is an absolute nightmare to control. But hey, when she finally chills, they have Chun-bok ready for emotional support. That might keep her sane. Youngdu's expression, though, way more twisted than just a simple nod. She eyes the gnarly hole in his back. Keep her calm? She gently taps his gross injury to make her point. Gondon looks totally shook for a second, but not about the crazy plan he is shocked. Youngdu just cursed. He naturally asks what she said. Youngdu is fuming. She cannot believe he is still talking like a tough guy. Look at yourself. You are totally wrecked. What happens if you skip taking care of your own pathetic self first? Gondon, completely caught off guard by the shouting, asks why she is suddenly having a total meltdown. Isn't it obvious? You gotta stop nearly dying, keep this up, and maybe you are the one needing a timeout to chill. Then she explodes, screaming that she absolutely hated this stupid plan. She totally called this happening. We should have let her die. We really still should, but Gondon abruptly shuts down her angry rant. Enough. If this place sucked, he will take the hit. Freaking out like a maniac right now helps literally nobody. Youngdu glares at him, completely enraged. It was not his stupid call, it was hers. Gondon drops his voice. He knows. He almost ditched her, but they are family. She gets that, right? Boom. That guilt trip hits her right in the chest, leaving her utterly speechless. You just cannot counter the family card, so she folds. Fine, whatever, do your thing, just stop getting wrecked. Seeing his little sister freaking out, Gondon weakly promises to try. She just stands there, totally frozen and silent. Way off in the distance, you and I spot Grandpa Chun-bi acting like a literal jungle gym for his giggling grandkids. Patched up, Gondon grabs his coat, thanking Youngdu for the fix. She coldly mutters, "It was nothing." She clenches her bleeding fist. Family, huh? Her mind angrily replays all those times Gondon actually had her back. Her eyes well up with heavy sadness. If she is truly his family, then she would never let him get trashed like this. She aggressively smashes her fist right into the wall. Ouch. What is his wife doing while he gets destroyed? So annoying. Over in a creepy, empty stairwell, heavy boots start echoing. The stomping gets obnoxiously loud, but the creepy stairs are totally abandoned. Not a single soul hanging around. Surprise, it is Gondon dragging his feet, thinking his wife must be suffering a huge breakdown since their grand plans completely tanked. He pushes the door open, focused on one dramatic thought: he is her husband. The door clicks shut. He psychs himself up. He has to be her rock right now. He steps toward Chun-bok's mom, trying to start a deep talk, but completely freezes. His face goes absolutely blank with shock, because his monster form wife is literally vacuuming up a massive pile of floor snacks. Excuse me, honey? What is going on here? She just keeps chewing. Swallowing a massive bite, she deadpans that she was hungry. Want some? Gondon just dramatically collapses to the floor with a massive sigh, leaving his monster wife blinking in utter, adorable confusion. He sulks in absolute silence for 60 seconds, making her super anxious until she awkwardly blurts out an excuse. She swears she meant to share. But the hunger won. Is he mad? His dramatic response is simply 2 words I know. This makes her instantly flustered and furious. Face burning red, she yells, "Whatever! She is human too!" Gondon finally cracks up. He literally cannot stop laughing as he grabs her face, asking if he has to support her wild survival now. All right, you and I are diving into total chaos. She is screaming at him to knock it off, watching him scarf down food alone. Seriously uncool. The goofing around? Over. They finally get serious. He totally admits he thought she was feeling awful, because honestly, things have been a massive train wreck lately. Think she is weak? Absolutely not. He asks if she is ready, and bam, hands firmly on her hips, Mama Chun-bok is just radiating pure boss energy. She is totally ready. Her wounds are completely healed. So yeah, you could definitely say she is pretty darn prepared. Hearing that totally chills him out. He confirms the ride is prepped and ready to roll. Time to go see Jingu and Mr. Ha? You bet. But hold up. She suddenly stops and stares him down. Her entire vibe shifts to dead serious before heading to Gamdon. She knows everything is a colossal dumpster fire right now, but she swears she will fix it all, begging him not to stress too much. That sudden reassurance catches Gamdon totally off guard. Feeling all that wifely love, he reaches out and just yanks her close. Wait, what is up? And boom, Gamdon literally sweeps her right off her feet into a super tight bear hug. Totally flustered, Mama Chun-bok just stammers out, "What is happening?" He thinks she is just being way too adorable right now. Gamdon squeezes her tight, begging his girl to stay safe and dodge any crazy danger. She totally gets his massive anxiety. Hugging him back super gently, she promises him that she will be back home in no time flat. Goodbye's finished. She takes off without even looking back, leaving our guy standing there looking completely alone on that empty rooftop. With Mama Chun-bok out of the picture, Gamdon decides to clean up their messy hangout. But wait, right then, he spots something super weird. That massive pile of snacks on the ground? Barely touched. Meanwhile, she is slowly creeping down those exact same stairs that were just soaked in blood. Every single step brings back another messed up memory from that incredibly awful day. Pure self-disgust hits Mama Chun-bok like a truck. She remembers trying to infect Higa. Thinking about that sweet husband hug, she realizes this is incredibly bad. Right on cue. That monstrous craving strikes. Saliva literally pours from her mouth, so insanely fast that both her hands cannot even begin to catch it. She desperately hopes she can handle it if things go south. But bam! Her thought gets totally cut off as a freaky shadow hits the stairs. She is literally about to faceplant. Suddenly, something creepy spawns right in front of Mama Chun-bok, making her freeze dead in her tracks. Freaky long strands of dark hair slither across the floor exactly like a writhing snake nest. A gut-wrenching dread forces her to stop. Right behind her, she senses a brutally ferocious monster, literally drooling and looking incredibly hungry for a snack. You and I both know this creep. That creepy hairy stalker monster is officially back for Mama Chun-bok. A sudden hot flush makes her ears burn insanely bright red. Meanwhile, totally peaceful clouds are just chilling up in the deep blue sky. Creepy abandoned skyscrapers are still standing tall. Then boom, the absolute silence shatters as an old car engine roars to life out of nowhere. Inside that ride, Mama Chun-bok is totally zoned out, drowning in her own chaotic thoughts. She basically knew this would happen, but refusing to break her own rules? Classic. She is fully prepared and ready to face whatever nightmare comes next. No matter the crazy consequences. Honestly though, even she totally admits this entire line of thinking is super weird. Flashback time. Her brain replays biting Hira and trying to infect her. That twisted thrill, it instantly makes her monstrous hunger come roaring right back. Biting Hira actually made her feel amazing. Plus, her senses leveled up and became incredibly sharp. The real problem? Figuring out if she can actually survive this insane craving. She desperately needs to resist. Everything will totally be fine, right? Just endure it. She repeats that like a mantra. But picturing Hira and that bloody hand, it instantly sends her drooling like a total mess again. She has to hold on. She is completely zoned out until the guy sitting right next to her just snaps and aggressively yells out loud, "Hey!" That loud shout violently rips Mama Chun-bok straight back to reality. The sketchy old car slams the brakes. Those screeching tires are literally deafening. Seeing Mr. Chun-bok slam the brakes like a madman, a totally panicked Mama Chun-bok asks what just happened. Something has been bugging him this entire ride, killing his focus. Looking at him with a super confused face, she demands to know what is up. Chun-bi lets out a massive sigh. He demands to know if she is hiding something. Still clueless, she blinks and asks, hiding exactly what? Chun-bi takes one giant breath and just yells at her. He demands to know right now if she is secretly planning some incredibly stupid stunt. Mama Chun-bok is literally so lost. She yells, what? Her face burning completely bright tomato red as she aggressively insists it is not like that at all. He doesn't buy it, asking why her stomach has been growling non-stop. She nervously brushes it off, claiming her stomach is just acting a little bit upset. Hearing that ridiculous excuse, he sighs in massive relief and just starts cracking up. He tells her to definitely let him know when her tummy feels better. He tells her to chill. Letting things happen totally naturally, that is honestly the best way. That sweet encouragement from Mr. Chun-bi actually touches her heart, but then, instant pouty mode, she asks if he is purposely trying to make her mad. Why would he even do that? Too exhausted for a dumb argument, Mama Chun-bok simply sighs and gives her reply. Never mind. Totally not important. Just drop it. She asks why he didn't speak up sooner, completely sulking against the car while thinking, whatever, this is ridiculous. So what do we learn here? At least he thinks she wasn't having any twisted thoughts. That counts, right? All right. You and I can feel this car's awkward tension from here. So, Chun-bi tries breaking the ice. Why don't we kill some time with a quick little chat? She is absolutely not having it. Talk about what? He casually drops a bomb. Well, Gon mentioned a few things during your massive monster brawl. He admits he wasn't sure if it would even help her out, but Gon's wild words have been living rent-free in his head. Chun-bok's mom, looking utterly bored out of her skull, rests her chin down. So? What did she say? Suddenly, Chun-bei's eyes narrow, getting super intensely serious. Story time begins. Apparently, while Gon was frantically hunting for that monster's weak spot, she spotted something insane. What did she see? Cue the flashback to Gon's eyes going ridiculously wide, totally paralyzed by pure, unadulterated terror. Seriously, her eyeballs are practically popping out of her head. From inside that creepy room came horrific, screaming and the awful stench of blood. A hand with razor-sharp claws is visibly trembling like crazy. Gon, spying through the glass, is absolutely sweating buckets. Inside, a massive monster leg and some creepy faceless dude are just casually having a chat. Chun-bi couldn't believe her story. She supposedly caught that freak and his masked sidekick running some super sketchy, highly illegal experiment. Right before her very eyes, she watched a terrifying monster take a random injection and literally morph back into a human. Boom, just like that, Chun-bok's mom is officially awake. She sits straight up, totally hyped. She actually saw that? You think she is faking it? Chun-bi, cool as a cucumber, just keeps driving. I doubted her at first, but honestly, no. The girl was not lying. He smoothly adds, besides, when I fought that so-called fake diplomat, he realized the guy was completely different than before. So yeah, you really cannot write her story off as some crazy delusion. Hearing this wild intel, she instantly blurts out, if that is true, but before she can even finish, he interrupts her. They might actually find a cure for H, finally rescuing her from those absolute freaks. She silently processes the crazy theory. If his crazy info is actually legit, they might honestly be able to fix this entire chaotic nightmare. But why on earth are they running experiments like that? Regardless, our duo desperately needs to dig up some hardcore intel. Just as she gets totally lost in thought, the old man suddenly calls out, nice. Found them. The car rolls to a stop nearby. He quietly whispers a quick reminder. Let's keep our focus on that health check first. With that, they slowly creep forward. Dr. Jinwoo is hanging by the ambulance, but wow, the guy looks super weird today. Not his normal self. Chun-bi dramatically pokes his head out the window, waving excitedly. Hey doctor, long time no see. How have you been? The guy literally looks dead inside. Zero response, leaving our driver feeling like he is trying to chat up a solid brick wall. The engine cuts off. Both of them step out onto the street. We have some pretty heavy stuff to discuss regarding Jingu. Skipping the small talk, they immediately dump all the crazy lore on Jinwoo. The doctor is absolutely floored. Wait, Hyra became a monster? Based on what Chun-bok experienced, are you absolutely positive those are the bizarre symptoms? The mom pushes forward. I know this is totally insane, but we desperately need that exact same medicine you used on me. Chun-bi sighs heavily. We had to ditch the house. She was completely losing her mind and wandering around like a zombie. She practically begs. Look, I know it breaks every hospital rule, but can you please come check on her? If you are free, she stops talking completely. Because Jinwoo is pulling the absolute most bizarre face ever. Dude is literally dripping with nervous sweat. His eyes scream panic, completely spacing out as if their voices are mere background noise. Jinwoo is internally screaming. Managing the mom was one thing, but Hyra going full monster? This mess just hit nightmare difficulty. The worst part? If Mi-hun catches wind of this disaster, the headache doubles. He desperately needs to warn them, like, immediately. The doctor finally snaps back. All right, I will come. I knew you would. Doctor, thank you so much. Jinu forces a strained smile. Do not worry about it. Just returning the huge favor from when you guys saved our lives. Plus, he claims he is super worried about H and Chun-bok anyway. Calling it a major emergency, he suggests driving off. But our two heroes suddenly freeze up. Something feels incredibly wrong. Jinu sounds suspiciously shaky as he asks, "Why are you hesitating?" He basically begs them to lead the way, and boom, that is when they finally decode his ridiculously weird, panicky behavior. Wait. He is winking one eye and nervously rubbing his neck. They both instantly clock it. That is a massive danger signal. Her survival instincts kick in immediately. Is some creep stalking the poor doctor? Or is a hidden sniper watching his every move? Chun-bi subtly checks the ambulance behind them. Oh, snap. Jinu is totally sending a covert SOS, silently screaming at them to run. They decide to casually play dumb and bolt, but before they even touch the door handles, that ambulance trunk violently kicks wide open. A mysterious dude steps right out into the open, instantly locking the laser focus of both Chun-bok's badass mom and our driver. The guy smugly calls out, "Hello everyone. Now, you and I know a cliffhanger when we see one. Our heroes are completely speechless. Let's jump right in, you and I. Sorry for the late welcome," a voice purrs. I dozed off. Meanwhile, poor Jin looks like he just saw a literal ghost. "Jinu told me so much about you," the guy continues, totally laying it on thick. "You saved their village, right?" He steps closer, flashing a smile that is 100% pure creep. "A pleasure." And boom, Mi-hun introduces himself. "I'm Mi-hun Kim." Chun-bok's mom recognizes him instantly, her blood boiling. Dad's danger senses? Completely screaming. The pitiful eyes mixed with that shady smile? Classic red flag combo. The dude is practically screaming, "I'm a threat." Mi-hun inches way too close, destroying their personal space. So, he asks suddenly, "Is it true? Is there really a monster who acts super chummy with both them and humans?" He gets in mom's face, offering a handshake. "We are all monsters here. Let's get cozier." Oh, she is ready to throw down. Her knuckles literally crack. "Get your hand out of my face." Back at the abandoned building? Absolute chaos. Screams echo as someone yells, "Hold her tighter! Do-rung!" "I'm trying." They are desperately restraining Ha, who just keeps muttering, "Do not go." Gondon and Do-rung grit their teeth. She is way too strong. "Ha, calm down, kids are coming back." Yeah, not helping. Turns out Monster Ha only responds to commands from the kids. "Why can't you hold her? Are those giant muscles for show? Hey, I'm trying my best over here." Mid-bickering, the door suddenly creaks open. Everyone freezes, staring at the entrance, wondering what fresh kind of chaos this is. Chun-bok Rescue Squad is here. The little girl charges in with her sidekicks, Gion and Gam, making a direct beeline for Ha. Chun-bok sets her jaw, striking a super serious, dangerous pose. Then, all three kids swarm Haiga like a pack of adorable koalas. The tough look immediately melts into a cute pout. "Aw, why so cute?" "I'm home, Higa." The others chime in. "I'll stay right here. Me too." Chun-bok nuzzles Haiga's cheek. "You can sit down now, okay?" She waits happily, but Higa says nothing. For a long, tense moment, there is absolute silence. Then, finally a slow nod. "Okay." That single word sends Chun-bok over the moon. The kids pile onto Higa's lap as Chun-bok grabs a book. "I brought a super fun book." Nearby, the adults let out the biggest sigh of relief in human history. Haiga totally chills out, but for some weird reason, she keeps looking at Chun-bok and calling her Xoa. Chun-bok doesn't miss a beat, beaming back. "You'll love it. I'll start reading now." Gondon just sighs, completely exhausted. "If it wasn't for those kids," he admits, "we would have been completely screwed. We could not handle her. What are we going to do? Kids have to sleep." Meanwhile, they totally fail to notice Do-rung sitting alone, just stewing. "We cannot do anything until the doctor arrives. Unless we maybe tie her to something? With what? Our charming personalities? You know how insanely strong she is." The arguing continues. "Maybe just let her leave? Do not be an idiot. She's family." Meanwhile, Do-rung sits with clenched fists, anger quietly simmering. It is only after that last comment that Gamdon finally realizes something is seriously, definitely wrong with Do-rung. He catches her sneaking out, busted. She turns back, plastering on a painfully fake smile. "I just need some fresh air." And boom, she's out the door, leaving Gamdon staring after her, totally confused and worried. Quick cut to another scene. Someone rubs their eyes. "Hey, I'm getting really sleepy. Mind if I take a quick nap?" Dead silence. She turns around, totally bewildered. "Hello? Sorry, is anyone actually listening to me?" Yeah, turns out she was talking to an empty room. Classic. Just then, the building door creaks open yet again. Now, stick with me here. The stairwell is completely deserted, littered with broken bricks and shattered glass. No one bothered cleaning. There sits Du-rung, face buried in her hands, hair blowing in the draft. She has definitely been crying. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approach. She does not even look up. She already knows. "Why did you follow me?" her muffled voice asks. Gondon's reply is super simple. "Because I was worried about you." Her voice? Broken as the glass around them. "I just needed air. It is cold." "Go inside, Du-rung. I'll come later." He steps closer, but she flinches away. "Do not come near me." Defeated, he just holds out his jacket. "Fine. At least put this on, and I'll go inside." She is not having it. "Just go. Take the jacket first." She glares. "I'm fine." "Du-rung, stop being so stubborn." She slowly stands up, exploding. "I said I'm fine. Why can't you leave me alone?" We both know Gamdon was totally not ready for that sudden outburst. "Whoa, what is wrong with you?" "All right. You and I are diving into pure chaos today." She finally snaps. "I am so done with this miserable garbage." Gondon's face gets totally deadpan. What exactly does that mean? Honestly, she was just absolutely sick and tired of this entire train wreck. They spent literally every day fighting freakish monsters, and now their awesome home was basically a pile of useless rubble. Plus, H went and mutated into a monster, becoming the ultimate dead weight, and we have to babysit. This absolute disaster is totally your wife's fault. H was just wrecking stuff with some weird psycho power. Her dad was aging fast, and Gondon was awkwardly solo carrying this entire defense squad. And now? Throw another random monster and a whole bunch of helpless kids right into the mix. Total apocalyptic nightmare with zero end in sight. Her rant left Gondon completely speechless. Then, she literally just starts cackling like an absolute psycho villain. But boom, the crazy laughter shatters instantly, turning into full-on, totally pathetic, ugly crying. Sobbing aggressively, she whines, "I am so sick of being entirely useless." She felt terrible watching her brother solo this heavy burden just for her, sitting around totally powerless, watching her squad and everyone she actually cared about get vaporized. Through all that insane trauma, she wouldn't even let herself scream out loud. She had been stuffing those dramatic emotions down for way too long. So today, she just explodes. Why? Because she was totally terrified of losing her remaining family all over again. I know you just want to protect us, but dude, could you seriously try taking care of your own self for once? To me, you are. But before she drops the big emotional finish, Gondon steps right toward her. "You're the only real family left here." He rushes in and totally bear hugs her. She figures he is just catching feels, but that extremely creepy silence finally makes Du-dung look up. That is exactly when she spots it. Real blood, dripping right off Gondon's head. Some freakish monster hand had literally just swiped Gondon's face, ripping open a super nasty gash. He tried blocking the hit with his jacket, but that cheap fabric was way too flimsy. It honestly just helped the creep slide away cleanly, but the attacker was not hiding at all. He just drops in. "Thought you would be slower. Is it because of that massive, bulky body?" "Still, way faster than I expected. You will make a delicious little snack. Are you alive?" Du-dung's voice shakes with pure terror. Gondon, half his face absolutely dripping red, just straight up snarls like a beast. "Who are you?" The dude super casually retracts his bloody attacking finger. "Me? I am just a humble little merchant, happily trading my goods." He starts strolling right toward Gondon and Du-dung. With every single step he takes, the actual ground violently shakes. Stepping into the light, he acts completely bored. "A traitor. Just call me that." Gondon shields Du-dung, panicking inside, is this creep a disguised monster? Meanwhile, she totally assumes it is the exact beast her dad was hunting down. As the weirdo gets uncomfortably close, Gondon braces for impact, shouting, "What are you trying to do?" but gets rudely cut off. "Let me ask you a quick question. What happens if something bad happens to the little girl?" Gondon blinks. "The little girl?" Gondon obviously thinks the traitor means Du-dung, stepping up to play hero. But spoiler alert, they were both so completely wrong, because his actual target was not Du-dung. I can totally feel her presence. She is right here. And bam! His freaky hand shoots out in a complete blur, snagging a totally different little girl. It is Chun-bok. You seriously do not know what she looks like? Meanwhile, the mom and her kids were actually still chilling in the room with H. H was chained in the corner like always. But suddenly, the monster's heavy coat just drops, exposing a pair of absolutely demonic glowing eyes. Seeing Chun-bok grabbed like a toy, Du-dung instantly knew they were utterly screwed. Seriously, why did this happen right now? Literally the worst possible timing ever. She completely loses her mind, screaming, "We have 0 weapons over here. What do we even do?" Now, here is where you and I need to watch closely. Despite the blood dripping everywhere, Gondon miraculously stays cool and breathes deeply. He suddenly screams out, "Honey!" The dumb traitor, assuming the kid's mom just showed up, actually completely turns his back to look. When he looks back, plot twist, nobody is there. What a totally lame joke. But in that split-second mistake, Gondon starts aggressively blasting him. Dudong shrieks in absolutely pure terror. But her crazy brother does not even flinch, charging face-first straight into the monstrous traitor. He casually barks orders back at Dudong. "Hurry up! Go wake Gon up! Grab the heavy weapons! I'm holding this freak off!" Right then, Gondon totally realizes he is the sole remaining fighter. He treats this psycho as a massive challenge, but he absolutely must stall for time. Dudong scrambles away, shooting Gondon a totally panicked look. "Run faster! I can only survive until you bring the big guns back." Gondon keeps his massive gun locked on the traitor, blasting away non-stop. Time to get to work. We are all going to survive this. The traitor just gets ridiculously shredded with hot lead. Dark blood is literally gushing everywhere. But Gondon's hardcore expression says it all perfectly. "We fought way too hard to survive. I am absolutely not surrendering my daughter to you." A bullet completely shatters the traitor's creepy lens, and you and I see Gondon's fierce reflection in that broken glass, not even flinching. So the traitor glares through the shattered glass at Gondon. "You're a total idiot for ignoring me, man. I literally warned you from day one, right?" Meanwhile, Dudong has zero luck making a quick getaway. She suddenly stops dead in her tracks. Her eyes go super wide, just staring back at Gondon. While Gondon is distracted, some absolute tank of a dude ambushes him from behind. Boom. That flying kick totally sent our guy's brain straight into another dimension for a hot second. The hit literally shakes the floor. A totally terrified Dudong screams his name, completely losing her mind. And the traitor? He actually whines to his goon. "Dude, those were my favorite glasses." "Enough," the massive guy grunts. "Stop messing around, you are totally wasting our time." Now look, Dudong is still totally frozen from that ambush, and while she is staring at Gondon on the floor, yep, another creep sneaks right up behind her. She finally realizes she is under attack, but honestly, it is way too late now. This new attacker is a chick with a seriously creepy, straight-up snake arm, and she is literally talking to it. "Aren't you hungry? Eat her." The arm gets weirdly hyped up like a totally starved dog. The crazy snake lady just smirks. "Looks like you are getting a tasty little snack." Even completely wrecked, Gondon sees she is about to become takeout. He forces his broken body to scream her name. The traitor guy just squats down, literally pokes his open wound, and says, "Look at all this blood, bet that stings." Anyway, quick question for you. That girl over there, where exactly is her mom hiding? That question makes our guy's heart absolutely drop. And the traitor is loving every single second of it. You better answer smart. My next move totally depends on whatever you say right now. The villain's sick laugh is totally messing with his head. Our boy is in a seriously awful spot. One wrong word and it is game over for him, plus his wife and kid. He pictures that trashy shelter they call home. Nobody is there. Not his wife, not Mr. Chun-bok, not even H. So the only person he can actually save today is Dudong. He has to protect her, otherwise, she is dead. He sees her terrified face, feeling unbearable pain, but his brain is just screaming, "No way are we giving up." His fingers twitch as he tries to stand up. He has got to do something. "Come on, just move," he yells inside, pushing past the agony. But his broken body totally refuses to listen. Why the heck will his stupid body not just move? The traitor sits down holding Chun-bok and just stares. "Why try so hard, bro? You are completely useless. You seriously think you are getting out of here? Come on, man. There is zero escape. You are way too weak to beat us, and we are definitely not making any deals. Look, I know everyone somehow likes you. You have friends, a lovely wife, even coworkers who actually care. But do you know what happens to people who like you? Every single word is basically another knife to Gondon's chest. And here comes the final emotional nuke. They all die just because they hung out with you. Plus, your precious family is gonna die right next to them." Saying that, he violently chokes Chun-bok by the neck. "So think super carefully. This is your very last chance. Start talking before I digest this tiny little snack." Gondon's panic just hits the roof. His kid is literally standing on death's door. The goons are ready to strike. "I will give you 3 seconds. The countdown starts. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. The bad guys are about to attack, but then all 3 of them completely freeze in place. A single, insanely heavy footstep echoes from nearby. You guys, they have no idea what is coming. Just this crazy crushing pressure. What the heck is that? The heavy dude standing on Gondon asks, "Boss, do you feel that?" "Oh yeah, the traitor feels it." The real question is, what the heck is it? A wave of pure terror hits him, his eyes going crazy wide. Sweat is literally pouring down his face. This vibe, it is like being hunted by an absolutely massive, unkillable monster. A foot steps out of the shadows. It is Hygia somehow still totally tied up, but definitely walking. H is not really self-aware yet. She is still just this groaning, creepy little monster. Since she is a monster, who even knows if she is crying? But you can hear sniffles. She just stares at Bora eating Du Young, all three eyes locked onto her. H is still entirely clueless, just a blubbering mess. Then she turns left to resume her super important job of staring at literally nothing. Alright guys, so on the left is the dealer, and his muscle is literally standing on some poor dude named Gion. But our girl? Total tunnel vision. She does not care about that at all. Her eyes are locked elsewhere. Seeing the dealer choke out, little Chun-bok flips a switch. She goes absolutely nuclear, shattering every single chain, holding her down and rising up like a boss. The dealer spots Hyga going full beast mode and absolutely panics, screaming for everyone to run for their lives. But before he even finishes talking, she is already airborne, launching straight at him like a total starving tiger. Anyway, skipping past that train wreck, let's check the high-rises. Chun-bok's mom and Chun-bi are currently dealing with Mi-hun. This freak invades their personal space and asks if Jinu was telling the truth. Are they actually monsters living among humans? He smirks, claiming they are basically the same kind of freak. So why not get a little cozier together? Chun-bok's mom totally blanks the handshake. She shoots him an absolute death glare and promises he will die if he doesn't pull that hand back. Taking the very obvious hint, Mi-hun backs off. Meanwhile, Chun-bi is highly suspicious, noticing something super weird about Jingu's face. Jingu is pale as a ghost, totally paralyzed, just staring at Mi-hun. Chun-bok's mom is completely out of patience and tells Mi-hun she only has one thing to say. Her face twists with pure rage. Clutching her head, she screams at him to get lost. She snaps that they are way too busy for whatever this is, warning him to leave while she's still giving him a choice. But Mi-hun stays silent. He just creeps closer, totally confusing her. Instead of getting angry, this weirdo actually seems to love her little death threat. He smirks, admitting he's in a surprisingly good mood today, which is honestly super rare for him. He offers up two choices, one good and one bad. Chun-bok's mom just side-eyes the guy and lets out this massively exhausted sigh. Still completely lost in his own edgy monologue, Mi-hun holds up two fingers. The good option? Go with him quietly, and nobody catches a beatdown. A nice peaceful ending for everyone, basically. Honestly, Chun-bi actually looks like he is thinking over this crazy proposal for a second. Chun-bok's mom? Zero patience left. Her hand is already flexed and tense, fully ready to throw down right this second. Mi-hun keeps running his mouth about the bad news, but before he can even finish, both of them just rush him at the exact same time. She lunges in with her claws out while the old man raises his gun. Bam! A massive gunshot completely shatters the silence of the lot. The only one terrified is Jingu, who gets so ridiculously scared he just faceplants straight onto the dirt. Staring down two totally murderous faces, Mi-hun actually laughs. Guess they made their loud and clear decision. Quicker than a flash, Mi-hun snags her clawed hand and completely crushes the gun. He mocks them for really picking the bad option. While pinning her wrist, this absolute creep decides to violently grab her chest. She is so intensely shocked her brain just stops working entirely. And he actually squeezes harder. Tears well up in her eyes as her body jerks back, muscle memory instantly kicking in to prep a brutal counterattack. Seeing the perfect opening, Chun-bi makes an absolute mad dash for it. He uses the distraction to unleash a few rounds right into Mi-hun's back. But guess what? Bullets mean nothing. This monster just catches them barehanded. Chun-bi is completely stunned. And honestly, you and I are probably just as baffled by this dude's insane party trick. He's definitely next on the chopping block. So he instantly throws his arm up to block the incoming attack. Now rocking an injured hand, Chun-bi realizes something terrible. He knew this freak wasn't normal, but catching actual bullets with sheer reflexes, nobody could ever see that kind of flex coming. Staring at the psycho in front of him, Chun-bi realizes the awful truth. The guy is a literal monster. Chun-bi turns completely sheet white watching Mi-hun, while heavy drops of blood start splashing onto the pavement. But wait, whose blood is that? Oh, it's definitely Mi-hun's blood. His entire hand just got completely sliced off, gushing everywhere like a fountain, and his face? Absolutely emotionless. The badass behind that severed hand hitting the floor? Chun-bok's mom, obviously. She screams in pure rage, calling him a sick pervert. Clutching her chest, she yells that she has never met a guy this incredibly shameless. Seriously, how can anyone be such a disgusting creep? Gritting her teeth with her eyes practically on fire, she promises him death. Time to teach this loser some painful manners. Mi-hun casually holds up his bloody stump and admits she was so crazy fast he felt nothing. She snaps back that punishment is next for playing with serious fire. Mi-hun just flashes this wildly unhinged grin, praising her massive nerve. And then, boom, a brand new hand literally sprouts out of his bloody arm. He instantly raises his fresh middle finger, scoffs, and says he couldn't care less. He then literally shoves his other hand deep inside his own mouth, digging around for something. Chun-bok's mom is just completely weirded out. While these two are fully beefing, Chun-bae quietly sneaks back to the car trunk to dig for something, suddenly remembering a very crucial detail. The blue clouds suddenly turn super gloomy and gray. A bright orange no parking sign just stands out in all that bleakness. This time, Mi-hun avoids talking face to face. Hiding deep among the buildings, he just lets his creepy voice echo out across the area. He echoes that he would love to keep playing, but he was way too kind today. Stick with me, guys. He just ducks behind a wall to watch. All right, get this. Mi-hun takes one dramatic step forward, and then, poof, gone. Chun-bi is hyper-aware, but only catches a blurry black shadow. Meanwhile, Chun-bok's mom realizes things just got sketchy. Playtime? Totally over. She goes full Terminator. While our duo is sweating bullets, a bunch of goons in black leap into the sky, shiny blades drawn and ready to brawl. Come and play with us, some creep sneers. They are rocking helmets, so zero faces are visible. Boom, in a flash, they totally swarm Chun-bae. He does not hesitate. The guy whips out a gun and plants 2 bullets straight into their domes. But one gun isn't enough. Chun-bi pulls a dagger and joins the brawl. For an old dude, he honestly still moves like an absolute pro. One clean sweep, and several goons eat dirt. Watching this, Mi-hun literally claps his hands, totally fanboying over the whole violent show. In a literal heartbeat, Chun-bae completely trashes every single one of his attackers. But clearing the board isn't enough. Chun-bae is panting hard. Man, getting old really sucks. He definitely can't keep this insane pace up forever. He is totally grumbling to himself, but then he spots something so crazy his brain just straight up hits the brakes. Chun-bi looks down at the wrecked dude, his helmet slips off, and bam! A horrifying, totally monstrous face is hiding underneath. Across the battlefield, Chun-bok's mom is having a seriously tough time. She is out here struggling against the rest of those annoying helmet geeks. They move like creepy, cheap little action figures. Sure, she blocks their attacks, but seriously, what kind of total weirdo is pulling the strings here? The guy looks totally human, right? But you and I know that insane power is straight out of a cheesy monster flick. She has never met a guy like him before. Thinking of Mi-hun suddenly brings H right into her mind. Could this guy actually know a cure for H? While she is totally zoning out, 2 helmet dorks grab her arms from behind. She shoots them a death glare, then completely and absolutely roars. What do you losers think you are doing? Back off! But mid-yell, the massive roar of a motorcycle engine completely ruins her vibe. One helmet geek is on a motorcycle, flying straight at her face. He is right above her, about to crush her like a bug. By the time she turns her head, that heavy bike is already dropping. The insane crash echoes through the entire city block. Super luckily, Chun-bok's mom is basically a ninja. She easily dodges the falling hunk of metal. She is furious. Enough! Why target us? Who sent you? Meanwhile, Mi-hun just casually leans against an ambulance, looking incredibly bored. Yep, someone hired me to kidnap your little squad. This giant mess wouldn't have happened if you just quietly followed us from minute 1. But hey, I actually have a genius idea, so just hear me out. Like I said, the gig is delivering you to my boss. But honestly, the cash reward for that is totally boring to me. But why, the woman hanging with your crew? The second he drops her name, Chun-bi and mom freeze. How does this weirdo know ha? Crickets. Mi-hun just keeps yapping. We split up because of some crazy drama, but she is forever part of our twisted little family. She is super important to us. I literally cannot survive without her. And plot twist, she is actually my fiancé. He puffs his chest out, blushing like a total fanboy over Ha. The other two just stare, completely dumbfounded by this massive soap opera reveal. Then another random thug steps right up and just starts rambling too. Okay, long story short, he says, pushing up his glasses and striking a super edgy pose. If you two spill H's location and let her come home, you survive without a scratch. I will even throw in some sweet cash, but if you want to be stubborn, bam! They smash their shiny helmets super hard on the dirt. A girl with a totally innocent face chimes in, we will just keep swinging until somebody dies. With his crew done flexing, Mi-hun drops the real bait. Pointing at mom with a super smug smile, he offers a crazy cure to become human again. Deal? Honestly, hearing that insane offer, mom is absolutely mind blown. She whips her head around so fast, even her attacker literally pauses his swing in sheer confusion. But the second mom snaps back, that fake innocent girl aggressively swings her sharp blade. Turns out she is one of Mi-hun's elite psycho members, Jun. Mid-fight, mom cannot stop wondering, is there actually a legit way to become human again? Stay cool, she thinks. Zero proof here. But honestly, these weirdos do not exactly look like they are bluffing right now. A totally wild thought hits her. What if the crazy guy is right? Flashback to her at Gondon's trashed shelter. Cut back, Dudung is bleeding out everywhere. Gondon isn't doing any better. The dude is completely knocked out cold. But plot twist, that blood isn't Dudung's, it is Bora's. An arm wrapped around Dudung just got completely chopped off. And the slasher? None other than Hai. So what do we learn here? Mom is still totally obsessing over becoming human again. Alright, you and I need to pause this chaos. Mid-brawl between Chun-bok's mom and Mi-hun, a booming voice echoes out. Is what you're saying true, young man? And yeah, this so-called young dude is our guy, Jong Hyun. Chun-bi is not buying it. Gun locked on Jong Hyun's crew, he fires back. A way to turn human again? Yeah, that sounds like pure garbage. But this dude? Zero panic. Staring right down the barrel, completely chill, he just goes, "Gonna have to drop the piece for more details, man." Chun-bi does not flinch. "Give me a real answer, or you are meeting your ancestors today." "And you will actually believe me?" Jong Hyun asks. Finger on the trigger, Chun-bi shoots back. "Just call it an old man's dying wish." Jong Hyun flashes this totally creepy smile and drops the bomb. "It is a market." Chun-bi is like, "Wait, what?" The guy claims it is the exact spot to find what they desperately need. "Super dangerous, though," he adds. "Okay, so where is it?" Instead of answering, Jong Hyun just claps his hands together. Smirking like a supervillain, he goes, "Story time is over. Aren't you getting a little greedy, old guy?" Chun-bi just scoffs, looks totally away, completely ignoring the crazy dude. Jong Hyun checks out his wrecked crew. Not bad for a grandpa. Color me impressed. But what happens when I decide to go all out? Boom. He chugs this weird vial straight down the hatch. Chun-bi is absolutely disgusted, going, "What the heck? Are you eating that stuff?" Jong Hyun just casually chews. Yep, hair and fingernails. He is snacking on pure grossness. Watch this, he smirks. And dude, not only is he chewing body parts, he literally blows a bubble with it. Done snacking, he spits the gross mess out. And suddenly, something insane starts sprouting right from the dirt. The spit glob just keeps stretching higher and higher into these super freaky, skin-colored tree branches. Chun-bei is practically sweating, weapons fully ready. Give it a second, and boom, they morph. Those two gross spit globs literally turn into two whole living people. He points at his shiny new monsters, smirking at Chun-bi. Alright, let's get back to the main event, yeah? Chun-bi gets the memo loud and clear, dropping into a hard defensive stance. And just like that, the crazy brawl is back on. Meanwhile, Chun-bok's mom is still busy throwing hands with Jun. But she completely loses focus seeing Chun-bi getting overwhelmed. Jun instantly goes for the cheap shot. Mom barely blocks it in time. Getting so ticked off, she just straight up slaps Jun's face. "Take that," she yells, but the wild swing completely ruins her balance. She eats the dirt hard, while Jun sticks a perfect landing. Groaning in pain, she hisses, "Dang it." She is practically grinding her teeth to dust, but then something super weird catches her eye. Her eyes bug out in total shock. Everything around her has randomly faded to pure white. The crazy fight, the enemies, all of it just vanished. She just sits there, completely frozen, wondering how long this freaky glitch will last. Slowly standing up, she starts connecting the dots. This absolutely has to be from that weird smell coming off Jun earlier. But the whole world is just a massive, empty white void. But here is the wild part for us to note. Her hearing just went into absolute overdrive. Totally makes sense, since she is basically blind in here. She gets this seriously awful vibe, like invisible blades and guns are pressed right up against her neck. Completely blind, she just full sends a counterattack based on pure mom instincts alone. And holy crap, it actually connects perfectly. Her brain starts racing. She can totally use sound to her advantage, and she still basically remembers where everything was before the lights went out. "Alright, I see the Matrix now," she mutters. "I am going to smash them one by one before they try another cheap trick. Next step? Beat the absolute stuffing out of that creepy dude, then force him to spill the tea about this so-called cure. If it is actually real, Chun-bok and Ha are saved, and even better, she can finally ditch this awful curse forever." Suddenly, this creepy voice invades her brain. "Do you honestly believe that?" Just as she was getting totally hyped, it freezes her solid. The voice keeps up the weird mind games. "What is your big plan next? You are only alive because of this power. It literally feels like the dark energy is eating her alive. Did you even think this through?" She is totally paralyzed. Panic sets in. "I cannot move." A massive, furry monster chuckles darkly. "Relax, buddy. I just stopped by to say hi. Do not just stand there freezing up. You better get a move on." Snap. She is yanked back to reality, but looking seriously rattled. The brawl is still absolutely raging, though Mi-hun looks bored out of his mind. Dude literally yawns mid-fight. 2 entire cigarettes later, he is totally over the drama. Alright, guess the show is over. Jinu strolls right up to where Chun-bi and Mom are totally floored. He shakes his head, saying he just does not understand rejecting such an epic deal. Guess the only excuse is that they are insanely hardcore about their family loyalty. Myung-hoon walks up to his squad, asking if Dong-hyun is prepped. Then, get this. He points at a creepy doll identical to Chun-bi, saying, "Alright, stick with me here. Dummy of the old dude? Done. Squad, let's get ready and roll out." He turns to this other girl. "And you?" Do-run instantly salutes, like, "Yes, ma'am, you are an absolute angel." The hype speech begins. "Alright, team, this is it. We literally dragged ourselves through hell, but it all comes down to this exact moment. Today, we finally meet her, our founder, our boss, our family." Mi-hun struts forward, leading the absolute charge. Honestly, the drama is real. Time to move out. He's finally reuniting with his supposed bride. Yeah, right. Meanwhile, the broker is busy snitching to his boss, Bigfoot, mentally flexing like, "Man, my sensory powers are totally unmatched. Get this gross power, he can feel anything his detached body parts touch. Tracking that kid? Barely an inconvenience. Gross, right? Because those chunks will literally rot in days. Anyway, he keeps eagerly updating Bigfoot. 'I'm the only guy who can find her, boss. One more chance, please.' Bigfoot? Just chilling, swirling his fancy wine, completely unfazed. 'A chance?' he asks. The broker scrambles, pouring him more wine like a total suck-up. 'I swear, I'll deliver her myself. But, can I borrow 2 of your guys? Like, the biggest, beefiest dudes you have? Just for backup.' Alright, Bigfoot, still rocking that ridiculously thick mask, asks what reward the guy wants. The broker? Oh, he plays it totally cool. Nothing grand. He just wants to be a trusted member of the big bad family. But inside, this dude is throwing a total party. He thinks this little gig is his fast track to a super sweet promotion. Then Bigfoot drops a totally dramatic pause. One more thing. He leans in close and whispers for him to bring the mother too. Pull this off, and Daddy gets a good word. And just like that, Bigfoot spins around and makes his super dramatic exit. The broker totally loses his cool. He has zero info on the mom. But another henchman steps up, promising the family will provide. The guy chucks a mysterious item right at the broker, who clumsily snags it midair. He is just standing there, utterly confused. Basically, if capturing them gets annoying, just force-feed them whatever that sketchy thing is. He reminds the broker that he pitched this crazy mission but did literally nothing. Now, 0 failures allowed. The pressure is seriously on. He better deliver the goods. The broker just gives a fancy little bow, raises his glass like a total villain, and takes a sip. After chugging the whole thing, he starts muttering to himself. He plans to raise a glass in victory next time they meet. And boom, that wraps up the shadiest villain meeting of the week. Meanwhile, at the creepy cult hideout, a voice slices the air. Trust me, someone is having a massive meltdown right now. It is Bora. Literally squishing 2 gross monster brains together, her actual pet screaming about how everything went so spectacularly wrong. The subordinate just lets out a tired sigh, blames it on totally unforeseen circumstances. Bora is absolutely not buying it. She violently pokes her pet brains, furious that no one warned her about a boss-level monster crashing their party. So much for taking care of things. He calmly states they cannot fail again. Bora just rolls her eyes and scoffs. They were insanely close to finishing their evil master plan. The irony of some random little kid swooping in to save their butts? Hilarious. But mentally? Bora is completely losing her mind. She refuses to go back empty-handed. If taking her alive fails, she needs a wicked backup plan. Suddenly, the henchman freezes up like he caught a vibe. Bora glares at him, super annoyed, demanding to know what is up. He hears motorcycles, like a massive swarm of them. Seriously, does this guy have the ears of a literal mutant wolf? And those noisy bikers? That is Mi-hun and his crew, pulling up fast and hot. All right, let us peek inside Mi-hun's beautifully delusional brain. He thinks it has been ages, a seriously long time. Ever since that fateful day, I have hunted everywhere just for her. I wanted to just throw in the towel and die, but nope. I always knew we would cross paths again. I simply cannot exist without Higa. A dramatic, slow-motion vision of her walking away floods his mind. In his fantasy, she turns back with a super loving gaze. Finally, we reunite. But for now, we stick right to the master plan. Then comes the epic reunion. I will ask her to come back, and it will be absolutely glorious when she says yes. But wait, I know her stubborn self. She will totally say no. If she does, we settle this the old-school way. Winner takes all, loser obeys. I am totally strong enough to crush her now. Man, just picturing this is getting me insanely hyped up. The loser literally becomes the winner's dog. That has always been the absolute rule for our hunting dogs gang. Just like that, Higa becomes my family again. And the best part, I am going to treat her like absolute royalty. Boom, relationship completely fixed. After that, we just start spending all this cute quality time together. She will definitely feel my pure sincerity. And right here, our guy's imagination just completely derails. We will fall madly in love, give everything, and be a real family. Yeah, somebody desperately needs an intervention today. 3 kids, 1 boy, 2 girls. The deeper he sinks into this wild fantasy, the faster his motorcycle actually flies. Our guy keeps looping this flawless romantic comedy. Seriously, look at that goofy grin. You and I both know he desperately needs a reality check. Happily ever after with his absolute dream wife. Meanwhile, in the real world, the roar of his biker gang is getting aggressively louder. Our boy is so hyped for this reunion. Hira! Mi-hun rips off his helmet, his face completely flushed red with pure, unfiltered anticipation. And boom, there she is, his dream girl. The only tiny problem? That massive, goofy grin on his face starts fading real fast. Then the smile just drops dead. Mi-hun looks completely lost and confused as the first winter snowflakes start falling from the sky. The howling wind is totally deafening now. He stares right at Hira and Chun-bok, but his brain straight up refuses to load the image. Because Hira is suddenly this platinum blonde monster. Oh, and she comes with a random little kid standing right next to her. Mi-hun immediately assumes it is her kid. Chun-bok nervously eyes the biker gang and asks, "Who the heck are you people?" Unlike the kid, Hira stays dead silent. She just stares at Mi-hun, intensely tracking every single little move he makes. He steps off the bike. "Are you actually Hira?" Spooked, Chun-bok hugs Hira's leg. "Hey mister, do you know this lady? Are you guys from the village? Did you come here to cure Hira? Is that it?" The kid relaxes, totally thinking he is a friend. "So where are my parents?" she asks. "Oh, by the way, she is super dangerous right now, so..." Her face suddenly goes completely dark, and right there, Mi-hun's tiny bit of patience snaps. What the hell is even happening here? Damn it, Chun-bok flinches, sensing bad vibes, but a second later, this kid actually whips out a gun and aims it right at him. "Who are you?" Chun-bok demands. Mi-hun totally ignores that, just firing back with his own angry questions. "No, you answer me. What happened to her? They said she was not bitten, so why does she look like a monster?" Chun-bok stays super defensive. "My mom said she got sick, so my mom, she is the one who did this to her. They promised she would be cured, so we just waited." "Ah, got it," Mi-hun scoffs. "So this whole mess is your mother's fault, right? She is with us right now, so I will take care of her after we finish things here." Chun-bok totally panics, having zero clue what is going down. She glares at Mi-hun, absolutely furious. "What are you going to do to my mom? And my grandpa, too? Give them back right now." "You are definitely a bad guy." But Mi-hun straight up ignores the kid, taking a heavy step forward and making her sweat with anxiety. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. "You are not ready for this." Hira slices his head clean in half, leaving his face locked in pure, tragic shock. Mi-hun instantly jumps back, violently grabbing his neck in absolute horror. That terrifying vision just rocked his world. After checking that his head is still attached, he lets out this massive sigh of relief. Okay, still breathing. Man, for a second there, he genuinely thought it was game over. That was just a hallucination, right? Yeah, it definitely had to be. Just picturing that bloody scene sends a massive chill down his spine. As far as he knows, Hira really just tried to end his life. That was pure, unfiltered terror, wrapped in a very real death threat. If she actually did that, Mi-hun does not even want to imagine it. And right on cue, Chun-bok aims her gun at him again. The little kid lets out a cold huff and drops her final warning. "If you are scared of this gun, you better leave right now." Our tough biker guy tries to speak up, but just awkwardly stammers. He tightly clenches his fist, completely failing to form a sentence. Finally, gathering every ounce of courage, his voice comes out shockingly soft. "Is it really you?" He still cannot process this absolute nightmare of a reality, barely managing to choke out. "It has been a while, Hira. All right, you and I are diving in." Boom, dead silence hits the courtyard outside the apartments. Jong-hyun and Do-young, just standing there, jaws totally dropped at the person in front of them. Someone finally squeaked out a question, absolutely clueless. "Dude, is that actually Hira?" Chun-bok freaked out watching her literally limp away to who knows where. The poor kid just quietly mumbled her name. Then Myung-hoon, chilling in the back, finally snapped. "Everyone, freeze right there." Dong-hyun instantly looked like he'd seen a ghost. "Yo, Myung-hoon, if that's really her, shouldn't we like..." "Cut off!" Before he could finish, Mi-hun just screamed his name. Jong-hyun completely froze, swallowing his words real quick. Mi-young-hun glared back over his shoulder, and dude, his eyes looked absolutely psychotic. "Not saying it again. Stay put." I know you're confused, but I've literally been waiting for this exact moment. Just watch from the sidelines." That little speech left everyone standing there entirely shook. Mi-hun was a total emotional wreck, just laser focused on one single spot. He stared at Hera, looking like he desperately needed to talk. He took these huge, dramatic steps forward, his voice actually going soft. "Hera, you felt it too, right? This stuff is never easy. Remember, every time we threw down, you wrecked me, even when I started the beef. But I kept picking fights anyway. I just wanted to win." He just kept marching straight ahead with every single word. "All right, you and I are jumping right into the drama. Gloomy sky, snow falling. And of course, Mi-hun had some famous last words for Ha. He hits her with the classic lines, hoping for a beautiful day, wanting to show off his family, and begging her to just come back to them. Pure soap opera. Honestly, Homeboy just wanted the good old days back. In his completely delusional mind, he figures everyone else is totally on board with this. Chun-bok heard this incredibly tragic speech and was just left speechless. But Mi-hun kept walking, creeping closer and closer to Ha. His pitch? "If you say no, I'm just gonna beat you to a pulp and drag you home anyway. But hey, if you just follow me like a good girl, nobody has to get hurt." What a gentleman, right? At this point, his toxic vibe was seriously overwhelming. Ha! He got right up in her personal space, glaring with some crazy, demanding pressure. Then he flips the switch. He reaches out gently, acting super sweet out of nowhere, and literally says he still likes her despite everything. He begs Ha to come back, promising he will totally cure her. "Yeah, right." Ha gave his emotional little monologue zero reaction, absolute crickets, and obviously, our boy started getting super frustrated with the cold shoulder. Staring at her blank face, Mi-hun sighs and tells her not to be mad. But before he even finishes, Ha launches a wild attack. The first strike missed, so she quickly pulled back. And just like that, Mi-hun went from sweet stalker to absolutely furious. Instantly, she unleashed an insane flurry of punches straight at his face. But wait, a few seconds in, her attack angle suddenly completely shifted. Mi-hun sensed something super sketchy was happening, spinning around fast to check his blind spot. Half a second later, his eyes nearly popped out. Ha's arm had literally mutated into a nightmare, flying straight at him. The guy was completely stunned. Ha's mutant punch packed so much heat that he could barely even block it. The raw force just kept ramping up, violently shoving him backward. He took the entire brunt of that massive hit, entering a total world of pain. A gigantic punch slammed down on him. Honestly, all he could do was just stand there and eat dirt. Where did that monster arm even come from? It was ridiculously fast and strong. Any normal dude would have been instant toast. At this exact point, Mi-hun's brain was basically scrambled eggs. He had to be questioning his life choices and what he was doing. How was he going to drag Ha home now? But then, he spotted the ultimate cheat code. His creepy eyes locked right onto little Chun-bok. His villain brain flashed back to something he had witnessed just a minute ago. The kid hugging Ha, and Ha acting super gentle with her. Oh yeah, his toxic mind was thrilled. Instantly, he broke off his fight with Ha and dashed straight for the kid. Yep, target acquired. He figured if he snatched the kid Ha was protecting, he would win. But Chun-bok already noticed this absolute weirdo charging at her. Suddenly, Dong-hyun screamed from the sidelines, warning her that the creep was right behind. Now watch this. Before that warning even finished, Ha grabbed his shirt and chucked him straight into the sky, completely wrecking his sneaky little ambush. Mi-hun was absolutely terrified. He just never expected her to be moving with that kind of speed. And on top of all this chaos, Han Yang was tracking every single move Ha made while her body kept shifting and changing. Yeah, becoming an airplane was definitely not in his master plan. He stared down from the sky, completely and utterly shook. She was literally shifting her body into different weapons, and without missing a beat, Ha launched herself right back up at him. That nasty punch caused an explosive shockwave mid-air. The crowd below just stared up in awe, while Chun-bok could barely believe her eyes. The poor kid's jaw was glued to the floor. Mi-hun got deep-fried by that combo, looking down at the wreckage like a sad, broken-hearted loser. He is up there thinking, this is so totally unfair. Why isn't my evil plan working? Huge amounts of salty resentment filled his heart as his beaten body started free-falling rapidly toward the dirt. While tumbling through the air, his brain was just whining. He seriously thought he only ever wanted a happy ending. He just wanted to chat, patch things up, and start a cute family. So why was he currently getting his face caved in like this? How did it end up here? The guy slowly drowned in his own tragic questions, sinking straight into edgy darkness. He desperately reached out a hand, trying to pull Ha back to him. But she kept drifting farther away, totally out of his creepy reach. Snapping out of it, he woke up completely unhinged. He convinced his crazy self that this was actually all her fault for making him this way. He decided if she hadn't ditched them, nobody would be suffering right now. If she had just liked him back, he wouldn't be causing a massive disaster. Obviously, he pushed all the blame squarely onto Ha. In his twisted mind, she was the one and only reason this toxic romance had slammed right into a brutal brick wall. Now, here is where you and I get to the real boss fight. Ha stared at the rubble where Mi-hun crashed. Miraculously, the crazy dude stood back up, voice all raspy. He smirked and told her, "Thanks to you, I finally awakened." "All right, you and I are about to see something wild." Mi-hun flashes a creepy slow smile, tossing his coat to reveal a totally wrecked back. "I tried recruiting you peacefully," he claims. "But now," he growls, straight up ripping his shirt open. Plans change. Boom. Instant 8-pack. This dude casually slicks his bangs back like he's in a shampoo commercial. Standing on a roof looking super dramatic, he announces, "I'm taking you, H. Even if you end up totally crippled, I'll still love and protect you forever." Talk about crazy red flags. "Time to get serious," he says. Zero hesitation left in this guy. Mi-hun just stands there on the roof, those glowing red eyes completely locked onto H without a single blink. Meanwhile, outside the apartment, boom, crash, non-stop explosions. Inside, panicked kids are frantically shaking Gamdan and Do-young awake. Rayon takes one look at this absolute mess, mutters some choice words, and angrily hides in a tiny corner. Like, where is this kid's mom anyway? Who are these psychos? He instantly realizes coming here was a massive mistake. Those endless booming noises have his heart literally hammering. Jong-hyun senses the insane danger and spins around screaming a warning. "Everyone stay put." The problem? Poor Chun-bok is literally standing right in the middle of all this absolute chaos. Random debris is blasting right past the poor girl. Barely able to speak, Chun-bok begs, "Hra, please stop." Yeah, that didn't work. The violence just dials up to 11. A brutal strike splatters blood everywhere, carving a massive gash into Mi-hun's head. But hey, H isn't looking much better over there. Her arm literally gets chopped clean off, yet these absolute maniacs just keep brawling. Their expressions say everything. These two absolutely want to eat each other alive. Two heavy fists clash, booming into a massive shockwave. Mi-hun gets blasted backward, completely losing an arm, but his insane rage just skyrockets as he aims for her arm next. Honestly, this is just getting ridiculous. If that's your game, hand over the knife. Hye is in the exact same messy boat as Mi-hun, rocking that one-armed look too. But get this, H's missing arm just instantly heals right back up. Mi-hun totally fails to hide his shock, furrowing his brows. She is not just overpowered, her healing factor is nuts. She's exactly like him. Speak of the devil, his own arm heals back in a flashy second. Meanwhile, the weapon in H's hand slowly starts transforming all over again. Mi-hun takes this epic scene in, totally burning it into his memory. They really are some twisted match made in heaven. "I'm dragging you with me, no matter what," he decides. "From now on, you are never going to be alone." The exact second that thought finishes, he launches himself at H like an absolute madman, his eyes totally wild with hype. His crazy eyes go even wider, bursting with this toxic possessiveness. "Hra, to me, you are like my favorite toys, all neatly lined up. We are talking dinosaurs and titans on the flanks, with a slick robot dead center." A cheerful, babbling kid's voice echoes out. Boom, flashback time. Mi-hun suddenly gets lost in a childhood memory. When he was a little kid, he absolutely loved playing the giant. Whenever he was bored out of his mind, he found massive joy in playing these wild, imaginary games. Honestly, who can resist playing the giant? It is massive, and obviously, it packs some seriously incredible power.